In a quaint town, the youthful Shi Shan faced disappointment as he failed the imperial examination. Yet, by chance, he stumbled upon the forbidden art of Xian, which unveiled the mysteries of the heavens and set him on a path of defiance against fate. He refined demon pills and consumed the brilliance of stars, unaware that a sinister ancient blood sacrifice scheme lay hidden within him, entwining him in the deadly machinations of the Zhou dynasty. As the power of the underworld gnawed at his very essence, former classmates transformed into adversaries, leading him to comprehend the steep price of forbidden arts. One who seeks to wield the cosmos must first incinerate their own karmic ties. Will he sever the chains of immortality to return to the realm of mortals? Or will he rend the shackles of the three realms with his demonic form? This confrontation of enigmas and plots has already been inscribed in the destiny chart of the afterlife's reincarnation. Chapter 1. The Prison Warden. Beneath the blazing sun, the northern wind howled. In Shi City, the capital of the Zhou dynasty, the results of the imperial examination were announced in front of the Taishua Palace. I made it! I made it! This time, however, he found himself among the failures. Exhaling softly, Shi Shan turned away, his gaze cast downward as he stepped away from the crowd. His lips pressed tightly, and his right hand clenched into a fist. Clearly, he was not disheartened by this setback, rather, it seemed to have fortified his resolve to prepare thoroughly for the next examination. Upon returning to the inn, Shi Shan gathered his belongings, ready to depart from Shi City. As he approached his room, he reached out to push open the door. Suddenly, he halted, his eyes flickering slightly. Then, turning swiftly, he approached the writing desk, took up a brush, and a few lines of poetry flowed onto the paper. With his pen finally lifted from the desk, Shi Shan stepped out of the room. Not long after leaving the inn, he encountered a merchant caravan on his way, and after conversing with the leader, he spent some money to secure his place among them. Sunlight bathed the earth, illuminating the bustling throngs of people. Inside a carriage, Shi Shan was engrossed in a book titled Records of Tai El Mountain. This tome was authored by the esteemed scholar Shi Shan, who also presided as the chief judge in this examination. Tai El Mountain stands tall, bridging heaven and earth, obstructing north and south, firmly grasping the cosmos. Shi Shan read each word of Records of Tai El Mountain, as if gaining profound insights. Meanwhile, at the inn he had just vacated, a new guest arrived. A woman clad in blue, adorned with a pale yellow straw hat, pushed open the door and was about to sit down when her gaze fell upon a sheet of paper laid upon the desk. Furrowing her brow slightly, she approached the desk, pondering why the inn had not properly cleaned the room. Suddenly, her frown relaxed, her eyes brightening as she read the lines of poetry on the blank paper. In the heavens, floating above, are 12 cities, encased in armor, a million locked gates. If I am not among those in the tower, who dares to claim dominion over the burning universe? Reciting the poem line by line, the woman inhaled sharply. Whose verses are these? Such grand ambition. She picked up the paper and scrutinized it once more, then tucked it into her bosom before making her way to the inn's hall. Innkeeper, who was the previous occupant of room Huangbing. Upon hearing her inquiry, the innkeeper's expression grew troubled. He was reluctant to divulge the identity of the guest. Noticing the innkeeper's demeanor, the woman placed a handful of silver coins on the table before him. Shi Shan, the unsuccessful candidate? The woman murmured to herself, glancing towards the street outside, as if catching a glimpse of Shi Shan's departing figure. A ray of sunlight streamed into the inn, casting a gentle glow upon her face, momentarily lost in thought. This year marked the 354th year of the Zhou dynasty. Upon returning to Shanyang town, Shi Shan promptly visited his mentor, Tang Bin. Despite his failure in the examination, Shi Shan was determined to continue pursuing his studies, knowing he would have many questions for Tang Bin in the future. The path of the imperial examination is fraught with challenges. Upon learning of Shi Shan's failure, Tang Bin lamented, Our Shangyang town is already remote. It is no small feat for you to rise from the ranks of countless scholars and earn the chance to participate in the provincial examination. Yet, to stand out among the elite from across the dynasty and attain glory on the golden list is an arduous endeavor. Shi Shan had secured third place in the town's examination and later placed 58th in the provincial trial, thus qualifying for the final examination. The Dayu dynasty encompassed 13 provinces, with the imperial examination held every 3 years. The top 80 from each provincial trial could partake in the palace exam, from which 60 outstanding scholars would be chosen. The pursuit of the imperial examination is indeed a formidable challenge. This time, I have gained much from my experience. My days in Beijing City truly broadened my horizons, allowing me to witness a multitude of exceptional talents and feel the disparity in their eloquence. Tang Bin nodded slightly. Beijing City is the capital of our Yu dynasty, a gathering place for the world elites, where new ideas are born daily. Our Shangyang town, being so remote, is inevitably lagging in knowledge and insight compared to the denizens of the capital. Just as Shi Shan was about to concur, Tang Bin produced a letter from his robe. Not long after you left Shangyang town, the former warden there passed away due to illness. Recently, the town's magistrate has been preoccupied with official duties, but he has finally found some time to solicit recommendations for a new warden from the respected elders in Shangyang town. Tang Bin glanced at Shi Shan, pausing momentarily before continuing. This is a rare opportunity. You have participated in the imperial examination, and I believe the magistrate will regard you favorably. With that, he handed the letter over to Shi Shan. Though a bittersweet feeling lingered within him, Shi Shan managed to smile. Thank you, teacher. The warden earns a monthly salary of 300 coins, and the duties are not demanding, primarily overseeing the prisoners. As long as you avoid major mistakes, you generally will not be dismissed from your position. This is a stable job, allowing you ample time to study and prepare for the next examination, Tang Bin advised earnestly. Shi Shan nodded in agreement. Securing the warden position would provide him with a stable income, alleviating his worries about daily sustenance and enabling him to focus on his studies. Let us not delay. Take my recommendation letter and seek an audience with the magistrate at once, Tang Bin instructed. After bidding farewell to Tang Bin and clutching the letter, Shi Shan made his way to the town hall. It was not long before he was granted an audience with the magistrate, Zhuo Shuang. After reading Tang Bin's recommendation letter, Zhuo Shuang scrutinized the youthful Shi Shan, noting his fair complexion. I did not expect you to be an orphan, living a meager life by selling lanterns. Despite such adversity, you have diligently pursued your studies and even qualified for the imperial examination, which is commendable. After pondering for a moment, Zhuo Shuang inquired, "How old are you this year?" Upon hearing this, Zhuo Shuang lifted the teacup before him, taking a delicate sip before placing it down. I had already selected a candidate for the warden position, but upon meeting you, I have changed my mind. You shall commence your duties at the Shangyang prison in 3 days. Shi Shan's heart soared with joy, and he hastily bowed in gratitude. Thank you, esteemed magistrate. Before long, within a room of the Shangyang prison, a middle-aged man glowered at a parcel that lay upon the table before him. This parcel had been sent to Magistrate Zhuo Shuang and contained 100 taels of silver, a bribe intended to secure the warden position for his nephew, which Zhuo Shuang had accepted. Shi Shan? The middle-aged man repeated this name, his expression darkening further. Chapter 2. Yao Man. With this thought in mind, Shi Shan adjusted his emotions and prepared to visit his master, Zhang Long, the very person who had taught him the art of lantern making. Just as he was about to step out of the house, he was greeted by the sight of a figure rushing towards him. It was none other than his dear friend, Wang Zhu. Wang Zhu, born in the same year as Shi Shan but 3 months his junior, had been studying under Tang Bin alongside Shi Shan, leading to a strong bond between the two. Don't you care about my examination results? You come straight in asking about the beauties of Beijing City. Is this how our friendship stands? Shi Shan feigned dissatisfaction. Wang Zhu, slightly embarrassed by his friend's words, replied, "Well, did you succeed in your examinations or not?" "Of course, I did not," Shi Shan chuckled. "That's all right. You are still young and can try again. Come on, tell me, are there many beauties in Beishan City? Wang Zhu inquired eagerly. If you are so eager to know, why not pay a visit to Beishan City yourself? Shi Shan suggested. Wang Zhu's eyes lit up at this idea. Indeed, I have always traveled to Huangqiu, but it seems I must make a trip to Beishan City soon. Wait, I almost forgot. I heard that the renowned Qingnu Yao Man has come to Huangqiu City. Shi Shan, let us go see her. You've finished your examinations. It would be the perfect opportunity to relax. Come now. I hardly have the spare funds to accompany you on such an excursion, Shi Shan replied. With me around, do you still need to spend your own money? It is said that Yao Man possesses unparalleled beauty and excels in the arts of music, chess, calligraphy, and painting. Do you not wish to see her? Wang Zhu urged. Ignoring Wang Zhu's enticing words, Shi Shan strode purposefully out of the door. You may go by yourself. Hey, where are you headed? Observing Shi Shan stride away, Wang Zhu hurriedly followed suit. To my master's place, Shi Shan remarked as he walked. Having purchased a pound of peanuts, 2 pounds of beef, and 3 jugs of wine in town, Shi Shan and Wang Zhu arrived at Zhang Long's residence. Zhang Long, who was crafting lanterns, beamed upon seeing the two approach with their provisions, exclaiming with hearty laughter, "It has been far too long since I indulged in meat and wine. I was nearly driven to madness by cravings." Grasping the beef from Shi Shan's hands, Zhang Long promptly retreated into the kitchen, returning shortly with the meat sliced into delectable pieces. As the food and drink flowed, the atmosphere grew increasingly lively. When Shi Shan revealed that he was to take up a position in the prison in 3 days, Zhang Long's joy was palpable. To think my apprentice has become a man of the law. What a proud moment. With a disciple in the government, perhaps I might finally find a wife. The elated Zhang Long began to dream of the future. At 36, with a rugged visage and a prominent belly, he had yet to find a partner. Shi Shan, you are now a jailer? Wang Zhu inquired, astonished. Shi Shan nodded, swallowing a piece of beef as he did so. Wang Zhu, feeling slighted, playfully slapped Shi Shan's shoulder. You rascal, and you didn't tell me right away. Zhang Long, in high spirits, encouraged Shi Shan to drink more, and before long, he too was inebriated. Time slipped away, and when Shi Shan regained consciousness, he found Wang Zhu grinning at him, only to realize he was in a carriage. Lifting the curtain, he noted that dusk was upon them. Where are you dragging me off to? Shi Shan questioned, his tone laced with displeasure. Heh. Wang Zhu chuckled softly, expressing his concern that I might not accompany him to Huangqiu City. Thus, seizing the opportunity while he was inebriated, I helped him onto the carriage. It would not be long before we arrived at Qinghua County, where we would spend the night, setting out for Huangqiu City at dawn. Shi Shan observed Wang Zhu in silence, his gaze making Wang Zhu uncomfortable, leaving him to swallow repeatedly. With matters having reached this point, Shi Shan felt it unnecessary to say more. After a night of silence in Qinghua County, the following morning, Wang Zhu excitedly urged Shi Shan onward to Huangqiu City. Huangqiu City is renowned for its picturesque 10-mile gallery, flanked on both sides by social clubs. Although the city may lack in other industries, its social club scene flourishes. This time, we were headed to a social club named Yanjiao Club, which had lavishly invited Yao Man from Beishan City. Wang Zhu and Shi Shan hurried to Yanjiao Club, eager to secure a good spot, even though the event featuring Yao Man would not commence until 7 in the evening. Wang Zhu had heard that since Yao Man's arrival at Yanjiao Club, it had become exceedingly crowded during events, making seating a coveted commodity. Upon our arrival at the club, we were surprised to find it already bustling with numerous patrons, with much of the seating occupied. After some effort, we managed to find a relatively secluded table and ordered a few dishes as we awaited Yao Man's appearance. As the sun dipped below the horizon, only a sliver of its glow remained in the sky, and finally, the clock struck 7. With the entrance of a group of dancers, Wang Zhu's eyes sparkled with anticipation, and Shi Shan eagerly awaited the moment Yao Man would grace the stage. As the dancers concluded their performance, Yao Man, accompanied by 2 maidens, gracefully made her way to the center of the stage. Yao Man appeared clad in a flowing white garment, her face veiled by a delicate white scarf that revealed a pair of shimmering, watery eyes. With each graceful step, she resembled a butterfly dancing among blossoms. At that moment, the crowd erupted with fervor, an array of whistles and exuberant shouts of her name filling the air. In the center of the stage, a 7-stringed zither awaited her touch. She gently plucked a string and took her seat, seemingly unfazed by the raucous audience. With a subtle lift of her hand, she began to play. Initially, the crowd remained animated, but as the melodies deepened, their clamor gradually diminished until silence enveloped the scene. The sound of the zither resonated, at once close to the ear and yet seemingly emanating from a boundless distance. At times, it soared like a sword unsheathed, piercing the heavens and stirring the soul. At other moments, it flowed like the gentle cooing of a nightingale, soothing the spirit. Before long, the music ceased, and Yao Man Man gazed upon the entranced crowd, a faint smile gracing her lips. She then playfully strummed a few errant notes, rousing the audience from their reverie. "Bravo!" someone called out, and the word echoed, followed by a chorus of cheers, with applause resounding in a continuous wave. Indeed, Yao Man Man is truly the renowned virtuoso of the capital. Her playing is exquisite, remarked the prince, his eyes fixed on her with palpable excitement. Just as the crowd's cheers filled the air, a maid in yellow stepped forward, adhering to tradition. "Today, my lady has posed a challenge of composing poetry inspired by the theme of snow and wind. The poet whose work captures her fancy shall be honored as today's esteemed guest." As the maid's words faded, the crowd erupted into a fervor, some expressing frustration while others buzzed with excitement. Those disheartened were those who had misguessed the theme posed by Yao Man Man, while the exhilarated were those who had previously composed poetry related to wind and snow. "Shi Shan, hasten to craft a verse and try your luck. Who knows? You might just capture her attention." The words of the maid ignited a spark of enthusiasm in the lord, who eagerly encouraged Shi Shan to pen a poem. Reluctant to engage, Shi Shan felt compelled by the lord's fervent urging and decided to humor him with a light-hearted composition. Upon Shi Shan's agreement, the lord excitedly fetched paper and brush, meticulously preparing the writing materials, and with great anticipation, handed the brush to Shi Shan. Accepting the brush, Shi Shan pondered briefly. Then, with a flourish, verses flowed gracefully onto the page. The lord's eyes gleamed with delight upon seeing Shi Shan's work. "Quickly, inscribe your name." Once Shi Shan inscribed his name, the lord eagerly blew on the ink to dry it, then carefully cradled the paper as he made his way to present it to Yao Man Man's maid. Chapter 3. The wind and snow of this land. The wind and snow usher winter away, while the new rain heralds spring's arrival. In the post-New Year bustle, fortune finds its way. Yao Man Man recited the lines, shaking her head upon completion. Although simple, they lacked a certain depth of meaning. She then picked up another sheet. The wind and snow traverse the heavy mountains, while the winter sweet stands firm in the frigid sky. All proclaim spring's approach, yet I embrace the cold river. After reciting this poem, Yao Man Man contemplated for a moment. It was indeed a fine poem, yet it bore too heavy a chill. With a sigh, she set the paper aside and reached for another piece of poetry. What beautiful characters! With merely a glance at the handwriting on the paper, Yao Man Man let out a soft exclamation, uttering a word of praise. The characters were robust and powerful, resembling the movements of dragons and serpents, imbued with a vibrant life that seemed to leap from the page. Although there were some shortcomings in the transitions between the characters, given time, it might well evolve into a distinctive style of its own. After expressing her admiration for the script, Yao Man Man began to ponder the verses. Yet this time she refrained from reciting them aloud immediately. The wind rises to its fullest, reflecting the waves of snow and sea. No flowers return to the garden, yet I delight in planting a couple of pines. After articulating the lines, Yao Man Man fell silent for a moment, then murmured to herself, "This poem cannot be deemed excellent, nor can it be considered poor. It simply brings me a profound joy as I recite it, suggesting that I indeed have an affection for it." At that moment, her gaze fell upon the title of the poem, where the two characters, Shi Shan, caught her eye. Softly, she repeated the name Shi Shan, then lapsed into silence once more. Presently, she gently turned her head towards a maid and instructed, "Xiao, please invite the person known as Shi Shan to come in." In the grand hall of the social building, the crowd awaited with bated breath, each person hoping to be the fortunate one of the evening. When the maid clad in yellow reappeared, the crowd erupted in excitement. She approached the center of the stage, casting a smile over the eager assembly, and proclaimed in a clear voice, "Who among you is Shi Shan? My lady requests your presence." At that moment, Shi Shan was savoring a morsel, yet before it could reach his stomach, he felt a vigorous clap on his shoulder from Wang Zhu. "Shi Shan, it is you. You have been chosen by Yao Man Man." With palpable excitement, Wang Zhu exclaimed, "You must pay close attention later and see just how beautiful Yao Man Man truly is. Afterwards, do share your thoughts with me." As the name Shi Shan escaped the lips of the yellow-clad maid, a wave of astonishment swept through the crowd, Bewildered glances were exchanged, for none seemed to recognize this Shi Shan. Young Master Shi Shan, my lady requests your presence, the yellow-clad maid announced again, her voice cutting through the clamor. At this moment, Shi Shan distinctly heard his name called, and a sense of surprise washed over him. He had not anticipated that his poem would be chosen. With a dazed expression, he made his way towards the room where Yao Man awaited. The eyes of the crowd gradually converged upon the slowly advancing Shi Shan, amidst a cacophony of mixed reactions, some discontented, others admiring, some scoffing, and yet others expressing disbelief. Upon entering, Shi Shan found Yao Man seated at the table, appraising him with a discerning gaze. Please, take a seat, she invited softly. As Shi Shan settled into his chair, a delicate fragrance wafted towards him, quite pleasant indeed. You appear to be quite young, am I mistaken? Yao Man inquired with a smile, pouring tea for him from a teapot. From the sound of your voice, you must be a young maiden. To have gained such renown in Beixian at such a tender age is truly remarkable, Shi Shan remarked in admiration. At that moment, Yao Man, her face still veiled by a white cloth, could only be judged by the lightness of her tone. She responded with a gentle smile, lifting her teacup to take a delicate sip. Meanwhile, the hall resonated with chatter, the discontent over Yao Man's choice of Shi Shan growing ever louder. What can this mere child possibly compose that is worthy of attention? The crowd murmured. I request that the poetry of Shi Shan be unveiled, allowing everyone to critique it and determine whether it deserves to be selected by Yao Man. Indeed, let Shi Shan's poetry be revealed for all to see. The clamor for the publication of Shi Shan's verses grew increasingly fervent, prompting the yellow-clad maid to hasten to Yao Man's chamber. Miss, the crowd in the hall demands the release of Shi Shan's poetry. Observing the maid's anxious expression, Yao Man smiled at Shi Shan and inquired, You wouldn't mind if we shared your poetry, would you? Not at all, he replied, as the yellow-clad maid read aloud Shi Shan's composition. An immediate hush fell over the crowd, which was soon shattered by a cacophony of discontent. What sort of poetry is this? A jumbled mess. What nonsense. It lacks any charm. I am truly disappointed. That Yao Man could select such verses suggests the standard is rather low. The exchange of disparaging remarks echoed throughout the hall, leaving the lord bewildered. He held a deep appreciation for Shi Shan's poetry, believing that Yao Man's choice was a testament to its merit. Yet, as countless voices assailed it, he began to doubt. Could it be that Shi Shan's poetry was unworthy of the public's esteem? However, as time wore on, the derision directed towards Shi Shan's work dwindled, eventually fading into silence. Then, a voice emerged, proclaiming, at first glance, this poem may seem plain and uninspired, yet upon closer reflection, it reveals a depth of emotion. When one contemplates the poem, it exudes a certain spirit. It speaks of rising winds, reflecting snow, barren blooms, and the laughter of seeds, as if confronting myriad adversities with serene composure. As he observed the crowd's voices rising and falling, Wang Zhu found himself increasingly bewildered. What had transpired? Why were the masses no longer mocking Shi Shan's poetry, but instead praising it? Your writing is commendable, he remarked. Shouldn't I be lauded for my poetic endeavors? Listening to Shi Shan's words, Yao Man couldn't help but smile, covering her mouth with her hand in a hurry, and then said, Your poetry is quite good as well. However, it pales in comparison to the charm you exude. Is this flattery or jest? Such sincerity. Yao Man giggled, her gaze tinged with shyness. Aware that Wang Zhu was still in the hall, Shi Shan felt it inappropriate to linger, so he rose to take his leave. Just as he turned, Yao Man exclaimed, Your poem lacks a title. Upon hearing this, Shi Shan turned back. I haven't even glimpsed your visage. Yao Man smiled coyly, and, to Shi Shan's astonishment, removed her veil. He had not anticipated her boldness, nor did he expect that the beauty concealed beneath the cloth would be so exquisite. In that moment, Yao Man stood before him. Yet Shi Shan felt as though an immense expanse of stars lay between them. Noticing Shi Shan's momentary distraction, Yao Man's eyes sparkled with mirth. What is the title of your poem? Wind and Snow in This Land. Chapter 4. Tanya time flew by, marking the arrival of his first day at work. Shi Shan rose early, adjusting his attire before a tarnished copper mirror, and then stepped out, striding purposefully towards the Yangzhen prison. Are you Shi Shan? Upon arriving at the prison in Shenyang town, Shi Shan was escorted by a guard to meet the warden, Ma Quan. At first glance, Ma Quan appeared to be a coarse man, yet his eyes sparkled with an intense light, exuding an aura of authority that instilled a sense of dread. Narrowing his eyes to scrutinize Shi Shan, Ma Quan maintained a stoic expression before finally speaking. As you are newly arrived and unfamiliar with many matters, you shall be responsible for delivering meals to the inmates in cell Tianjia. Very well, sir, Shi Shan replied. However, the guard accompanying him, Lu Zhong, changed color upon hearing Ma Quan's words and cast a barely perceptible glance at Shi Shan. Lu Zhong, take Shi Shan to change into a set of prison attire. Then show him to cell Tianjia, Ma Quan commanded in a deep voice. Initially, Lu Zhong had been quite amiable, eagerly volunteering to introduce Shi Shan to Ma Quan. Yet now, he was silent, deliberately maintaining a distance from Shi Shan as he led the way with a sense of detachment. Perceptive of Lu Zhong's shifted demeanor, Shi Shan felt perplexed but chose not to dwell on it, recognizing that he was a newcomer and there was a long road ahead. After Lu Zhong procured a fitting prison uniform for Shi Shan, he guided him towards cell Tianjia. To Shi Shan's astonishment, he discovered that the prison in this small town had an underground level. As Lu Zhong led him into the depths of the prison, a wave of cold air enveloped him, causing him to shudder and tighten the fabric of his uniform. Very well, I have other matters to attend to, so I will leave you here. Proceed inward. The innermost area of this level is cell Tianjia, Lu Zhong stated. Thank you, Lu Gu, Shi Shan responded, then walked straight ahead. As he ventured deeper, the chill grew increasingly intense. At last, Shi Shan arrived before the cell marked with the inscription Tianjiao. Upon reaching the cell, he was suddenly enveloped by a frigid aura. Coughing, as the cold air infiltrated him, he instinctively took a few steps back. Steadying himself, he peered into the cell. Inside, he beheld a figure with disheveled hair, bound by several iron chains. Not only were the hands and feet shackled, but also the neck and waist. This was distinctly different from the other prisoners he had encountered along the way, who were merely restrained by handcuffs. Observing the individual before him, Shi Shan conjectured that this must be someone who had committed heinous crimes, for otherwise, they would not be confined in the deepest recesses of the prison. After exiting the subterranean level, Shi Shan contemplated familiarizing himself with the other guards. However, he found that regardless of whom he greeted, the responses were tepid, leaving him feeling somewhat isolated. Reflecting on this, he shook his head in self-deprecation. It was only his first day on the job, and he did not know anyone in the prison, thus he could hardly have offended anyone. It seemed he was merely overthinking the situation. His duties merely required him to deliver 2 meals to the inmates each day, one at noon and another in the afternoon. After serving the 2 meals to the inmate of Tianjiao and passing some time, he soon found it was time to leave. Changing out of his prison attire and stepping out of the prison, Shi Shan sensed a blockage of cold air in his chest, a coolness accompanying his breaths. The sun hung high in the sky, casting its light upon the verdant fields. In the courtyard, Tang Yer was reciting the poem Shang Tai Shi. Just as she was about to forget the lines, she heard someone complete the verse with a familiar voice, which instantly filled her with joy, prompting her to leap in place. Shi Shan, you've come. This Tang Yer is the daughter of Tang Bin, merely 11 years of age. Playful by nature and not particularly fond of studying, yet she was often compelled by her father to memorize poetry. Here, I brought you your favorite candied hawthorn, Shi Shan said, handing over 2 skewers of the sweet treat he had purchased on his way. Tang Yer exclaimed, Shi Shan, you've come. You needn't have brought a gift. At that moment, Tang Bin stood outside the living room, a book in hand, wearing a broad smile as he watched Shi Shan. Teacher, today marks my first day working at the prison, and in my excitement, I brought some pastries for you, Shi Shan replied cheerfully. Inviting Shi Shan inside, Tang Bin settled into a chair and remarked, I am quite pleased that the town magistrate has recognized your potential and appointed you to the prison. You must work diligently, so as not to disappoint both me and the magistrate. Teacher, I understand, Shi Shan replied earnestly, nodding in acknowledgement. Currently, the prison warden is Ma Quan, correct? Tang Bin inquired. Shi Shan nodded in response. I have met Ma Quan a few times, though I do not have a strong impression of him. When an opportunity arises, I shall invite him to dinner. It would be prudent to seek his favor, Tang Bin mused. Upon hearing this, Shi Shan fell silent, reflecting on the unwelcoming demeanor of the prison staff towards him today, realizing that establishing rapport might be necessary. Shi Shan, is the prison enjoyable? I have never been to one. Tang Yer asked, her curiosity evident. At this moment, Tang Yer, savoring a candied hawthorn, approached Shi Shan with curiosity and inquired. Upon seeing Tang Bin's stern demeanor, she stuck out her tongue, made a silly face, and scampered out of the room. Shi Shan, what book have you been studying lately? Tang Bin asked. I have recently been engrossed in Zhu Xiang's record of Mount Tai Lu, Shi Shan replied, pouring tea for Tang Bin from the teapot. Ah, Zhu Xiang. Had I known he would be the chief examiner for this imperial examination, I would have certainly analyzed his stylistic preferences for you. Tang Bin lamented. You may not be aware, but Zhu Xiang held a position in Huangqiu City during his youth, and I share a certain camaraderie with him. Shi Shan was taken aback, completely unprepared for the revelation that his teacher had connections with the current grand scholar. Such are the unpredictable turns of fate. Who could have foreseen that Zhu Xiang would one day ascend to such heights? Tang Bin mused, his gaze somewhat vacant. Zhu Xiang? Why has he suddenly come up in conversation? Just then, Tang Bin's wife, Yang Ruoxin, entered with a basket of vegetables. Madam Teacher, Shi Shan exclaimed, quickly rising from his seat. I heard you have become a prison officer, Shi Shan. Why aren't you wearing the prison officer's uniform? Yang Ruoxin inquired with a radiant smile, evidently proud of Shi Shan's new position. Madam Teacher, the uniform is worn during duty hours. I change out of it once my shift is over, Shi Shan explained. Tang Bin glanced at Yang Ruoxin. Zhu Xiang is the chief examiner for this imperial examination. I was just telling Shi Shan that had I known earlier, I would have offered an analysis of Zhu Xiang's literary style. Really? He has become the chief examiner? Yang Ruoxin asked in disbelief. Tang Bin, upon hearing this, burst into hearty laughter, yet his eyes betrayed a hint of bitterness. Indeed, who would have anticipated that the impoverished youth who once pursued you would today not only become a grand scholar, but also the chief judge of the imperial examination? Tell me, do you regret choosing me back then? What an incorrigible old rogue. Yang Ruoxin, upon hearing this, spat a curse and, clutching her vegetable basket, turned to stride into the inner room. At that moment, Shi Shan wore a face of astonishment. Meanwhile, in a house within Shenyang town, Ma Quan listened intently to Lu Zhong's report. Sir, this is all I have managed to gather. He participated in the imperial examination but failed to achieve success. It seems he lacks considerable talent. Tang Bin and Shi Shan, how dare you obstruct my path? Ma Quan brooded darkly. Chapter 5. The mysterious scholar standing before a tarnished bronze mirror. Shi Shan observed that his complexion appeared slightly pale. He reached out to touch his chest, where a chill still lingered. Shi Shan could not comprehend the source of this coldness within him. Shaking his head, he dismissed the thought, lit the oil lamp, and took out Zhu Xiang's record of Mount Tai Lu to read intently. I, along with a friend, ascended against the wind, embarking on a mountain journey. Along the way, we encountered bizarre rocks, peculiar flowers, and diverse grasses, with towering trees surrounding us. As we turned a bend in the mountain, we suddenly heard a song. The heavens are high, and the mountains far, a world apart. I dwell in the woods, carefree and untroubled. If I could indulge in a fleeting moment of bliss, it would render fame and fortune as mere side dishes. As the song concluded, a robust man appeared, carrying firewood. My friend inquired, who composed this song? The man gestured towards the mountain peak and replied that it was written by someone from the Taoist temple atop the mountain. My friend, filled with delight, hurried towards the summit. The following day, Shi Shan arose early, completing his morning routine before making his way to the prison. Upon his arrival, he unexpectedly encountered Lu Zhong, who appeared hesitant to speak. Shi Shan, are you? Never mind, Lu Zhong stammered, casting a furtive glance around as if to gauge the attention of others. You should exercise caution, he finally whispered before striding away. Pondering Lu Zhong's cryptic words and observing his retreating figure, Shi Shan succumbed to deep contemplation. By midday, after finishing his meal, it was time to deliver food to the inmates. Having collected the meal, Shi Shan descended to the prison's lower levels. How many days do you think that fellow can endure? One inmate speculated. What did he do to offend Master Ma, to be assigned the task of delivering meals daily? Another chimed in. Are you not aware? Master Ma has a nephew who was supposed to take over from the old guard, Niao. The prison staff engaged in lively banter. But just then, Ma Quan emerged with a dark expression, casting a sweeping gaze over the crowd, which fell into immediate silence. Those responsible for meal delivery hurried to fulfill their duties, while others scurried to clean, all too wary to meet Ma Quan's gaze. As Shi Shan approached cell Tianjiano, one in the underground level, the chill in the air intensified. Upon reaching the cell, he hastily placed the food down and swiftly turned to leave. At that moment, Shi Shan could no longer suppress a loud cough, feeling a disorienting wave wash over his mind. Upon emerging from the underground chamber, I took several deep breaths to steady my emotions. I retrieved the leftover steamed bun from my pocket and bit into it with fervor. Time swiftly passed, And soon it was the afternoon of the third day, mealtime once again. Look, Shi Shan is going down. It was indeed the third day. No one had ever delivered meals to the prisoner of Tianjiao for more than 3 consecutive days. Would Shi Shan endure today? It seemed highly unlikely. I sensed that everyone was bracing themselves, speculating who Lord Ma would send to retrieve Shi Shan shortly. I fervently hoped it would not be me. As soon as Shi Shan departed with the meal, the crowd erupted into fervent discussions, disregarding the potential consequences of drawing attention from Ma Quan. My lord, please allow me to send someone to bring Shi Shan back shortly. Inside Ma Quan's office, Lu Zhong reported that it was already the third day of Shi Shan delivering meals to the Tianjiao prisoner. Ma Quan scoffed coldly at the news, instructing, "You shall fetch him back shortly. Tomorrow, assign someone else to deliver meals to the Tianjiao prisoner, and on the day after, let Shi Shan continue his duty." Upon hearing Ma Quan's words, Lu Zhong trembled. This was the consequence of offending Ma Quan. Shi Shan was to be relegated to a long-term assignment of delivering meals to the Tianjiao prisoner. This would either drive him to madness or break him entirely. As usual, Shi Shan approached the Tianjiao cell with the meal. Before he could come close, he noticed the prisoner within suddenly raise his gaze, locking eyes with Shi Shan. The piercing intensity of the prisoner's stare sent a chill through Shi Shan, causing him to instinctively retreat a few steps. Steadying himself against the wall, he observed that the prisoner was bound by chains, rendering him unable to act. Shi Shan, emboldened, approached the confines of the Tianjiao prison. As he placed the meal down, he heard the inmate's voice. "You, not bad." Upon raising his gaze, Shi Shan noticed the inmate's sinister smile following his remark. Trembling slightly, Shi Shan promptly turned on his heel and strode away from the Tianjiao cell. Meanwhile, Lu Zhong, burdened by a heavy heart, drew closer to the underground prison. To be candid, he held a favorable impression of Shi Shan at first. Later, upon inquiring under Ma Quan's direction, he learned that Shi Shan had participated in scientific expeditions and was a learned individual, which only deepened his admiration for cultured people. However, now that Shi Shan had offended Ma Quan, he was relegated to the daily task of delivering meals to the inmates of Tianjiao. Even if he fainted today and took a day off tomorrow, he would still be required to continue this tormenting routine. This thought evoked a sense of sorrow akin to that of a rabbit mourning a fallen fox. He wondered if one day he too would offend Ma Quan and suffer a similar fate. At that moment, Lu Zhong suddenly halted, his eyes widening in disbelief as he beheld Shi Shan approaching briskly. You actually did not faint?" Lu Zhong exclaimed in astonishment. Hearing Lu Zhong's inquiry, Shi Shan felt perplexed, questioning why he would faint and why Lu Zhong was asking such a thing. "Were you not eroded by the mysterious forces?" Lu Zhong inquired, his shock palpable. Shi Shan, taken aback by the mention of erosion by mysterious forces, pondered, what mystery? Upon observing the perplexed expression on Shi Shan's face, Lu Zhong took a deep breath. The prisoner in cell Tianjia was a discarded Xian master, whose internal mysteries radiated outward. Any ordinary person who ventured too close would find themselves gradually succumbing to the chilling aura of the Xian master, ultimately losing consciousness from the cold. Before your arrival, anyone who delivered meals to that discarded Xian master for 3 consecutive days would certainly have fainted from the frigid air. A Xian master. A discarded Xian master. Shi Shan stood frozen in place, profoundly shaken by this revelation. To him, a Xian master was a figure from myth and legend, exalted and beyond the reach of mere mortals. Yet now, he was being informed that a Xian master, albeit one who had fallen from grace, was imprisoned within Tianjia. Witnessing Shi Shan's astonishment, Lu Zhong refrained from elaborating further. He himself had been equally astonished upon learning that the prison would be housing a discarded Xian master. As Shi Shan stumbled out of the underground prison, he was oblivious to the gasps of astonishment surrounding him. Shi Shan has not fainted. How could this be? It was unfathomable that Shi Shan remained upright. The other prison guards, witnessing Shi Shan's unscathed exit from the subterranean level, erupted in exclamations of disbelief, drawing Ma Quan's attention. Hearing the uproar, Ma Quan furrowed his brow and stepped out of his office, ready to reprimand the guards. However, upon seeing Shi Shan, his pupils dilated in shock. Shi Shan had not fainted. How could this be possible? Ma Quan was taken aback. In that moment, Lu Zhong hastened to Ma Quan's side. "My dear, Shi Shan did not faint. Will arrangements be made for others to deliver meals to the prisoners in the Tianjia cell tomorrow, or shall Shi Shan continue his duties?" At this moment, Lu Zhong was oblivious to the subtle changes in Ma Quan's expression. After a brief interval, noticing Ma Quan's silence, Lu Zhong discreetly glanced up, only to find Ma Quan's eyes shimmering with an endless brilliance, his expression quite animated. Let Shi Shan continue to deliver meals to the prisoners in the Tianjia cell. Ma Quan suppressed his emotions and coldly issued orders to Lu Zhong. As you command. Chapter 6. The birthday banquet. Shi Shan could not recall how he left the prison. The Tianjia cell housed a disgraced Xian master, and the impact on his mind was profound. The term Xian master, which he had only encountered in books, was now a tangible reality beside him, and he was responsible for delivering their meals. Contemplating this, Shi Shan felt a surge of emotions. The once mundane surroundings appeared to shimmer with an extraordinary hue. Pausing to look up, he realized he had arrived at Tang Bin's residence. After steadying his thoughts and adjusting his emotions, Shi Shan stepped inside. Today marks the birthday celebration of Zhu Shuang, the town's esteemed figure, who had invited Tang Bin to attend. Tang Bin had requested Shi Shan to accompany him, to become familiar with the gathering. Brother Shi Shan, why do you look so pale? In the courtyard, Tang Yer, who was playing with a shuttlecock, noticed Shi Shan's arrival and inquired with curiosity. Shi Shan took a deep breath, gently ruffled Tang Yer's hair, and replied, I'm fine. Just caught a slight chill recently. Where is teacher Tang? My father is in the study, diligently writing. He has caught a chill. And you must brew some ginger tea for him to drink. Your demeanor is somewhat alarming. Tang Yu stated earnestly. I shall go at once and ask my mother to prepare it for you. As she spoke, Tang Yu turned and briskly departed. Upon reaching the study, she found Tang Bin meticulously crafting each character, while Shi Shan cautiously approached to observe. The laws of heaven and earth are righteous, creating wonders that endure through the ages. After completing these words, Tang Bin paused, gazing at his work with satisfaction. A fine character, a splendid phrase. Shi Shan exclaimed, unable to contain his admiration. In that moment of awe, Tang Bin turned his head, taken aback by the sight before him. Shi Shan, why does your complexion appear so pale? Your sudden appearance startled me. I apologize, master. I should not have come to see you in such a state, Shi Shan replied hastily. Tang Bin waved his hand dismissively. You are my student. You may present yourself to me in any condition. However, your pallor suggests you may be unwell. Have you consulted a physician? Master, I merely caught a chill recently. It is nothing serious. Your complexion is exceedingly pale. You must take care. If your health deteriorates, seek a physician promptly. Tang Bin expressed with concern. I understand, master. By the way, from whence does this phrase originate? Shi Shan inquired, pointing to the characters Tang Bin had written. Tang Bin chuckled heartily, a hint of pride in his voice. This is a phrase I recently came to understand. My spirits are quite high today, so I decided to write it down. Upon hearing the words, Shi Shan cast a profound glance at Tang Bin, then shifted his gaze to the phrase law and the essence of the heavens, creating an eternal wonder. Pondering within himself that his master had indeed reached a certain level of enlightenment. Before long, Yang Ruoxin approached with a bowl of ginger water, striding directly towards Shi Shan. You have been rather careless. In this sweltering heat, how could you allow yourself to catch a chill? Here, drink this ginger water at once. Shi Shan awkwardly accepted the ginger water and gulped it down. Subsequently, Yang Ruoxin busied herself preparing the meal, and the two men, Tang Bin and Shi Shan, consumed a modest amount for sustenance before heading towards the town lord's residence. Unsure of what lords might favor, Tang Bin decided to present a painting as a gift. Confessing, I truly cannot afford anything overly extravagant. He then handed the rolled-up scroll to Shi Shan. Teacher, my impression of Lord Zhua has been quite favorable. He does not strike me as a person driven by greed. Otherwise, I would not have been appointed as a jailer, Shi Shan remarked. Indeed, Lord Zhua hails from Beishan City, a place of considerable stature, far beyond our humble comparisons. Even if he were avaricious, I doubt he would be impressed by common treasures, Tang Bin responded. Shi Shan was taken aback, realizing that Zhu Shuang originated from such a grand city. The two hailed a carriage and made their way to the town hall. As dusk approached, the sky gradually darkened. Before long, they arrived outside the town hall. Although the night had not fully descended, the building was ablaze with light, and many guests had already gathered, creating a lively atmosphere. Under the guidance of a steward, Tang Bin and Shi Shan entered the drawing room. Tang, it has been a long time, a plump middle-aged man greeted as they stepped into the room. Master Qi has grown increasingly prosperous. Observing the portly middle-aged man, Tang Bin jested. This individual, named Qi Fu, was once Tang Bin's classmate, but unfortunately, he was not particularly adept at his studies. Eventually, He took over the family business and ventured into commerce, where, thanks to his shrewdness, he managed to thrive. Upon hearing Tang's words, Chi Fu shook his head, saying, "As someone who wallows in wealth, it is difficult not to become corpulent. I truly envy you, Brother Tang, for your scholarly pursuits and cultivation of character. At this age, you remain as graceful as a young willow. Mr. Tang, this is your seat," a servant announced, prompting Tang Bin to glance at his designated spot. He offered a courteous farewell to Chi Fu. "Master Chi, your seat is here," another servant interjected, gesturing towards Chi Fu's location. Chi Fu's expression darkened upon hearing this. He was well acquainted with Zhuang, and it was common knowledge in Shanyang town that his position was far more prominent than Tang Bin's. However, the servant's respectful titles of Mr. and Master made Chi's demeanor somewhat somber, for it was evident that in this world, those who pursue knowledge garner greater respect. Shi Shan also noted the distinction in the servants' addresses and observed the numerous guests approaching Tang Bin with deference. He pondered, wishing that one day he too could be regarded with such esteem as his mentor, Tang Bin. Each guest was permitted to bring 2 attendants to the banquet, with their seats arranged behind the guests of honor. Thus, Shi Shan took his place behind Tang Bin. Guests arrived one after another, and soon the seats were fully occupied. At that moment, accompanied by the sounds of instruments, a group of dancers gracefully entered the parlor and began to dance in the center. Those with keen eyes discerned that these dancers were not local to Shanyang town, but hailed from Beixian City. The dancers moved with elegance, their gazes conveying emotions that elicited waves of applause from the audience. Some guests, unable to contain their excitement, disregarded decorum and uncorked bottles to indulge freely. Amidst this lively atmosphere, Town Masters Zhuang entered the parlor accompanied by several companions. Shi Shan noticed that Warden Ma Quan was among those escorting Zhuang. As Zhuang arrived, everyone in the room rose to their feet, exclaiming, "Greetings, Town Master." The scene was quite grand. "Serve the dishes." Just then, the steward of the town exclaimed, and shortly after, a number of maidens entered with platters of delicacies. At this moment, Shi Shan realized that the dishes placed before him were not mere appetizers. These were the kind of delicacies one would seldom encounter outside the banquets of affluent families in Shanyang town. It was evident that Town Masters Zhuang hailed from an extraordinary background. "I extend my heartfelt gratitude to all for attending my birthday celebration," Zhuang said with a beaming smile. "It is fortuitous that the renowned Qing girl, Yao Man, has graced us with her presence in Huangqiu City, which is not too far from Shanyang. I, Zhuang, am fortunate enough to have invited Miss Yao here today, and I assure you, you are all in for a treat." At the mere mention of the name Yao Man, the atmosphere in the hall reached an exhilarating crescendo. Many guests took hearty gulps of their drinks, their faces flushed with anticipation for Yao Man's entrance. "Please welcome Miss Yao Man," with the steward's resounding call. The crowd's excitement surged dramatically. Chapter 7. Guarding the borders as everyone awaited her arrival with bated breath, Yao Man emerged, adorned in a flowing gown of pale yellow. Cradling a pipa in her arms, her countenance partially veiled by a silk scarf. Through the delicate fabric, onlookers could only catch a fleeting glimpse of her facial contours. Many guests, unable to see her features clearly, were captivated by her graceful silhouette, igniting a fervor within their hearts. When Shi Shan laid eyes on Yao Man again, despite her proximity, merely a few seats away, he felt as though an insurmountable chasm lay between them. Even someone of Zhuang's stature could only manage to invite Yu Man to the capital of Huangqiu by leveraging some influence, whereas Shi Shan was merely a failed scholar, a lowly jailer in the town of Shanyang. The disparity in their social standings was vast. Taking her place at the prearranged spot, Yao Man gently plucked the strings of her instrument, tuning it with ease, before ignoring the clamor of the salon and immersing herself in her music. As the delicate and harmonious notes of her pipa filled the air, the guests gradually fell into a serene silence, their spirits entwined with the elegance of her melody. Though her playing was not loud, its ethereal sound resonated throughout every corner of the hall, each note a celestial whisper from her fingertips. Unbeknownst to all, at some point, Yao Man ceased her performance. Without uttering a word, she quietly surveyed the assembly of guests, her gaze sweeping across the room. The guests remained oblivious to the conclusion of the performance, their eyes glazed over as if they were lost in a reverie. It was unclear who first exclaimed bravo, but this utterance jolted the crowd back to reality, leading to an eruption of applause. At that moment, Yao Man scanned the room and caught sight of Shi Shan. She paused momentarily, surprised to encounter him in Shenyang town, and then smiled, exchanging a knowing glance with him. In that fleeting exchange, an undeniable allure radiated from her, captivating the audience. Though separated by a delicate silk scarf, her smile was enough to leave them in awe, with some guests experiencing a flutter in their hearts reminiscent of youthful infatuation. Zhuo Shuang felt satisfied with the guests' reactions. In such places as Shenyang town, many might never witness a performance by someone as remarkable as Yao Man, so their fervent admiration was entirely expected. Observing that the atmosphere had reached a crescendo, Zhuo Shuang rose from his seat, raised his wine glass, and surveyed the room. As he stood, the guests followed suit, lifting their glasses in unison. "Let us toast to the splendid performance of Miss Yao Man," Zhuo Shuang proclaimed, downing his drink in one go. "Cheers! What an exquisite wine! Delightful!" The guests drained their glasses, feeling an exhilarating surge of camaraderie coursing through them. Just as Zhuo Shuang finished speaking, the guests erupted with renewed excitement. Every individual with a modicum of talent eagerly prepared to showcase their own abilities. "Master Zhuo, I perceive that the esteemed guests present are all individuals of remarkable talent. Composing poetry is undoubtedly second nature to them. However, should their poetic themes diverge widely, it may prove challenging to discern superiority amidst the varied works. Thus, I propose we select a singular theme around which all may compose, enabling Miss Yao to more swiftly identify her favored piece. As today marks your illustrious birthday celebration, I suggest we adopt the theme of longevity." Chi Fu seized the opportunity to exclaim this aloud. Upon hearing Chi Fu's words, the guests erupted in applause, with the more astute among them immediately beginning to contemplate their contributions. Observing their enthusiastic response, Chi Fu felt a wave of satisfaction, believing he had distinguished himself in front of Master Zhuo. At that moment, however, Zhuo Shuang raised his hand to interject, stating, "Poetry is a means to express the thoughts and emotions within one's heart. Today, on the occasion of my birthday, I have invited everyone to gather and deepen our bonds. The presence of Miss Yao is indeed fortuitous, as I wish to provide an opportunity for all to experience the charm of our capital's personages from the Dayu dynasty. I am profoundly grateful for Miss Yao's willingness to grace us with her impromptu singing and poetry. Such an opportunity should not be squandered by confining our creativity to the mundane theme of longevity." With that, Zhuo Shuang lifted his cup and drained its contents in a single gulp. The atmosphere grew somewhat subdued as the guests awaited his next words. While Chi Fu wished he could hide beneath the table, wishing to shield himself from the scrutiny. "As a minister of the court, my duty is twofold: to alleviate the concerns of our sovereign above and to address the tribulations of the common folk below. Just last month, our Dayu dynasty faced conflict with the Iron Kill King court at the borders. Although the scale of the skirmish was not extensive and our forces managed to rout theirs, we still suffered casualties, with dozens of lives lost. I, Zhuo Shuang, yearn to wield a 7-foot sword, mount a steed that traverses 1,000 miles, strike the north with iron might, and sever the heads of the barbaric tribes." Zhuo Shuang spoke with resolute vigor, his eyes igniting with a brilliant light that instilled awe among the gathered crowd. "Indeed, it is a fortuitous occasion to have such a noble figure as you, Lord Zhuo, presiding over our Shenyang town. We are truly blessed to have an official of your caliber into you." Upon hearing Zhuo Shuang's emphatic declarations, Tang Bin rose from his seat, raised his wine cup in a toast to Zhuo Shuang, and subsequently drained its contents. The guests present, witnessing Tang Bin's gesture, also stood in unison, lifting their cups in reverence to Zhuo Shuang, their expressions brimming with admiration. "Today, let us compose poetry on the theme of defending the borders. I implore everyone to write with sincerity, showcasing the valiant spirit of the men of Shenyang town," Zhuo Shuang proclaimed, lifting his cup to drink with the assembly. "Bring forth the writing materials." With the steward's command, several maidens hurriedly entered the hall, carrying paper and ink. "Which esteemed guest requires the writing implements?" The steward, Lu Zhuang, scanned the room. Noticing the silence yet feeling no embarrassment, he remained confident, believing the atmosphere would not falter. "I, Zhang Sun, require paper and ink, and I kindly ask that the dishes before me be cleared away." The speaker was a middle-aged man named Zhang Sun. Upon hearing Zhang Sun's request, Lu Zhuang responded affirmatively, promptly arranging for the removal of the dishes and the provision of writing materials. In due time, Zhang Sun's table was cleared by the maidens and set with paper and ink. He then began to grind the ink, his expression solemn, as if lost in contemplation. Zhang Su initiated the gathering, and soon others began requesting paper and writing instruments, rekindling the vibrant atmosphere. "Steward Liu, I too require ink and paper." At that moment, Tang Bin spoke up. Hearing his words, Steward Liu hurried over, inquiring, "Mr. Tang, do you wish to compose as well? I shall eagerly anticipate your splendid creation." Subsequently, with a grand gesture, Steward Liu summoned 2 maidservants. As they approached to clear the table before Tang Bin, he halted them, saying, "Steward Liu, today I shall not be writing. It is my student, Shi Shan, who will be crafting poetry." At that instant, Shi Shan, whose sentiments mirrored those of Steward Liu, was eagerly awaiting Tang Bin's poetic offerings. However, he was taken aback by Tang Bin's announcement and found himself unprepared for such an unexpected turn of events. Noticing that Tang Bin was not the one to compose poetry, but rather was presenting Shi Shan, Steward Liu cast a curious glance at the notably young Shi Shan, pondering whether someone of such tender years could indeed pen verses about frontier defense. Chapter 8. Northern Boundary Defense. As the maidservants began to prepare Shi Shan's table and lay out the paper and writing implements, Yao Man's eye sparkled with anticipation. Shi Shan was poised to start grinding the ink, but fell to gaze upon him. He looked up and found his eyes locking with Yao Man's. Quickly, he averted his gaze, momentarily dazed, then took a deep breath to steady his emotions. In a corner of the living room, Ma Quan sipped his drink with a sullen expression. His gaze inadvertently flickered over to Shi Shan, who had begun grinding ink. A scornful smile curled on his lips. How audacious for a failed examinee to attempt writing in such a setting, seemingly unafraid of becoming a subject of ridicule. Once the ink was prepared, Shi Shan picked up his brush, lost in thought. In a short while, with a decisive flourish, bold characters emerged on the paper. As Shi Shan wrote, Tang Bin's eyes sparkled with increasing fervor, his hands clenched into fists, as if poised to erupt at any moment. When Shi Shan inscribed the final character, Tang Bin closed his eyes and took a deep breath, suppressing the urge to exclaim "excellent." Once his emotions settled, he slowly opened his eyes and urged, "Now, inscribe the title and your name." "Excellent." Shi Shan again flourished his brush, and the 3 characters Bei Ding Bien leapt vibrantly onto the page. "What a splendid poem!" Tang Bin exclaimed, his heart racing with excitement. At that moment, applause erupted from the center of the hall. Shi Shan turned towards the sound to find Zhang Sun had finished writing, prompting an outburst of cheers from the onlookers. "Brother Zhang, such verses deserve to be recited aloud, allowing everyone to appreciate your poetic brilliance." A middle-aged man adorned with a scholar's cap eagerly requested. Zhang Sun chuckled in response. "Brother Chun, you are renowned for your eloquence in reciting poetry. Please, allow you to take the honor of presenting my humble work." The middle-aged gentleman bearing the surname Chun, upon hearing the words, exhibited a moment of contemplation, followed by a meticulous observation of the poem crafted by Zhang Sun. After gathering his emotions and clearing his throat, he commenced to recite with fervor. 1,000 steeds surge forth from the pass. The general defends the nation's gate through countless battles. With blades that sweep to vanquish the valiant, one's blood mingles with the sands of the battlefield. To honor the fallen, one buries them afar. What need have I for a place in the golden halls? In the next life, I shall forge a crimson-tasseled spear to eradicate the bandits and reclaim the northern frontier. The middle-aged gentleman recited Zhang Sun's verses with immense passion, prompting a chorus of applause. As the words northern frontier echoed, a thunderous ovation erupted. In the presence of such a splendid composition by Brother Zhang, I felt utterly humiliated to present my own verses. I observed a young scholar in white, who, amidst admiration, darkened in countenance and tore his own poem to shreds. Brother Zhang's poetry is imbued with boundless fervor. I am indeed far from his league. With the emergence of Brother Zhang's work, others were rendered speechless. Amidst the flattery surrounding him, Zhang Sun felt a surge of pride and discreetly cast a glance at Yao Man. The thought of his poems soon to be recited by her sent shivers through his frame, as he believed this to be the pinnacle of his existence. Zhuo Shuang, glancing at Zhang Sun's composition, expressed satisfaction, noting that the people of Shangyang town still possessed a fiery spirit. As Zhang Sun concluded his recitation, Zhuo Shuang encouraged, "If anyone else has completed their verses, please share them, so that Miss Yao may select the best." However, upon his utterance, it became apparent that most guests lowered their heads, reluctant to present their works and risk being ridiculed in the shadow of Zhang Sun's illustrious creation. Observing the lack of response from the crowd, Zhuo Shuang felt a tinge of disappointment. Was there no one left to recite poetry? If this were the case, Missy would have to present Zhang Sun's verses.
Before Zhuang could finish his thought, a voice abruptly interrupted him. "Please wait, esteemed lord." At that moment, Ma Quan interjected, disrupting Zhuang's discourse. Unperturbed by the interruption, Zhuang turned to Ma Quan, inquiring, "Brother Ma, do you have any insights to share?" "My lord, just now I noticed one of my prison wardens had taken up his pen to compose," Ma Quan replied, a smile gracing his face, though inwardly he harbored derisive thoughts. Eager to witness the farce unfold, Zhuang's eyes narrowed slightly at this revelation. He had indeed noted that Tang Bin had brought Shi Shan along. Now, Ma Quan's sudden mention of allowing Shi Shan to showcase his talent stirred his suspicions. It was worth noting that Shi Shan's appointment as a warden had effectively severed the prospects of Ma Quan's nephew. Could it be that Ma Quan remained unconcerned, even in this setting, about elevating Shi Shan? Any poetry may be recited, yet it ultimately depends on Shi Shan's own willingness to perform, Zhuang stated calmly. Opportunities to shine before you, my lord, are rare treasures. Should Shi Shan hesitate to recite, I shall take up the mantle. Ha ha. Ma Quan laughed heartily as he approached Shi Shan, gesturing for him to surrender his written work. Shi Shan glanced at Tang Bin, who nodded in encouragement, prompting him to hand over the paper containing his verses. "Ma Quan, why haven't you yet recited what Shi Shan has composed?" The expression on Ma Quan's face was one of cold malice. What verses had Shi Shan penned? Could it be that the poetry composed by Shi Shan is so lacking in merit that Ma Quan feels a sense of embarrassment in reciting it aloud? The atmosphere among the guests grew increasingly boisterous as they exchanged remarks, leaving Zhuang furrowing his brow in confusion at Ma Quan's immobility. At that moment, Yao Man cast a curious glance at Shi Shan, eager to discover the nature of his poetic creation. "Lord Ma, if you find it inconvenient to recite Shi Shan's work, allow me to take on that task," Tang Bin said warmly to Ma Quan. Upon receiving the verses from Shi Shan, Tang Bin's expression turned serious. He took a deep breath and then recited with vigor. "In the northern frontier, the autumn winds whisper as they descend upon the land. The setting sun turns, and an arrow is loosed towards Yinmen Pass." As he recited these lines, he stepped forward, radiating the spirit of a soldier on the battlefield. In the northern frontier, a man with a sword gazes upon the mountains and rivers. With the smoke of war rising, iron steeds traverse the depths of peril. With these words, Tang Bin pivoted and strode in another direction. In the northern frontier, the bones of the fallen lay as a testament to their valor. At the wall's edge, "I shall lead the charge against the enemy in the vast desert." As Tang Bin uttered this line, the guests collectively inhaled sharply, feeling a surge of fervor coursing through their veins, yearning to gallop onto the battlefield and confront the foes of the desert. In the northern frontier, a solitary city, a broken bridge, and rushing waters. The royal army advances, illuminated by the endless starlight in the azure sky. When Tang Bin recited the final line, an overwhelming silence enveloped the room, broken only by the sound of Ma Quan chewing on a piece of meat. "What is the title of this piece?" Zhuang inquired with a steely demeanor. "The Northern Frontier." The response reverberated as if it pierced through the roof and soared into the heavens. Chapter 9. The Warrior. "I am no match for Shi Shan." As Tang Bin completed his recitation of Shi Shan's poem, Zhang Sun expressed his admiration and turned his gaze toward Shi Shan, scrutinizing him closely. A look of appreciation appeared on his face. It was indeed a stroke of fortune to have such a remarkable talent in Yangzhong town. What did it matter if one possessed vast wealth? Such riches merely garnered superficial flattery, lacking genuine respect from others. With both of his sons already established in their own families, he could no longer pin his hopes on their academic success, but rather on his grandchildren. Perhaps even humbling himself to implore Tang Bin to take his grandson as a student. Meanwhile, Yao Man gazed at Shi Shan with eyes full of wonder. She had not anticipated that he could compose such grandiose poetry. Zhuang took the paper inscribed with Shi Shan's verses from Tang Bin, and as soon as it was in his hands, his eyes sparkled with delight. What beautiful calligraphy! After a moment of praise, Zhuang began to appreciate Shi Shan's work in detail. "Shi Shan, have you ever practiced martial arts?" After examining the poem repeatedly, Zhuang suddenly inquired. Shi Shan shook his head in response, indicating he had never trained in martial arts. "What a pity," Zhuang mused, expressing his admiration for Shi Shan's northern stabilization at the frontier. The sharpness of Shi Shan's calligraphy pleased him immensely, inspiring thoughts of recommending Shi Shan to the border troops, hence his inquiry about martial arts training. "Is there anyone else who wishes to recite poetry?" Zhuang asked the guests, but all shook their heads. clearly indicating that none were inclined to recite their own compositions any further. When Zhang Sun's poetry was previously presented, it left the assembled guests in a state of quietude, and now, with Zhang Sun himself lamenting that his work pales in comparison to that of Shi Shan, who would dare to recite their own verses. Observing the silence, Zhuo Shuang turned to inquire of Miss Yao Man, Miss Yao. With both Zhang Sun's and Shi Shan's poetry being recited, whom would you choose to perform? Let it be bating border, Yao Man replied softly. A gentle smile gracing her lips as her gaze met Shi Shan's, her eyes reflecting admiration. Upon hearing Yao Man's choice to perform Shi Shan's bating border, the audience appeared unsurprised. Save for Zhang Sun, whose expression revealed a complex mix of emotions. Though he acknowledged that his work was indeed inferior to Shi Shan's, the loss of the opportunity for his poetry to be performed by Yao Man was a lamentable affair. Such an opportunity might never arise again. Meanwhile, seated and nursing his drink, Ma Quan felt a surge within him, as if the alcohol he had consumed was about to make its exit. His gaze swept fiercely over Shi Shan and Tang Bin, and the veins in his right hand, gripping the wine glass, bulged ominously, as if he might shatter the glass in his grasp. In a short while, a guzheng was arranged in the center of the room. Yao Man approached the instrument, adjusted the strings, and then picked up Shi Shan's poetry for a closer examination. Moments later, a resonant chime filled the air as she began to play. As the strings resonated, the melody soared higher and higher, seemingly striving to pierce the heavens and ascend into the clouds. Suddenly, a modulation occurred, and the notes plummeted, growing increasingly somber until they approached silence. Abruptly, the strings shifted again, soaring upwards, and at that moment, the ethereal voice of Yao Man emerged. In the northern frontier, the autumn winds rustle as they descend upon the earth. The setting sun turns, and an arrow shoots towards Yimin Pass. While the audience was enraptured by Yao Man's song, Tang Bin quietly stepped out of the parlor and into the courtyard of the town's government. At this moment, a full moon hung high in the sky, its silvery light illuminating the surroundings, with 2 or 3 stars scattered around it, while the rest was enveloped in an endless night. Brother Tang, what is your dream? He inquired. And I wonder, Brother Zhu, what is your dream? Haha, I dream of one day traversing every mountain and river of Great Yu, of one day composing verses that echo through the ages, and of one day ascending to the ranks of the esteemed scholars in the court. Tang Bin replied, Brother Tang, I have shared my aspirations. Now what of yours? Dreams, perhaps, are to one day wield authority over the heavens and the earth, or to ride alongside a certain general into battle, strategizing against the enemy. In the parlor, Shi Shan gazed at Tang Bin, who had stepped outside, observing him as he looked up at the night sky. For some reason, he felt that at this moment, Tang Bin's silhouette appeared profoundly poignant. As Yao Man's voice resonated throughout the parlor, the impassioned Zhuo Shuang drew forth a long sword, dancing in the center of the room, guided by her voice. The sword sliced through the air as Zhuo Shuang's body moved gracefully, as if truly in the midst of a battlefield, brandishing the sword against foes. In the northern frontier, countless bones lay beneath the armor. In the vast desert, I shall lead the charge against our enemies. As Yao Man sang the final note, Zhuo Shuang soared into the air, executing a graceful somersault, his sword held aloft, ready to strike. A thunderous shout pierced the atmosphere, the brilliance of the blade flashing forth, an icy aura enveloping the surroundings. Some timid guests were so startled that they retreated several paces, trembling in fear. Among them was the merchant Chi Fu. The town master is, astonishingly, a warrior. Chi Fu murmured in disbelief. In this bustling town of Shangyang, with its population of tens of thousands, warriors were indeed a rarity. And these individuals typically held the government in disdain, being of the martial world. Who could have anticipated that this newly appointed town master would be a warrior? The northern border, a solitary city with a broken bridge over rushing waters. The royal army advances, endless starlight illuminating the azure sky. Yao Man completed her final line. Yet her fingers did not cease. Instead, they quickened, the strings producing an increasingly urgent and piercing melody. At that moment, Zhuo Shuang leaped from his position, thrusting his sword forward in midair, which shot straight towards the pillar of the hall. With a sharp thud, the blade embedded itself within the pillar. Upon witnessing this scene, the guests collectively gasped, instinctively distancing themselves from Zhuo Shuang, leaving only Yao Man and Zhuo Shuang standing in the center of the hall. With a clang, Yao Man drew her hands back, abruptly halting the music. A gust of wind swept through the courtyard, billowing the sleeves of her attire. "Bravo!" Zhuo Shuang exclaimed, applauding Yao Man. The other guests, beads of sweat forming on their brows, took a moment before joining Zhuo Shuang in applause. "How about you present me with this poetic composition, Shi Shan?" Yao Man inquired with a smile. Upon hearing this, Yao Man chuckled softly. "So, will you gift it to me?" "Certainly," Shi Shan replied with a smile. After carefully receiving Shi Shan's poetic creation, Yao Man bid farewell, accompanied by several maidens. As the guests observed her departing figure, a palpable sense of loss enveloped the gathering. The banquet continued, and guests presented their birthday gifts, yet the atmosphere had shifted dramatically, no longer as lighthearted as before. Evidently overshadowed by Zhuo Shuang's warrior status. "Shi Shan, please stay. I have a few words to share with you," Zhuo Shuang interjected, requesting Shi Shan's presence. Shi Shan exchanged a puzzled glance with Tang Bin, both perplexed by Zhuo Shuang's summons. At that moment, Ma Quan also stood to bid farewell to Zhuo Shuang. Having heard the request for Shi Shan to remain, as he turned, his gaze lingered on Shi Shan with a complex expression. Shi Shan caught the fleeting glance from Ma Quan and felt an inexplicable tightening in his chest. Chapter 10. Zhuo Xiushu as the guests departed. Only Shi Shan and Zhuo Shuang remained in the drawing room. Initially, Shi Shan had come with Tang Bin to bid farewell, but upon Zhuo Shuang's insistence for him to stay, he found himself standing in place, while Zhuo Shuang observed him with an amused demeanor, not prompting him to take a seat. "Please, take a seat. If I recall correctly, you mentioned you are nearing 17? Zhuo Shuang inquired after a brief pause, a hint of curiosity in his tone. Shi Shan nodded gently. "Yes, my lord. I shall soon be 17. "Ah," Zhuo Shuang mused, "at this age, you are yet unwed?" "Indeed, I am unwed." "That is fortunate." Zhuo Shuang spoke, calling out. And soon the butler Lu Zhuang hurried into the living room. "Lu Zhuang, please invite the lady and Xiuxiu to join us," Zhuo Shuang said in a clear voice. "Yes, sir," Lu Zhuang replied, turning to enter the inner quarters, his face marked with confusion. Unable to comprehend why the esteemed Zhuo Shuang would summon both the lady and his daughter, Zhuo Xiuxiu. Before long, a plump woman adorned with a golden hairpin, accompanied by a young lady dressed in intricately embroidered silk, followed Lu Zhuang into the living room. "Sir, the lady and the young miss have arrived," Lu Zhuang announced respectfully before Zhuo Shuang. "Very well, you may leave now," Zhuo Shuang said, then turned kindly to the plump woman. "Madam, Xiuxiu, allow me to introduce someone to you." Rising from his seat, he approached Shi Shan. Observing Zhuo Shuang's approach, Shi Shan quickly stood up. The town lord's wife furrowed her brow at the pale visage of Shi Shan, pondering why this young man appeared so frail. Nevertheless, encouraged by Zhuo Shuang's expectant gaze, she and Zhuo Xiuxiu moved forward. "Madam, Xiuxiu, this is the young talent Shi Shan from Shanyang Town, soon to be 17, gifted with remarkable abilities, possessing an exquisite handwriting and composing poetry of exceptional quality." Zhuo Shuang proudly introduced Shi Shan to the lady and her daughter. "Greetings, madam, greetings, miss," Shi Shan said respectfully. Meanwhile, Zhuo Xiuxiu, standing behind the town lord's wife, observed Shi Shan with a curious expression. For this was the first time her father had introduced her to a stranger of the opposite sex. At this moment, Shi Shan carefully observed Zhuo Xiuxiu. He noticed that Zhuo was not particularly tall, with a round face and fair skin that bore a faint blush. Her bright eyes sparkled with brilliance, framed by long, fluttering eyelashes that added to her charm. "Shi Shan, our family has recently arrived in Shanyang Town, and we are still unfamiliar with our surroundings. Xiuxiu has few friends. Since you are both young, it would be wonderful for you to spend more time together, providing her with companionship," said Tao Qingfen, despite her reservations about Shi Shan's somewhat pallid complexion. Out of politeness, she chose to speak kindly, avoiding any discomfort for Zhuo Shuang and Shi Shan. "Oh, Shi Shan, are you preparing for the imperial examination?" Upon hearing the term, a flicker of interest illuminated Tao Qingfen's eyes. Shi Shan had recently participated in this year's examination, but regrettably did not succeed. However, at such a young age, he had passed the provincial test, earning the title of Tongsheng, which allowed him to partake in future examinations. "I believe with Shi Shan's talents, if he perseveres, he will surely achieve great success," Zhuo Shuang asserted decisively. Upon learning that Shi Shan had already attempted the examination, Tao Qingfen's interest was piqued further. It was no wonder her husband had introduced him to their daughter. To pass the provincial test and enter the imperial examination in Shanyang Town marked Shi Shan as an extraordinary individual. Yet, being a woman of the capital, Tao Qingfen had encountered many distinguished individuals. If Shi Shan were merely capable of succeeding in the examination, he would not be worthy of marrying her only daughter. With this thought, she furrowed her brow slightly, sensing that Zhuo Shuang seemed intent on promising their daughter to Shi Shan. This was unacceptable. Her daughter deserved to marry into a family from the capital. Shi Shan, may I inquire what your parents do for a living? Tao Qingfen felt it necessary to remind Zhuo Shuang not to forget Shi Shan's origins. Thus, she deliberately posed the question. Upon hearing this, Zhuo Shuang furrowed her brow, casting an annoyed glance at Tao Qingfen. After all, Shi Shan was an orphan. Tao Qingfen was taken aback by the response, quickly displaying an apologetic expression, expressing her regret for asking such a question. It's all right, Shi Shan replied with a slight smile, showing no offense. However, at that moment, he also discerned Zhuo Shuang's sentiments. Reflecting on this, he felt a sense of gratitude towards Zhuo Shuang for her regard, yet he was acutely aware that, given his status, there would be no future with Lu Xiuxiu. As an orphan, Shi Shan had remarkably cultivated his talents, which truly impressed me. Today, at my birthday banquet, I have chosen the theme of defending the borders and invited the guests to compose poetry for Yao Man Man to perform. Zhuo Shuang declared, reciting Baiting Bian. Who composed this Baiting Bian? Tao Qingfen inquired. Her emotions stirred as she listened, while Lu Xiuxiu gazed at Zhuo Shuang with eager anticipation. It was none other than Shi Shan. Zhuo Shuang proclaimed, her admiration evident as she spoke his name. Tao Qingfen, upon hearing this, cast a surprised glance at Shi Shan, astonished that someone so young could pen such a poem. Lu Xiuxiu, wide-eyed, regarded Shi Shan, whose pale complexion had given her the impression of frailty, yet here he was, the author of such a bold piece. Shi Shan, are you a martial artist? Tao Qingfen asked, her eyes filled with expectation. I have not practiced martial arts, he replied. Just then, the butler Lu Zhuang approached the living room, announcing, young Master Su Feng has arrived to celebrate the birthday. Is my cousin here? Upon hearing Lu Zhuang's words, Zhuo Xiuxiu was instantly filled with delight, and she quickly released her mother's hand, rushing towards the entrance of the living room. At that moment, Tao Qingfen, momentarily putting aside her dissatisfaction with Shi Shan, looked with some excitement towards the outside of the living room. The Su Feng that Lu Zhuang mentioned was the son of Tao Qingfen's elder sister. The Su family, residing in the northern capital of Du, was a family of moderate standing, a prestigious lineage, and Su Feng, in particular, had long harbored affection for Zhuo Xiuxiu. However, the Su family was reluctant to see Su Feng and Zhuo Xiuxiu come together, as the Zhuo family was not of noble descent. Furthermore, Zhuo Xiuxiu's feelings for Su Feng were more akin to admiration than romantic affection. Thus their relationship had yet to yield any tangible outcome. The Su family opposed the union, and Zhuo Shuang similarly did not wish to be associated with the Su family's name. Nonetheless, Tao Qingfen was exceedingly eager for Zhuo Xiuxiu to marry Su Feng. Chapter 11. Su Feng, Brother Feng, Brother Feng. As a valiant figure clad in armor and adorned with a long sword approached from outside the living room, Zhuo Xiuxiu excitedly dashed forward, standing before Su Feng and eagerly surveying him. Brother Feng, it has truly been a long time. You seem to have grown a bit darker. Zhuo Xiuxiu joyfully exclaimed. Hearing Su Feng's words, her cheeks flushed with a rosy hue. Brother Feng, I absolutely adored the gift you sent. Fenger, come in quickly. At that moment, Tao Qingfen, standing at the entrance of the living room, waved at Su Feng with a radiant smile. Subsequently, Su Feng and Zhuo Xiuxiu entered the living room side by side. Greetings, uncle, Su Feng said, bowing respectfully to Zhuo Shuang, his peripheral vision catching sight of Shi Shan, which left him somewhat astonished. In the living room, only the Zhuo family and Shi Shan were present, a scene that left Su Feng somewhat perplexed. It is quite unexpected for you to arrive today, he remarked. I have heard that the army from the southern dynasty has crossed the border into the kingdom of Tianai, and war is imminent. How is it that you have been granted leave from your troops? Zhuo Shuang inquired, her brow furrowed in confusion. Upon hearing Zhuo Shuang's question, Su Feng raised his head slightly. Your information is quite astute, uncle. However, we withdrew from the kingdom of Tianai the day before yesterday, which is why I was able to come and celebrate your birthday. Withdrawn from the kingdom of Tianai? Zhuo Shuang exclaimed in astonishment. This is because the kingdom of Tianai released the detained merchant convoy and compensated them a substantial sum, in addition to reimbursing the dynasty for their military expenses. Su Feng stated calmly, his words resonating profoundly in Zhuo Shuang's ears. Haha, splendid. Truly a testament to the might of our great Yu kingdom. Zhuo Shuang replied, elated. Uncle, I arrived in haste and did not prepare any special gifts, but I have brought an antique from the kingdom of Tianai. I have also prepared gifts for Aunt and Xiu Shu, which I have entrusted to Butler Liu. You may appreciate them later, Su Feng continued. Upon hearing the mention of gifts, Xiu Shu's eyes lit up with delight. Do I have a gift as well? Of course, Su Feng replied, gazing affectionately at Xiu Shu. At that moment, Shi Shan, observing that Zhuang had received a relative, and after the pleasantries had been exchanged, spoke up to take his leave. Sir, the day is getting late. I must take my leave now. I shall visit you again in the future. Shi Shan, allow me to introduce you. This is my nephew Su Feng, who currently serves in the Fenglei army, Zhuang said. As Zhuang spoke, he turned to Su Feng and said, Fenger, this is Shi Shan, one of the rare young talents in Shangyang town. You may witness his prowess. Upon hearing Zhuang's introduction, Su Feng scrutinized Shi Shan, noticing his pale complexion, and mistakenly assumed him to be a frail scholar. Su Feng was aware of Shi Shan's reputation. Fenger, you have excelled in both literary and martial pursuits since childhood, standing as a paragon among the youth of Beixian City. However, do not underestimate the heroes of the world. In my opinion, there is one individual in Shangyang town whose poetic talent could easily surpass yours. Zhuang deliberately provoked Su Feng. Responding to Zhuang's taunt, Su Feng inquired, pray tell, who is this individual? Pleased with Su Feng's engagement, Zhuang slowly directed his gaze toward Shi Shan, ultimately fixing his eyes upon his face. I did not anticipate that Shi Shan's poetry could warrant such praise from my uncle. This piques my curiosity, Su Feng remarked, his eyes glinting with a faint spark as he looked at Shi Shan. Just as Shi Shan was about to utter some modest words to dispel the challenge emanating from Su Feng, Zhuang interjected, Fenger, today I am hosting a birthday banquet, and I have invited Yao Man to perform. I have chosen guarding the frontier as the theme, and I shall ask the guests to compose poetry. The finest work will be sung by Yao Man. Zhuang narrated slowly. But did Shi Shan's poetry truly receive the honor of being sung by Yao Man? Su Feng seemed to have an inkling of the outcome. Zhuang laughed heartily indeed. When Shi Shan's poem was recited, it astonished the guests. Not a single person dared to present their own work thereafter. His solitary piece overshadowed the entire gathering. Such a spectacle is something I have never witnessed in my lifetime. After Yao Man finished reciting Shi Shan's poem, she eagerly urged Shi Shan to dedicate the piece to her, which incensed me greatly. Upon hearing this, Su Feng withdrew his previously carefree smile. It was evident that for Yao Man to take notice of Shi Shan's poetry, its quality must be exceptional. Moreover, Zhuang's desire to collect the poem further attested to Shi Shan's literary prowess, capable of reaching the heights of esteemed recognition. However, it was clear that the birthday banquet had concluded, yet Shi Shan remained, with Tao Qingfen and Xiu Shu entering the living room to meet him. What was Zhuang's intention? Su Feng was well aware of Zhuang's usual demeanor. During events such as this, she would never allow the ladies to make an appearance. Contemplating this, Su Feng felt an inexplicable sense of irritation. As a soldier stationed at the border, he was quite curious about the nature of Shi Shan's poetic work. However, before learning of Shi Shan's poetry, he had composed a piece entitled Border Guard, hoping to draw a comparison. He was merely enthusiastic about the endeavor. Surely Shi Shan would not take offense? As the night deepened, he intended not to intrude upon their gathering. Before Shi Shan could finish his thoughts, Zhuang interrupted, stating, Su Feng, why wait for you to compose a Border Guard poem for comparison with Shi Shan's work? Instead, let me propose a topic for both of you to write on simultaneously, and I shall judge the results. That sounds agreeable, Su Feng replied. If we are to use Border Guard as our theme, even if my composition surpasses Shi Shan's, it would still be unfairly benefiting from being a border soldier. Tao Qingfen joyfully interjected. In her eyes, it was destined that Shi Shan would serve merely as a backdrop to Su Feng, should Su Feng triumph over Shi Shan. She could persuade Zhuang to facilitate a union between Xiu Shu and Su Feng. Uncertain of the nature of the challenge that his uncle would present, Su Feng inquired, his gaze shifting as he pondered deeply. Beside him, Xiu Shu, aware that her father was about to pose a question, felt an exhilarating thrill at the prospect of Su Feng and Shi Shan composing simultaneously, eager to witness the competition unfold. Observing the scene, Shi Shan felt a pang of bitterness. He had merely accompanied his teacher, Tang Bin, to celebrate a birthday, seeking familiarity, yet found himself ensnared in such a tumultuous situation. Whether he triumphed or faltered in this poetic contest, he would ultimately be perceived as the lesser party among those present. Defeating Su Feng would elate the Zhou family, while a victory for himself would likely earn him no favor from anyone in attendance. In essence, this competition bore no advantage for him. Noticing Shi Shan's despondency and apparent reluctance to compete, Zhou Shuang squinted and remarked, "Shi Shan, should you surpass Su Feng in this poetic duel, I shall bestow upon you my notes from my preparation for the imperial examination. Is that truly the case?" Upon hearing the mention of imperial examination notes, Shi Shan's countenance shifted dramatically. Chapter 12. Where shall the night lead? Seeing Shi Shan's earnest inquiry, Zhou Shuang tilted his head back and laughed heartily, affirming, "I, Zhou, never speak falsehoods. If you can indeed outshine Su Feng, I shall promptly dispatch someone to Beixian City to retrieve my examination notes for you." "Sure, it seems you must take this seriously." Su Feng jested, clearly eager to witness Shi Shan exert his utmost effort in their contest. Observing both Shi Shan and Su Feng invigorated with enthusiasm, Zhou Shuang felt immense satisfaction and, after a moment's contemplation, conceived a fitting topic for their poetic rivalry. "Uncle, have you devised the challenge?" Su Feng inquired, noticing Zhou Shuang's confident demeanor. Taking the world as the theme, Zhou Shuang concluded his remarks and promptly summoned Lu Zhuang to arrange for the preparation of ink, brushes, paper, and inkstones for Shi Shan and Su Feng. Upon hearing Zhou Shuang's chosen theme, Su Feng felt a surge of emotion. He raised his head slightly, his gaze sparkling, and clenched his fists before relaxing them. Before long, Lu Zhuang arrived with several maidens, bearing the necessary writing materials. They set up 2 tables and arranged the ink and paper. Zhou Shuang gestured for Shi Shan and Su Feng to begin. The maidens ground ink for both men, who then took up their brushes. Shi Shan gazed quietly at the paper, while Su Feng tilted his head back, deep in contemplation. At that moment, both Shi Shan and Su Feng began to write simultaneously. Observing their actions, Zhou Shuang felt a rush of anticipation, eager to see their creations. Tao Qingfen's eyes were fixated on Su Feng. She found him remarkably handsome and deemed him the perfect match for her daughter. As Su Feng wielded his brush with grace, Zhou Xiushu's eyes sparkled with admiration. Since childhood, she had longed to witness Su Feng in the act of writing. But such moments had become rare with the passage of time. She could hardly recall the last occasion she had seen him write. Shi Shan remained oblivious to the fact that Su Feng had already finished, still lost in his own writing. What exquisite words! Truly a prodigy of the Su family. Such poetry shall surely earn renown throughout Beixian. Zhou Shuang exclaimed in admiration as he reviewed Su Feng's verses. Seeing Zhou Shuang's excitement, Tao Qingfen quickly pulled Zhou Xiushu to Su Feng's side, eager to revel in the beauty of his poetry. "Are these verses for conferring titles and honors?" Upon encountering Su Feng's lyrical title, Zhou Xiushu expressed surprise, feeling that the title exuded an impressive grandeur. Truly, it was an exceptional piece, replete with eloquence. From the verses, one could discern his lofty aspirations and self-motivation through achievements, as he regarded himself as a hero. The entire composition was imbued with a formidable spirit, evoking a profound sense of exhilaration upon reading. Zhou Shuang continuously offered her admiration. Meanwhile, Zhou Xiushu softly recited Su Feng's work. "The wild geese fly south to battle the realms. Banners 100,000 obscure the wilderness. The golden dragon lies across. Myriad formations align, wielding swords across the world. The hero's journey is fraught with vicissitudes. Titles and fiefs rise with the western winds. Will the merits of 1,000 autumns be acknowledged? Snow pierces the long winter, stars reflect upon the moon, millennia of history rendered void." Truly a remarkable piece, imbued with grand aspirations. "One cannot help but envy my sister for having a son of such caliber," praised Tao Qingfen with a beaming smile. At that moment, Shi Shan paused his writing, slowly reviewing his own penned lines with satisfaction. He looked up to see the Zhou family gathered around Su Feng, extolling his composition, and he smiled breezily. Gently drying the ink, he prepared to neatly fold the paper and tuck it away, for this poem required no external validation. It was, in his own estimation, the finest work he had penned thus far. In truth, at this moment, having crafted such verses, he felt no desire to compete with Su Feng. The outcome held no significance to him, nor did the examination notes. He felt an immense sense of contentment. All he wished for was to find a quiet spot to fully relish the emotions of this moment. Just as he was about to stow the paper away and concoct an excuse to concede defeat in the contest, Zhou Shuang approached him. Shi Shan, have you finished writing? Zhuo Shuang inquired as he leaned forward to examine the papers before Shi Shan. Taiping Chun, quite an ordinary title for a poem, he remarked, continuing to read. However, as Zhuo Shuang perused Shi Shan's work, his expression shifted, markedly different from the excitement he had exhibited while reading Su Feng's verses. At that moment, Su Feng was engaged in a lively discussion with Zhuo Xiushu regarding his freshly penned lyrics, basking in the multitude of compliments showered upon him. While Tao Chengfen occasionally chimed in with flattery, likening his composition to many esteemed works. Yet, the creation of a commendable piece did not warrant pride for Su Feng, especially considering he was now to compete with Shi Shan. He was curious about the quality of Shi Shan's poem, so when Zhuo Shuang turned his attention to Shi Shan's work, it captured Su Feng's interest. Currently, he sensed no emotional fluctuation from Zhuo Shuang. Could it be that Shi Shan's poetry failed to resonate with his uncle's tastes? Su Feng felt a twinge of impatience, disregarding the jubilant Zhuo Xiushu beside him, and took several strides toward Shi Shan. Taiping Chun, Su Feng paused momentarily upon seeing the title. It was a rather serene designation. He had anticipated that Shi Shan would craft a piece filled with fervor and grandiosity, for which man's heart does not beat with passion when discussing the world. Yet, Shi Shan had chosen the tranquil and gentle phrase Taiping Chun as his title. What could his content possibly convey? Filled with curiosity, Su Feng shifted his gaze to the verses beneath the title. Meanwhile, Zhuo Shuang, having finished reading Shi Shan's poetry, gently turned and made his way outside to the courtyard. At that moment, the starry sky was obscured by the night, leaving only a resplendent full moon hanging high, illuminating the surroundings brilliantly. Upon seeing Zhuo Shuang enter the courtyard, Lu Zhuang hastily approached him. "Sir, do you have any instructions? Go fetch my flute." Zhuo Shuang replied in a low tone. Upon receiving the flute, Zhuo Shuang gently caressed its body before he began to play. The melancholic notes of the flute filled the air, and Shi Shan gazed at Zhuo Shuang, surprised to find that, at this moment, Zhuo Shuang's silhouette bore a striking resemblance to that of Tang Bin from earlier, both exuding a sense of desolation. "Where's this night taking us?" Hearing Zhuo Shuang's flute resonate, Tao Chengfen gasped softly and hurriedly made her way to the living room door, staring blankly at Zhuo Shuang as he played beneath the moon. "How many years has it been since I last heard you perform? Where is this night?" she murmured, her eyes glimmering with a hint of red. "Where's this night?" This was Zhuo Shuang's favorite piece in his youth, and after each performance, he would utter passionate words filled with hope for the future. During those times, Zhuo Shuang was her most cherished. Yet as time wore on and life's tribulations unfolded, Zhuo Shuang played Where Is This Night less and less, to the point where it had not graced the air in years. What had compelled him to suddenly play it again today? "This night has a bright moon, and I wipe my long spear. Riding the winds, I lament the vast heavens, dancing across the rivers for 1,000 miles. The scholar's poetic intent seeks to soothe the people's wounds. Where is this night, as I ponder the fields?" Tao Chengfen softly recited the verses Zhuo Shuang had penned for Where Is This Night, while standing behind him. She longed to embrace him from behind, just as she did in their youth, as he played. However, she ultimately remained rooted in place, quietly observing. "Oh, time. How delightful it would be if you could meander a little more slowly." Chapter 13. The Peaceful Spring. Su Feng, after perusing the poem penned by Shi Shan, sighed deeply and recited its title, then fixed his gaze intently upon Shi Shan. How can one so young compose such profound poetry? In response to Su Feng's earnest inquiry, Shi Shan smiled and remarked, "I read a diverse array of literature and reflect upon it often." "What poetry?" At that moment, Zhuo Xiushu approached, her expression one of confusion, unable to comprehend why her father had ventured into the courtyard to play the flute. Su Feng's demeanor was solemn, casting a heavy silence over the living room, which made her feel quite uncomfortable. "Shi Shan, follow me. Join the Wind and Thunder Army, and I shall certainly recommend you to the commanding officer," Su Feng stated with gravity. This declaration took Shi Shan by surprise. He had not anticipated such a proposal from Su Feng. At present, he had no intentions of enlisting, as his aspirations lay firmly in the pursuit of the imperial examination, a path he had diligently committed to and would not easily abandon. Shaking his head, Shi Shan politely declined, "I appreciate your kindness, but I have no plans to join the military at this time." Noticing Shi Shan's steadfastness, Su Feng scrutinized him and observed his pallid complexion. "Are you unwell?" he inquired. "The army has methods to strengthen the body. You could," before Su Feng could finish. Shi Shan hastily interjected, "I merely caught a chill recently, which accounts for my pale appearance. My health has generally been good. A true man should engage in battle. Since your health is sound, you ought to enlist, Su Feng asserted. Gazing up at the vastness of the heavens and contemplating the strategies within my heart, I toiled diligently, yearning to serve my nation, with fervent passion concealed within. With my hair bound, I immerse myself in the study of poetry and literature, pondering the affairs of the world for an extended period. When shall I wield my sword and mount my steed to embark on a journey of valor? Having sought a kindred spirit for half my life, I reflect upon the sorrows of the ages. A gentle breeze caresses my sleeves, while a white crane accompanies my path. Destiny is ever-changing, and the rise and fall of fortunes bring hardship to the common folk. A true man must aspire to greatness, sowing the seeds of peace and prosperity. Upon finishing her reading, Zhuxiushu felt somewhat perplexed. She struggled to grasp the essence of Shi Shan's poetry. Nevertheless, it was evident that Shi Shan's verses lacked the exhilarating quality of Su Feng's lyrics. The entire poem felt rather mundane, and it seemed that her cousin had triumphed in this contest. With this thought, Zhuxiushu's heart swelled with joy as she cast a playful glance at Su Feng. Meanwhile, in the courtyard, Zhuxiang had just completed playing Where Is This Night, and although the flute's notes had ceased, he retained the posture of playing, his gaze lost in the mesmerizing full moon above. With a hint of tenderness, Tao Chengfen approached Zhuxiang, gently linking her arm with his. Today is your birthday, a cause for celebration. Let bygones be bygones. Do not dwell on the past. Feeling the warmth of Tao Chengfen's concern, Zhuxiang found solace, asserting, I am not as despondent as you imagine. The sight of Shi Shan's poetry stirred something within me, prompting the recollection that it has been ages since I played Where Is This Night. Shi Shan's poetry? What sort of verses could inspire my husband to revisit Where Is This Night? Tao Chengfen exclaimed in astonishment. You should consider this carefully. If one day you desire to join the military, come directly to the Thunder Army to find me. Su Feng had urged Shi Shan, but to no avail, leaving him to express this sentiment instead. As Zhuxiang entered, he forthrightly remarked, Su Feng, Shi Shan is set to participate in the scientific examination and will not commence his military career as a mere foot soldier. Upon hearing Zhuxiushu's words, Zhuxiang and Su Feng exchanged knowing glances, erupting into laughter. For them, the outcome was abundantly clear, requiring no verbal affirmation. Shi Shan, I shall dispatch someone to Beixian City tomorrow to retrieve my examination notes, Zhuxiang declared. Upon hearing this, Shi Shan's eyes brightened. Although Zhuxiang had been enveloped in different sentiments after reading his poetry, leaving him hesitant to bid farewell and causing the feelings he had while composing Tai Ping Chun to dissipate. The prospect of Zhuxiang sending someone for his examination notes filled him with anticipation. Then I must express my gratitude, my lord, Shi Shan replied. Listening to the exchange between Shi Shan and Zhuxiang, Zhuxiushu was instantly perplexed. Father, why would you give your examination notes to him? Wasn't it stipulated that he must compose poetry surpassing Brother Feng's in order to receive them? Clearly, in Zhuxiushu's eyes, Su Feng's verses were superior to Shi Shan's poetry. Sister Xiushu, today I concede defeat, Su Feng said with a cheerful demeanor, exhibiting a remarkable nonchalance that belied any disappointment at losing before the one he admired. However, Zhuxiushu's brow furrowed in distress as she exclaimed, Brother Feng, how can you concede defeat so readily? Seeing her anxious expression, Su Feng felt a sense of helplessness. Naturally, he wished to outshine Shi Shan and maintain a grand image before Zhuxiushu. Yet he could not deny that Shi Shan's poetry was indeed more exceptional. Xiushu, Su Feng's verses are quite commendable, grand and powerful, but Shi Shan's poetry surpasses them, Zhuxiang interjected. Zhuxiushu, with a hint of dissatisfaction, raised her head and remarked, How can it be said that his work is superior? I believe that Brother Feng's verses are far more compelling, providing readers with greater comfort and pleasure. Shi Shan and Zhuxiushu were merely strangers meeting for the first time, and naturally, Zhuxiushu felt compelled to defend her cousin. When you grow a little older, you will come to understand what true excellence entails, Zhuxiang interjected with a smile. Zhuxiushu, still displeased, pouted and murmured, Shi Shan is only 2 years my senior. Must I wait until I am older to appreciate his poetry? How much older must I become? Will merely 2 more years grant me the insight to discern the difference? She remained unconvinced, since Zhuxiang had already promised to provide the notes for the imperial examination. Shi Shan had no desire to linger any longer and thus bid his farewell. Sure, you truly ought to consider a military career. Su Feng expressed with a tinge of regret. Leave the paper behind. At that moment, both Su Feng and Zhuo Shuang called out in unison. Shi Shan, who was carefully folding the paper on which he had written Taiping Chun, turned in confusion to the two. Shi Shan, just leave the paper. I shall keep this poem. Zhuo Shuang hastily declared. Uncle, Shi's poetry has been profoundly enlightening for me. I hope you and Shi can be generous, Su Feng earnestly added. Casting an annoyed glance at Su Feng, Zhuo Shuang sighed. Very well, I shall not argue with you. Upon hearing this, Su Feng was overjoyed and turned to Shi Shan with excitement. Yet Shi Shan shook his head. I apologize, but this poem holds immense significance for me. I must continue to study it myself. Su Feng was greatly disappointed by the response, but he soon said, May I take a moment to transcribe the poem Taiping Chun? Of course, replied Shi Shan with a smile. Why are you two quarreling over a mere poem? Tao Qingfen remarked with some dissatisfaction, feeling that both Zhuo Shuang and Su Feng's eagerness to collect Shi Shan's poetry diminished their own stature. Frowning in discontent, Tao Qingfen approached Shi Shan and cast her gaze upon the paper inscribed with Taiping Chun. On this night, the moon shone brightly, accompanied by 2 or 3 stars that reappeared, adorning the vast sky. A gentle breeze wafted through the courtyard into the living room, causing the paper bearing Taiping Chun to flutter momentarily. After reading Taiping Chun several times, Tao Qingfen sighed, her eyes sweeping over Zhuo Shuang with a complex expression. At that moment, she began to understand why, after many years, Zhuo Shuang would once again play the tune This Night Has a Bright Moon. Once Su Feng had finished transcribing Taiping Chun, Shi Shan took his leave. As soon as Shi Shan departed, Zhuo Shuang, with a satisfied expression, casually remarked to Zhuo Xiushu, Would you be willing to be promised to Shi Shan? Father, what are you saying? Zhuo Xiushu exclaimed, her anger flaring as she stamped her foot and ran towards the inner chamber. Meanwhile, Su Feng's expression shifted dramatically, losing the calm demeanor he had previously held. Unable to suppress his emotions, he instinctively grasped the sword at his waist and forced himself to say, Uncle, after a long journey, I too feel fatigued. I shall retire for some rest. At this moment, Zhuo Shuang also noticed Su Feng's emotions and realized that he had misspoken. He had been overly pleased with Shi Shan and had hastily uttered such words without considering Su Feng's presence, leaving him feeling quite embarrassed. However, upon reflection, he thought it might be for the best to extinguish Su Feng's desires sooner rather than later. Very well, I shall have Lu Zhuang escort you to rest. Seeing Su Feng leave, Tao Qingfen was greatly displeased. Have you lost your mind? How could you say such things in front of Su Feng? Did you not notice that he had his hand on the sword at his waist, looking as if he were ready to kill? Zhuo Shuang certainly would not admit that his earlier words had been spoken in a moment of unwarranted pride. Should I really consider his feelings? The Su family has never been fond of the idea of Su Feng and Xiushu together. Can Su Feng disregard the opinions of his entire family and pursue Xiushu without hesitation? It is better to put an end to his thoughts now. Tao Qingfen, however, grew increasingly furious. What of the Su family? Can they truly disrupt a marriage founded on mutual affection? What mutual affection? Xiushu has never expressed any fondness for Su Feng. Zhuo Shuang retorted angrily, then turned to leave the living room. It is only a matter of time before Xiushu develops feelings for Su Feng. You are well aware of Su Feng's intentions towards her, yet you create such a scene. I truly believe you have lost your sanity. What is it about Shi Shan that you find appealing? Just because he can write a few poems? Were you not capable of penning beautiful verses in your youth? And look where you are now, reduced to being a town dignitary in this desolate place. Tao Qingfen shouted at Zhuo Shuang's retreating figure. Women do not comprehend such matters. Zhuo Shuang muttered disdainfully to himself as he heard Tao Qingfen's furious outburst. My life is truly wretched. How could I have been so blind as to marry you? My hatred knows no bounds. Tao Qingfen cried out in anguish. Under the guidance of the butler Lu Zhuang, Su Feng entered a secluded room, closed the door, and lit an oil lamp. With a clang, he unsheathed the sword from his waist, examining it under the flickering light as he sought to calm his tumultuous emotions. The thought of the copied manuscript of Taiping Chun lying in the living room crossed his mind. Remembering how he had implored Shi Shan for the manuscript, Su Feng felt an overwhelming desire to sever Shi Shan's head with a single strike. I must burn the copied Taiping Chun, he murmured, pushing open the door and striding towards the living room, intent on destroying the manuscript to release his pent-up frustration. Upon returning to the living room and gazing at the copied Taiping Chun, Su Feng suddenly changed his mind. He spoke softly. To know both oneself and the enemy is the key to victory in 100 battles. I ought to thoroughly study this Taiping Chun to gain insight into Shi Shan. Who knows? Perhaps in the future, he and I shall engage in a contest. What am I even thinking? What prowess could Shi Shan possibly wield to compete with me? Though he muttered such words to himself, Su Feng nonetheless tucked away the copied Taiping Chun. Chapter 14. The Transformation of the Mysterious Demon. What fame do I possess? Shi Shan asked in confusion. My father also attended the birthday banquet of the town lord, and I am aware of all that transpired during the event. I never expected you to compose such exquisite poetry. Your renown will surely spread throughout the entire Shenyang town in no time. Frustrated, Wang Zhu remarked. Had I known earlier that Yao Man would attend, I would have accompanied my father to this birthday banquet. Observing the irate Wang Zhu, Shi Shan inquired. What brings you here at such a late hour? As he spoke, he opened the door. Do you think I wanted to come? My father forced me, Wang Zhu bitterly remarked. At that moment, Shi Shan struck a match to ignite the oil lamp and, upon hearing Wang Zhu's words, asked in astonishment. Why does your father compel you to come? Wang Zhu awkwardly chuckled twice. Haven't you been without a match? I have a 14-year-old sister, quite charming. Wang Zhu leave. Shi Shan interjected angrily before Wang Zhu could finish. He had seen Wang Zhu's sister, Wang Xiaoxin, countless times, and she was indeed a delicate beauty. However, due to his relationship with Wang Zhu, he had always regarded her as a sister. The mention of marriage from Wang Zhu's lips ignited a surge of anger within Shi Shan. Sensing something amiss. Shi Shan, don't let the fertile waters flow to outsiders. Shi Shan, we are brothers. Wouldn't having me as a brother-in-law strengthen our bond? Get lost. Shi Shan forcefully shoved Wang Zhu out of the room and promptly closed the door. Bang, bang, bang. Wang Zhu knocked incessantly from outside. Shi Shan, can't we discuss this? Being my brother-in-law, you would inherit half of my family fortune. Ignoring Wang Zhu's persistent knocking, Shi Shan completed his ablutions, extinguished the oil lamp, and lay down to sleep. As soon as he closed his eyes, the image of Ma Quan's expression when he left the birthday banquet flashed in his mind. Instantly, Shi Shan opened his eyes, feeling an intensified chill surrounding him. At that moment, in the Jinzuan residence, a side room, Su Feng's emotions remained tumultuous. His right hand tightly gripping the sword at his waist, his expression exceedingly grim. Why would my uncle consider bestowing Xiushu upon Shi Shan? Even if Shi Shan possesses a modicum of poetic talent, how could he possibly compare to me? As these thoughts swirled in Su Feng's mind, the atmosphere around him grew increasingly oppressive. The following morning, Shi Shan arrived at the prison at dawn. The moment he recalled Lu Zhong's warning that delivering meals to the inmate in cell Tianjia for 3 consecutive days would lead to a fainting spell from the encroachment of Xuanji. He realized he must have inadvertently offended Ma Quan. Yet, pondering this, he recognized he had never even met Ma Quan. So how could he have possibly crossed him? Before he knew it, it was again time to deliver food to the inmates. After collecting the meals, Shi Shan descended into the prison's lower levels. Upon reaching cell Tianjia, before he could set the food down, he heard the inmate's deep voice. Not bad, lad. You've been bringing me meals for so many days without succumbing to Xuanji's influence. It seems you possess some aptitude for cultivation. How about it? Would you like me to share the methods of cultivation with you? Listening to the inmate's words, Shi Shan suppressed a shiver and scrutinized the man further. Would you truly impart your methods of cultivation to me? He inquired, reasoning that the imprisoned individual likely bore no intent to jest. I dare to teach, but do you dare to learn? The inmate replied darkly. What is there to fear? Shi Shan countered. With a chilling laugh, the inmate responded, I am a discarded cultivator. Do you know why I was discarded? Coughing lightly and placing a hand over his chest, Shi Shan took a few steps back and asked, why were you discarded? Because I practiced forbidden techniques. What forbidden techniques? Shi Shan asked, astonished. I have cultivated the Xuanma transformation, a method of transformation. The Dayu dynasty prohibits the practice of transformation techniques, and I was inadvertently discovered, resulting in my cultivation being discarded. Prohibition against practicing transformation techniques? Shi Shan was bewildered. He had never heard of such matters in the realm of cultivation. If one wishes to cultivate, one must first learn the Xuanma transformation. Do you dare to learn it? Upon hearing this, Shi Shan bowed his head in silence. The forbidden arts of cultivation, if discovered, would lead to the nullification of one's powers and imprisonment, and perhaps even death. Noticing Shi Shan's silence, the prisoner scoffed. Many possess the potential for cultivation, yet few tread the path of enlightenment. This is an opportunity for you. At these words, Shi Shan suddenly looked up. We are strangers. Why would you teach me to cultivate? Huh. I am filled with rage and discontent. Why must I be denied the ability to practice transformation techniques? Cultivation is a struggle against the heavens. The impossible must be made possible. Since transformation techniques exist in this world, they must be mastered and utilized. Why impose a ban? The court forbids cultivation, yet I, Yao Jiang, shall cultivate regardless, and teach others to do so as well. I long for the day when every cultivator masters transformation techniques. Ha ha ha. Seeing the prisoner's fervor, Shi Shan felt a sense of calm. Who does not yearn for power? Since there is an opportunity to gain strength, why not seize it? As for the future, one step at a time suffices. I do not quite understand what you mean by to cultivate. One must first learn the Xuanma transformation. I have yet to begin my cultivation. How can I learn the Xuanma transformation? Shi Shan inquired, perplexed. The Xuanma transformation is merely a method. If you are willing to learn, I shall impart the mysterious energies into your being. You may utilize these energies to cultivate the Xuanma transformation, and upon your success, I shall reveal the techniques of cultivation to you, explained the prisoner Yao Jiang. Are you not already rendered powerless? How can you possibly infuse mysterious energies into me? Shi Shan questioned, perplexed. The energies you exude are nearly overwhelming. How could I possibly endure the infusion of more into my body? Shi Shan continued to inquire. Rest assured, I shall impose certain seals upon the energies I infuse into you, ensuring you can withstand them. Enough with the chatter. Will you learn or not? Yao Jiang retorted, somewhat irritated. I shall learn, Shi Shan declared. Very well, I shall now impart to you the Xuanma transformation. As Yao Jiang spoke, he articulated the method of the Xuanma transformation and explained the meanings of certain terminologies. Then, with a swift gesture, he sent a stream of mysterious energy into Shi Shan's body. The energies I have infused into you, after my careful modulation, will persist within you for an extended period, providing ample support for your cultivation of the Xuanma transformation 10 times. Once you succeed in mastering it, I shall teach you the cultivation techniques, Yao Jiang stated. Very well, I shall endeavor to cultivate the Xuanma transformation, Shi Shan proclaimed, his body trembling from the cold. Despite his many lingering questions about the Xuanma transformation, the urgency compelled him to distance himself from Yao Jiang. The Xuanma transformation encompasses 3 transformations. The first transformation, human transformation, allows one to assume the appearance of any individual. The second, demon transformation, enables one to take on the guise of any demon. And the third, devil transformation, permits one to morph into any devilish entity. Reflecting on the events surrounding the transformation of Xuanma, Shi Shan failed to notice Ma Quan, whose gaze was filled with excitement from a corner. Days had passed, and yet Shi Shan remained upright, seemingly possessing the aptitude for cultivation. It was truly unexpected that I would one day encounter someone with such potential for spiritual practice. As he watched Shi Shan's figure recede into the distance, Ma Quan roared internally. Are the demon and devil races still present in this world? Contemplating the transformations of the demon and devil from the Xuanma change, Shi Shan murmured to himself, questioning the existence of these races. Chapter 15. The Art of Dream Exchange. Under the blazing sun, the earth lay in silence. At this moment, Ma Quan was galloping his horse towards the southwestern direction of Shenyang town. Upon reaching the foot of Shenyang mountain, he tethered his steed to a tree and ascended the mountain directly. Atop Shenyang mountain lies the Xianyang temple, the only Taoist temple in Shenyang town, frequently visited by people seeking blessings. Clad in official robes, Ma Quan pushed open the temple door and stepped inside. Inside the temple, a couple of pairs of spouses were burning incense and praying, while an elderly man in his 50s was sweeping the floor. Ma Quan approached the elderly man and spoke with a hearty voice. Xianyang Taoist, you ought to hire a young acolyte. There is no need for you to handle these tasks personally. Noticing Ma Quan's arrival, Taoist Xianyang paused his work, standing still. Master Ma, it has been a long time. You seem to be in much better spirits. Thanks to your blessings, Taoist, everything has been going smoothly lately. Ma Quan laughed heartily. Have you come today for a particular matter? Taoist, Xianyang inquired. Let us discuss this in private. After entering the room, Ma Quan turned to close the door behind him. Upon witnessing Ma Quan's actions, Taoist Xianyang smiled faintly, realizing that today promised significant business. He brewed some tea, and the two sat facing each other. The tea was exquisite. The Taoist's tea-making skills had truly improved. As the tea graced his palate, Ma Quan expressed his admiration. For a man of the mountains, having such tea to accompany him is a common occurrence, a testament to his refined craft, Taoist, Shi Shan remarked. Pouring another cup for Ma Quan. Have you managed to break through the threshold? Ma Quan inquired. Taoist Shi Shan chuckled softly and shook his head, stating, at my age, what is there to discuss about breaking through? I have long since relinquished that ambition. Upon hearing this, Ma Quan fell into silence for a moment, and then cautiously spoke. I remember you once mentioned a method to seize another's body. At this, a glimmer of excitement sparkled in Taoist Xianyang's eyes. It seemed that Lord Ma still recalled that matter. It is merely an unremarkable technique, not worth noting, he replied. Ma Quan, feeling a surge of enthusiasm, asked, might you share this method with me? The inquiry from Lord Ma suggested he had encountered someone with the potential for cultivation. Taoist Xianyang replied calmly, indeed. You often visit my Xianyang temple to attend to business, and you are a valued patron. In the course of our meals and drinks, I had mentioned possessing a method to seize another's body, yet regrettably, I had not encountered anyone with the requisite cultivation aptitude. Indeed, I have encountered someone with such potential. Ma Quan retorted coldly. Who is it? Taoist Xianyang asked, his excitement palpable. I have been presumptuous, Lord Ma. What would you offer in exchange for this method of possession? Taoist Xianyang asked, striving to temper his emotions with a smile. After seizing the body, I have become someone entirely new. How about I transfer all my current assets to you? Ma Quan boldly proposed. Do you not care for your family's livelihood? My wife possesses some enterprises of her own. Very well, but let me add a condition. Xianyang, the Taoist priest, calculated thoughtfully. What condition? Ma Quan inquired impatiently. Upon your successful possession, you must find a person with cultivation potential within 10 years for me to seize. Agreed, I accept. Seeing Ma Quan's agreement, Xianyang promptly rose, approached the bookshelf, retrieved a tome, and extracted a piece of paper from within. Returning to his seat, he handed the paper to Ma Quan, which detailed the art of dream transference. Examine it closely. Should you find anything unclear, I shall elucidate. However, I must caution you. The execution of this technique carries significant peril. The opportunity lies before me. I must strive with all my might. Taking the paper, Ma Quan declared with excitement. The wind howled fiercely as Shi Shan walked the streets after work. Observing the leaves swirling and descending around him, his emotions stirred. With the Xian Mo transformation in hand, would he ascend to great heights or once again plummet? Just then, a robust figure appeared before him. Su? Indeed, it was Su Feng. Observing Su Feng, clad in casual attire, Shi Shan distinctly sensed that Su Feng lacked the calm and approachable demeanor from the previous night, instead exuding an air of aloofness. Dear brother Shi, Su Feng began, it is far better to encounter each other by chance than to extend a formal invitation. Since fate has brought us together on this bustling street, allow me to treat you. Let us indulge in a revelry until we are thoroughly inebriated. I am a local, and as you have traveled from afar, it is only fitting that I host you. Just ahead lies Feng Restaurant, one of the finest establishments in our town of Shenyang. Despite feeling financially constrained, Shi Shan was acutely aware of the pressure exerted by Su Feng's presence and did not wish to appear inconsiderate. Very well, I shall acquiesce. Su Feng replied with a courteous gesture. The two then proceeded to Feng Restaurant, where they ordered 4 dishes and 2 pots of wine. Before long, the food and drink were served. This is our local delicacy, glutinous flour chicken. Su brother, do savor it, Shi Shan said, gesturing toward the vibrant dish before them. Is that so? The colors are indeed appealing. Let me sample its flavor, Su Feng responded, picking up his chopsticks to take a piece of meat and placing it in his mouth. Delicious, Su Feng exclaimed, praising the dish as it melted in his mouth. Come, Su brother, let us raise a glass, Shi Shan said, lifting his cup to clink it with Su Feng's before they both drank deeply. After sharing some light conversation, it seemed the moment was right. Su Feng casually inquired, Brother Shi, I believe yesterday was your first encounter with my cousin Xioshu. What impression did she leave on you? She is a celestial beauty, truly a rare gem amongst mortals, Shi Shan declared. Her demeanor is extraordinary, and her poise is far from that of the ordinary. In Shi Shan's eyes, it was only natural for Su Feng, as Xioshu's cousin, to receive such commendations. However, he remained oblivious to the subtle twitch of Su Feng's expression as he spoke those words. Indeed, Brother Shi speaks wisely. My cousin, though not an unrivaled beauty, has been well educated and possesses a kind and pure heart, Su Feng remarked with a hearty laugh. He then shifted the topic, saying, Brother Shi, at such a tender age, You must still be a student, correct? To be candid with you, Brother Su, I have been an orphan since childhood and in pursuit of survival. I have become a prison officer in Shenyang town, Shi Shan replied with a cheerful demeanor. Upon hearing this, Su Feng felt a sense of relief wash over him, his demeanor softening as the air of severity dissipated significantly. Brother Shi is a prison officer? I imagine the salary must be modest. Why not accompany me to the Fenglai army? The in the Dayu dynasty's military is quite generous, Su Feng suggested. Thank you for your kind offer, Brother Su. But my position as a prison officer is merely temporary. My primary goal is to participate in the imperial examination, Shi Shan replied. This prompted Su Feng to recall that Zhou Shuang had promised to provide Shi Shan with a study guide for the examination. Could it be that Uncle Zhou sees potential in Shi Shan to achieve high honors? In that instant, Su Feng's demeanor regained a hint of severity. Silence fell upon the table as Su Feng pondered for a moment before speaking again. To be honest, Brother Shi, I have long harbored feelings for your cousin, Xiao Shu. Oh, I extend my heartfelt congratulations to you, Brother Su, in hopes that you may soon win her heart, Shi Shan responded warmly. Does Brother Shi have no thoughts on this matter? Su Feng inquired slowly. Shi Shan smiled at the question and replied, What thoughts could I possibly have? It is well that there are no thoughts on your part. However, my uncle seems to possess some ideas. I merely hope that, regardless of any notions my uncle may have, you, Brother Shi, should refrain from forming any thoughts of your own. Su Feng spoke calmly, yet a palpable air of severity enveloped him. Upon hearing this, Shi Shan paused with his chopsticks in hand, as Su Feng's words evoked numerous associations. Particularly the notion that Zhou Shuang had intentionally kept him behind yesterday to facilitate an introduction between him and Zhou Xiaoshu. How is it that I discern a hint of danger in Brother Su's words? Ha ha, Brother Shi is overthinking it. Let us raise a glass. Su Feng laughed heartily, seemingly pleased with Shi Shan's perceptiveness. After several rounds of drinks, Su Feng summoned the waiter, requesting additional dishes. Without waiting for Shi Shan's reaction, he produced a handful of silver coins and handed them to the waiter before rising. Brother Shi, although you are a local, this town of Shenyang falls under my uncle's jurisdiction, and thus this meal is on me. Should the opportunity arise in the future, you may treat me then. For today, let us conclude here, and we shall convene again another day. Having spoken, Su Feng made to depart, but turned his head slightly after taking a few steps and remarked casually, In the army, we frequently receive missions to eliminate demons. Some of these demons disguise themselves as humans, infiltrating the mundane world to wreak havoc. However, there are times when we mistakenly identify certain humans as demons and strike them down. Brother Shi, exercise caution, for there may well be demons masquerading as humans here in Shenyang town. With that, Su Feng strode away. Shi Shan understood that Su Feng was issuing a veiled threat. Should he entangle himself with Zhou Xiaoshu, he would be regarded as a demon to be slain. Confronted with such a threat, Shi Shan felt a sudden jolt in his heart. Coincidentally, he was on the verge of cultivating the Xuanma transformation, and this ominous warning from Su Feng seemed to carry some hidden significance. Chapter 16. The Wang family's invitation. He was not inclined to immediately pursue the Xuanma transformation, for Yao Jiang had mentioned that the enigmatic energy infused into his body could only facilitate the transformation 10 times. Should he recklessly engage in cultivation and deplete those precious opportunities, it would be difficult to request Yao Jiang to bestow the energy upon him once more. Just as Shi Shan contemplated the intricacies of the Xuanma transformation, Lord Wang burst in energetically. Shi Shan, I bring delightful news, he exclaimed upon entering. Shi Shan looked up, skeptical. What good news could you possibly have? Indeed, it is splendid news. My father has funded the completion of a pavilion on Shanyang Mountain, and he wishes to invite you to bestow a name upon it. Naturally, you shall not go without your remuneration, Lord Wang replied, winking mischievously. Upon hearing this, Shi Shan furrowed his brow. Why would your father want me, a mere jailer, to name the pavilion? My father insists that with your talent, it is only a matter of time before you achieve recognition. Moreover, the poem you composed at the Zhenzuan's birthday banquet has begun to circulate, granting you a modest reputation. We wish to seize this opportunity while you are yet to rise in prominence, offering a relatively modest fee for your literary work. In the future, when you attain success, the pavilion's renown will undoubtedly flourish, and our Wang family will bask in its glory, Lord Wang explained. Given our relationship, naming it is a mere formality. There is no need to discuss any remuneration, Shi Shan responded. Upon hearing this, Wang Zhu burst into hearty laughter. My father anticipated you would respond in such a manner. He remarked that without a stipend for the writing, the occasion would lack grandeur, failing to astonish the common folk and thereby not promoting the pavilion's renown. Why does a pavilion require fame? Shi Shan inquired, perplexed. Wang Zhu, unconvinced, replied, My father believes that in life, one seeks a reputation both in the present and beyond. He has never garnered much acclaim throughout his life. Thus he yearns to construct a pavilion. A pavilion endures through time, years hence. Those who come to the Shanyang temple to seek blessings will still behold it. The existence of the pavilion signifies that he has left some mark upon this world. After speaking, Wang Zhu smirked. Who would have thought your father harbored such ideals? Shi Shan chuckled. I suspect he simply has too much money and nothing to do. Wang Zhu retorted, discontented, as it has become increasingly difficult for him to request funds from his father. So what do you say? Will you accompany me? On which day? Shi Shan asked. Tomorrow afternoon. My father is aware of your employment at the prison, so he wishes for us to go together after your shift, Wang Zhu replied. Very well, you may come to the prison to fetch me then, Shi Shan said. Agreed, it's settled. When Shi Shan felt fatigued, he finally rose to stretch his limbs. After freshening up, he took out the record of Tai Lu Mountain to read. Upon reaching the summit, he beheld a temple. Its entrance adorned with a plaque inscribed with the characters Tai Xian, the calligraphy elegant and ethereal, exuding an otherworldly charm. He also noticed a couplet inscribed on the doorposts, profound and mysterious. The heavens and earth unite, void and real, the primordial chaos flows. The characters were bold and vigorous, imbued with a sense of desolate coldness. As he pushed the door open and entered, finding himself alone, he called out, Is anyone here? Before long, a youthful lad appeared. A friend inquired, Who composed the poem that the woodcutter recited? The lad asked, Which poem? The friend then reiterated the woodcutter's verses, to which the boy chuckled. This was crafted by my master. The friend was overjoyed and eagerly asked where the master was, to which the lad replied, He has already descended the mountain. As he continued to gaze, Shi Shan gradually felt drowsy, promptly setting aside his book, extinguishing the oil lamp, and drifting into a deep slumber. The following day, before the end of working hours, Lord Wang arrived at the prison gates, eagerly awaiting Shi Shan's emergence. After what seemed like an eternity, he finally spotted Shi Shan exiting the prison doors. Shi Shan, Lord Wang called out, swiftly mounting his horse. Hurry, my father and the others have already gone to Shanyang Mountain. With a smile, Shi Shan approached, skillfully leaping onto the horse prepared by Lord Wang. And together they galloped away. It was not long before they reached the foot of Shanyang Mountain, where several attendants of the Wang residence awaited, tending to the horses. Upon seeing Lord Wang and his companion approach, they hurried over to lead the steeds. Once dismounted, the two walked up the mountain, soon arriving at a pavilion. This structure was perched on the mountainside, offering a resting place for those ascending Shanyang Mountain. Upon noticing Shi Shan and Lord Wang's arrival, Wang Shangyun, Lord Wang's father, called out joyfully from a distance, Shi Shan, you have finally come. He approached the pavilion, where Shi Shan observed not only several affluent gentlemen like Wang Shangyun, but also an elderly man clad in a Taoist robe. Shi Shan, let me introduce you. Wang Shangyun enthusiastically began. This is the esteemed Taoist Xian Yang, the abbot of Shangyuan Temple. Ah, the youth is indeed formidable. I find myself pondering who this esteemed Shi Shan, invited by Lord Wang to inscribe a name, truly is. How had I not heard of such a remarkable individual before? It is astonishing that one so young has been summoned by Lord Wang to serve as a namer. Such early accomplishments are commendable. Observing Shi Shan, Taoist Xianyang sighed contemplatively. You flatter me, Taoist. Lord Wang is merely extending a courtesy and deference to Lord Wang's stature, Shi Shan replied humbly. Upon hearing Shi Shan's modest words, Wang Shangyun waved his hand dismissively. Do not be so self-effacing, Shi Shan. At merely 17, you are already participating in the imperial examinations. Given time, you shall surely achieve remarkable success. However, do not lament should my remuneration for your writing be modest. It is quite unexpected that this young brother, Shi Shan, has already taken part in the examinations. While diligence and talent in scholarship are undoubtedly vital, one must also attend to one's health. I observe that young Shi Shan's countenance appears rather pallid. If there is any discomfort, please feel free to share. I possess some knowledge of medicine and could offer a diagnosis. Taoist Xianyang said with genuine concern. Thank you for your kind intentions, Taoist. I merely have a slight chill. It is nothing serious, Shi Shan responded. Taoist Xianyang, upon hearing this, cast a skeptical glance at Shi Shan, for such a pallor hardly seemed indicative of a mere chill. However, respecting Shi Shan's reticence, he chose not to inquire further, feeling that his expression of goodwill sufficed. Come, bring forth the ink, brush, paper, and inkstone. Shi Shan, ponder carefully and bestow upon this pavilion an appropriate name. Followed by a couplet, Wang Shangyun urged with anticipation. With a knowing glance, he signaled to Wang Xiaoxin, who promptly placed the ink and writing materials upon the stone table within the pavilion. Only then did Shi Shan notice Wang Xiaoxin, who had previously been hiding in the crowd. Observing her flushed cheeks and feeling the weight of Wang Shangyun's expectant gaze, Shi Shan realized he had been led astray by Wang Zhu. He slightly turned his head and shot a fierce glare at Wang Zhu. In response to Shi Shan's menacing look, Wang Zhu chuckled a few times and subtly gestured towards Wang Xiaoxin. Brother Shi Shan, shall I prepare the inkstone for you? With Wang Zhu's silent encouragement, Wang Xiaoxin mustered her courage to speak. Seeing her anxious demeanor made Shi Shan feel a wave of awkwardness. Although Wang Xiaoxin had always been a somewhat shy girl, she had grown quite familiar with Shi Shan, and their interactions had been effortless. Now, however, her demeanor seemed influenced by her father. This thought only deepened Shi Shan's dissatisfaction with Wang Zhu. It was unthinkable to betray a brother in such a manner. Just as Shi Shan was about to write, Zhuo Shuang, the town lord, approached slowly, accompanied by several town guards, with Zhuo Xiushu in a light green silk robe following closely behind. Chapter 17. Examination notes upon the unexpected arrival of town lords Zhuo Shuang, Wang Shangyun, and the others immediately fell into a state of confusion. We have the honor of meeting the esteemed lord. They hastily bowed to Zhuo Shuang. There is no need for such formalities. I have come uninvited. Zhuo Shuang replied with a warm smile. Hearing Zhuo Shuang say uninvited only heightened Wang Shangyun's alarm. My lord, I intended to extend an invitation, but considering your busy schedule, I hesitated. I hope you can forgive my oversight. Do not worry too much, Lord Wang. The construction of this pavilion for the travelers heading to Shanyang Temple to pray is indeed a commendable endeavor. Thus, upon hearing that today marks the completion of the pavilion, I took the liberty to come here. Such initiatives should be pursued more frequently, Zhuo Shuang remarked. Elated by the affirmation from the esteemed Zhuo Shuang, Wang Shangyun eagerly responded. Since the honorable gentleman has graced us with his presence, why not allow you to bestow a name upon this pavilion? Yes, indeed. Let the esteemed gentleman name the pavilion. The Taoist, Xianyang, chimed in enthusiastically. I believe it was Shi Shan who was to name this pavilion? Zhuo Shuang inquired, glancing at Shi Shan. With a playful smile, Zhuo Shuang remarked, Shi Shan, it appears you have garnered quite a bit of recognition here in Shanyang town. Since you were to name the pavilion, I shall not overstep my bounds and will defer to you. Shi Shan was indifferent to the task. However, he recognized that if Zhuo Shuang were to name it, it would undoubtedly benefit Wang Shangyun and his companions more. Shi Shan, the esteemed town master has spoken. It is only fitting that you name it. Wang Zhu, who had remained silent until now, interjected, concerned that his father might insistently persuade the town master to name the pavilion himself. For Zhuo Shuang, naming the pavilion was a trivial matter, but for someone like Shi Shan, who had yet to establish a reputation, it represented a significant opportunity for recognition. At this moment, as a good friend, Wang Zhu naturally sought to help Shi Shan seize this chance. Wang Shangyun had always hoped Shi Shan would name it. As the act of naming was not the primary objective, he aimed to create more opportunities for Shi Shan and Wang Xiaoxin to meet. Now observing that Zhuo Shuang was not vying for this honor, he readily supported Shi Shan in continuing with the naming. As everyone insisted on allowing him to name the pavilion, Shi Shan, without a hint of affectation, swiftly took up his brush and inscribed the characters Shanfu onto the paper. A splendid name indeed, for it signifies the auspiciousness of goodness. Only those with benevolent hearts who engage in virtuous deeds may come to seek blessings and thus receive their rewards. Wouldn't you agree, Taoist Xianyang? Left Shuang inquired, seeking affirmation from Taoist Xianyang, who nodded slightly, acknowledging the truth in her words. If malevolent individuals were to come seeking blessings, they would surely not receive any. Shanfu is indeed an excellent name. Now that the name is settled, what about the couplet? At this moment, Wang Shangyun eagerly asked. Sensing the anticipation from the crowd, Shi Shan beamed with delight and proceeded to write. Goodness begets good relationships. All matters prosper with virtue. Blessings are sought through good deeds. 100 causes lead to fortune. Clap, clap, clap. As soon as Shi Shan finished, Left Shuang began to applaud vigorously. What a magnificent couplet. Goodness begets good relationships. All matters prosper with virtue. Blessings are sought through good deeds. 100 causes lead to fortune. May the people of Shanyang town embody such kindness. The others joined in applause, echoing her enthusiasm. Yet only Left Xiaoshu sulked slightly, feeling discontent that Su Feng had lost to Shi Shan, firmly believing that Su Feng's verses were superior. Watching the crowd shower Shi Shan with admiration was quite disheartening for her. Seeing Shi Shan's inscription receive praise from the town's respected Left Shuang, Wang Shangyun was elated. I shall arrange for a plaque to be made and have the couplet engraved on the pillars. He then beckoned to his attendants to serve the prepared fruits to the guests, inviting everyone to enjoy a taste. In the midst of Shanyang Mountain, the Shanfu Pavilion welcomes many virtuous souls. Regularly engaging in good deeds brings great renown. A tranquil heart leads to beautiful dreams fulfilled. At this moment, Zhuo Shuang held an apple in his hand and, after taking a few steps, recited a poem aloud. Upon hearing Zhuo Shuang's verses, Wang Shangyun was instantly filled with elation. My lord, why not inscribe the poem you have recited? I would be delighted to carve it onto a stone tablet, to be placed beside this Shanfuting, in order to pass it down to future generations. Haha, splendid. Zhuo Shuang, in high spirits, immediately approached the stone table and began to write. As he beheld Zhuo Shuang's calligraphy, Shi Shan's eyes sparkled. The characters exuded a fierce strength amidst their square form, truly befitting a master of the craft. Once Zhuo Shuang completed the poem, he joyfully waved to Zhuo Xiaoshu, urging her to hand over his examination notes to Shi Shan. It turned out that Zhuo Shuang had learned from the steward, Lu Zhuang, that Wang Shangyun and others were holding a ceremony for the completion of a pavilion on Shanyang Mountain, inviting Shi Shan to inscribe his name. Coincidentally, he had sent a servant to the city to retrieve the examination notes, thus bringing Zhuo Xiaoshu along to join in the festivities. Upon hearing Zhuo Shuang's words, Shi Shan was delighted to see Zhuo Xiaoshu's small face, which was momentarily downcast, as she handed him a book. He hurriedly accepted it. Shi Shan, these notes are also the fruit of my labor. You should study them well, as they may yield valuable insights. They were personally delivered to you by my daughter, and you do not even offer a word of gratitude? Zhuo Shuang teased. However, Zhuo Xiaoshu was displeased. She had no desire to engage in conversation with Shi Shan. Thank you. I am truly grateful, Shi Shan responded hastily. Witnessing this scene, Wang Shangyun felt a pang of anxiety. Why would the town master let his own daughter deliver a set of notes to Shi Shan? What was so special about them that he could not deliver them himself or send someone else? Why was it necessary for his daughter to do so? At this moment, Master Xinyang observed that Zhuo Shuang was in high spirits and seized the opportunity to extend an invitation to her to visit the Shanyang temple. After a brief moment of contemplation, Zhuo Shuang agreed, for the Shanyang temple was the only place in Shanyang town where the residents could seek blessings. And it was indeed worth a visit. Shi Shan, come along with us. Let us take Xiaoshu for a stroll around the Shanyang temple. Zhuo Shuang contemplated this as a chance for her daughter, Zhuo Xiaoshu, to bond with Shi Shan. Yet to her surprise, both of them simultaneously voiced their objections. No, my lady. I have some matters to attend to today. Zhuo Xiaoshu and Shi Shan both firmly refused, exchanging puzzled glances before Zhuo Xiaoshu huffed and turned her head away. It's already dusk. What matters could possibly remain unresolved? Zhuo Shuang inquired, somewhat displeased. Laughter erupted among those present at Shi Shan's remark. Very well, I can understand your sentiments. I shall let this matter pass this time, but do not defy me again in the future. Zhuo Shuang said half in jest as she followed Master Xinyang toward the Shanyang temple. Shi Shan, this is your remuneration. At this juncture, Wang Shangyun was filled with regret. He had initially intended to offer a generous remuneration, but was apprehensive about Shi Shan's potential rejection. After much deliberation, he settled for a more moderate sum. Now, he deeply regretted not preparing a truly astonishing remuneration, had he known that Zhuo Shuang would bring her daughter along. However, on the other hand, at this moment, Wang Shangyun felt a sense of self-satisfaction, as even Zhuo Shuang, who had come from the northern capital of Beixian, seemed to subtly encourage her daughter to engage more with Shi Shan. The implication was unmistakable. Her decision to approach Shi Shan was indeed a stroke of brilliance. Observing Shi Shan accept the purse of money, Wang Shangyun turned and hurried after Zhuo Shuang and the others. 50 taels. At this moment, as he opened the purse containing the remuneration, Shi Shan gasped in surprise. Shi Shan, do not overreact. In my opinion, my father has given you too little. Wang Zhu remarked nearby, having expected at least 100 taels and feeling somewhat disappointed. This is far too much. I earn merely 300 won a month at the prison. As Shi Shan spoke, he intended to return the purse to Wang Zhu. Shi Shan, you should accept it. You are no longer the same as before. This 50 taels is rather meager, and you will undoubtedly have many expenses in the future, Wang Zhu urged, pushing the purse back toward Shi Shan. At this moment, Shi Shan's expression grew serious, as if he had suddenly remembered something. Then I shall accept it. Thank you. What are you being so formal for? Wang Zhu said, giving Shi Shan a friendly pat on the shoulder. Chapter 18. Zhang Long marries brother Shi Shan. Who do you think is more beautiful, me or the daughter of the town lord? As Shi Shan accepted the purse, Wang Xiaoxin seized the opportunity to ask, knowing that one is often indebted to those who provide. At Wang Xiaoxin's question, Shi Shan was taken aback. He had not anticipated that as soon as Wang Shanyan departed, Wang Xiaoxin would revert to her usual demeanor, shedding any semblance of shyness or anxiety. None of you possess the beauty of the little tooth. Shi Shan pondered that if he were to declare Zhuo Xiushu as beautiful, he would undoubtedly offend Wang Xiaoxin. Conversely, if he praised Wang Xiaoxin, considering the current situation with the Wang family, it would inevitably lead to numerous troubles in the future. Thus, he jested by mentioning Tang Yu's name. How wicked of you. Yu is so young, and yet you have your eyes on her. As soon as Shi Shan uttered those words, Wang Xiaoxin retorted with a scornful remark, which elicited hearty laughter from Wang Zhu. Caught off guard by Wang Xiaoxin's comment, Shi Shan found himself at a loss for a retort and reluctantly turned away, descending the mountain. Observing Shi Shan's awkward demeanor, Wang Zhu gave his sister an approving thumbs up, his eyes brimming with encouragement. Shi Shan, where are you headed? Wang Zhu inquired upon seeing Shi Shan dismount to exchange horses. Shi Shan brushed off the dust from his clothing, replying, I intend to visit my master. Let us go together, Wang Zhu suggested with a cheerful demeanor, while Wang Xiaoxin looked on with eager anticipation. After glancing at Wang Xiaoxin, Shi Shan steeled himself and declined. I have matters to discuss with my master, and it would be inconvenient for you to accompany me. Rejected by Shi Shan, a surge of frustration welled up within Wang Zhu, compelling him to argue. However, upon noticing the disappointment in Wang Xiaoxin's eyes, followed by the resolute expression on Shi Shan's face, he suddenly felt a wave of helplessness. After careful contemplation, Wang Zhu realized that should he insist on accompanying Shi Shan and ultimately be rebuffed, it would likely sadden his sister deeply. Very well, we shall not accompany you. I will come to visit you another day, he finally conceded. After the king's words, he departed with Wang Xiaoxin. They arrived at the market, procured a pound of beef, purchased some marinated tofu, and filled a jug with wine before making their way to Zhang Long's residence. Upon arrival, they discovered the door was locked, leading them to surmise that business was not thriving that day. Evidently, Zhang Long had taken to wandering around town with his burden. Seeing the door ajar. I knew it must be you, my friend, Zhang Long boomed with laughter as he set down his load. He then glanced at the dishes on the table and exclaimed, I had a yearning for a drink yesterday, but I hesitated to spend. Little did I expect you to bring me such a delightful surprise today. With that, Zhang Long promptly seated himself on a stool, picking up his chopsticks to seize a piece of beef and pop it into his mouth. Observing Zhang Long's voracious appetite, Shi Shan chuckled and filled Zhang Long's cup with wine. The prison work cannot be overly arduous, can it? Yet you appear rather feeble, your complexion quite alarming. Zhang Long remarked after taking a sip. Shi Shan's expression shifted as he considered his response. The job assigned to him at the prison seemed straightforward, merely delivering meals to inmates. However, delivering to Yao Jiang was no trivial task. Were it not for his fortuitous cultivation, he might have succumbed to the pervasive aura of despair long ago. Nonetheless, such thoughts were not meant for Zhang Long's ears. It is not difficult. I simply caught a chill recently and feel quite cold, Shi Shan replied, picking up a piece of marinated tofu to chew thoughtfully. You are still young. You must take care of your health, Zhang Long admonished in his robust manner. As the revelry of the drinking session reached its zenith, Shi Shan, after a moment of contemplation, seized the opportune moment to speak. Master, has anyone been arranging a marriage for you lately? No one has taken the initiative, came the reply. Then you shall seek one for yourself, Shi Shan suggested. Zhang Long, upon hearing this, widened his eyes in astonishment. Are you not slightly out of sorts? With my current circumstances, venturing out to seek a partner would likely lead to me being unceremoniously shown the door, which would be utterly humiliating. At that moment, as Zhang Long spoke, Shi Shan retrieved the pouch of coins given to him by Wang Shangyun and placed it upon the table. Old Master Wang has constructed a pavilion on the hillside of Shanyang Mountain and has invited me today, providing a generous honorarium of 50 taels of silver. 50 taels? Old Master Wang is indeed generous, Zhang Long exclaimed, for such an amount was a fortune in his eyes. He had never laid eyes on so much money in his lifetime. With these 50 taels, you can spare some to hire someone to help you find a suitable match, while the remainder can be used to arrange the wedding. Surely, there are impoverished young women who would be willing, Shi Shan proposed. Zhang Long, taken aback, retorted, "What nonsense is this? You have only just acquired this money. Why waste it on me?" Waste it? This money was easily obtained. How can I be accused of squandering it if I offer it to help you find a wife? If you do not seek a partner to bear children, will you expect me to support you in your old age? Shi Shan countered with a laugh. "You rascal," Zhang Long exclaimed, raising his chopsticks and playfully striking at Shi Shan's head, who, in turn, laughed heartily and dodged. Eventually, with Shi Shan's insistence and the promise of acquiring more funds, Zhang Long relented and graciously accepted the 50 taels of silver. Upon witnessing Zhang Long's acceptance, Shi Shan felt a surge of joy within him. In that moment, he recalled the circumstances of his arrival in Shanyang town. After perusing the initial pages, Shi Shan finally set down his notebook. Truly, as the town's esteemed figure, he possessed such remarkable writing prowess at a young age. His perspective distinctly unique. Reading through these pages seemed to have broadened my own thought process significantly, Shi Shan contemplated. Subsequently, he roughly skimmed through the entirety of the notes, gaining a slight understanding of the narrative thread. The notebook appeared quite disorganized, a free expression of thoughts flowing wherever inspiration struck. Yet, it was precisely this lack of structure that rendered the reading experience more authentic. It was raw, unrefined information, allowing Shi Shan to swiftly grasp Zhou Shuang's ideas and absorb the knowledge with great efficiency. After carefully placing the notebook aside, Shi Shan felt a tumult of emotions, as if his journey in scientific exploration had taken a substantial leap forward. Chapter 19. Urgency. After setting the notebook down, Shi Shan reclined on his bed, beginning to ponder the intricacies of the Xian Mo transformation. After meticulously reviewing the content several times, he began to reflect. If he were to master the Xian Mo transformation, whose form would he choose to assume first? At this thought, the visage of Ma Quan abruptly materialized in his mind. The moment Ma Quan's image emerged, Shi Shan's good spirits evaporated, a shadow of gloom casting over his countenance. Ma Quan. In the Ma residence, within the living room. Bang. Mrs. Ma hurled a porcelain vase onto the floor, shattering it into countless fragments with a resounding crash. Ma Quan, after all these years of loyalty, you now declare your intention to divorce me? Have you lost your conscience? Without me, could you ever have ascended to the position of warden? Madame Ma exclaimed, her voice filled with anguish. Before long, I shall resign from my post as warden, Ma Quan replied coolly. Madame Ma's eyes widened in disbelief upon hearing his intention to resign. Are you truly serious about stepping down? Surely this is no jest. She recalled vividly the immense sacrifices Ma Quan had made to attain this position, akin to the gravity of his desire to end their marriage. It is no jest. I am utterly serious, Ma Quan stated with an air of tranquility. Seeing that Ma Quan was not feigning, Madame Ma regained her composure, her tears subsiding. After all these years of marriage, there remains a semblance of affection between us. Might you share your reasons with me? Ma Quan cast a glance at his wife, and after a moment of silence, he spoke. I have found a new pursuit. What pursuit could possibly warrant the destruction of our family? Madame Ma inquired, her curiosity piqued. Do not press further. Everything that is rightfully yours has been preserved. Take Jeuneur and leave, Ma Quan concluded, waving his hand dismissively, signaling his desire to cease this discussion. Madame Ma regarded him with a complex expression, uttering, take care of yourself, before turning to exit the hall. Once she had departed, Ma Quan rose slowly from his seat, his gaze piercing as he looked beyond the confines of the living room, as if envisioning the distant Stone Mountain. Stone Mountain, I shall master the art of soul transference and seize your body. It will henceforth belong to me. I can no longer allow you to deliver meals to Yao Jiang, lest you jeopardize your health. On that early morning, as Shi Shan arrived at the prison, Lu Zhong informed him that Ma Quan wished to see him in his office. Upon hearing this, Shi Shan was suddenly gripped by an overwhelming sense of urgency, as if an unseen crisis was encroaching upon him. You should go quickly. Master Ma is waiting for you in his office, urged Lu Zhong. With a solemn expression, Shi Shan approached the door of Ma Quan's office and lightly rapped on it. "Come in," came Ma Quan's resonant voice from within. Taking a deep breath, Shi Shan entered. "Master, I hear you called for me?" he inquired, his tone lacking any semblance of respect, which caused Ma Quan to furrow his brow in displeasure. "Shi Shan, I initially set a test for you to assess your suitability for the duties within the prison, assigning you to deliver meals to the inmates of Cell Tianjia. After careful observation over the past few days, I can say you performed commendably and have successfully passed my evaluation. Henceforth, you will no longer be required to deliver meals to Yao Jiang. I have other tasks for you," Ma Quan stated with a gentle demeanor, feigning concern for his subordinate. However, Shi Shan regarded these words with disdain. Had this arrangement been made earlier, he might have genuinely appreciated Ma Quan's gesture. Yet now, having learned the Xian Mo transformation, he had much to inquire of Yao Jiang, especially regarding cultivation methods. At this juncture, he would not relinquish the opportunity to continue delivering meals to Yao Jiang. "My lord, I inadvertently overheard a discussion wherein it was revealed that Yao Jiang is a discarded cultivator. Mere mortals who approach him for 3 consecutive days are prone to fainting from the erosion of his enigmatic power. Yet, I have remained unaffected after all these days, suggesting that my constitution is rather unique and well-suited for this task." Before Ma Quan could interject, Shi Shan continued, saying, "Moreover, others are reluctant to deliver meals to Yao Jiang. My lord, why seek distant alternatives when you have a capable individual at hand? This would only serve to disrupt the atmosphere of the prison." Shi Shan expressed his willingness to alleviate the burdens of his lord by continuing to provide sustenance for Yao Jiang. "Shi Shan, you need only heed my directives," Ma Quan replied with a gentle demeanor. "There is no need for further elaboration, my lord. I fully appreciate your kind intentions, and I remain willing to assist you." Shi Shan concluded, "Now, it is my turn to clean, so I shall not delay your work any longer." Without awaiting Ma Quan's response, he promptly exited the office. Not long after Shi Shan departed, Ma Quan erupted in fury, rising abruptly from his seat and striking the desk with a resounding thud. As Shi Shan walked away, he heard the loud bang behind him, presumably from Ma Quan's furious gesture. It was evident that his defiance of Ma Quan's plans had incited considerable anger. Earlier, when Ma Quan had instructed him to cease delivering meals to Yao Jiang, his tone had been so mild that Shi Shan suspected ulterior motives might be at play. Despite such thoughts, an overwhelming sense of peril enveloped him. It seemed that even if he were to abandon his role as a jailer, he would still be subject to Ma Quan's machinations. Upon reaching this realization, he was engulfed by a profound sense of urgency, compelling him to expedite his training in the mysterious demon transformation, with the aspiration of soon receiving guidance from Yao Jiang and embarking on his cultivation journey. Shi Shan picked up a broom and, alongside several other jailers, began tidying up the surroundings while continuously envisioning the process of practicing the mysterious demon transformation in his mind, simulating the training within his thoughts. After much anticipation, noon arrived, and Shi Shan swiftly collected his meal and headed towards the cell where Yao Jiang was detained. The essence of the mysterious demon transformation lies in the fusion of one's body with the enigmatic forces, resulting in a state of ethereality. At this juncture, one can then manipulate the enigmatic forces to sculpt their form into the desired manifestation. Once the transformation is complete, one must separate the body from the enigmatic forces, rendering the crafted form into a tangible reality. As one delves deeper into this practice, not only can one achieve external resemblance, but also an internal alignment with the transformed state. Upon hearing this, Shi Shan felt a sense of bewilderment. What does it mean to have an internal transformation as well? For instance, if I were to transform into you, not only would my appearance mirror yours, but your inner essence would also undergo the mysterious demon transformation, and I would embody that transformation as well. Whatever arcane arts you possess, I too would be capable of wielding. Whatever cultivation constitution you have, I would inherently possess the same, Yao Jiang proclaimed with pride. How is that even possible? Shi Shan exclaimed in astonishment, finding it utterly unfathomable. Humph. The marvels of the enigmatic forces are beyond the comprehension of a mere mortal like you, Yao Jiang retorted with disdain. Chapter 20. The commencement of cultivation after Yao Jiang's narrative. Although Shi Shan remained somewhat skeptical, he felt a surge of excitement. As if he had finally grasped the profound significance of the Xuanma transformation he was cultivating. It appeared that his decision to pursue this path was indeed more beneficial than detrimental. As soon as he stepped out of the Tianjia prison cell, he spotted Lu Zhong waiting not far from the underground prison exit. Upon seeing Shi Shan, Lu Zhong approached him with a few strides. Shi Shan, I notice your complexion has become increasingly pale. Allow me to bring you your lunch this afternoon. You can collect it here and hand it to me, and I shall deliver it to that inmate, Lu Zhong said with a simplicity that belied his earnestness. Recognizing Lu Zhong's kindness, Shi Shan replied with a smile, Brother Lu, I appreciate your goodwill, but I assure you, I am quite all right. I have adjusted well. The encroachment of the Xuanji poses no threat to me. Lu Zhong was taken aback by Shi Shan's refusal. Having experienced the torment of the Xuanji himself, he knew that no one would willingly endure such suffering a second time. The reason he dared to risk being discovered by Ma Quan to assist Shi Shan was twofold. First, Shi Shan had made a favorable impression on him. Second, he believed that Shi Shan had a promising future ahead, not to mention, through his inquiries, Lu Zhong had learned that Shi Shan was young, yet had already participated in the imperial examination. From their brief interactions over the past few days, Lu Zhong sensed that Shi Shan exhibited a maturity beyond that of his peers. Thus, he wished to take a chance, to wager on Shi Shan's bright prospects. Shi Shan, do take care. If you ever require assistance, do not hesitate to call upon your elder brother, Lu Zhong said before turning to leave the underground prison. As soon as Shi Shan exited the underground prison, he was met with a cacophony of commotion around him. Hurry, everyone. Prepare yourselves. The town lord is coming to inspect the prison. Why did the town government not provide prior notice? Now, there is no preparation that can be made. Amidst the clamor of those around him, Shi Shan realized that Zhuo Shuang was coming to inspect the prison. Sure enough, it wasn't long before Zhuo Shuang, clad in official attire, entered accompanied by Ma Quan and others. Greetings, town master. Upon Zhuo Shuang's arrival, the prison officials collectively called out. At that moment, Zhuo Shuang's gaze fell upon Shi Shan, and after a few strides, he approached him. Greetings, town master. Seeing Zhuo Shuang walking towards him, Shi Shan hastily offered a greeting. How is the work in the prison treating you? Zhuo Shuang inquired warmly as he reached Shi Shan. Upon hearing this, Zhuo Shuang nodded. That's good to hear. Ma Quan. This Shi Shan has participated in the imperial examinations. Though he did not succeed, he intends to continue his efforts in the future. For such a talented individual, you must take special care of him. If one day Shi Shan succeeds, it would not only be the pride of your prison, but also of our Shanyang town. Zhuo Shuang said with a smile. As you say, my lord, I will certainly take good care of Shi Shan in the future, Ma Quan replied. Suppressing his displeasure and feigning sincerity, Zhuo Shuang nodded in response, and then, under Ma Quan's guidance, proceeded directly towards the lower levels of the prison. As soon as Zhuo Shuang and his entourage departed, Lu Zhong hurriedly approached Shi Shan, exclaiming, Shi Shan, I did not expect the town master to care for you so deeply. At that moment, Lu Zhong felt exhilarated, convinced that his gamble had paid off. Extending goodwill towards Shi Shan was not in vain, as even the town master was concerned for him. Indeed, Shi Shan appeared to have a promising future ahead. At this moment, Shi Shan sensed a shift in the gazes of the prison guards surrounding him. They no longer regarded him as a stranger. It seemed that, in this instant, he had begun to integrate into the prison's milieu. Meanwhile, under the guidance of Ma Quan and others, Zhuo Shuang had arrived before the Tianjiaho prison. You all may leave now, Zhuo Shuang said, looking at the imprisoned Yao Jiang with indifference. Ahem, my lord, we shall take our leave, Ma Quan replied hastily, quickly turning away from the Tianjiaho cell, with the others following suit, eager to distance themselves from the place. After observing Yao Jiang for a moment, Zhuo Shuang spoke. Brother Yao, I never anticipated that our reunion would occur within these prison walls. Zhuo Shuang, what brings you here? Yao Jiang inquired, astonished at Zhuo Shuang's presence. Once Ma Quan exited the underground level, he called upon Lu Zhong, instructing him to arrange a private office for Shi Shan, allowing him the opportunity to read and prepare for his examinations during his leisure. Ma Quan hoped to take advantage of Zhuo Shuang's favor to extend some special care to Shi Shan, knowing that he himself would benefit from such indulgences in due course. After Lu Zhong organized the office, he promptly informed Shi Shan. Shi Shan, it is quite unexpected that, in order to facilitate your studies, Lord Ma would arrange a private office for you, Lu Zhong remarked enviously. With the establishment of an independent office, Shi Shan felt a surge of joy. He could now study openly within the prison and even engage in cultivation. This arrangement was truly splendid, as it would allow him to consult Yao Jiang promptly should any issues arise during his practice. In the modest office, Shi Shan contemplated what furnishings might be needed, intending to procure them after consulting with Master Ma. Upon hearing the need to seek Master Ma's approval, Shi Shan waved his hand dismissively, indicating that no further arrangements were necessary. Before long, several prison officials arrived, greeting Shi Shan and introducing themselves. Observing this gathering, Shi Shan felt a profound sense of reflection. After many days, he had finally begun to connect with his colleagues within the prison walls. Once he had sent everyone on their way, Shi Shan closed the door, took a few deep breaths, and seated himself, beginning to mentally simulate the cultivation of the Xuanma transformation. After several repetitions of this mental exercise, he gritted his teeth and commenced the actual practice. He summoned the intricate energies, allowing them to merge with his physical being. A faint light began to emanate from his body, which gradually intensified over time, rendering his skin increasingly radiant and eventually translucent. At that moment, Shi Shan experienced a peculiar sensation. As if he had transcended into another realm, the office around him appeared to dissolve into nothingness. It was unclear whether he himself had become ethereal or if the office had faded away. In this state of reverie, the radiance enveloping him abruptly vanished, and his skin returned to its normal state. It turned out that in his moment of distraction, the trajectory of the intricate energies within him had deviated, causing a separation from his physical form, preventing further integration. Regaining his composure, Shi Shan slowly rose, reaching out to touch the wall, feeling its solidness. At that moment, he was struck by the profound reality of the world around him. Subsequently, Shi Shan sensed that the enigmatic energy within him had not diminished. It appeared that as long as he had not successfully transformed through the cultivation of this energy, it would not be depleted, allowing him to continue the process of integration. Adjusting his thoughts, Shi Shan attentively recalled the sensations experienced during the previous merging of his body and the enigmatic energy. He then resumed his seat and once again summoned the energy. As his body fused with the enigmatic force, Shi Shan gradually felt himself becoming ethereal, as if on the verge of dissipating into the world, leaving no trace behind. Upon noticing his arm becoming transparent, with the blood within visible to the naked eye, he perceived the surroundings clearly, yet they seemed separated from him by a weightless void. Abruptly, Shi Shan ceased the flow of energy. The moment the energy halted, he felt as though he were plummeting from an infinite height, his vision blurring. Observing his arm returning to normal, Shi Shan inhaled sharply. Could that sensation have been akin to the feeling of approaching death? A wave of doubt washed over him. Chapter 21. The Great River Gang carrying this uncertainty. When it was time for lunch, Shi Shan hurried to the cell of the Tianjia ship. He recounted to Yao Jiang the circumstances of his earlier experience with the energy integration. To his astonishment, Yao Jiang burst into laughter. In a certain sense, when your body merges with the enigmatic energy, you truly no longer exist in this world. Non-existence? Yet my consciousness remains clear. I can still perceive everything around me, Shi Shan replied, astonished. Shi Shan found himself at a loss for words. Yao Jiang often displayed impatience and was reluctant to elaborate further. Disciple, Zhang Long called out as he approached, his face glowing with excitement. Disciple, I have some good news, he exclaimed. What news? Shi Shan asked, puzzled. After taking a sip of water from the tank, Zhang Long joyfully declared, I have a match. Upon hearing this, Shi Shan's eyes lit up. Is it true? So soon? Indeed, it is true. The girl's family has asked me to come and propose tomorrow. Zhang Long laughed heartily. Shi Shan, filled with delight, urged him to share more about this young lady. Zhang Long then recounted the events leading up to this moment. It turned out that after Shi Shan had given him some silver, Zhang Long promptly sought out the renowned matchmaker, Huang Xinyang, in town. After receiving his payment, Huang Xinyang took his request to heart and began her inquiries the very next morning. Before long, she discovered that there was a young lady in Xiaoba village who was set to marry. Why did that family borrow such a large sum from Zhao Tiankai? Shi Shan inquired, perplexed. According to Huang Xinyang, the girl's mother has fallen ill with a strange ailment. They have sought medical help everywhere and, ultimately, had to mortgage their land to Zhao Tiankai in exchange for some silver. When the time came to repay him, they still couldn't settle the debt, and the interest had increased significantly. Now, they are living in dire circumstances. Not only is the mother's illness unresolved, but as time passes, the interest continues to grow. The girl's father can no longer bear it, and has let it be known that he wishes to marry off his daughter, Zhang Long explained. That is indeed 30 taels of silver. A common family would struggle to produce such an amount in a short time. Is their daughter truly worth that much? Shi Shan remarked. Well, otherwise, how could it fall to me? Zhang Long chuckled. Even if someone could manage it, they would likely hesitate to offend Zhao Tiankai. As Huang Xinyang mentioned, That girl is somewhat fair of face. The reason Zhao Tiankai was willing to lend money to their family was that he intended to use her as collateral when they failed to repay. Now, faced with desperation, the family must marry off their daughter to settle the debt. Yet Zhao Tiankai has warned that anyone who dares to take that girl would be at odds with him. Zhang Long continued. Zhao Tiankai must be over 60 by now, with several wives. Does he still wish to take another? Shi Shan exclaimed, astonished. Zhao Tiankai is quite a notorious wealthy man in Shenyang town, with the Feng restaurant being one of his enterprises. Zhang Long chuckled again, saying, Huang Xinyang said that the girl finds Zhao Tiankai too old and is unwilling to be a concubine. She'd rather marry an ordinary man as a legitimate wife. She certainly possesses a strong will. Shi Shan inquired, have you ever seen this girl? Upon hearing this, Zhang Long's expression shifted, revealing a hint of embarrassment. I have not yet had the pleasure. You have never seen her, yet you are willing to offer 30 taels of silver and propose tomorrow? Are you not concerned that Huang Xinyang might be deceiving you? What if the girl is quite unattractive? Shi Shan questioned. Zhang Long shook his head, replying, given my appearance, it is already a rare fortune for someone to consider marrying me. What more could I possibly desire? When do you plan to propose tomorrow? I shall accompany you, Shi Shan offered. Aren't you supposed to be working? Zhang Long inquired. In prison, there are 3 days off each month. Tomorrow, I will approach the warden to request a leave, and afterwards, I shall accompany you to propose. Shi Shan responded. Upon hearing this, Zhang Long shook his head. You have only recently entered the prison. It would be unwise to request leave so soon. I will summon a few old friends tomorrow. We will certainly have enough hands. Noticing Zhang Long's earnest demeanor, Shi Shan refrained from further discussion, for he knew that by tomorrow morning, he would have taken leave and gone directly. At that point, Zhang Long would not voice any objections. Shi Shan wished to invite Zhang Long to dine together, but Zhang Long, preoccupied with the preparations for the proposal, had no desire to linger. Observing Zhang Long's hurried departure, Shi Shan felt a mix of amusement and a sense of emptiness. His master was finally to be cared for by someone else. He had grown up and become independent, eliminating the subtle sense of mutual reliance that had once existed between them. Shi Shan understood that the dissolution of this reliance was indeed a positive development, indicating that both of their lives were improving. Yet, for reasons unbeknownst to him, he felt an undeniable void. Time passes swiftly, life ebbs and flows. No one will remain by anyone's side indefinitely. Shi Shan, what is the matter with your master? A curious Wang Zhu barged in, noticing Shi Shan's excitement. I greeted him, but he seemed oblivious. At that moment, Wang Zhu swaggered into the room. Is your master about to get married? Upon hearing Shi Shan's statement, Wang Zhu was taken aback. Married? Is there truly someone willing to wed your master? Shi Shan cast a disapproving glance at Wang Zhu. What sort of remark is that? Surely, there can be someone willing to marry my master. Wang Zhu remained in a state of shock, hastily waving his hand in response. I harbor no ulterior motives. I am simply astonished. After all these years, Master Zhang is finally to be wed. Who is the fortunate bride? It is a family from Xiaoba village. Shi Shan replied with a smile. The matchmaker claims she is quite lovely, and even Zhao Tiankai has taken a liking to her. Wang Zhu's eyes blinked in surprise upon hearing this. The girl from Xiaoba village? Could it possibly be the same one Zhao Tiankai declared that anyone who marries her would be at odds with him? Indeed, it is her, Shi Shan confirmed. Shi Shan, your master is exceedingly bold, is he not? Are you all unaware of the implications? Wang Zhu asked, astonished. Shi Shan looked at Wang Zhu, bewildered. Unaware of what? Zhao Tiansai's granddaughter, Zhao Yin, was taken as a disciple by the leader of the Dai gang last month. You must be familiar with the Dai gang, yes? Zhao Yin becoming a disciple of the Dai gang's leader. Do you grasp the significance of this? Your master dares to offend Zhao Tiankai? Does everyone in Yangyang town not know of his vengeful nature? It is rumored that Zhao Tiankai has several lives on his conscience, Wang Zhu remarked, his expression complex as he gazed at Shi Shan. Upon hearing Wang Zhu's words, Shi Shan's expression changed dramatically. He was well aware of the Dai gang's reputation, a renowned sect in Qinghua County, reputed to have several martial artists among its ranks. Though not as legendary as the Shen masters, martial artists still commanded a level of respect among ordinary folk. Wang Zhu, these sects of the martial world are not entities to be trifled with, even by the authorities, he said, sensing Wang Zhu's concern as he noted Shi Shan's distressing demeanor. After a moment of silence, Wang Zhu struggled to speak. Shi Shan, hurry and persuade Master Zhang to call off the wedding. The current Zhao Tiankai is not someone we can afford to provoke. Chapter 22. Zhao Tian Kai, let the soldiers come to meet the soldiers, and let the water come to cover the earth. It is not so easy to find someone willing to marry my master. I shall not counsel him to relinquish his pursuit, Shi Shan replied coldly. Shi Shan, you are out of your mind. You have a bright future ahead of you. Once you ascend to great heights, there will be no shortage of individuals eager to marry your master. Why rush? Wang Zhu implored. It is said that Yi Sheng, the leader of the Great River Gang, is a late-stage warrior, with several early-stage warriors under his command. Zhao Yan's acceptance as Yi Sheng's disciple surely indicates her esteemed position. Offending Zhao Tian Kai is tantamount to offending Yi Sheng. Upon hearing this, Shi Shan furrowed his brow. Although Zhao Yan was Yi Sheng's disciple, given Yi Sheng's status, he should not interfere in familial disputes concerning Zhao Yan. Even if Yi Sheng chose not to intervene, what if Zhao Yan eventually became a warrior? Wouldn't she care about the grievances between her grandfather and you? Wang Zhu expressed his concerns, perceiving Shi Shan's resolute demeanor as a sign that he was determined to confront Zhao Tian Kai. Wang Zhu, unaware of the backstory surrounding Shi Shan, sighed inwardly, recognizing that he could not sway Shi Shan's resolve. I will no longer discuss this with you. I shall seek out Master Zhang and allow him to make his own decision. As Wang Zhu turned to leave, Shi Shan's gaze sharpened, and he shouted, Wang Zhu, if you dare to utter Zhao Tian Kai even once in front of my master, our friendship shall be severed. After the departure of the Lord, Shi Shan sat gravely on the stool, his mind incessantly conjuring the radiant smile that had adorned Zhang Long's face earlier. This was precisely why, upon learning of Zhao Yan's information from the Lord, he steadfastly chose to oppose Zhao Tian Kai. He could not bear to witness the disappointment on Zhang Long's visage. Neglecting the preparation of a meal, Shi Shan closed the door and took several deep breaths to steady his emotions before standing and commencing the intricate manipulation of his internal energies. As his body harmonized with the energies, a wave of disorientation washed over him, suddenly accompanied by an overwhelming sensation of impending demise. Gritting his teeth, he dismissed this thought and concentrated on the operation of his energies, ultimately achieving a profound fusion between himself and the energies. At that moment, to the naked eye, Shi Shan appeared as nothing more than a nebulous outline of his physical form. Realizing that the fusion was complete while he still existed, Shi Shan breathed a sigh of relief. He then focused on the cultivation method of the Xuanma transformation. Conjuring the image of Ma Quan in his mind, he sought to metamorphose into Ma Quan's likeness. As time slowly passed, the sky outside had succumbed to the embrace of night, a sliver of moonlight streaming through the window and casting a gentle glow upon the table. After a considerable duration, Shi Shan remained unable to visualize the framework of Ma Quan's form. At that moment, he felt a tremor within himself. The energies were attempting to separate from his body. With a resigned sigh, he relinquished his meditation, subsequently directing the energies to detach and restore his normal state. Once the energies and body were separated, Shi Shan experienced a wave of exhaustion, wandering hazily to the water tank for a sip. After quenching his thirst, he neglected any further hygiene and collapsed onto his bed, swiftly succumbing to slumber. Shi Shan, you are late. Within the confines of the office, Ma Quan cast a cold gaze upon Shi Shan, taken aback by his tardiness. Seizing upon this opportunity, he resolved that even if he did not mete out a severe punishment, he would ensure that Shi Shan felt discomfort. My lord, I have come today to request leave, as I must attend to matters at home, Shi Shan stated coolly, attributing his lateness to an unforeseen circumstance. He had been so deeply asleep that the dawn had passed unnoticed, awakening only naturally. In the prison, one must request leave a day in advance. Ma Quan enunciated each word with deliberate emphasis, clearly displeased with Shi Shan's demeanor. Not only was he late, but he also sought to excuse himself at the last moment. Did not Lu Zhong also request leave unexpectedly the other day to leave early? Shi Shan countered, seemingly unfazed. Ma Quan, incensed by Shi Shan's retort, erupted in fury. You, a newcomer, dare to compare yourself to Lu Zhong? Do you possess his credentials? My lord, I have stated my case. I indeed have matters to attend to today and humbly hope for your approval, Shi Shan responded, turning on his heel and departing without awaiting Ma Quan's reply. As Shi Shan exited the prison, Ma Quan's reaction was not one of rage but rather a cold smirk. He thought to himself, let you revel for a few more days. Your fortunate days are numbered. For now, I shall permit your capriciousness. Upon stepping outside, Shi Shan gazed up at the sky, feeling no joy from having exhibited defiance before Ma Quan, who appeared powerless to retaliate. Instead, a grave expression adorned his visage. When Ma Quan had summoned him that day under the pretense of assigning him new duties, Shi Shan had sensed an undercurrent of malice directed toward him. While he had previously perceived hostility, it was in that moment that he felt a palpable malevolence, an ominous sense of impending doom. Thus, he exhibited a certain arrogance, seeking to gauge Ma Quan's reaction. However, the more indifferent Ma Quan appeared, the more despondent he became. Shaking his head, he ceased to ponder further and adjusted his expression as he made his way to Zhang Long's residence. Swiftly, the carriage arrived, and everyone began to load the gifts onto it. Wu Lao Lu, Zhang Long's neighbor, warmly welcomed those who came to assist, helping to transfer the offerings to the carriage. Shi Shan, you have arrived, Wu Lao Lu greeted, raising his hand in acknowledgement upon seeing Shi Shan. Shi Shan glanced around and inquired, "Where's my master?" "At my home. My wife mentioned she is tidying him up. They should be busy preparing his hairstyle with the matchmaker now," Wu Lao Lu replied. Upon hearing this, Shi Shan chuckled, realizing his master could indeed use some grooming to avoid startling the young lady. He proceeded to assist in loading the gifts onto the carriage, and shortly thereafter, Zhang Long approached, his face beaming with joy. "Shi Shan, what brings you here?" "I thought I told you not to take leave," Zhang Long expressed, a hint of annoyance in his tone. "Master, the authorities from the prison have granted me leave. On such an important day, how could I possibly be absent?" Shi Shan replied with a smile. Zhang Long shot a disapproving glance at Shi Shan, remarking, "You are becoming increasingly audacious." After some more bustling about, once everything was prepared, under the guidance of matchmaker Huang Xinyang, Zhang Long, Shi Shan, and a dozen others, along with a carriage, set off in grand procession towards Shaoba village. Meanwhile, at the Zhao residence, Zhao Tiankai, having finished his breakfast under the attentive care of a maid, stood before a birdcage, playfully engaging with a parrot. "Call me grandfather." The parrot in the cage echoed Zhao Tiansai's words. "Grandfather, grandfather." Zhao Tiankai omitted the word call. This time, however, the parrot did not repeat Zhao Tiansai's words, but instead emitted a few mournful sounds. Zhao Tiankai was instantly enraged. "You wretched creature, how dare you take advantage of me? I shall roast you." "Master, master." At that moment, the housekeeper of the Zhao family, Huang Shiren, rushed in. "Master, something terrible has happened." Seeing Huang Shiren's distressed expression, Zhao Tiansai's heart tightened, and he hurriedly inquired, "What has transpired?" "Master, Li Yin'er from Shaoba village has been married off," Huang Shiren replied anxiously. Upon hearing this, Zhao Tiankai felt a wave of relief. Thankfully, it was not a grave matter. However, his anger quickly resurfaced. "What did you say?" "Master, it's about Li Yin'er. Someone has come to propose to her," Huang Shiren said hastily. Zhao Tiansai's body tensed with agitation. "How dare someone disturb the peace in my domain? Who? Who has the audacity to propose to Li Yin'er?" "Zhang Long, the one who sells lanterns in town," Huang Shiren clarified. Zhao Tiansai's expression shifted to one of realization. But he was soon engulfed in fury again. "Such a significant matter, and you inform me only now?" "Master, I only just learned of it myself," Huang Shiren replied with a pained expression. Zhao Tiankai, upon hearing the words, cast a scrutinizing glance at Huang Shiren. "If memory serves correctly, the lanterns used in my residence are all crafted by that Zhang Long, are they not? You have always been responsible for procurement matters. Pray tell, what is your relationship with Zhang Long that you would conceal such matters from me?" Huang Shiren, struck with alarm, hastily defended himself. "My lord, I assure you, I have no connection with Zhang Long whatsoever. I merely purchased lanterns from him due to their excellent quality. The matter of his courtship of Li Yin'er is news to me as well. How long have they been gone?" "It must have been nearly half an hour." "Then why are you not swift in gathering men to thwart them?" "Very well, my lord, I shall assemble a group at once." Chapter 23. Li Yin'er, Zhang Long, and the entourage, grand in their procession, arrived at Shaoba village, guided by Huang Xinyang, making their way directly to Li Yin'er's home. At this moment, Li Yin'er's residence was abuzz with a multitude of visitors, creating a lively atmosphere. "They are here. Huang Pozi has arrived with her party," shouted a few children as they raced towards Li Yin'er's home. Upon hearing the children's cries, the Li family hurriedly prepared to welcome Zhang Long and his companions. Shortly thereafter, Zhang Long's group came into view of the Li family. "Li Laoj, we have arrived," Huang Xinyang called out from a distance to a dark-complexioned middle-aged man. This man was none other than Li Yin'er's father, Li Dazhuang. Upon seeing Huang Xinyang waving at him, he promptly approached with his brothers. "Matchmaker, you have come." Li Dazhuang greeted Huang Xinyang warmly. "Li Laoj, this gentleman is Zhang Long, who has come to propose." Huang Xinyang gestured towards Zhang Long beside her. At that moment, Zhang Long eagerly extended his hand to shake hands with Li Dezhuang. The two stared at each other, both of similar age, yet uncertain of how to address one another. Brotherly, we have brought a cart full of gifts. You should promptly receive them, Huang Xinyang announced, beckoning Li Dezhuang's companions to unload the gifts from the cart. The Li family members busily carried the gifts down, soon filling the house with an abundance of people. While Zhang Long, Shi Shan, and others followed suit, the Li household quickly became crowded, with even the little courtyard in front filled with onlookers. Huang Matchmaker, have you brought everything? Upon entering the house, Li Dezhuang impatiently inquired of Huang Xinyang. Hearing this, she hurriedly pulled Zhang Long to Li Dezhuang's side. Zhang Long, don't delay in presenting the bridal gifts to your father-in-law. Zhang Long, his face flushed, fumbled in his pocket and dazedly handed a money pouch to Li Dezhuang. Li Dezhuang quickly accepted it and opened the pouch, counting the contents in front of everyone. Indeed, 30 taels. Wow, it is truly 30 taels. Li Dezhuang realized he had encountered a benefactor. The villagers from Shaoba village gasped at the mention of 30 taels. Although they had previously heard that the Li family demanded 30 taels for the marriage of their daughter, witnessing the actual gift left them astonished. Brotherly, we have presented our gift as well. Should we not let Yenner come out for Zhang Long to meet her? Huang Xinyang seized the moment to suggest. Certainly. I shall have Yenner come out at once. Li Dezhuang spoke as he entered the inner room, leading out Li Yenner. Soon, a slender woman, her complexion somewhat haggard, emerged under Li Dezhuang's guidance. Upon seeing Li Yenner, Shi Shan felt a surge of emotions. The matchmaker had indeed not deceived his master. Though Li Yenner appeared weary, her skin was fair and delicate, and her features were charming enough to be deemed a beauty. It was no wonder that Zhao Tiankai wished to take her as a concubine. Zhang Long, this is my daughter Xior. From today onward, we shall establish a betrothal, Li Dezhuang declared as he brought Li Yenner before Zhang Long. After speaking, he lowered his head, his eyes reddening as tears began to well up. Had it not been for the sudden misfortunes, the unavoidable circumstances, he would never have consented to such a union for his daughter in this manner. Although he had once lived in poverty, he had managed to provide a decent life without burdening Li Yenner with excessive toil. If it were not for his wife's strange illness, which had drained their family fortune in the pursuit of treatment and left him with considerable debt, he could never have borne to marry his daughter off in this way. Hello, Zhang Long stammered, greeting Li Yenner. He had not anticipated her beauty, which surpassed his expectations. Noticing Li Yenner's reaction, Shi Shan breathed a sigh of relief, as he had feared that she might regret her decision upon seeing his master's appearance. Yenner, I am sorry, Li Dezhuang suddenly cried out, unable to contain his tears any longer. Upon witnessing this, Li Yenner's face flickered with sorrow, her eyes also glistening with moisture. Father, this is what Yenner ought to do. Get out of my way. At this moment, a commotion erupted outside the house, drawing everyone's attention towards the door. A group of individuals dismounted their horses, shouting angrily for those in the courtyard to step aside. Alarmingly, the people from the Zhao residence had arrived. Upon seeing the newcomers, Li Dezhuang was taken aback, falling into a state of panic, while Li Yenner's complexion turned pale. Brother Zhang, what a serendipitous encounter, Huang Shiren remarked as he entered with a dozen or so attendants from the Zhao residence, greeting Zhang Long with a sense of nostalgia. Glancing at Shi Shan, he sneered, Brother Shi, tell me honestly, have I not often looked after the business of you and your master? Thanks to the steward's kindness. You have indeed shown considerable care for our affairs, Shi Shan replied with a firm voice. Hearing this, Huang Shiren nodded. As long as you remember that, it is well. We all see each other in town, and I do not wish to cause a rift today. Thus, I ask you to grant me a favor. Let this engagement be annulled. I shall personally offer you 10 taels of silver as compensation for your troubles. Upon hearing this, Shi Shan smiled faintly. Steward Huang, matters of marriage are not so easily dismissed once they are established. It seems you will be making this trip in vain today. Huang Shiren cast a disdainful glance at Shi Shan before turning to Zhang Long. Brother Zhang, what say you? In light of our past camaraderie, grant me this favor. However, Zhang Long shook his head firmly. Brother Huang, I am truly sorry. If it were any other matter, I would certainly acquiesce to your request. But this engagement was not easily arranged. Upon hearing this, Huang Shiren pointed at Zhang Long with a trembling finger, questioning whether he was disregarding him or the esteemed Zhao family. What if I disregard you? What if I disregard Zhao Tiankai? At that moment, Shi Shan coldly interjected. Huang Shiren, upon hearing this, burst into hearty laughter, a sound echoed by the Zhao family's servants who accompanied him. once his laughter subsided. He cast a fierce gaze at Shi Shan. Perhaps you are unaware, but let me enlighten you. Before Huang Shiren could finish, Shi Shan interrupted. What is it you wish to disclose? Is it concerning Zhao Yan's departure to the Day Gang? Huang Shiren's eyes widened in shock. You know? How dare you? What do you know? What are you two discussing? Who has gone to the Day Gang? Zhang Long inquired, perplexed by their conversation. Huang Shiren's expression shifted dramatically before he coldly declared, if you do not terminate this engagement today, not a single one of you shall leave Xiaoba village. As soon as he finished speaking, the servants behind him stepped forward. In response, the neighbors who had come with Zhang Long also advanced, their excitement palpable as they shook their arms and clenched their fists. Witnessing the actions of Zhang Long's neighbors, a surge of fury welled up within Huang Shiren, causing a vein to bulge on his forehead. Who among you dares to make a move? Whoever does shall vanish from Xiangyang town. What an audacious claim. Just then, an enraged, resonant voice echoed from outside the room. Chapter 24. The Furious Zhao Tiankai. What an audacious proclamation. As this voice resonated within the room, everyone turned their gaze toward the entrance. The esteemed town lord? Upon recognizing the visitor as Zhuo Shuang, the town lord of Shanyang town, Shi Shan expressed his astonishment, never expecting to encounter Zhuo Shuang in this humble Xiaoba village. Upon witnessing Zhuo Shuang's wrathful demeanor as he entered, Huang Shiren's once proud stature immediately slumped, and he looked at Zhuo Shuang with trepidation. Abandoning his earlier air of arrogance, Master Huang, this Shanyang town is not the Shanyang town of your Zhao family. Today, you arrive in Xiaoba village with such a multitude of retainers. What is your intent? At this moment, Li Dang, the village chief of Xiaoba, angrily interrogated Huang Shiren. Under ordinary circumstances, Li Dang would never dare to speak to Huang Shiren in such a manner, but today, with Zhuo Shuang visiting to assess the growth of crops and show concern for the villagers' livelihoods, Li Dang perceived Zhuo Shuang as a benevolent official capable of advocating for the people. Emulating Zhuo Shuang's fury, Li Dang seized the opportunity to voice his grievances against the Zhao family. It said that Miss Li Yan is to be betrothed. Thus, I have come to extend my congratulations, Huang Shiren responded meekly. Huang Shiren. Upon hearing Huang Shiren's words, Li Dazhuang erupted in anger. You came here to offer congratulations? Dare you repeat what you said earlier? In an instant, the crowd from the Li family became agitated, rallying against Huang Shiren. Master Huang, I previously overheard you proclaiming, whoever dares to act against me shall vanish without a trace from Shanyang town. I wonder how you would elucidate such a statement? Inquired Zhuo Shuang, her tone indifferent. Thud. Under the weight of Zhuo Shuang's formidable presence, Huang Shiren could no longer maintain his composure and fell to his knees with a thud. My lord, it was merely a moment of folly. In a fit of panic, I uttered some audacious words. I implore you not to hold it against a mere insignificant individual like myself. Upon finishing his plea, beads of sweat began to form on Huang Shiren's forehead. The attendants who had accompanied him, witnessing his sudden submission, were momentarily bewildered, casting anxious glances at Zhuo Shuang, uncertain of how to proceed. Master Huang, you are far from an insignificant figure. You are the esteemed steward of the Zhao residence, a person of considerable influence, interjected Shi Shan, accentuating the word Zhao residence with emphasis. My young brother is correct. As the steward of the Zhao residence, I am certainly no trivial character. At that moment, Zhao Tiankai, leaning on his cane, slowly entered, accompanied by a throng of attendants that filled the courtyard. Upon seeing Zhao Tiankai's arrival, Li Dazhuang's expression shifted once more, reverting to the earlier look of fear. While Li Yan'er trembled slightly, her face paling as if she might faint at any moment. Fool, why aren't you on your feet? Zhao Tiankai stormed into the room, his voice raised in anger towards Huang Shiren. Huang Shiren glanced at Zhao Tiankai and then at Zhuo Shuang, ultimately trembling as he rose to his feet. Master Zhuo, it has been a long time since we last met. Not long ago, the esteemed gentleman hosted a birthday banquet and extended an invitation to me. Regrettably, I was unwell and unable to attend, and have yet to express my apologies. However, fate has brought me here to encounter you today, and I humbly seek your forgiveness. Zhao Tiankai spoke, slightly bowing his body to the left. Ha. Upon hearing this, Zhuo Shuang erupted in laughter. I fully understand that Master Zhao, being of advanced age, finds traveling burdensome. Yet, I am curious as to what has brought you to this humble Ba village today. Has your health miraculously improved? Zhao Tiankai, upon hearing this, cast a glance towards Li Yan'er and remarked, if I were to remain absent, would not my little concubine be at risk of being taken away? As Zhao Tiankai's gaze fell upon her, Li Yin'er felt a sudden darkness envelop her, causing her to sway unsteadily, on the verge of collapsing. Observing this, Zhang Long swiftly supported her, and once she regained her composure, she clutched his arm tightly for support. Oh, I had not heard that Master Zhao had recently taken another concubine. Zhou Shuang expressed his confusion, as he had only previously encountered the vicious words of Huang Shuren, without grasping the full context of the situation. Now, hearing Zhao Tiansai's words, he found himself perplexed about the stances of both parties involved. Contemplating this, Zhou Shuang directed his questioning gaze toward Shi Shan. Noting Zhou Shuang's look of inquiry, Shi Shan took up Zhao Tiansai's words. Master Zhao, today marks the engagement of my Master Zhang Long and Miss Li Yin'er. I am curious to know who this concubine of yours is and who intends to claim her. You must clarify, lest the honorable lord be misled. Master Zhao, upon witnessing the furious demeanor of Zhao Tiankai, Huang Xinyang was seized by fear. Master Zhao, it was I who invited Huang Xinyang to act as matchmaker. This arrangement had already been discussed in advance with the Li family, and inviting her was merely a formality. Shi Shan interrupted Huang Xinyang's words, unwilling to let her be embroiled in this matter and despised by Zhao Tiankai. Upon hearing Shi Shan's words, Zhao Tiansai's gaze shifted, coldly fixing on Shi Shan. Young man, are you unaware that the Li family owes me a considerable sum of silver? Have you not heard the rumors I have circulated? Oh, Master Zhao, what rumors have you spread? Zhou Shuang inquired with growing curiosity. Zhao Tiankai turned his attention to Zhou Shuang, and after a moment of silence, he spoke. In dissatisfaction with the esteemed lord of the town, the Li family has failed to repay a debt of silver that has now reached approximately 30 taels. It is evident that they will not be able to repay it. Out of goodwill, I have hinted at marrying Li Yin'er as a concubine to settle this debt. Master Zhao, does this insinuation not suggest that anyone who dares to marry Li Yin'er is opposing you? Shi Shan replied coldly. Zhou Shuang's expression instantly hardened as he addressed Zhao Tiankai. Master Zhao, have you considered the laws of our Daiyu dynasty in this matter? At Zhou Shuang's questioning, Zhao Tiankai felt a twinge of guilt, his body leaning slightly back. Indeed, such matters should not be openly discussed. However, thinking of his granddaughter Zhao Yan, Zhao Tiansai's resolve strengthened. I, Zhao Tiankai, have always adhered to the law and would never engage in any unlawful activities. I hold a genuine affection for Li Yin'er, which is why I have let it be known that I must marry her, should Li Yin'er become my wife. The debts owed by the Li family would naturally be absolved, and I would also offer a dowry, resulting in a mutually joyous occasion. Zhao Tiankai spoke with an air of sincerity. Master Zhao, if you are indeed a man of the law, then why, upon my master and Li Yin'er's engagement today, did you first send Butler Huang to intimidate us and then personally intervene to disrupt the engagement? Such actions hardly align with the conduct of a law-abiding individual. Shi Shan retorted, his disdain for Zhao Tiankai evident. Provoked by Shi Shan's words, Zhao Tiankai's face flushed with anger as he pointed his cane at Shi Shan, exclaiming, You insolent brat, what is your name that you dare speak to me in such a manner? Chapter 25. The future is long. Feeling a surge of indignation from Zhao Tiansai's gesture, Shi Shan pondered whether this inquiry into his name was a prelude to retribution. Master, this is Zhang Long's disciple, Shi Shan, Huang Shuren whispered beside Zhao Tiankai. Zhao Tiankai cast a disdainful glance at Shi Shan and remarked, Young man, the town of Shanyang is neither large nor small. Some individuals are not ones you can afford to offend. One must know how to gauge the times. Master Zhao, your words are rather cryptic. Could it be that you truly intend to retaliate against Shi Shan later? Zhou Shuang said, furrowing his brow. At this, Zhao Tiankai scoffed lightly. My status is far too elevated to stoop to contend with someone as insignificant as this insect. However, on this day, unforeseen calamities loomed, for fate can be capricious. It is not as if an unexpected incident at Shi Shan could be conveniently attributed to me. Indeed, the town of Shanyang has recently been rife with unrest. Witnessing numerous unfortunate events, instances of household fires, fatal accidents during construction, and cases of food poisoning, resulting in several fatalities. Huang Shuren followed up on Zhao Tiansai's remarks, furrowing his brow even deeper. This suggests a failing on the part of the authorities. The safety measures have evidently been insufficient, leading to a cascade of deaths within the jurisdiction. My lord, that is not my intention. I merely wish to caution this young man that one ought to tread with caution and care in life, Zhao Tiankai said nonchalantly. Upon hearing this, Shi Shan smirked coldly. Then I must express my gratitude for your good intentions, Lord Zhao. However, Today marks a momentous occasion for my master and Miss Li Yin'er, so I shall not impose further upon you. Perhaps tomorrow, I shall treat you to a drink at Feng Restaurant. Zhao Tiansai's expression turned icy at this response. He had not anticipated Shi Shan's blatant disregard. Young man, I previously stated my intention to marry Li Yin'er. It seems you and your master have made this trip in vain. What, Lord Zhao, do you intend to abscond with her? Shi Shan inquired calmly. Zhao Tiankai raised an eyebrow. How could that be? Whom one marries should certainly consider the wishes of Miss Li Yin'er. At this, Shi Shan felt a sudden pang in his heart. Zhao Tiankai exuded an imposing presence. Despite his advanced age, he remained robust, his visage radiant, such that one would not suspect he was in his 60s. In stark contrast, his master bore a rather unremarkable appearance. If Li Yin'er were to be intimidated into submission by Zhao Tiankai's imposing presence, it would indeed be a tremendous embarrassment for her master. Zhao Tiankai, casting his gaze upon Li Yin'er, proclaimed, "My dear Yin'er, should you agree to wed me, not only will your family's debt to me be absolved, but I shall also bestow upon you 100 taels of silver as a bridal gift. What say you? I assure you, my intentions are sincere." Initially, when Zhao Tiankai looked her way, Li Yin'er felt a wave of trepidation. However, upon hearing his proposition, her heart ignited with indignation. Grasping Zhang Long's arm tightly, she boldly declared, "Zhao Tiankai, I am already betrothed to Zhang Long. Do not harbor any delusions. I will never marry you, you old wretch." At the utterance of Li Yin'er's words, a profound silence enveloped the gathering, as no one anticipated that this seemingly delicate young woman would so resolutely reject Zhao Tiankai in such a charged atmosphere. While Shi Shan felt a mix of surprise and relief, his gaze towards Li Yin'er brimmed with admiration. Indeed, her master had made no erroneous choice in this match. Li Yin'er, you are truly audacious, he thought. At that moment, Huang Shiran, incensed, stepped forward, advancing towards Li Yin'er. Sensing her quivering form, Zhang Long straightened, positioning himself protectively in front of her. "Zhao Leoi, Huang Guanjia, have you not heard the saying, a common man's fury can spill blood for 10 paces? Zhang Long asserted with unwavering resolve, embodying an indomitable spirit. "Li Yin'er and I are bound by the words of a matchmaker and the decree of our parents. We are rightfully engaged. Must you, in your grandiosity, force me into an untenable position?" Seemingly intimidated by Zhang Long's determination, Zhao Tiankai subtly retreated behind Huang Shiran, seeking to evade Zhang Long's penetrating gaze. "Master Zhao, since Zhang Long and Li Yin'er have already become engaged, what is the point of your continued entanglement? It only serves to tarnish your reputation." At this moment, Zhou Shuang, who had a slight understanding of the situation, spoke up. However, Zhao Tiankai felt a surge of indignation within him. "Lord Zhou, are you favoring Zhang Long?" Upon hearing this, Zhou Shuang chuckled lightly. "Master Zhao, what do you mean by that? I am not here to pass judgment, so how could there be any favoritism? Then, I hope you will refrain from meddling in today's affairs," Zhao Tiankai replied, narrowing his eyes. Zhou Shuang, slightly taken aback, retorted, "Master Zhao, that statement is rather inappropriate. In matters concerning the jurisdiction of Shanyang Town, how could I refrain from participating? It seemed that today's events were indeed under the purview of the magistrate." Zhao Tiankai asked coldly, "So you intend to intervene, do you?" Seeing Zhao Tiansai's posturing, Zhou Shuang felt a twinge of dissatisfaction. As the magistrate of the town, was he not allowed to oversee events occurring within his own jurisdiction? At that moment, Shi Shan interjected, "Master Zhao, are you truly intending to commit an act of abduction in broad daylight, right before the magistrate? Should you continue to provoke me, I just might do exactly that," Zhao Tiankai replied, lifting his chin and casting a frosty gaze at Shi Shan. Zhou Shuang's expression turned stern upon hearing this. "Master Zhao, if you truly dare to act in such a manner, I shall have no choice but to arrest you on the spot. The prison of Shanyang Town is far from full. Magistrate, are you not aware of the whereabouts of my granddaughter, Zhao Yin?" At last, Zhao Tiankai revealed the name of his granddaughter, Zhao Yin. The mere mention of her name not only straightened Zhao Tiankai's posture, but also prompted the others from the Zhao residence, including Huang Shiran, to stand a little taller, as an air of disdain enveloped the atmosphere. However, was it truly the case that Zhao Yin, a disciple of the leader of the Date Gang? Zhou Shuang inquired with a smile. Indeed, Zhao Tiankai nodded gently. And what of it? Surely, Zhao Leoi does not naively believe that his granddaughter's status as a disciple of the Date Gang's leader grants her the license to act with impunity under my jurisdiction? If that were the case, Zhao Leoi might as well put it to the test and engage in some unlawful activities to see how I would respond. As Zhuo Xuan spoke, his demeanor shifted dramatically, and a chilling aura of menace swiftly enveloped the room. The oppressive atmosphere struck Zhao Tiankai like a cold wave, causing him to falter and nearly fall, only to be swiftly steadied by a servant behind him. With the support of the attendant, Zhao Tiankai firmly planted his cane on the ground, acutely aware of Zhuo Xuan's murderous intent. A cold sweat forming on his back as he realized that the seemingly refined Zhuo Xuan harbored such lethal intent. Upon hearing the term disciple of the Dai Gang's leader, Zhang Long was momentarily taken aback, glancing helplessly at Shi Shan, the leader of the Dai Gang. Sensing Zhang Long's distress, Shi Shan whispered reassuringly, "Do not worry, master. I will handle it." For reasons unknown, upon hearing Shi Shan's words, Zhang Long felt an immediate sense of calm wash over him. Although he was uncertain how a mere jailer like Shi Shan could contend with someone of such high standing as the disciple of the Dai Gang's leader, he felt as though he had grasped a lifeline, reigniting a flicker of hope for the future within his heart. "Master Zhuo, it seems you regard the Dai Gang with utter disdain. If that is the case, we have ample time ahead of us," Zhao Tiankai remarked, turning to leave clumsily with Huang Shiren and the others. "Grandfather, with whom do you intend to spend this ample time?" At that moment, a melodious voice rang out from the small courtyard beyond the fence. Chapter 26. Zhao Yin, the disheveled Zhao Tiankai, and his companions, on the verge of departing, were suddenly filled with exuberance upon hearing the sweet voice, their earlier disarray vanishing in an instant as they straightened their postures. Zhao Tiankai slowly turned around, his gaze gradually shifting towards Zhuo Xuan. Meanwhile, some astute servants quickly stepped aside to make room for Zhao Yin and her entourage. As Zhao Tiansai's eyes met Zhuo Xuan's, he trembled slightly. However, upon seeing Zhao Yin enter, a surge of courage welled up within him, and he held his head high, engaging in a steady gaze with Zhuo Xuan. "Grandfather, what a lively occasion today. Merely taking a concubine, yet you have come in person. I am truly curious as to what kind of maiden could compel you to make such an appearance," Zhao Yin remarked, casting a sweeping glance over the assembly before her gaze finally settled on Li Yen'er. She perceived that among those present, only Li Yen'er possessed any semblance of beauty. However, noticing Li Yen'er's anxious countenance as she clutched Zhang Long's arm tightly, and recalling her grandfather's earlier remark about ample time ahead, her expression gradually turned frosty. "Yen'er, it is fortunate you arrived in time today. Otherwise, my old face would have suffered immeasurable humiliation." At that moment, Zhao Tiankai appeared utterly humiliated. Observing this, Zhao Yan's face darkened with clouds of discontent. "Who in Yangyang town would be so foolish as to dare bring disgrace upon my grandfather? Today marks the engagement day of my master, yet your grandfather has arrived with a group of ruffians, seemingly intent on causing a disturbance. Fortunately, the town's esteemed leader is present, preventing your grandfather from succeeding in his endeavor. I wonder whether your grandfather is simply oblivious to propriety, or if it is we who fail to recognize the situation." Stone Mountain gazed at the grim-faced Zhao Yin and spoke. Upon hearing this, Zhao Yin turned her attention to Stone Mountain and coldly retorted, "Who are you to speak here? If I have no right to speak, then you should be even more inclined to remain silent," Stone Mountain replied icily. "Do you even realize who you are addressing?" A young man following Zhao Yin shouted angrily, brandishing his sword. "This is Zhao Yin, the esteemed disciple of our great river gang. You dare to oppose her? You should kneel and apologize at once." How audacious! At that moment, Zhuo Xuan's furious shouts silenced the crowd, and Zhao Yin frowned, casting a hostile glance in Zhuo Xuan's direction. "Yen'er, this is Zhuo Xuan, the esteemed leader of our town," Zhao Tiankai interjected, making sure to clarify Zhuo Xuan's identity. "So, it is the town leader. Quite an imposing presence indeed," Zhao Yin remarked sharply. "I presume you are Zhao Yin," Zhuo Xuan said, locking eyes with her. "Your grandfather's actions today, intruding upon another's engagement, are truly villainous. As a member of the Great River Gang, you must have seen the world. Do not partake in such nefarious deeds." Yet, Zhao Yin merely scoffed dismissively. "Esteemed leader, today is merely the day my grandfather takes a concubine. How does that equate to disrupting another's engagement?" Confronted by Zhao Yan's audacious demeanor, Zhuo Xuan restrained the fury simmering within. It seemed that these factions of the martial world held the imperial court in utter disdain. "Miss Zhao, are you aware of whom your grandfather intends to take as a concubine? And what brings him to this place today?" However, upon arriving here, he found the situation to be rather unexpected, and now Hearing Zhou Shuang's words, he was enveloped in confusion. Yin'er, you must advocate for your grandfather. I have publicly declared my intention to take Li Yin'er as my concubine, yet this wretched lantern seller dares to disregard my proclamation and seeks to betroth himself to her. Is this not a blatant affront to my dignity, a deliberate attempt to humiliate me, Zhao Tiankai? Zhao Tiankai's emotions surged as he shouted vehemently. Upon hearing these words, Shi Shan's anger ignited. Zhao Tiankai, whom do you deem to be a wretched individual? Are you a purveyor of counterfeit goods, truly of noble standing? The moment Zhao Tiankai heard the phrase purveyor of counterfeit goods, his face flushed crimson, his chest heaving with indignation. He pointed his cane at Shi Shan, yearning to unleash a torrent of invective, yet found himself rendered speechless. In his youth, Zhao Tiankai had operated a pharmacy, often selling fraudulent medicines, which had initially brought him fortune. Yet, when the truth came to light, his business collapsed, leading him to relocate to Shangyang town. There, he shifted his endeavors to a tavern, but later engaged in unscrupulous activities that drew the scrutiny of the discerning, revealing his past transgressions. Gradually, these tales became fodder for neighborhood gossip, and thus, Shi Shan had long been aware of them. Who are you to slander my grandfather? Zhao Yin cast a fierce gaze upon Shi Shan, as if poised to strike at any moment. If one were to question the veracity of the accusations, they need only consult Zhao Tiankai. Observing the ever-volatile Zhao Yin, Shi Shan remained on high alert, pondering that Zhao Yin, having recently ascended to the rank of disciple in the Dai gang, likely possessed limited prowess. He remained uncertain, however, regarding the capabilities of those Dai gang members accompanying her. This thought instilled a sense of trepidation within Shi Shan, causing him to feel a twinge of regret. Had he foreseen such an encounter, he would not have approached the cultivation of the Xian Mo transformation with such caution. Had he succeeded in mastering it and subsequently acquired the methods of cultivation from Yao Jiang to become a Xian master, he would not find himself in such a passive position today. Miss, how could my father commit such acts? The Zhao family has always conducted business with integrity. Shi Shan is merely slandering my father, Huang Shuren implored, his gaze seemingly drifting towards Zhou Shuang. Zhao Shiji. The fact that Zhao Leo has raised someone as cultured and refined as you surely indicates he could never be implicated in the sale of counterfeit goods. This is undoubtedly slander. Allow me to teach this man a lesson on your behalf. The young man beside Zhao Yin spoke again, entirely disregarding Zhou Shuang, his focus solely on impressing Zhao Yin. In the midst of his words, he drew forth a long sword and, with a fluid motion, lunged toward Shi Shan's waist. Just as Shi Shan prepared to evade, a large hand swiftly seized the young man's shoulder, and with a firm grip, he was sent sprawling to the ground. A robust young man was seized and flipped over, letting out a painful roar upon hitting the ground. Suffering not only from the agony of his shoulders, but also from the impact of the fall, his longsword slipped from his grasp and clattered to the ground. Incompetent fool, Zhao Yin muttered in a hushed tone, casting a wary glance at Zhou Shuang. Zhao Tiankai and the others from the Zhao residence gasped in astonishment, realizing that the esteemed Zhou Shuang possessed martial prowess, effortlessly dispatching a disciple of the Great River Gang. Master Zhou, as individuals of the Jianghu, we have our own codes of conduct. It would be prudent for you not to interfere, Zhao Yin stated, striving to maintain her composure. Zhou Shuang's gaze sharpened at her words. Is this how you Jianghu folks conduct your affairs, by resorting to sudden ambushes? Master Tao acted out of impulse. Yet this aligns with the temperament of our kind. In the Jianghu, we are straightforward, repaying kindness with kindness and vengeance with vengeance. Now that I have joined the Great River Gang, matters concerning the Zhao residence intertwine with Jianghu affairs. I hope that, as an official of the court, you will refrain from excessive interference, Zhao Yin replied with calm resolve. Clop, 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 whoa. Chapter 27. The Flying Sky Gang. What a lively scene it was indeed. The Flying Sky Gang stood as one of the three major factions in Shangyang town, alongside the Rising Dragon Gang and the Flying Tiger Gang, dominating the Jianghu realm of Shangyang. Upon entering the room, the Lord cast a concerned glance toward Shi Shan, and upon confirming that Shi Shan was unharmed, he finally exhaled in relief. The Lord had been closely monitoring the engagement of Zhang Long, and, upon learning that Zhao Tiankai had personally ventured to Xiaoba village, he hastily communicated this matter to his father, Wang Shangyun, requesting his assistance to help Shi Shan navigate through his tribulations. Oh, Shi Shan, should you fail to marry Xiaoxin in the future, I shall suffer greatly. As Wang Shangyun traversed the road to Xiaoba village, He found himself fervently lamenting this in his heart more than once. Zhao Tiankai cast a sidelong glance at Shi Shan and Zhang Long, utterly unprepared for the profound implications that these two lantern sellers would unfurl. As a person of the rivers and lakes, I am not obliged to explain myself to you, Zhao Yan declared with a frosty demeanor. Haha, Duan Tianhua scoffed at her words. Since when can Miss Zhao represent the Da Gang? You, Zhao Yan, if you have grievances, come at me directly. This betrothal is entirely orchestrated by me, Shi Shan. And my master and the young lady of the Li family are utterly unaware of your Zhao family's affairs. As Shi Shan stepped forward, he positioned himself defensively in front of Zhang Long and Li Yinar. Zhao Yan scrutinized Shi Shan, her confidence surging as she observed his youthful countenance. How audacious you are to dare propose to a lady favored by my grandfather. Is it ignorance on your part? Or do you arrogantly dismiss the Zhao residents and the Daha gang? Under the pressure of Zhao Yan's imposing aura, Shi Shan maintained a serious expression and replied, Those who respect themselves are invariably respected by others. Those who honor themselves are likewise honored by others. Have you considered the actions of your Zhao residents today? Only to accuse me of arrogance? It is the oppressor who questions the pride of the oppressed. Surely, such reasoning is non-existent in this world. Reason? The one with the mightiest fist holds the truth. Zhao Yan retorted with a chilling intent, causing the members of the Dahu gang and the Zhao family attendants accompanying her to tremble and assume a combative stance. Miss Zhao, are you implying that your words here represent the Dahu gang's challenge against the laws of the court? At the same moment, Shuang casually flicked his sleeves, speaking in a tone as light as a breeze, yet a palpable aura of murderous intent surged from him. Zhao Yan, filled with indignation, cast a sinister glare towards Shi Shan, vowing that the day she achieved the status of a warrior would also be the day she claimed the lives of him and his master. She asserted that she would see who could protect him then. The question of who would take whose life was uncertain. After all, the future is unpredictable, and one should not be overly confident. In the face of Zhao Yan's overwhelming hostility, Shi Shan remained unperturbed. To Zhao Yan, Shi Shan's calm demeanor appeared excessively arrogant, stirring a desire within her to eliminate him on the spot. She stepped forward, closing the distance between them, ignoring Zhao Tiansai's calls for caution as she approached Shi Shan directly. Observing this, Shuang subtly prepared for action, his fingers poised like claws, ready to strike at a moment's notice should Zhao Yan make a move. You are Shi Shan, are you not? Zhao Yan spoke in a low voice, her tone laced with menace, declaring that she hoped to see him still alive on the day she became a warrior. She also advised him that even if he were to become a warrior, it would be wise not to provoke her. Shi Shan replied with a smile, seemingly oblivious to the threat within her words. You know nothing of a warrior's power. Zhao Yan retorted, raising her chin defiantly. Do not entertain thoughts of seeking mercy from me in the future. Your vision is limited compared to mine, and I will not show you mercy. After declaring her intent, she turned to leave. Your vision is also limited compared to mine, Shi Shan replied leisurely. Should you ever find yourself in a position to plead for mercy, I might consider sparing you, for that is the measure of my perspective. You, Zhao Yan exclaimed, spinning around to glare fiercely at Shi Shan, as if on the verge of attacking. Yinar, let us depart. There is no need to engage in verbal disputes with such individuals. Zhao Tiankai hastily grasped Zhao Yan's arm, guiding her away from the scene. Chapter 28, The Longevity Worm. Upon hearing these words, Shi Shan comprehended the situation and promptly bowed to Wang Shangyun, expressing his gratitude. Uncle Wang, thank you. Yet, Wang Shangyun bore a countenance tinged with bitterness, feeling as though he had made a regrettable bargain. After a moment's contemplation, he remarked, Since you and Wang Zhu share a bond akin to brothers, we are all part of the same family. When one encounters misfortune, it is only natural to extend a helping hand. Wang Zhu regarded Shi Shan with a look of complexity. He was acutely aware of Zhao Yan's earlier display of dominance and harbored concerns about potential retribution against Shi Shan in the future. Their relationship was not insignificant, and should Zhao Yan indeed bring harm to Shi Shan, Wang Zhu doubted he would possess the courage to avenge him. At this moment, Shi Shan, wearing a smile, saluted Wang Zhu, completely masking any fear of Zhao Yan's threats. Shi Shan, having entangled yourself with Zhao Tiankai and Zhao Yan, how do you intend to navigate the future? Shuang inquired with genuine concern. Zhang Long and Li Yinar looked at Shi Shan with eyes full of hope. He had become their shelter in the storm. In the presence of the gathered company, Shi Shan refrained from divulging his fortuitous encounter with Yao Jiang, instead opting to speak of his aspirations for the imperial examination. For now, My focus must be on diligently preparing for the civil service examination. I believe Zhao Yin will not ascend to the martial realm within the next 3 years. Duan Tianhua spoke up, saying, in Shenyang town, I have been attentive to nearly all martial artists. Until now, I had never heard of Zhao Fu's Zhao Yin practicing martial arts. Suddenly, she is taken as a disciple by the leader of the Dai gang, which raises suspicions. Perhaps Zhao Yin has revealed an astonishing talent for martial arts. I have heard of prodigies who can ascend to the rank of warrior within a year or two. It would be wise for you to exercise caution, young brother. Should Zhao Yin indeed possess such capability and break through to warrior status in a year or two, you may take refuge in my residence in the town for protection. If I have already been reassigned from Shenyang town by then, you may certainly relocate to my new post. Zhuo Shuang spoke with genuine goodwill. Shi Shan cast a grateful glance at Zhuo Shuang, expressing his thanks for the Lord's kindness. At that moment, Zhuo Shuang turned to Li Dazhuang, inquiring, as a farmer, how is it that you have incurred such a substantial debt to Zhao Tiankai? Li Dazhuang's face reflected bitterness upon hearing this. Before he could respond, the village elder from Liz Wang interjected, My lord, Li Dazhuang's wife has fallen victim to a strange illness, leading him to seek treatment far and wide, spending a considerable sum. We all advised him to abandon the pursuit of a cure, yet he remained undeterred, mortgaging his land to Zhao Tiankai for a significant loan. Zhuo Shuang, with a gentle demeanor, inquired about the current state of Li Dazhuang's wife's health, perceiving him as a man of deep feelings. My lord, I have taken my wife to countless physicians, all of whom have declared her condition untreatable. I fear her days are numbered, Li Dazhuang lamented, his face a mask of sorrow, with tears welling in his eyes, as if they might spill forth at any moment. Zhuo Shuang pondered for a moment before speaking. I possess a modest understanding of medical principles. If it is convenient, may I examine your wife? Certainly, please follow me, replied Li Dazhuang, his countenance slightly returning to normal as he endeavored to muster a semblance of joy. However, he held little hope for Zhuo Shuang's diagnosis, having already consulted numerous physicians to no avail, and Zhuo Shuang, whose primary occupation was not in medicine, hardly inspired confidence. Miss Yenner, if you have no objections, please sign your name on this marriage contract, Huang Xinyang urgently urged Li Yenner. Producing the prepared marriage document shortly after Zhuo Shuang followed Li Dazhuang into the inner chamber. As the saying goes, men die for wealth, and birds perish for food. Zhang Long had promised Huang Xinyang 5 taels of silver as a reward upon the completion of the marriage arrangement. Huang Xinyang calculated that even if Zhao Tiankai were to become enraged, his ire would ultimately be directed at Zhang Long, leaving her with only minor repercussions. Moreover, having orchestrated countless marriages in Shenyang town, her connections were extensive. She had even facilitated Zhao Tiankai's 2 matrimonial unions and those of his children. With the Zhao family members departed, Huang Xinyang swiftly regained her former poise as a matchmaker, actively resuming her duties. Li Yenner took the marriage contract from Huang Xinyang, glanced at it, and then said, The pen is in the inner room. I will fetch it and write my name. However, as soon as Li Yenner entered the inner chamber with the contract, she suddenly exclaimed and collapsed to the ground. What happened? Stone Mountain, Zhang Long, and others were taken aback and hurriedly rushed inside. Yenner, Li Dazhuang, filled with panic, hurriedly assisted Li Yenner, while Zhang Long stepped in to help. What has happened? Why has the young lady from the Li family fainted? Huang Xinyang inquired anxiously. We are on the verge of signing the marriage contract. Let there be no further complications. It is my fault. I failed to notice when Miss Yenner entered during our conversation, Zhuo Shuang admitted, embarrassment coloring his cheeks. What did the gentleman say? Huang Xinyang asked, astonished. I cannot fathom what Zhuo Shuang uttered to render Li Yenner unconscious. Sensing Zhuo Shuang's grave expression, Huang Xinyang and the others retreated in confusion. Shi Shan, close the door, Zhuo Shuang commanded. Shi Shan promptly complied, shutting the door to the inner room, his heart heavy with an ominous premonition as he glanced at Zhuo Shuang. Madame Li's body harbors a longevity worm. Zhuo Shuang lowered his voice, striving to maintain a semblance of calm. The longevity worm thrives within a host, consuming the life force of its human vessel. Any individual inhabited by such a creature will rapidly lose vitality and succumb within a short span. But how could a longevity worm manifest? Shi Shan stammered, fully aware of the implications, yet hoping against hope. The mere mention of the term mysterious creature sent shivers down Shi Shan's spine. Perhaps it was merely a solitary worm that had escaped. Mysterious creatures, entities from alternate dimensions. exist in an intangible state. Once they descend into reality, they materialize, assuming a corporeal form, along with possessing unique racial abilities. Throughout history, countless mysterious beings from other realms have yearned to descend into the tangible world, seeking dominion over the earth and to manifest their own dimensions. The longevity insect is often regarded as the vanguard of the mysterious and the bizarre. Once a longevity insect has consumed sufficient life force, it can exist in this world for an extended period, serving as a vessel for the otherworldly beings to descend upon reality, one after another. However, there are instances where the longevity insect that appears may merely be a newly birthed entity from an alternate dimension that has inadvertently crossed into our world, not necessarily indicating that the beings from that realm are preparing to invade our reality. Such a longevity insect is akin to the one that has seeped out of Shi Shan. At this moment, Zhuo Shuang felt an overwhelming bitterness, utterly unprepared for the emergence of the longevity insect in Shangyang town. It would be preferable if it were merely a leakage. Should the otherworldly beings descend, one could only imagine the tempest that would ensue. Chapter 29. The transformation of the mysterious demon. The appearance of the longevity insect here necessitates an immediate report to the county office, said village chief Li Zhuang gravely. Upon hearing the phrase request the assistance of the mysterious warriors, Li Zhuang's demeanor shifted dramatically. My lord, please allow me to extend my gratitude on behalf of the Li Dazhuang family. Shi Shan also cast a grateful glance towards Zhuo Shuang. Typically, anyone discovered to harbor a longevity insect within would face incineration at the hands of the local populace. If Zhuo Shuang could summon the mysterious warriors to expel the insect through their arcane arts, the host would likely return to normalcy. Shi Shan certainly did not wish for Zhang Long to face a funeral before even entering matrimony. After Zhuo Shuang departed, Li Yin'er regained her senses. Upon learning that Zhuo Shuang would report to the county office, her spirits, along with those of her companions, were considerably lifted. Shi Shan, did you already know that Zhao Yan has become a disciple of the Dai Gang's leader? On the way back, Zhang Long inquired of Shi Shan with a complex expression. Observing this, Shi Shan broke into a grin and said, Master, I understand your concerns, but do you not yet know my disposition? When have I ever engaged in thoughtless endeavors? You need not worry. Focus on your marriage, and I shall handle everything else. Zhang Long intended to say more, but upon seeing Shi Shan's confident demeanor, he ultimately sighed and chose silence. After Duan Tianhua finished speaking and took his leave from Wang Shangyun, he hurriedly set off. Shi Shan nodded in acknowledgement, expressing gratitude to Uncle Wang. I will give it due consideration. Shi Shan, it's still early. Why not come to my home for a visit? My sister has been quite anxious since hearing about Zhao Yan's trip to Xiaoba village. If she weren't a woman, she would likely have insisted on accompanying us. Wang Zhu eagerly suggested as they reached the street. He hoped to provide his sister with an opportunity to shine before Shi Shan. Especially as he faced challenges that required support and care, perhaps this would allow her to gain his favor. Shi Shan shook his head with a bittersweet expression. I am truly grateful for your family's assistance today, but what transpired holds considerable weight for me. I wish to be alone for a while to contemplate my future. Wang Zhu, at this moment, Shi Shan is hardly in the mood for a visit to my home. Wang Shangyun interjected, expressing dissatisfaction with Wang Zhu's lack of awareness. Wang Zhu chuckled awkwardly, conceding, very well, let us postpone the invitation for another day. After Wang Shanong and his entourage departed, Shi Shan exchanged a few comforting words with Zhang Long, urging him not to worry about the Zhao family and to focus on preparing for his upcoming nuptials. Upon returning to his dwelling, Shi Shan splashed cold water on his face and, with closed eyes, contemplated the events that transpired in Xiaoba village. He then seated himself on a stool, inhaling deeply a few times before channeling his inner energy to commence his cultivation of the Xian Mo transformation. As his body harmonized with the arcane energy, Shi Shan felt a profound sense of emptiness enveloping him. Observing his increasingly translucent form, he no longer experienced the initial trepidation that had accompanied his early attempts at cultivation. Instead, a sense of familiarity washed over him. Once his physical body had dissipated into an ethereal framework, he sensed the completion of his integration. Taking a deep breath, he began to meditate on the visage of Ma Quan, resolutely determined to achieve success in this endeavor. Outside, the blazing sun hung high in the sky. The oppressive heat blanketed the earth, and the bustling crowd exuded an air of agitation. Have you heard? The daughter of the Li family from Xiaoba village is engaged. What's so remarkable about that? Old Zhao has merely acquired another beautiful concubine. It infuriates me. Huh. That Li girl is not betrothed to old Zhao, but to Zhang Long. Who? You can't be referring to that lantern seller in town, can you? Indeed, it is he. The events in Xiaoba village quickly spread throughout Shangyang town, igniting a flurry of rumors. Excitement permeated the discussions as everyone speculated about what might unfold next. Those who are more gossipy hurriedly made their way to Xiaoba village to inquire about the origins and developments of this matter. Gradually, the dialogue between Shi Shan and Zhao Yin began to circulate. Who is Shi Shan that he would dare to offend Zhao Yin? Shi Shan, isn't he the disciple of that lantern seller, whom I have once assisted in his business? Shi Shan, is he not the same individual who composed the poem baiting Bien at the birthday banquet of the esteemed elder in town? In no time, the name of Shi Shan echoed throughout the streets and alleys of Shangyang town. Suddenly, a fierce wind swept through the heavens and the earth. The gusts stirred the leaves, danced with the peaks, and swayed the rivers. Accompanied by this tempest, dark clouds gathered, veiling the blazing sun and dissipating the boundless azure sky, casting a pall over the world. A thunderous roar erupted as the clouds churned and the wind howled. At that moment, Shi Shan abruptly opened his eyes, a brilliant light flashing within them, as if piercing through the gloom of the room, recreating a celestial tapestry. He had envisioned the framework of Ma Quan. Boom! At that instant, 3 consecutive rumbles of thunder resonated from the void outside, shaking the very ground. With a swift motion of his right hand, the mysteries within him stirred, distorting time and space as he meticulously redefined his form according to the framework of Ma Quan. In the blink of an eye, Shi Shan underwent a profound transformation. Upon sensing the completion of his bodily reconstruction, he separated the mysteries from his form and approached the mirror. Gazing at his reflection, he softly uttered the name Ma Quan. The transformation of the Xuanmao was a success. Chapter 30. The great sun hangs through ages, having experienced the marvels of the mysterious devil transformation and felt the tremendous power of the arcane. Shi Shan's heart surged like a volcano, tumultuous and restless. He resolved to become an adept of the arcane arts, to wield this vast and formidable force and glimpse the secrets of the cosmos. In that moment, Shi Shan profoundly sensed that his life was on the brink of a monumental transformation, as if he were immersed in a mythical tableau, poised to inscribe an everlasting legend. A sprawling future vaguely emerged in his mind. As the intricate energies dissipated, his body twisted and trembled before returning to its original form. Abruptly, he flung open the door, only to find the tempest had ceased, the dark clouds had dispersed, and the blazing sun had returned, illuminating the vast blue sky. The great sun transcends time, and the void reflects my heart. I raise my hand, and the mountains and rivers seem diminutive, the vastness of the past etched in memory. The scorching sunlight bathed Shi Shan's face, as if it were orchestrating a harmonious accompaniment to his moment of reflection. Stepping out into the street, he left the door ajar behind him. The familiar scenes unfolded before his eyes, now adorned with vibrant hues. Years hence, if someone were to chronicle his life, how would they depict the town of Shangyang that accompanied his growth? Would this remote land shine in the annals of history alongside his name? Look, there is Shi Shan. Oh, he is the one who thwarted Zhao Tiancai's endeavors. It is said that Zhao Yin has made her intentions known. Once she becomes a warrior, she will seek his life. The road ahead is long, and I must strive to be first. Suddenly, a furious voice called out to him. As he lifted his gaze, Shi Shan beheld Zhao Yin, who reined in her horse before him, flanked by several disciples of the Day gang, all of whom regarded him with icy expressions. Shi Shan, Zhao Yin exclaimed once more, her right hand instinctively gripping the sword at her waist. At the sight of her movement, the disciples behind her unsheathed their swords in unison, their blades gleaming ominously. Was this truly Zhao Yin? Did she intend to slay Shi Shan in the streets? Such audacity! Did she dare to flout the laws of Dayu? To commit murder in broad daylight before the eyes of the public? The Zhao family certainly did not delay in seeking vengeance. Shi Shan's life was in grave peril. The street buzzed with commotion, drawing Zhao Yan's thoughts back to Xiaoba village. This is my domain, echoed Shi Shan's words in her mind. With a swift motion, Zhao Yan drew her sword slightly from its sheath. The confrontation was imminent. Zhao Yan's boldness in defying the laws of Dayu was truly admirable. To kill in the streets, what gall! The onlookers around her buzzed with excitement, their chatter rising to a cacophony as they fervently discussed the unfolding drama. Yet, those who knew Shi Shan were gripped by terror, engulfed by a sense of insignificance, acutely aware of their own vulnerability before Zhao Yan. Humph! Zhao Yan scoffed lightly, casting a disdainful glance at Shi Shan. In her eyes, He was already as good as dead. There was no need to concern herself with the likes of him. Amidst the clamor, the mention of Daiyu law loomed over Zhao Yin like a sword, compelling her to suppress her inner fury. Once one became a warrior, the ordinary laws of Daiyu no longer applied. The chaos wrought by martial prowess was indeed a commonplace occurrence. Zhao Yin, you possess quite the imposing presence. Uncle Ma, Zhao Yin exclaimed in surprise upon recognizing the newcomer as Ma Quan, the warden of Shangyang Town Prison. I cannot be addressed as your uncle, Ma Quan replied grimly. Earlier, you displayed a desire to confront my subordinate publicly. Did you ever consider my position? Your brazen display of authority in the streets shows a complete disregard for me. Zhao Yin, upon hearing this, abandoned her previous arrogance and adopted a more conciliatory demeanor. Uncle Ma, I truly had no knowledge that Shi Shan was under your command. Had I known, I would not have treated him so disrespectfully in public. Ma Quan, a second-rate martial artist with a commendable relationship with Zhao Tiankai, was thus addressed as uncle by Zhao Yin. In her eyes, he had once been a figure of considerable stature. Though she had recently become a disciple of the Great River Gang's leader, she was still without any significant cultivation. The sudden emergence of Ma Quan to advocate for Shi Shan left her momentarily bewildered. Furious, Ma Quan contemplated delivering a harsh reprimand to Zhao Yin but refrained. Considering her current status, previously he could leverage their kinship to assert himself, but now Zhao Yin was unmoved by such tactics, and further posturing could lead to his own downfall, especially since he would not inhabit this body for long. With these thoughts, Ma Quan cast a fiery gaze upon Shi Shan. How could Shi Shan's request for leave bring about such a catastrophic predicament? Once he took over Shi Shan's body, he would inevitably have to confront Zhao Yan's threats directly. Disregarding Ma Quan entirely, Zhao Yan spurred her horse and departed. Shi Shan, you possess audacity beyond measure to embroil me in such calamity, Ma Quan thundered, his chest heaving with indignation as he approached Shi Shan. Observing Ma Quan's seething fury, Shi Shan furrowed his brow and retorted, "What concern is it of yours?" The rebuke struck Ma Quan with a jolt of realization. In his haste, he had inadvertently voiced his innermost thoughts. You are my subordinate, a jailer, and having offended Zhao Yin, can I simply stand by and watch as she brings about your demise? My affairs are of no concern to you, Shi Shan replied, turning on his heel and striding away. In his mind, Shi Shan mused that the essence he sensed from Ma Quan was starkly different from that of Wang Shangyun and others. Ma Quan exuded an air of malevolence, unmistakably harboring ill intentions. His feigned concern was nothing short of repugnant. Yet, Ma Quan's earlier proclamation of "you have brought me such misfortune" did not seem insincere. It appeared to be a genuine confession born of desperation. Why would Ma Quan express such sentiments? Chapter 31. Assassination lost in contemplation. Shi Shan arrived at Zhang Long's residence. Brother Zhang, should the Zhao family dare to act against you, we will undoubtedly stand with you to confront them. Indeed, Zhao Tiankai relies solely on his wealth. Should we be provoked to the brink, we might as well engage in mutual destruction. After all, our lives are of little value, and if we perish, dragging a few members of the Zhao family down with us would not be a loss. While we may be expendable, what of our families? If we incur the wrath of the Zhao family, how can they continue to live in Shangyang Town? At this moment, the room in Zhang Long's house was filled with people, engaged in fervent discussions that sometimes sparked heated debates. Shi Shan, what brings you here? Wu Lalu greeted upon seeing Shi Shan enter. You truly ought to enlighten me about Zhao Yan's matters, Zhang Long remarked with a somber expression as he gazed at Shi Shan. His words were not born of fear towards the Zhao family, but rather a concern that Shi Shan might become entangled in a vendetta, incurring Zhao Yan's ire, who might then vow to eliminate him. He did not wish for Shi Shan to attract such formidable enemies on his behalf. Well done, Shi Shan. Brother Zhang did not raise you in vain, Wu Lalu praised. Upon hearing this, a look of gratification spread across Zhang Long's face, though it was quickly followed by hesitation. Shi Shan, perhaps we should consider relocating from Shangyang Town, leaving Qinghua County altogether. Brother Zhang, what is there to fear? With us around, the Zhao residents cannot harm you, Wu Lalu assured. These rogue sects won't last long. The court will inevitably deal with them. If Zhao Yin truly intends to kill Shi Shan, we shall annihilate the Zhao family. Can she truly protect every member of the Zhao clan day and night? The companions of Zhang Long, filled with righteous indignation, were eager to eradicate the Zhao family. Master, I have told you before not to worry about Zhao Yin. I can handle her. My purpose in coming here is to reiterate that in the near future, I, as a warrior, can contend with several foes at once, Shi Shan stated calmly. Such ambition, Shi Shan. Your Uncle Wu has not cared for you in vain. Well spoken. What of the warrior? Do they not also partake in the basic human needs? If provoked, I could easily poison him, sending him to his grave. As the saying goes, a martial man will eventually perish, and even the bravest will grow old. What does it matter if one becomes a warrior? A multitude of us could devise a means to eliminate him. If warriors were truly invincible, the Du dynasty would have long since seen another ruler ascend. When the populace does not fear death, how can one intimidate them with it? Listening to the fury of these individuals, Shi Shan's resolve grew ever more steadfast. Zhao Yin would ultimately serve as but a stepping stone on his path forward. Suddenly, as he rounded a street corner and entered a secluded alley, a flash of sword light lunged toward Shi Shan's throat. In the nick of time, Shi Shan evaded the strike, instinctively raising his leg to deliver a kick to the assailant's lower body. With a resounding thud, the attacker was sent sprawling to the ground. Shi Shan, taken aback by the assailant's weakness, seized a stone from the ground and charged at him with fervor. Stop! A furious shout emanated from behind. Yet Shi Shan paid it no heed, hurling the stone towards the assailant's head. Despite the assailant's attempts to roll away, he was struck on the shoulder by Shi Shan's projectile. Cease this! The newcomer grasped Shi Shan's wrist, simultaneously deflecting the assailant's blade aimed at him. Zhao Si, what audacity you possess to attempt an assassination on Shi Shan while hiding from Sister Zhao. The newcomer, upon releasing Shi Shan's wrist, cast an indignant glare at Zhao Si. Brother Zhang He, I merely wish to teach Shi Shan a lesson and avenge my lady's grievances, Zhao Si stammered in trepidation. Little did Zhao Si anticipate Shi Shan's swift reflexes and agility as he swiftly dispatched Zhao Si with a well-placed kick. Humph, your audacity is truly remarkable. Without Sister Zhao's consent, you dare to stray from the ranks to attempt an assassination on Shi Shan, Jiang He remarked with evident discontent. After vehemently reprimanding Zhao Si, he turned his cold gaze towards Shi Shan. Today, it is Zhao Si's foolishness that led her to take such reckless action against you. Our Sister Zhao would never stoop to such underhanded tactics. However, within our chaotic day gang, the news of your humiliation of Sister Zhao's grandfather may provoke others who are equally thoughtless to come after you. You must be prepared. Next time, it will not be someone as inept as Zhao Si. Shi Shan, let me inform you. I too am training in martial arts. I will come to assassinate you myself. There is no need for my lady to intervene. I can take you down on my own, Zhao Si declared, rising from the ground with indignation. Upon hearing this, Shi Shan scoffed and discarded the stone he held. To kill me is your ambition. However, should you fail, do not expect any peace for your day gang in the future. Haha, young man, I have never encountered anyone bold enough to threaten my day gang. You are the first, and I commend your bravery, Jiang He said, giving Shi Shan a thumbs up. Then, cradling his long sword, a trace of disdain crossed his face as he added, but do you know? The more passionate and fervent a man like you is, the quicker and more tragically he meets his end. Once your day gang is vanquished, I suspect I will still be standing. Shi Shan replied nonchalantly, as if making an inconsequential remark. Upon hearing these words, Jiang He furrowed his brow, overwhelmed by a fierce impulse to eliminate Shi Shan on the spot. However, recalling Zhao Yan's earlier admonition to refrain from acting against Shi Shan for the time being, reserving that privilege for a future occasion to humiliate and torment him, he quelled his murderous intent. After all, if he were to strike now, it would be a blatant defiance of Zhao Yan's wishes. He resolved that should he ever feel displeased with Shi Shan, he could discreetly seek to teach him a lesson then. I shall not hold your audacious words against you, yet should I encounter you again, I will not extend my courtesy, Jiang He stated coldly, before departing with Zhao Si. Observing the retreating figures of the two, Shi Shan pondered the gravity of having offended Zhao Yan, which equated to incurring the wrath of the Date Gang. In the future, he would likely have to confront this formidable faction within Qinghua County. Shi Shan remained rooted in place for quite some time, contemplating various matters. Chapter 32. You have arrived, Shi Shan. I shall now escort you to bow and plead for forgiveness before Old Master Zhao. Allow me to speak favorably on your behalf. Old Master Zhao is a benevolent man, and I believe he can find it in his heart to forgive you. Furthermore, with the rapport I share with him, I shall persuade him to dissuade Zhao Yan from her intentions to eliminate you. However, you must ensure that your master annuls his engagement with Li Yan. On this day, as Shi Shan had just arrived at the prison, he was summoned to Ma Quan's office, where he was met with these words from Ma Quan. Master Ma, is it truly necessary for you to concern yourself so deeply with my affairs? Zhao Tiankai is a good man. Surely, you have not let the wine muddle your senses? Shi Shan replied with a hint of dissatisfaction. Finding Ma Quan's insistence on orchestrating such a grand plan to have him bow and confess to Zhao Tiankai to be utterly preposterous. Upon encountering the obstinate demeanor of Shi Shan, Ma Quan firmly closed the door, casting several disdainful glances in Shi Shan's direction, suppressing the urge to resort to violence. He endeavored to moderate his tone, striving for a calm demeanor as he addressed Shi Shan. Shi Shan, I would rather not witness a young man like yourself embroiled in such troubles. You possess a promising future ahead. Even the esteemed town lord has entrusted me with your care. Focus on your studies here, for I am eager to bask in your eventual success. There is no need for concern regarding your master's cancellation of the engagement with Li Yenner. There is a widow in town, ample in stature, whom I could introduce to your master. Having spoken, Shi Shan turned and exited Ma Quan's office. Shi Shan. As Shi Shan departed, Ma Quan bellowed in frustration. After incurring a great cost to acquire the dream exchange technique, he found himself at an impasse before he could even commence preparations for possession. Was he destined to await death after such arduous efforts? The more he contemplated, the deeper his resentment towards Shi Shan grew. My lord, here is last month's financial ledger. At that moment, Qi Ting entered, extending the ledger towards Ma Quan as she spoke. Qi Ting was the sole female officer in the prison, tasked with financial responsibilities. Observing the door to Ma Quan's office ajar, and seeing him present, she followed her usual routine, lightly tapping on the door before entering. Did I permit your entry? Ma Quan glared at Qi Ting with fiery eyes, leaving her momentarily taken aback. Get out, he roared, the single command reverberating through the room. Qi Ting was stunned, her expression one of disbelief as she gazed at the frenzied Ma Quan. What have I done wrong? She thought, feeling utterly bewildered. At that moment, several prison guards happened to pass by the office door and heard Ma Quan's furious shout of "Get out!" They all turned their gaze toward Qi Ting. Under the scrutiny of many eyes, Qi Ting's pupils shifted at the sound of Ma Quan's rage. Her eyes instantly reddened, and she threw the ledger from her hands before turning on her heel and fleeing the prison. The guards hurriedly distanced themselves from the office, whispering among themselves once they were far enough away. What happened to Qi Ting? Isn't Lord Ma usually quite fond of her? It's rare to see him so enraged. What could she have done to provoke such anger? The sight of Qi Ting with reddened eyes was truly captivating. It was a stark contrast to her usual composed and capable demeanor. Before long, Qi Fu arrived at Ma Quan's office, his expression one of concern. Upon seeing Qi Fu, Ma Quan let out a few cold laughs. What? Has the esteemed prison warden lost the right to reprimand his subordinates? Faced with Ma Quan's authoritative stance, Qi Fu appeared momentarily awkward. My lord, of course you have the right to admonish your subordinates. However, given our friendship, if my daughter has erred in any way, please inform me, and I will ensure she is properly educated. There is no need for you to become enraged and jeopardize your health. As he spoke, Qi Fu carefully produced a piece of jade from his robe and gently offered it to Ma Quan. My lord, this is exquisite Shanghai jade, known to soothe the mind and calm the spirit. Ma Quan glanced at the jade Qi Fu presented. Its appearance was commendable. He gestured with his eyes, indicating, just place it on the table. Certainly. Qi Fu exclaimed with delight, the tension within him finally easing. Shi Shan was utterly unaware that after his departure, Ma Quan had unleashed his fury upon Qi Ting. At this moment, he was engrossed in the Tailu Mountain Chronicles that he had brought from home. Isn't it too early for meal delivery? What brings you down here? Inquired the jailer, Song Anghua, who was sweeping the floor of the underground prison upon seeing Shi Shan approach. I came to inspect the conditions of the various cells, Shi Shan replied with a fabricated excuse. Did Lord Ma arrange for you to come? Song Anghua asked with a smile, well aware of Ma Quan's long-standing displeasure towards Shi Shan. Yet, the authority of the town's respected figure had compelled Ma Quan to accommodate Shi Shan, arranging for him an independent office to facilitate his study alongside his duties. At last, the Tianjia cell came into view. The imprisoned Yao Jiang was before him. Hearing footsteps, Yao Jiang slowly opened his eyes, and upon recognizing Shi Shan, a smile spread across his face. You've come. Chapter 33. The overview of mystical techniques. I have come. Shi Shan responded, feeling an overwhelming sense of relief wash over him, as if the dark clouds that had loomed over his heart for days had finally dissipated. Isn't it too early for meal delivery? What brings you here? Yao Jiang inquired with a grin. I have mastered the Xuanma transformation, Shi Shan stated calmly. What? Yao Jiang paused in surprise. seemingly unable to comprehend Shi Shan's words. I have mastered the Xuanma transformation, Shi Shan reiterated, smiling at Yao Zhang's reaction. Yao Zhang's eyes widened in disbelief. This is truly unexpected. In just a few days, you've achieved the Xuanma transformation? Observing Yao Zhang's incredulous expression, Shi Shan glanced down the prison corridor and noticed several inmates directing their gazes towards them, with the presence of other prisoners. It was not prudent for me to demonstrate the Xian Mo transformation in your presence. However, I assure you, I have indeed mastered it, Shi Shan stated gravely. Splendid. I am confident that you have successfully cultivated it, and you have not betrayed my trust in imparting the Xian Mo transformation to you. Yao Zhang replied with a hearty laugh. Seeing Yao Zhang's belief in his accomplishment brought Shi Shan immense joy, prompting him to inquire about Yao Zhang's cultivation methods. Yet, I am curious, whom did you first transform into? Yao Zhang asked with intrigue. After a brief silence, Shi Shan solemnly uttered a name, Ma Quan. Ma Quan. Who is he? Yao Zhang inquired. He is the warden of this prison. The warden? What prompted you to take on the guise of the warden? Yao Zhang's curiosity deepened. Upon hearing this, Shi Shan fell silent, refraining from further comment. Noticing his reticence, Yao Zhang chuckled softly. It seems you share a story with this Ma Quan. Coughing slightly, as if afflicted by the encroaching essence of the mysterious, Shi Shan rubbed his chest and continued. You stated that once I successfully cultivated the Xian Mo transformation, you would teach me the methods of cultivation. Observing Shi Shan's earnest demeanor, Yao Zhang pondered for a moment. I did indeed say that. However, the path of cultivation encompasses both martial and mystical arts. I am uncertain as to which path you wish to pursue. Upon the utterance of Yao Zhang's words, Shi Shan was momentarily taken aback, only to be swiftly engulfed by a tide of anger. His instinctive reaction led him to believe that Yao Zhang was referring to the esoteric path of cultivation. If it were the martial path he spoke of, why would he risk his life to practice the devil transformation? Just as Shi Shan was about to unleash his fury, a moment of reflection prompted him to declare, I wish to learn both. Ha, what an ambitious lad you are. Yao Zhang exclaimed, amusement evident in his tone. It is essential to understand that whether one pursues the martial or the esoteric path, both demand a lifetime of dedication. Even if you devote yourself wholeheartedly, success is never guaranteed. Yet, you dare to aspire to master both? Do you consider yourself a prodigy, capable of harmonizing two paths to achieve enlightenment? Shi Shan, undeterred, calmly replied, if such geniuses exist, why cannot I be among them? Yao Zhang's laughter abruptly ceased as he perceived the sincerity and confidence in Shi Shan's demeanor. His expression shifted, adopting a more serious tone. Listen, those who pursue the esoteric path may dabble in martial techniques, perhaps even engage in superficial training to strengthen their physical form, but they seldom invest significant time in martial pursuits, for that would be a misallocation of effort. After a brief pause, Yao Zhang continued, many possess the innate talent for esoteric cultivation, yet few acquire the methods to breach the mystical barriers. Countless individuals spend their entire lives without ever transcending these thresholds. When you embark on your journey and face the inevitable hardships, should you miraculously breach the barrier, I assure you, at that moment, your thoughts will hardly dwell on the martial path. Upon observing the heavy demeanor of Yao Zhang, Shi Shan was momentarily taken aback. His assertion that both martial and mysterious paths were necessary was not a genuine desire for mastery over both disciplines. Rather, it was a retort to Yao Zhang's mockery. Deep down, Shi Shan yearned solely for the methods of the mysterious path. However, upon hearing Yao Zhang's words, it appeared he could acquire the teachings of both paths, focusing primarily on the mysterious path, while merely exploring the martial techniques to strengthen his physique, thereby supporting his mystical cultivation. Yao Zhang scrutinized Shi Shan and remarked, I initially intended to tease you, yet I did not anticipate your eagerness to learn both. In light of this, I shall grant you your wish and impart to you the methods of both disciplines. The first is the foundational techniques of the overview of mysterious principles. This is a method of the mysterious path. With diligent practice, you may hope to unlock the mysterious gates. This technique is sufficient for you to reach the first tier of the mysterious orifices. Should you aspire to ascend to higher realms, you must seek out suitable techniques on your own, as I bear no obligation to provide further guidance. Will you learn this method? Yes. Shi Shan eagerly nodded, contemplating the advanced techniques only when he reached that juncture. Very well. The second technique is Nine Suns body refinement. This method is adequate for you to progress to the later stages of body refinement. If you find yourself unable to breach the mysterious gates for an extended period, you may diligently cultivate this method to gain a degree of self-protection, Yao Jiang stated. Casting a meaningful glance at Shi Shan, as if beginning to comprehend why Shi Shan initially chose the warden, Ma Quan. Is it truly so challenging to unlock the mysterious gates? Shi Shan asked, his confusion evident. He then coughed several times, retreating a few steps. Perhaps you should step outside for a moment and return later. I will share these two techniques with you then, Yao Jiang suggested with concern. Cough, no need for that. I wish to learn them right now, Shi Shan replied, suppressing his pain. Observing Shi Shan's unwavering determination, Yao Jiang felt a sense of relief. Very well, but you must remain steadfast. Lean in closer, and I shall impart the knowledge to you. Yao Jiang recited the two techniques, causing Shi Shan's body to tremble violently, as if he were on the verge of fainting. You should leave quickly. Even if I repeat it 2 or 3 times, you may not retain it. Just grasp the general idea for now, and I will elaborate further later. All right. Though he had only absorbed a vague outline, Shi Shan's spirit was profoundly shaken, as if he had stepped into an entirely new realm. From mere textual descriptions, he felt the vastness of the universe and the boundlessness of time and space. At Yangshan Temple, Ma Quan hurriedly arrived, noticing Taoist Xianyang engrossed in the reading of sacred texts. He took a deep breath, suppressing his inner turmoil, unwilling to disturb the focused Taoist. When fortune breaks through, the profound path shall be revealed. With a sigh, Taoist Xianyang set aside the sacred text and looked up to see Ma Quan's anxious expression. Ah, Lord Ma, when did you enter? You made no sound, my apologies. Please, take a seat. As Taoist Xianyang spoke, he started to rise to prepare tea. Master, I implore you to teach me. Ma Quan urgently grasped the Taoist robe. His eyes filled with eagerness. Teach you what? Taoist Xianyang inquired, puzzled. Please teach me the art of dream shifting and soul exchange. Ma Quan exclaimed hastily. Upon hearing this, Taoist Xianyang furrowed his brow and said, Master Ma, I have thoroughly explained everything that you need to understand. If there is anything you do not comprehend, feel free to inquire. Taoist, I still find myself at a loss. I cannot seem to enter the state of cultivation. I hope you can demonstrate it for me. Master Ma exclaimed anxiously. Hearing this, Taoist Xuanyang's expression darkened instantly, his demeanor becoming exceedingly unkind as he replied, Master Ma, I have already warned you from the outset that employing this technique is perilous. Are you suggesting that I should risk my life for your sake? Or are you deliberately attempting to mock me today? Taoist, I assure you, I have no such intention, Master Ma retorted. As he observed Master Ma's disheveled retreating figure, Taoist Xianyang couldn't help but smile faintly. If Master Ma were unable to successfully cultivate the soul exchange technique, he would need to devise a method to extract information from him regarding the individual he intended to possess. Perhaps, just perhaps, fortune would finally smile upon me. Chapter 34. Resolution. With the acquisition of the fundamentals of the mystical overview technique and 9 Suns body refinement, Shi Shan felt a surge of excitement. Although he could not recall every detail, it was sufficient for him to digest. The fundamentals of the mystical overview technique was somewhat intricate, requiring time for deeper comprehension. Conversely, 9 Suns body refinement was considerably more straightforward. After a brief overview, Shi Shan gained some insight into his cultivation path. If he could swiftly break through the barrier, it would certainly be wise to focus on the path of the Tao while treating martial arts as a supplementary discipline. However, judging by the information gleaned from Yao Jiang's words, breaking through the barrier was not a simple task. If one finds oneself unable to unlock the mysteries of the threshold, in order to confront the peril posed by Zhao Yan, it may be prudent to first devote one's energies to the cultivation of the 9 Suns body refinement, thereby acquiring a modicum of self-defense. The thought of obtaining celestial treasures demands an astronomical sum of money, which fills Shi Shan with trepidation. How could he possibly secure such financial resources? The meager salary of a jailer suffices only for basic sustenance, certainly not enough to sustain his cultivation. As these thoughts swirled, Shi Shan's initial excitement gradually subsided, giving way to a grave demeanor. The path ahead appeared daunting. Yet, despite the formidable challenges that lay in wait, Shi Shan's gaze remained resolute. He harbored an unprecedented confidence regarding the future. Having been granted this rare opportunity, he was determined to ascend relentlessly, striving to forge ahead. Even if the road was strewn with thorns, he would tread it step by step. Even if progress was but a mere inch at a time, he would continue to advance. In this world, one cannot expect to reap rewards without effort. Life is akin to rowing against the current. One either moves forward or drifts back. At the Qinghua County Government Office, after a brief wait, Zhuo Shuang finally met with the esteemed county magistrate, Lu Zhijing. The longevity insect? Such a creature has appeared in Shangyang town? Upon hearing Zhuo Shuang's account of Li Dazhuang's wife's condition, Lu Zhijing inquired with astonishment. Indeed, my lord. I have examined the pulse of Li Dazhuang's wife. It indeed aligns with the pulsation patterns of a longevity insect dwelling within a human body. As you are aware, officials such as ourselves are instructed in the arcane knowledge by the court, and thus my assessment cannot be erroneous, Zhuo Shuang affirmed earnestly. Upon witnessing the unwavering certainty of Zhuo Shuang, L. Zhijing resolutely declared, since the discovery has been made promptly, it is imperative to address it with urgency. I hereby command you to swiftly incinerate the wife of Li Dazhuang, ensuring that the emotional turmoil of the Li family is managed appropriately, with a suitable compensation provided to soothe their distress. Zhuo Shuang was taken aback by this pronouncement. My lord, that is a living soul. Noticing Zhuo Shuang's incredulity, L. Zhijing's expression darkened. Zhuo Shuang, you have been in the officialdom for many years. You should be aware that when a small outbreak of longevity insects occurs, it is customary to eliminate those harboring them. I am merely adhering to established protocol. My lord, we could summon the Xian masters to handle this matter. Would it not be beneficial for them to deal with the longevity insects? Surely there must be Xian masters willing to assist, Zhuo Shuang replied hastily. L. Zhijing's demeanor grew even more severe at this suggestion. Summon the Xian masters? With only one individual afflicted by the longevity insects. Do you truly believe any Xian master would squander their time on such a trivial matter? My lord, the longevity insects are linked to the supernatural. If we do not engage the Xian masters for resolution, the consequences could be dire. With a heavy sigh, Zhuo Shuang exited the county office, fully aware of L. Zhijing's reluctance to report to higher authorities or to seek the aid of Xian masters. Such actions would inevitably reveal the presence of longevity insects to the court, jeopardizing the performance evaluation of Qinghua County for the year. At merely 35, L. Zhijing had already served as the county magistrate for 3 years, during which he had achieved commendable results, making his promotion merely a matter of time. Against this backdrop, L. Zhijing was determined to prevent any knowledge of longevity insects within his jurisdiction from reaching the ears of superior officials. Upon exiting the county office, Zhuo Shuang gazed up at the sky with a complex expression. He understood that, although Daiyu appeared vibrant and flourishing on the surface, it concealed numerous crises beneath. Take for instance Lu Zhijing, who, as a county dignitary, suppressed matters entangled with the mysterious. What of other affairs? Beneath the light, shadows may be lurking. Inside the office, while Shi Shan pondered the contents of the fundamentals of mysterious insights and Nine Sun's body refinement, a knock resounded at the door. Come in. Lu Zheng entered, saying, Shi Shan, a person named Wang Zhu is looking for you. He claims to be your friend. What brings Wang Zhu here? Shi Shan inquired, perplexed as he rose and followed Lu Zheng outside. Shi Shan, I heard you have an independent office in the prison. I couldn't wait to come and see it. Wang Zhu exclaimed eagerly upon encountering Shi Shan. What is there to see in an office? Shi Shan chuckled. Quickly take me to have a look. Wang Zhu insisted, his eyes gleaming with anticipation as he patted his chest. All right, follow me. Upon reaching the office, Wang Zhu glanced around and remarked, Your office is rather modest. It lacks grandeur. I am but a lowly jailer. Having an independent office is already a favor from the local lord. Do you expect me to furnish it grandly? Shi Shan retorted, somewhat irked. Hee, I was merely jesting. I come bearing a task from my father, Wang Zhu said with a grin. Shi Shan eyed him suspiciously and asked in a low voice, a task? What sort of task? He was concerned that this task was related to Wang Xiaoxin. Wang Shangyun and Wang Zhugang had just rendered him significant assistance, and now, if the topic of his engagement to Wang Xiaoxin were to arise, he would find it difficult to refuse. Wang Zhu bashfully scratched his head and, after glancing at Shi Shan a few times, finally spoke. My father recently wrote a novel, which is about to be published. He would like to invite you to write a preface for it. Upon hearing this, Shi Shan felt a wave of relief. As long as it was not related to Wang Xiaoxin, everything was fine. Publishing a novel? Shi Shan inquired with curiosity, while simultaneously contemplating the notion of writing a novel, as if a door had been opened in his mind. Yes, my father has written a novel of 60,000 words and intends to publish it at his own expense. Which is why he asked me to invite you for the preface. Despite being a businessman, He has always been drawn to the literary circle and has long wished to publish a book to showcase his own cultural inclinations, Wang Zhu remarked with a laugh. Shi Shan chuckled in response, realizing that Wang's uncle was indeed a man of literary passion. Why didn't you inherit this trait from your uncle? My father is not a literary enthusiast. He merely seeks to elevate his status through association with intellectuals, hoping to present himself as someone of taste and aspiration. Wang Zhu retorted with some annoyance. Given your uncle's wealth, there's nothing wrong with indulging in such pursuits, Shi Shan replied with a smile. Once you provide me with your uncle's novel, I shall take a look and compose a preface. After Wang Zhu departed, Shi Shan began to ponder. In the flourishing literary atmosphere of the current Dayu dynasty, there was a great demand for novels. If he were to pen a bestseller, it could yield substantial profits. Is it possible for one to delve into the narratives of best-selling novels and endeavor to compose a work of one's own? Should it achieve commercial success, it could significantly enhance my current circumstances. If it does not, it would not be of great consequence, merely a means to refine my writing skills. The wealth of the world? Shi Shan murmured to himself as he glanced at the title of the novel. Haha. My father's tale narrates the journey of a scholar who marries the daughter of a merchant, gradually amassing wealth and ultimately becoming the richest man in the realm. Wang Zhu remarked with a mischievous grin. Very well, I shall read it and subsequently compose a preface. You may retrieve it tomorrow, Shi Shan replied. I will provide you with the remuneration for your writing services right now, Wang Zhu declared as he pulled out a purse from his pocket. Observing Wang Zhu's actions, Shi Shan frowned and said, What remuneration for merely writing a preface? It cannot be disregarded. My father has stated that the amount of remuneration reflects the value of the book. Wang Zhu insisted, carefully omitting the truth that his father was merely attempting to bind Shi Shan to the Wang family through financial means. Shi Shan chuckled upon hearing this. Your father's reasoning is quite novel. The worth of a novel is determined by its readers, not by the remuneration for a preface. Oh, come now. My father has ample funds. If he is willing to bestow it upon you, you should graciously accept, Wang Zhu urged anxiously. Ultimately, your father's wealth will become yours. You must be prudent. If your father acts recklessly, must you follow suit? Shi Shan replied, somewhat exasperated. The Lord disregarded the numerous complexities and directly handed the purse to Shi Shan, asserting that there were many occasions when one might require funds, and there was no need for such formality between them. Shi Shan withdrew his hand, expressing his discontent, stating that despite their substantial assistance, he was now being asked to pen an introduction and provide a fee, which he perceived as a breach of camaraderie. Thus, I insist you accept my invitation to dine at my home tonight. You cannot refuse this time, the Lord insisted earnestly. Just as Shi Shan was about to acquiesce, Lu Zhang approached at a brisk pace. Shi Shan, Lu Zhang panted, and upon noticing his breathlessness, Shi Shan inquired, Lu Gu, what is the matter? Lu Duren has instructed me to arrange a carriage to take you to the town hall. It appears that the town master wishes to summon you, Lu Zhang replied. Still catching his breath, the town master wishes to see me? Shi Shan responded, bewildered, uncertain of the purpose behind Zhuo Shuang's request. I shall accompany you. I will wait for you outside the town hall, the Lord offered. Shi Shan nodded and, under Lu Zhang's guidance, boarded the carriage with the Lord, heading towards the town hall. Upon arrival, guided by the steward Lu, Shi Shan entered the reception hall of the town hall and beheld Zhuo Shuang, who sat in the main seat. His brow furrowed in contemplation. My lord, you summoned me? Shi Shan inquired cautiously as he approached Zhuo Shuang. Please, take a seat. Zhuo Shuang gestured for Shi Shan to sit beside him. I must share some troubling news with you, he continued, his demeanor grave. Sensing the weight of Zhuo Shuang's expression, Shi Shan felt a pang of foreboding. What news do you bear? Zhuo Shuang cast a glance at Shi Shan, pondering how to broach the subject. Shi Shan, the county has ordered me to incinerate Li Dazhuang's wife. What? Shi Shan exclaimed, his astonishment palpable as he rose to his feet. My lord, that is a living human being. How can one so brutally extinguish a life? Shi Shan's response was precisely what Zhuo Shuang had anticipated. The latter's expression grew exceedingly awkward. I beseeched the county magistrate to report this matter to the provincial government and summon a renowned scholar to handle it, but my request was denied. To refuse the invitation of a scholar and then command the destruction of Li Dazhuang's wife? Does such a magistrate truly regard the lives of the people? This is tantamount to disregarding human life. Shi Shan articulated swiftly. Noticing Shi Shan's fervent agitation, Zhuo Shuang wore a bitter expression. He understood that such a ruthless approach to extinguishing a life would inevitably provoke tremendous resistance, for it was inherently inhumane. As Zhuo Shuang fell into silence, Shi Shan grew increasingly anxious. If Li Dazhuang's wife were to be burned alive, how devastated would her family be? It might even drive his master to madness. My lord, do you know of any scholars? Shi Shan inquired, filled with hope. There was one, Zhuo Shuang murmured softly. Shi Shan's face lit up at the mention of an acquaintance. But Zhuo Shuang continued. However, he was stripped of his abilities due to certain transgressions. We have a scholar in our prison who has been similarly disgraced. Shi Shan instinctively remarked. Indeed, it is the same person, Yao Jiang, Zhuo Shuang confirmed. Shi Shan had not anticipated that Zhuo Shuang knew Yao Jiang. Yet the mere mention of Yao Jiang ignited a flicker of hope within him. Regardless of the circumstances, I must make an attempt. After Shi Shan spoke, he bid farewell to the left and promptly exited the town hall. Upon seeing Shi Shan emerge, Wang Zhu inquired with curiosity, Shi Shan, what did the town chief want with you? Nothing much, Shi Shan replied, indicating his reluctance to elaborate, and Wang Zhu refrained from pressing further. Upon arriving at the prison, Shi Shan made his way directly to the underground level. Shouchong? Has the Shouchong made an appearance here? Upon hearing Shi Shan's account, Yao Jiang expressed his astonishment. Indeed, it has manifested. I hope you can enlighten me on how to deal with the Shouchong, Shi Shan stated solemnly. Yao Jiang fell into a momentary silence before responding. It is no trouble to share the method with you. However, you are not a Xian practitioner, and under normal circumstances, you would be unable to utilize such a method. Upon hearing the term normally, Shi Shan felt a surge of hope. In what circumstances would I be able to employ the method you speak of? I previously infused some Xian energy into your being. I can impart to you a technique that will allow you to harness this energy to eliminate the Shouchong residing within Li Dazhuang's wife. However, doing so will render you incapable of perceiving the Xian energies of the world for 3 months, Yao Jiang explained slowly. Why would I be unable to perceive the Xian energies? Shi Shan asked, perplexed. Because you are utilizing energies that are not inherently your own. This will cause a rejection from the Xian energies of the universe, and it will take at least 3 months for this repulsion to dissipate, Yao Jiang elucidated. Shi Shan fell into silence, acutely aware of the looming threat posed by Zhao Yin and the pressing nature of time. To forego 3 months of perceiving Xian energies would be a significant setback. Please, I implore you to share the method with me. Shi Shan asserted with determination after a brief pause. Future matters shall be addressed in due time. For now, the task at hand is to refine the longevity worms from the body of Li Dazhuang's wife, ensuring that Zhang Long's marriage remains unaffected. Chapter 36. Refining the longevity worms. After imparting the method to Shi Shan, Yao Jiang remarked, refining the longevity worms is beneficial for the practitioners of the mystic arts, as it enhances the width of their spiritual apertures. However, you are not yet a practitioner, thus, this refinement may not serve you in the same manner, though it may extend your lifespan. How are you related to Li Dazhuang's wife? Why do you wish to assist her? He inquired. She is my master's mother-in-law, Shi Shan replied. You have a master? Yao Jiang expressed his surprise. What has he taught you? Yao Jiang studied Shi Shan for a moment. What is your purpose in learning this? With a smile, Shi Shan responded, to make a living. If it weren't for my master's teachings, I would be at a loss on how to survive in Shangyang town. Shi Shan then sought clarification from Yao Jiang regarding certain uncertainties about refining the longevity worms. Once he grasped the necessary information, he took his leave. As he watched Shi Shan depart, a subtle smile graced Yao Jiang's face. It seemed he had made the right choice in guiding Shi Shan onto the path of cultivation. Lord Wang, may I borrow a horse from your stable? Upon exiting the prison, Shi Shan addressed Wang, who was still waiting outside. Wang paused in surprise. Where are you headed? To Xiaoba village. What business do you have there? Is it so urgent? You could go tomorrow. I have already instructed my family to prepare food and drink, Wang frowned. Shi Shan, however, grew slightly impatient. Will you lend me the horse or not? Upon observing the impatience etched upon Shi Shan's countenance, and recalling his earlier visit to the town hall, Wang Zhu, with a furrowed brow, spoke up, may I borrow? Is that not permissible? Accompanying Wang Zhu to the Wang residence, he acquired a steed, mounted swiftly, and then galloped away. At that moment, the once gentle breeze transformed into a blustering wind, its howling crescendo filling the air. Thunder rumbled ominously as Shi Shan hastened his horse from Shangyang town, and dark clouds began to gather ominously above. Rain is imminent. Time to pack up, lamented a vendor, disheartened by the unpredictable weather that had left so many goods unsold. Witnessing the sudden change, street merchants hurriedly began to dismantle their stalls, creating a flurry of chaos along the thoroughfare. A flash of lightning illuminated the sky, stark against the gathering storm. Yinner, gather the clothes from the courtyard. Rain is on the horizon, instructed Li Dazhuang, before retreating into the inner chamber. Ah, my dear wife, I wonder what the town lord conveyed to the county office. Seeing your distress pains my heart, he said to his wife, Ren Lihua, who lay in bed. Ren Lihua, noticing Li Dazhuang's woeful expression, grasped his arm firmly. Do not despair, everyone has their day. I am the one who should suffer, for it is not only you who faces hardship, but also Yinner. Meanwhile, Shi Shan arrived on horseback outside Li Dazhuang's home. As Li Yinner was collecting clothes, she saw Shi Shan enter on foot from beneath the hill. Initially, she appeared bewildered, but soon realization dawned upon her. You are Shi Shan? She exclaimed. Yinner, you still remember my name. Shi Shan replied with a smile. What brings you here? Come inside quickly. Li Yinner said joyfully, then called out to the house, Father, Shi Shan has come. Hearing Li Yinner's voice, Li Dazhuang, who was conversing with his wife, rose and stepped out to greet them. Little brother, please sit. Yinner, bring some of the freshly boiled potatoes for our guest. Li Dazhuang warmly invited Shi Shan. Thank you. But I am uncertain how to address you, Shi Shan said, feeling somewhat embarrassed. Li Dazhuang waved his hand dismissively. Let us refer to each other simply. I am of a similar age to your master, so you may call me uncle. Very well, Uncle Li. I have come today regarding Aunt Li, Shi Shan stated. Li Dazhuang's eyes brightened upon hearing this. Has the town lord sent you? Shi Shan was momentarily taken aback, but then nodded. Yes, it is indeed the town lord who dispatched me. Excellent. Do you know how the county intends to handle this matter? Li Dazhuang inquired eagerly. Observing Li Dazhuang's demeanor, Shi Shan felt a surge of compassion. He was grateful to have encountered Yao Jiang and learned the method to refine the longevity insects. Had he not been afforded such a fortuitous opportunity, the prospect of Aunt Li being incinerated would have caused immense suffering for both Li Dazhuang and Li Yinner, and surely his master would have shared in their grief. The officials of the county have not informed me of their decision. They only instructed me to refine the longevity insects from Aunt Li's body, Shi Shan said kindly. Li Dazhuang found it hard to believe at first. You can refine the longevity worm? He asked incredulously. Shi Shan nodded emphatically. Indeed, it is a method entrusted to me by the esteemed Lord Zhen, possibly derived from the county government. Wonderful, simply wonderful, Li Dazhuang exclaimed, his excitement palpable. What is so wonderful? Inquired Li Yinner, who approached with a potato in hand. Shi Shan can refine the longevity worm within your mother, Li Dazhuang replied, his voice brimming with enthusiasm. Upon hearing this, Li Yinner stood frozen in disbelief. Is it true? Come quickly with me, Li Dazhuang urged, filled with exhilaration as he led Shi Shan into the inner room. Wife, you are saved, he declared joyfully upon reaching his spouse's bedside, fearful that she might not hear him. After gesturing for Li Dazhuang to step aside, Shi Shan proceeded to follow the method relayed by Yao Jiang. He summoned the hidden energy within himself, allowing it to emerge and enter Ren Lihua's body to refine the longevity worm. Li Dazhuang and Li Yinner watched as streams of golden light erupted from Shi Shan, subsequently entering Ren Lihua's body, their expressions transforming to one of anxiety and concern. Before long, Ren Lihua suddenly erupted into a fit of violent coughing, and dark blood trickled from the corner of her mouth. With a sigh of relief, Shi Shan announced, It is done. The longevity worm has been refined. Aunt Li will soon return to normal. Thank you, thank you. Li Dazhuang laughed uncontrollably, his joy manifesting in exuberant gestures. Li Yinner was equally overjoyed, her emotions surging as she struggled to find the words to express her gratitude to Shi Shan, overwhelmed by the magnitude of her happiness. Upon witnessing the joyful demeanor of Li Dazhuang and his family, Shi Shan felt a surge of happiness within himself. He took a moment to assess his own condition. Having successfully refined the longevity insect moments ago, he experienced an invigorating sensation, as if he had inhaled a breath of fresh air. It appeared that this was indeed what Yao Jiang had referred to as an enhancement of one's lifespan. Shi Shan, thank you. I am truly grateful. Just wait here. I shall go to the village to procure a chicken and prepare a feast for you, Li Dazhuang declared, making his way towards the door. No sooner had he departed from Xiaoba village than rain began to fall, pattering softly at first. Thunder rumbled ominously, resonating across the mountainous landscape. Suddenly, the horses, spooked, kicked and whinnied in fright, as though they had sensed some unseen terror. Shi Shan hastily grasped the reins, striving to calm the restless steed. In the midst of this downpour, Brother, why not take refuge beneath that tree for a spell? Once the rain subsides, we can continue our journey, Shi Shan suggested, glancing towards the source of the sound. Not far ahead, under a grand tree, stood a young man clad in white, gazing in their direction. Upon seeing the young man beneath the tree, an inexplicable sense of unease washed over Shi Shan, and the horse beneath him continued to whinny, as if yearning to flee. Yet, at that moment, the steed ceased its cries and moved directly towards the tree. Despite several attempts to rein it in, Shi Shan was powerless to halt its advance, and before long, he found himself standing beneath the great tree. In that instant, lightning flashed across the sky, illuminating the world around him. As the electric light flickered, Shi Shan discerned the features of the young man in white. In that fleeting moment, he perceived the youth's beauty as otherworldly, his complexion so pale that he seemed almost ethereal. Not of this realm. In an instant, a chill surged from the depths of Shi Shan's heart, swiftly spreading throughout his entire being. Brother, the rain is becoming increasingly torrential. If there is something urgent, it would be wise to wait until the downpour subsides before continuing our journey, the young man in white spoke gently. Although Shi Shan was reluctant to dismount, it felt as though his body was no longer under his control, and he found himself tumbling off the horse. Did you come from Xiaoba village? The young man in white inquired with a smile. Sensing the peculiarity before him, Shi Shan slowly replied, I hail from Sanchikan. Sanchikan, you say? Perhaps it won't be long before I arrive at that village, the young man remarked. Where are you headed? Shi Shan asked, almost as if compelled by fate. Upon hearing this, the young man smiled warmly and replied, I have heard that a peculiar illness has afflicted someone in Xiaoba village, and no physician has been able to diagnose the ailment. Since I have an affinity for treating rare diseases, I thought I might pay a visit. Are you a physician? I suppose one could say that. After this exchange, both fell into a contemplative silence, their words dissipating into the air. The weight of the quiet only deepened Shi Shan's unease. As he noticed the rain beginning to ease, he suddenly took a step forward, vaulted back onto his horse, and declared, the rain has lightened. It is time to part ways. With that, he spurred his horse and rode away. Was the distance too great, obscured by the rain, or had the individual truly vanished from beneath the great tree? He needed to inform Zhuang about the successful refinement of Ren Lihua's longevity insect. To prevent Zhuang from sending personnel to Xiaoba village and revealing to Li Dazhuang that the county's decision was to incinerate Ren Lihua, which would surely cause discontent. Upon finally meeting Zhuang and clarifying the situation, Zhuang looked at Shi Shan with shock and asked, What did you say? Esteemed sir, Shi Shan declared, I have successfully refined the longevity insect within the body of Li Dazhuang's wife. Zhuo Shuang regarded Shi Shan with incredulity, her gaze lingering on him as she hesitantly inquired, Are you a practitioner of the mystical arts? Shi Shan shook his head, responding, I am not a practitioner. The reason I was able to refine the longevity insect is due to Yao Jiang imparting the essence of the mystical arts into my being and revealing the method of refinement to me. Upon hearing this, Zhuo Shuang first felt a surge of joy, followed by a profound silence. The joy stemmed from the realization that Shi Shan could endure the essence of the mystical arts, indicating his potential for cultivating the path of the arcane. The silence, however, was rooted in the concern that if Shi Shan were to become a practitioner of the mystical arts, how could she, as an ordinary individual, ever hope to stand by his side? After a considerable pause, Zhuo Shuang finally spoke. Do you possess the potential for cultivation? Shi Shan nodded in affirmation. Has Yao Jiang taught you the methods of cultivation? Zhuo Shuang pressed on. However, Shi Shan felt compelled to fabricate a narrative, unable to disclose the truth to Zhuo Shuang. He was uncertain of her relationship with Yao Jiang, and moreover, Zhuo Shuang was, after all, a member of the court. While the techniques he had learned were forbidden, Zhuo Shuang, undeterred by his reticence, displayed a look of envy as she remarked, Who would have thought that in this humble town of Shangyang I would come across someone embarking upon the path of the mystical arts? Shi Shan, feeling a flush of embarrassment at her praise, replied, Esteemed sir, you misjudge me. I have yet to breach the threshold of the mystical arts. Seeing Shi Shan's slight discomfort, Zhuo Shuang's envy only deepened. In her youth, she too had yearned for the mystical path, yet lamented her lack of aptitude for cultivation. Even when encountering those with potential who had not yet broken through, she felt a pang of longing, for at least those individuals could continue to strive and attempt to ascend. To have the opportunity to challenge the threshold is something I deeply envy. I believe you will surely transcend this boundary and become a master. Zhuo Shuang remarked with a smile. Upon hearing this, Shi Shan chuckled softly, engaging in a few more exchanges with Zhuo Shuang before preparing to take his leave. As I mentioned earlier, I urged you to visit me more often and interact with Xiao Shu, yet you have never graced us with your presence. Since you are here today, why not stay and share a meal with us? Zhuang kindly suggested, just as Shi Shan was about to decline. He noticed Xiao Shu running towards them, a painting in hand. Father, look at this painting I created. Is it not beautiful? Xiao Shu asked eagerly, holding up her artwork for Zhuang to see. Zhuang accepted the painting, scrutinizing it carefully before exclaiming, it is indeed beautiful. Your skills have improved once again. Come, Shi Shan, take a look as well. As Zhuang handed the artwork to Shi Shan, he found himself in a moment of indecision. Reluctantly, he accepted the painting and was genuinely impressed. Xiao Shu's talent was evident. What do you think? Isn't my painting wonderful? Xiao Shu inquired with a hint of pride as she observed Shi Shan admiring her work. It is truly exquisite, Shi Shan responded with heartfelt admiration. Xiao Shu beamed at his compliment, her face radiating joy. At that moment, seizing the opportunity, Zhuang said, Shi Shan, since you also find this painting commendable, why not inscribe a poem upon it? I am confident that with your talent, you will not tarnish this artwork. Upon hearing this, Xiao Shu bit her lip, eager to protest, but was met with a fierce glare from Zhuang. With a huff, she lowered her gaze. Shi Shan observed Xiao Shu's displeasure, and though he lacked the inclination to compose poetry, he found it difficult to refuse, for Zhuang had only the best intentions. After adjusting his mood, Shi Shan began to carefully admire Xiao Shu's artwork. The painting depicted a small courtyard pavilion, with a woman gazing at the moon. Just as Shi Shan was deep in contemplation, the steward Lu Zhuang arrived, bearing a brush, which he placed on the table beside Shi Shan. After pondering for a moment, Shi Shan picked up the brush and delicately inscribed a poem upon Xiao Shu's canvas. Last night, I caught a whiff of a fragrant breeze in a dream. I ascended to the lofty heavens. The moon shines brightly in the sky, yet where, I wonder, is my homeland? Upon witnessing Shi Shan complete his poem, Zhuang approached to see what had been inscribed. After reading it, she remarked appreciatively, it is quite well written, harmonizing beautifully with the scene in the painting. Although reluctant to have Shi Shan write poetry on her artwork, her curiosity compelled Xiao Shu to have a glance. As she read Shi Shan's verses, her initial resentment dissipated, and she discreetly cast a glance at him. In an unexpected moment, Xiao Shu found that Shi Shan was not as disagreeable as she had once thought. Chapter 38. The mediocre master. 3 days had elapsed since the refinement of the longevity insect. During this time, relying on his memory, Shi Shan meticulously transcribed the fundamentals of the art of mystical overview and the 9 suns body refinement techniques. After having them reviewed by Yao Jiang and ensuring their accuracy, he began to study them in depth. While his understanding of the fundamentals of the art of mystical overview remained shallow, he was ready to commence his practice of the 9 suns body refinement. 3 days have elapsed, during which Shi Shan has persistently sought guidance from Yao Jiang, endeavoring to comprehend the intricate terminology associated with the 2 martial arts techniques. Through Yao Jiang's repeated verbal explanations, Shi Shan has become increasingly acquainted with these practices, and his understanding of the 9 suns body refinement has significantly deepened. On this particular evening, the sky was adorned with a multitude of stars, and the luminous moon hung high in the firmament. Within the confines of the room, Shi Shan sat cross-legged on his bed, embarking on the journey of perceiving the mysteries of heaven and earth as prescribed in the foundational text overview of the mysteries. According to this text, a mortal endowed with the aptitude for cultivation must first grasp the celestial enigmas, subsequently absorbing them into their being, and ultimately utilizing these insights to transcend the threshold of the mystical realm. Before one can breach this threshold and unlock the secrets within, the mysteries retained within the human body can only endure for a mere 10 hours. However, upon achieving this breakthrough, one gains the capacity to store the mysteries for an extended duration. Shi Shan inquired of Yao Jiang whether he could utilize the mysteries that Yao Jiang had infused into him to surpass the threshold, only to be informed that unless one perceives and absorbs the mysteries independently, they cannot effectively penetrate the barrier. In a state of perplexity, Shi Shan attempted to channel the mysteries imparted by Yao Jiang to breach the threshold, resulting in no discernible disturbance, akin to a leaf soaring into the sky, only to fall to the ground without reaching its destination. Yao Jiang further elucidated that the quantity of mysteries does not directly correlate to an increased opportunity for breakthrough. Rather, once a certain threshold of understanding is achieved, additional mysteries yield diminishing returns. Thus, the ability to transcend the threshold is largely contingent upon innate talent and fortune. As time inexorably passed, Shi Shan gradually felt as though he were immersed in an infinite void, appearing as insignificant as dust beneath the vast expanse of the starlit sky. After a sleepless night, it was only when the first rays of morning sunlight streamed through the window that Shi Shan slowly opened his eyes. Steamed buns for sale. The call of the vendor echoed in his ears, and as his stomach grumbled softly, Shi Shan took out some money to purchase 3 buns. "Here you are, esteemed customer," the vendor said, wrapping the buns in oiled paper before handing them to Shi Shan. As he opened the paper and lifted one bun to his mouth, a light and cheerful voice rang out from behind him. "Shi Shan, I want some buns too." Turning around, he found it was cheating, so he called out to the vendor. "More, please, 3 more buns." "Certainly, esteemed customer." Cheating was well aware of the tension between Ma Quan and Shi Shan, and understood the reasons behind Ma Quan's disdain for him. It was through cheating that Shi Shan learned that the position of jailer was originally meant for Ma Quan's nephew, but unexpectedly, it was he who had taken it. No wonder Ma Quan directed his ire at him. To vex Ma Quan, cheating deliberately grew closer to Shi Shan, and through this back and forth, they became quite familiar with one another. Now, encountering Shi Shan on the street, cheating playfully expressed her desire for buns. "These buns are surprisingly delicious," she remarked, taking a bite. Seeing her reaction, Shi Shan chuckled. "Ah, my dear Miss Cheating, with your family's wealth, I imagine you are accustomed to delicacies. Is this bun perhaps your first experience?" Upon hearing this, Cheating's cheeks flushed slightly, betraying a hint of embarrassment, yet she feigned astonishment as she replied, "How could it be my first? I've loved buns since childhood, and our family chef often prepares them for me." Cheating's remark left Shi Shan somewhat perplexed. With Chi Fu's wealth, would he frequently allow his daughter to indulge in buns? Or is it true that Cheating simply has a penchant for them? Observing the look of confusion on Shi Shan's face, Cheating took several more bites of the bun, savoring its delightful flavor. "Dear guests, should you find pleasure in our buns, we warmly welcome you to visit us often." The owner of the bun shop interjected at an opportune moment. As the two made their way to the prison, they drew numerous curious glances. "I truly envy Shi Shan. Not only does he have an independent office, but his relationship with Cheating also seems to be flourishing." Nonsense. If I could participate in the imperial examination, would I still be interested in Xiaozue? Ah, but if you did take part in the examination, wouldn't that imply you have your sights set on someone like Cheating? Enough of your mockery. Unfazed by the envious glances surrounding him, Shi Shan proceeded directly to his office. Shi Shan. Just as he opened the door to his office, Lu Zhong approached him. "Come, let us talk inside." Lu Zhong pulled Shi Shan into the office and swiftly closed the door behind them. "Why did you arrive at the prison with Cheating today?" he inquired urgently. "We ran into each other on the way," Shi Shan replied casually. Lu Zhong let out a sigh of relief upon hearing this. "I thought you two had spent the night together." Shi Shan chuckled at this notion. "How could that be? Setting aside the fact that Cheating is 3 years my senior, just consider her looks and family background. Do you truly think a story like that could unfold between us?" "Shi Shan, you underestimate yourself," Lu Zhong remarked. "In my opinion, after some time, it is likely that Qi Ting will not be worthy of you." Hearing Lu Zhong's words, Shi Shan scrutinized him closely, surprised to discover that this man possessed a keen insight. "However, seeing you arrive alongside Qi Ting today genuinely startled me, and I feel compelled to offer you a word of caution." Lu Zhong's demeanor suddenly shifted to one of gravity. "What kind of warning?" Shi Shan inquired, puzzled. "Ma Quan's nephew, Ma Chao, has been pursuing Qi Ting relentlessly. Ma Chao has been training in martial arts since childhood, and not long ago. He was deeply affected when you took his place, and he failed to become a jailer. In his frustration, he trained diligently and unexpectedly advanced to the level of a third-rate master. He has now joined the Tunglong gang as an official disciple. If Ma Chao discovers how close you are to Qi Ting, I fear he may come looking for trouble, settling both old scores and new." Lu Zhong explained thoughtfully. Upon hearing this, Shi Shan could not help but scoff inwardly. A third-rate master seemed a fitting opponent to hone his current skills. If Ma Chao saw trouble, it would only serve as an opportunity for practice. "Lu Zhong, Ma Chao's temperament is rather unpleasant. If you hold no romantic intentions towards Qi Ting, I suggest you maintain some distance to avoid unnecessary complications that could hinder your preparations," Lu Zhong advised, contemplating the situation. Understanding Lu Zhong's good intentions, Shi Shan refrained from directly expressing his lack of fear towards Ma Chao, and instead responded diplomatically, "Thank you for the warning, Lu Go. I will be more vigilant in the future." "Very well. It suffices for you to know about Ma Chao's pursuit of Qi Ting. I have several tasks to attend to now, so I shall take my leave. After Lu Zhong finished speaking, he turned and exited the room. In Chapter 39, The Moonlit Trace, Jingxin perused the record of Tai Lu Mountain for a while, and then Shi Shan rose, preparing to visit the Tianjiao prison to consult with Yao Jiang regarding his queries about cultivation. As Shi Shan reached the doorway, he spotted Qi Ting approaching with a cheerful expression. Shi Shan, where are you headed? Qi Ting inquired as she stepped in front of him. I intend to check on the prisoners in the underground jail, Shi Shan replied. Has this task been assigned to you by Ma Quan? Qi Ting asked, her brow furrowing, as she suspected it might be another one of Ma Quan's ploys against Shi Shan. Shi Shan shook his head. I grew weary from reading and thought a stroll would help me relax. Upon hearing this, Qi Ting's eyes sparkled. I heard you participated in the imperial examination. Is that true? Indeed, I did. But unfortunately, I failed, Shi Shan admitted, feeling somewhat embarrassed. As failing was not a matter of pride. Qi Ting's eyes gleamed even brighter. That's impressive. You were only in your teens and already participated in the examination. You must possess considerable talent. I heard that at the birthday banquet of Lord Jinzuan, you composed a poem that outshone all others and was ultimately sung by Yao Man. What was that poem? Could you recite it for me? As Shi Shan observed Qi Ting's eager expression, he felt a surge of appreciation. Just as he was about to gather his emotions and recite Bei Ding Bian, an unwelcome voice interrupted. What poem are you reciting? Do you take this place for a venue of frivolity? Instead of working diligently, you are here reciting poetry? Ma Quan shouted at the two. An expression of displeasure etched across his face. Qi Ting, the ledger you prepared last month is fraught with issues. You must thoroughly examine it instead of idly wandering about. Ma Quan reprimanded with a scowl directed at Qi Ting. Upon hearing this, Qi Ting rolled her eyes and turned to leave. She was no longer inclined to retort to Ma Quan, nor did she hold him in esteem any longer. Shi Shan, the town's esteemed official has instructed me to arrange an independent office for you, not for the purpose of pursuing romantic entanglements, but to facilitate your diligent preparations for the examinations. Once you succeed in your civil service examinations, women will abound. Do not limit your aspirations to this small prison or the modest confines of Shanyang town. After Qi Ting departed, Ma Quan adopted a different tone when addressing Shi Shan, assuming the demeanor of a moral elder. However, Shi Shan disregarded Ma Quan's words, stepping past him with resolve. What I choose to do is not within your purview, sir. I possess my own discernment. Observing Shi Shan's retreating figure, Ma Quan did not erupt in anger as he typically would. Instead, he offered a cold smile. Enjoy your remaining days while they last. Upon reaching the Tianjiao cell, Shi Shan recounted his experiences of last night's cultivation to Yao Jiang. How can one truly comprehend the mysteries of the universe? He expressed his inner doubts. After a prolonged silence, Yao Jiang sighed and replied, The mysteries of heaven and earth are profound and ineffable. They defy description and can only be grasped through sincere contemplation. Such contemplation requires a mind untainted by impurities. For these mysteries are the embodiment of purity itself. Upon hearing this, Shi Shan appeared to glean some understanding. Returning to his office, he secured the door, seated himself cross-legged, and engaged in rhythmic breathing. Subsequently, he closed his eyes in meditation, embarking on a journey to fathom the mysteries of the cosmos. An endless void enveloped him, silence reigning supreme. Uncertain of how much time had elapsed, Shi Shan felt a fleeting flash of golden light in his mind, illuminating the surrounding darkness before vanishing in an instant. In a heartbeat, Shi Shan opened his eyes, exhilaration coursing through him. The profound truth. He had grasped the essence of enlightenment. Although it was merely a momentary realization, too ephemeral to be fully seized, Shi Shan felt immense satisfaction. It marked a pivotal step forward. This step could illuminate the path ahead. Before he knew it, 3 days had passed. On this particular day, as Shi Shan stepped out of the prison, the voice of cheating called out from behind him. Shi Shan, wait for me. Turning around, he saw cheating jogging towards him. I'm truly sorry, but I must visit my teacher, Tang Bin. Tomorrow evening, Shi Shan replied apologetically. Upon hearing this, cheating's expression dimmed. That's fine. Why not accompany me to the market for a stroll? The atmosphere is just about right, he suggested, proceeding forward as if convinced Shi Shan would acquiesce. Come on. Why are you standing there motionless? With a sigh inwardly, Shi Shan stepped forward. The mooncakes in our town are quite exquisite. Many vendors produce remarkable varieties. I wonder what new styles will emerge this year, Cheating remarked with a cheerful demeanor. Indeed, Our town's mooncakes are renowned far and wide. Youths from neighboring towns come here to purchase them, Shi Shan replied with a smile. Absolutely. Even officials from the county come to buy our mooncakes. A relative of mine from the county asked me to bring her some, Cheating said proudly. Suddenly, Cheating's eyes lit up, and he dashed towards a stall. The stall owner, noticing Cheating's curiosity, paused his arrangement and eagerly began to explain the item she inquired about. Ah, this is the moonscar knot. This knot technique has just been introduced from Beishan City, and very few in our town can make it. It is undoubtedly a new product for this year. The moonscar knot symbolizes auspiciousness, particularly beneficial for young men and women. Hearing the stall owner's words heightened Cheating's intrigue. What kind of auspiciousness does it signify? She asked, her heart racing with excitement. How much do you sell this moonscar knot for? The stall owner, delighted by her inquiry, was about to reveal the price when a sudden voice interrupted. I'll buy all the moon knots at your stall. Name your price. Cheating, displeased by the unexpected interruption, looked up to see it was Ma Chao, and her expression darkened instantly. Seeing that Ma Chao intended to purchase all the knots, her anger surged. Ma Chao, what do you mean by this? I clearly intended to buy the moonscar knot, yet you suddenly appear and claim them all. Are you deliberately trying to embarrass me? Cheating retorted coldly. Unfazed by her anger, Ma Chao replied, Cheating, I intend to gift these to you. Come, stall owner. Pack up all the moon knots for this young lady, but make sure the moonscar knot is wrapped separately. Witnessing Ma Chao's actions, Cheating felt even colder. Ma Chao, we are not related. I will not accept your gifts. Shi Shan, let us go. Ma Chao had only just noticed the presence of Shi Shan. Brother, who are you? Before Shi Shan could respond, Cheating interjected, This is the matchmaker my family introduced to me, Shi Shan, who is accompanying me to the market today. Upon hearing this, Shi Shan looked at Cheating in disbelief, intending to clarify her position, but was met with a gaze from Cheating that was filled with pity and desperation. Shi Shan, why does that name sound so familiar? Ma Chao furrowed his brow, feeling as though he had heard it before, yet he could not recall where. Just as Ma Chao was lost in thought, Shi Shan and Cheating walked past him. Stop right there. Ma Chao shouted angrily, hastily pursuing the two. Seeing Ma Chao leave, the stall owner was taken aback and rushed after him, grabbing his arm. Young master, I have already begun wrapping your items. You haven't paid yet. With a forceful shove, Ma Chao sent the stall owner sprawling to the ground, stepping forward to block Shi Shan and Cheating's path. Cheating, why have I not heard that your family arranged a match for you? Ma Chao inquired after halting them. Humph. Cheating scoffed. Am I required to inform you about my matchmaking? Or do you believe there are spies in my family? Cheating, your father is aware of my pursuit of you and approves of our union. I cannot believe he would arrange a match for you, Ma Chao replied calmly. Cheating, momentarily at a loss for words, quickly regained her composure and retorted, It was arranged by my mother. What? Do you intend to claim that my mother also supports our union? Upon hearing this, Ma Chao's expression darkened as he scrutinized Shi Shan and then turned his gaze to Cheating. Cheating, I believe this Shi Shan is younger than you, is he not? Did you not claim to prefer mature men? In response, Cheating lifted her chin and entwined her arm around Shi Shan's. But I have come to admire a talented scholar like him, one who has even participated in the imperial examinations. Shi Shan, taken aback by Cheating's gesture, felt a wave of confusion wash over him. He attempted to withdraw his arm, but as he exerted force, he realized that Cheating had tightened her grip. At that moment, he also sensed her underlying tension and, feeling a pang of sympathy, chose not to pull away. Witnessing Cheating's actions, Ma Chao's face flushed crimson. He clenched his fists, his eyes ablaze with fury as he glared at Shi Shan. Young man, kindly remove your hand. Cheating raised an eyebrow and coldly regarded Ma Chao. Ma Chao, mind your words. I am merely holding the arm of my date. It is of no concern to you. Cheating, how could you possibly be interested in a frail scholar? Did you not once tell me that you longed to marry a formidable hero with extraordinary skills? Ma Chao bellowed. In my eyes, he is indeed that extraordinary hero, Cheating replied unhurriedly. Very well, Cheating. One day, I, Ma Chao, shall make you regret this choice, he said with a bitter smile, striding past Shi Shan without a sideways glance. As Ma Chao departed, Shi Shan hastily withdrew his arm. This is my first time holding a boy's arm. Cheating hastily released her grip, lowering her head with a faint blush gracing her cheeks. Upon hearing this, Shi Shan chuckled and retorted with a hint of annoyance, as if I am frequently accompanied by women. Then we are even. Cheating raised her gaze to Shi Shan, suppressing a smile. Even? My dear Miss Cheating, you have put me in quite a predicament. You are well aware that the position of jailer was usurped by me, provoking Ma Chao to strive fervently and ascend to the rank of a mediocre master. As an ordinary person, to face such an individual is indeed a harsh trial. Shi Shan feigned discontent. Cheating, upon hearing this, brushed aside the strands of hair from her forehead, reassuringly said, "Do not fear, I shall protect you. Ma Chao wouldn't dare to act against you. Besides, I can hardly perceive any fear in you." Shi Shan, upon hearing this, grinned broadly. "I originally thought Ma Chao would attack me directly, yet he simply departed. Ma Chao is rather handsome, and a mediocre master at that. How could you possibly dismiss him?" Cheating shrugged. "Dislike is dislike. There is no remedy for it." As she spoke, she looked up and excitedly pointed towards the void. "Look, another moon is about to rise." Shi Shan gazed upwards and beheld a sliver of another moon appearing beside the existing full moon. The land illuminated by the two moons seemed to be teeming with vitality. Meanwhile, at the Ma residence, Ma Chao strode in with a fierce demeanor. "Ma Chao, what brings you here?" Ma Quan inquired, puzzled by Ma Chao's aggressive entrance. Approaching Ma Quan directly, Ma Chao inquired, "Uncle, are you familiar with the Shi Shan?" "Shi Shan, I see," Ma Quan inquired, puzzled. "Today, I saw him with Qi Ting." "And she was linked to his arm," Ma Chao replied, his face darkening with anger. Ma Quan was taken aback. Could it be that they had become a couple? "Uncle, who exactly is Shi Shan?" Ma Chao asked urgently. Ma Quan pondered for a moment, recognizing that he would eventually seize Shi Shan's body. If Shi Shan was indeed with Qi Ting, it would mean he was with her himself. After all, Qi Ting was not lacking in beauty. Clearing his throat, Ma Quan said, "Shi Shan is a jailer under my command, assigned by the town lord. He possesses considerable talent and is highly regarded by the town lord. The town lord specifically instructed me to look after him, allowing Shi Shan ample time to prepare for the imperial examinations. Consequently, I arranged for him to have an independent office." Upon hearing this, Ma Chao felt something was amiss. "Uncle, you must know that I have been pursuing Qi Ting." He sought to clarify the conflict between himself and Shi Shan. "Qi Ting is not suitable for you. You are already a third-rate master. Your aspirations should be higher," Ma Quan replied nonchalantly. Ma Chao was taken aback, unable to comprehend why Ma Quan was exhibiting such a benevolent demeanor. It was known that Ma Quan had always doted on him, never allowing him to suffer even the slightest humiliation. "Uncle, a mere jailer under your command has taken Qi Ting from me. This is not merely a loss of face." Ma Chao exclaimed loudly. Ma Quan frowned. "What are you talking about? When did Qi Ting ever belong to you? You have already become a mediocre master. Therefore, you must embody the demeanor befitting such a status. Why do you still linger in these trivial matters of love and affection?" Ma Chao was taken aback by Ma Quan's words, incredulously stepping back a few paces. Is this truly the uncle who had once showered him with affection? In despair, he cast a few glances at Ma Quan before turning away and leaving the place. At that moment, Ma Chao lifted his gaze to the sky, where two moons shone brightly. Even the moon had companionship, while he felt abandoned by the entire world. Chapter 41. Blocking the door as usual. Shi Shan was preparing to change out of his prison garb and leave the confines of the jail. Shi Shan, something terrible has happened." At that moment, Lu Zhong burst into his office, exclaiming urgently, "Shi Shan, it's serious." Shi Shan furrowed his brow. "What is the matter?" "Ma Chao is blocking the exit of the prison, and he appears furious." "I suspect he is here for you," Lu Zhong replied hastily. "You should not go outside. Allow me to report this to Lord Ma. As a prison officer, you are aware that Ma Chao is his nephew. If a conflict were to arise at the entrance, it would tarnish Lord Ma's reputation. He would likely intervene. There is no need for such unnecessary actions. You are well aware of Ma Quan's attitude towards me. He probably wishes to see me humiliated," Shi Shan countered, dissuading Lu Zhong from informing Ma Quan. Lu Zhong's expression shifted. "Then what shall we do? Perhaps you should hide in the prison for the night?" "That is not necessary. I am eager to ascertain the true caliber of a mediocre master." Shi Shan replied nonchalantly. "There is no need for such caution. I am not an ordinary person." Shi Shan spoke as he stepped past Lu Zhong, striding purposefully towards the entrance. "Are you not an ordinary person? Could it be that you are still a Xin master?" Observing Shi Shan's determined departure, Lu Zhong remarked with irritation. He then furrowed his brow, deep in thought for a moment, before gritting his teeth and hastening towards Ma Quan's office. Through the doorway, Shi Shan indeed saw Ma Chao standing outside, and his expression tightened as he prepared for battle. This was the moment he had long awaited, arriving sooner than he had anticipated. Ever since he acquired the fundamentals of the art of Xuanji and Nine Suns body refinement, he had immersed himself in training day and night. His progress in Xin Dao was slow, allowing him only to grasp a hint of the profound mysteries, far from being able to harvest them, let alone breaking through the Xian barriers. However, his martial arts training advanced at an astonishing pace, leading Shi Shan to suspect he possessed an extraordinary talent for martial cultivation. Thus, upon seeing Ma Chao blocking the entrance, he felt a mix of tension and exhilaration. Shi Shan, just as he was about to step outside, Qi Ting rushed over to position herself in front of him. You can evade momentarily, but you cannot escape forever. What is destined to come will arrive in due time. Shi Shan smiled as he prepared to bypass Qi Ting. She raised her hand to stop him, her expression resolute. Shi Shan, wait here. I will go out and explain the situation to Ma Chao, clarifying that I am not on a blind date with you. Everything that happened yesterday was intended to provoke him. Did you not say yesterday that you were unafraid of Ma Chao? Why are you so worried about me going out now? Shi Shan jested. Qi Ting's heart raced at his words, given the gravity of the situation. How could he still find time for humor? Outside the door, Ma Chao stood, his expression darkening as he observed Qi Ting and Shi Shan exchanging flirtatious banter not far from the exit. Veins protruded from his hands as he clenched them tightly. Shi Shan, come out. If you are a man, do not dawdle, do not hide behind a woman. Unable to contain his fury any longer, Ma Chao let out a furious roar. Meanwhile, the remaining jailers, yet to depart, gathered near the exit, eager to witness the unfolding drama. Shi Shan, do not act impulsively, Qi Ting urged as she saw him step forward, desperately trying to dissuade him, but she could not impede his determined stride. In a moment of panic, Qi Ting felt her heart race, uncertain of how to respond. After all, Ma Chao was a third-rate master, and Shi Shan was boldly walking towards him. It was terrifying. Fortunately, she had no ties with Shi Shan. Otherwise, being cornered at the prison door and beaten would leave her utterly humiliated in Shangyang town. Do you even look in the mirror? Do you really think you can have anything to do with Qi Ting? The remaining jailers excitedly discussed among themselves, creating a lively atmosphere at the prison entrance. Shi Shan, were you the one who took my place as a jailer? Ma Chao coldly inquired as he watched Shi Shan emerge. Shi Shan scoffed lightly. My position as a jailer was arranged by the lord of the town. I had no knowledge of who I would be replacing. Do not use the town lord to intimidate me. To me, the town lord is nothing significant. Ma Chao replied darkly. Did you specifically come here to block me today? Shi Shan asked, his tone indifferent. Upon hearing this, Ma Chao's eyes flashed with fierce light. Shi Shan, we shall settle both old and new scores today. Let me remind you, a mere seller of broken lanterns like yourself cannot afford to offend a scion of a distinguished family such as mine. You are unworthy of Qi Ting. Hearing Ma Chao's words, Shi Shan merely laughed. Even kingdoms do not have eternal rulers, and you, a mere descendant of the Ma family from the insignificant Shanyang town, dare to be so arrogant? Insignificant Shanyang town? I believe it is you who is truly arrogant. Ma Chao retorted coldly. Enough with your prattle. If you wish to act against me, then come forth. I am ready. With a thunderous shout, Shi Shan's demeanor shifted dramatically, his scholarly grace evaporating. Witnessing this sudden change in Shi Shan's aura, Ma Chao's expression altered, and he momentarily suppressed his disdain. Shi Shan, today I will demonstrate to you that before warriors, mortals are fit only to serve as dogs. Watch closely, for I shall show you the true essence of power. Prepare yourself. With that, Ma Chao launched a fierce punch towards Shi Shan. What audacity! Ma Chao, a mere third-rate expert, dares to declare that mortals are only fit to be dogs? I doubt that true warriors would ever adopt such a haughty stance. As the jailers clamored in indignation against Ma Chao, a thunderous roar pierced the air. Stop. In Chapter 42, Burning Tofu, upon receiving Lu Zhong's report, Ma Quan was taken aback. He had become increasingly concerned about Shi Shan's well-being and wished for nothing to harm him. The moment he learned that Ma Chao had blocked the entrance and intended to confront Shi Shan, he dashed towards the door in a fit of rage. As soon as he arrived at the entrance, Ma Chao was seen throwing a punch, prompting Ma Quan to roar in fury. However, Ma Chao did not relent in his assault despite the outburst. With a resounding thud, Shi Shan's fist collided with Ma Chao's, the force of the impact causing him to stagger back a few steps. Ma Chao, too, was pushed back slightly by the recoil, his expression one of astonishment. Utterly unprepared for Shi Shan's ability to withstand his blow. With renewed determination, Ma Chao aimed another punch at Shi Shan. Drawing from the experience of their previous clash, Shi Shan slightly bent his legs and formed a fist with his right hand, ready to counter Ma Chao's strike. Just as their fists were about to meet once more, Ma Quan leapt into the fray, extending his arms to grasp both of their wrists. Both Shi Shan and Ma Chao attempted to wriggle free from Ma Quan's grip, but after a brief struggle, they found themselves unable to escape. Ma Chao, who gave you the audacity to confront me here? Ma Quan coldly inquired, holding their wrists firmly. Ouch! Ma Chao cried out in pain, then hastily added, Uncle, I want to do it again. I promise I want to. Hearing Ma Chao concede, Ma Quan released both of their wrists and turned his gaze toward Shi Shan. Shi Shan, have you trained in martial arts? Noting Ma Quan's grim countenance, Shi Shan smiled and casually shrugged his wrist, responding, Have I ever trained in martial arts? I was simply born with great strength. With that, he took a step forward and strode away. As he watched Shi Shan's retreating figure, Ma Quan fell into deep contemplation. The surrounding jailers, including Qi Ting, were left in a state of astonishment. A mere scholar, Shi Shan, had indeed withstood the punch of the third-rate expert, Ma Chao. A mere clash of fists astounded the prison guards and Qi Ting, as well as Ma Quan and Ma Chao. Ma Chao was taken aback that Shi Shan could withstand his strike, while Ma Quan was surprised by Shi Shan's concealed prowess. All eyes were transfixed on Shi Shan's retreating figure, which, illuminated by the sun, appeared remarkably resplendent. Upon reaching Zhang Long's abode, Shi Shan was delighted to find the door wide open, indicating a prosperous day for Zhang Long master. I trust today's harvest has been fruitful? Shi Shan inquired loudly as he stepped inside. If you are weary, we need not visit my teacher's house today. You should rest well. Shi Shan expressed his concern. Zhang Long shook his head in response. How could I not go? Without his guidance, how could you have achieved such success? I must express my gratitude. As Zhang Long spoke, he rose to fetch a pre-prepared gift from the inner room, some renowned dried goods from Shangyang town. Master, I have ordered some pastries from the Zhang family bakery. Let us collect them first before proceeding to my teacher's house, Shi Shan suggested. Zhang Long nodded in agreement, acknowledging that purchasing pastries would indeed please the child. The two then visited the Zhang family bakery to collect the prepared pastries before heading to Tang Bin's residence. Upon arrival, they found Wang Zhu and Wang Xiaoxin already hard at work tidying the courtyard. Shi Shan, why have you only just arrived? Come here and lend a hand. Wang Zhu exclaimed, his gaze fixed disapprovingly on Shi Shan, raising the broom toward him. Uncle Zhang Long, brother Shi Shan, you have come. Tang Yu exclaimed joyfully, setting aside her scissors and rushing toward Shi Shan upon seeing their arrival. Shi Shan handed the pastry to Tang Yu and then approached Wang Zhu, teasing him. What is the fuss about sweeping the floor? Surely, you can manage it all by yourself. The courtyard isn't that large. Wang Zhu, upon hearing this, became incensed, insisting that everyone should contribute and not be lazy. If you are here, you must work. Brother, Shi Shan has just finished his shift. He must be weary. Let him rest for a while, interjected Wang Xiaoxin, who was standing at the entrance of the living room with a plate in hand, her brow furrowed. Wang Zhu was taken aback by her words, feeling quite displeased, and was about to retort when he heard Zhang Long speak. It would be beneficial for Shi Shan to move around a bit. He hasn't seen the sun all day in prison, and he is missing out on the vital energy. Since the sun hasn't set yet, let him labor under its rays. Uncle Zhang speaks wisely, Wang Zhu exclaimed with delight, promptly placing the broom into Shi Shan's hands. Brother Zhang, it's been a while since we last met. You got engaged without even telling me. Otherwise, I would have certainly lent my assistance. Look at you. Arriving here with gifts. Did Shi Shan ask you to buy these? That rascal is starting to seem like a stranger around here. Tang Bin remarked as he stepped from the living room towards Zhang Long. Teacher Tang, you are mistaken. This is entirely my own gesture. Shi Shan's success is due to Teacher Tang's guidance. As a mere lantern seller, I cannot offer anything of great value. So I brought some dried goods from the town as a token of appreciation, Zhang Long replied, feeling a bit embarrassed. Just as Tang Bin was about to speak, a voice called out from outside. Ah, Shi Shan, instead of accepting my invitation for fine food and drink at my home, you chose to come here to sweep the floor. Listening to the sound, the crowd turned to see Town Master Zhuo Shuang approaching leisurely with his wife, Tao Qingfen, and his daughter, Zhuo Xiuxiu. Upon spotting Zhuo Shuang and his entourage, Tang Bin expressed a hint of surprise, but quickly moved to greet them. Shi Shan, too, hastily set aside his broom and followed suit. Mr. Tang, I must confess I have come empty-handed merely to partake in your hospitality. I hope you do not mind? Zhuo Shuang remarked with a smile as he stepped before Tang Bin. Not at all. It is indeed an honor for Town Master to grace this humble abode. However, I was unaware of your visit in advance, so I have prepared only some simple home-cooked dishes, Tang Bin replied, but before he could finish, Zhuang waved his hand dismissively. I have no desire for extravagant feasts. I simply wish to savor the local home-style cuisine of Shanyang Town. Shi Shan, since the esteemed guest has personally come today and desires home-cooked meals, you must prepare your finest tofu dish, Tang Bin instructed Shi Shan. To have Mr. Tang specifically requested, your tofu must surely be exquisite, Shi Shan, Zhuang remarked with anticipation. Zhua Xiu, too, gazed eagerly at Shi Shan, her eyes sparkling with expectation for his tofu. I possess only rudimentary culinary skills. I cannot guarantee it will suit your refined tastes, Shi Shan replied, lacking in confidence. For Zhuang and his family hailed from Beixian City, where they had undoubtedly sampled numerous delicacies. Every region boasts its unique flavors. As long as you can capture the essence of Shanyang Town, it will suffice, Zhuang reassured him. Very well, I shall do my utmost, Shi Shan responded cheerfully. Chapter 43, The Gourd Demon. As twilight descended, 2 full moons emerged in the sky, hanging side by side in the heights above, while countless stars scattered around them, embellishing the darkened night. This night, the heavens and the earth shine far more brightly than usual. The myriad lights of households twinkle, harmonizing with the moonlight. Come. Yang Ruoxin, the wife of Tang Bin, enthusiastically brings forth a platter of stir-fried bamboo shoots and meat, placing it upon the dining table. The burnt tofu will be ready shortly, she adds with a beaming smile after arranging the dishes. The table is already adorned with an array of several dishes, including steamed buns, boiled sweet potatoes, shredded pork with green peppers, stir-fried potatoes, and a soup of cabbage and bean sprouts, totaling over 10 sumptuous offerings. The aroma is delightful, and I can hardly contain my eagerness to dig in, remarks Zhuang, gazing at the spread before her with anticipation. Please excuse my humble abode. We are but ordinary folk here, serving simple rustic dishes that fill the belly, though they may not be deemed exceptional in taste. Tang Bin speaks warmly. Zhuang shakes her head. Mr. Tang, you are being modest. The value of a dish lies not in its extravagance, but in its meticulous preparation and flavor. These delicacies are clearly crafted with care, exuding the essence of home. With a hearty laugh, Tang Bin responds, it is indeed an honor for me, as a host in Shanyang Town, far from your homeland, to offer you a taste of home. Just then, Wang Xiaoxin arrives, carefully placing the burnt tofu on the table. Zhua Xiu's eyes sparkle at the sight of the tofu, and she instinctively reaches for her chopsticks. Ruoxin, Shi Shan, come over, it's time to eat, Tang Bin calls out. Shortly thereafter, Shi Shan arrives, carrying a platter of duck meat. Is there still food? Left Shuang asked in surprise as Shi Shan brought in the last dish. Sir, I had Wang Zhu go to the tavern to purchase this. It should be quite delectable, Tang Bin replied. Upon hearing his name, Wang Zhu looked eagerly at Left Shuang. I didn't mean to impose, so why go to such lengths? Left Shuang chuckled. Noticing that Left Shuang had not inquired about his identity, Wang Zhu's previously hopeful expression dimmed. Once everyone was seated, Tang Bin encouraged Left Shuang and the others to begin their meal. Both Left Shuang and Left Xiu instinctively picked up a piece of tofu and savored it. Indeed, it is quite tasty, Left Shuang praised after finishing a piece, while Left Xiu had already taken a second piece. Suddenly, a loud knocking echoed from the courtyard door. Shi Shan, go open the door, Tang Bin said, puzzled about who could be knocking so urgently at this hour. Upon opening the door, Shi Shan was greeted by several constables. Is the town master here? A middle-aged man inquired anxiously. Shi Shan nodded, and the constables rushed into Tang Bin's home. Sir, there's trouble. A monster has appeared at the market, the middle-aged man shouted as he hurried toward the living room. Upon hearing this, Left Shuang immediately set down his chopsticks and rose from his seat. I have had my fill. Please continue without me, he said, and with that, he swiftly exited the Tang residence. Sir, I will accompany you, he added. Hey, how did Shi Shan follow Master Jinzuan out? That's a monster. Shi Shan has really got some nerve, Yang Ruoxin expressed her concern as she watched Shi Shan depart. Tang Bin furrowed his brow. Shi Shan was merely lending a hand, and it was not yet his turn to capture the monster. Tao Lifeng, usually reticent, relaxed her expression slightly upon seeing Shi Shan accompanies Zhuo Shuang. She was extremely reluctant to come to Tang Bin's place. Had it not been for Zhuo Shuang's insistence on bringing the whole family, she would have remained at the town office. She was averse to creating any opportunity for Zhuo Xiu and Shi Shan to meet. when she inadvertently spotted Zui Xiushu picking up a piece of grilled tofu. Her previously softened expression turned cold once more. Help! A monster! Run, a monster! The market was now in chaos, with crowds fleeing in every direction. Stalls overturned one after another, and goods scattered all over the ground. Brother, who does this gourd monster belong to? It all depends on our respective skills. After chasing for so long without success, if Master finds out we chased a monster into the crowd, we would surely be grounded. Hee. As long as neither of us mentions this, Master will never know. Two young men clad in dark robes, swords on their backs and compasses at their waists, pursued the gourd monster with composure, occasionally engaging in conversation. I say, brother, why don't you just let me have this gourd monster? We're just getting in each other's way, and neither of us can catch it. If you let it go this time, I promise to write a love poem for Sister Zhou next time. Shut up. Just as they were bickering, a long blade sliced through the air, aimed at the gourd monster. The two individuals were taken aback, simultaneously hurling darts to disarm the long knife. Upon witnessing the blade fall, the gourd demon also redirected its course. Left Shuang, filled with fury, bellowed, "Who dares impede my pursuit of this demon? Hand me a knife." His countenance darkened with rage as he seized a long knife from an officer behind him, setting off in pursuit of the two cloaked youths and the gourd demon. Shi Shan and the other officers followed closely, yet they could not match Left Shuang's speed. With a swift motion, Left Shuang caught up to the two cloaked youths, slashing through the air towards one of them. Clang! The youth drew his sword to block the strike, seething, "You wretched official, what do you mean to do? You dare obstruct me from slaying the demon." As he spoke, Left Shuang's blade struck again. With a series of clashing swords, the youth exclaimed, "What have I done to provoke you? Why attack me first instead of my senior brother?" Left Shuang remained silent, his strikes growing ever more relentless and lethal. "Curse you!" The youth spat, retaliating with increasingly fierce swordplay. "Ha! Junior brother, you are too kind. This gourd demon belongs to me." The other cloaked youth laughed heartily as he tossed a rope into the air, which spun gracefully before soaring towards the fleeing gourd demon. The attacked youth, infuriated by the sight, attempted to intervene but found himself overwhelmed by Left Shuang's relentless assault. At that moment, the youth with the rope accurately anticipated the gourd demon's escape route, and the spiraling rope successfully ensnared it. Overcome with elation, he shook his head triumphantly and shouted, "Ha! Fate has favored me." At that moment, a brilliant light flickered and shot towards him. Chapter 44, Feng Tianluo and Xiao Ran. With a resounding clang, the young man in black intercepted the incoming sword strike, simultaneously ensnaring the gourd demon with a rope and securing it upon his shoulder. Released the gourd demon. Clang, clang, clang. The two engaged in a rapid exchange of blows, their swords gleaming with a hue of white interspersed with yellow under the flickering lights. Meanwhile, Shi Shan and a group of officials hastened to the scene. Clang, clang. On the other side, Zui Shuang had already disarmed his opponent, his sword piercing through the enemy's shoulder. Ah! With a cry of agony, blood gushed forth from the wound, eliciting a pained roar from the young man. Junior brother, the youth in black, having captured the gourd demon, was momentarily flustered upon hearing his apprentice's cry of distress. With a forceful kick, he sent his opponent flying. Zui Shuang leapt to the ground, brandishing his great sword, and charged toward the youth in black who held the gourd demon captive. Feng Tianluo, I shall despise you for eternity. Upon witnessing the youth in black, Feng Tianluo, fleeing while the other youth lay incapacitated, Zui Shuang bellowed in fury, his eyes ablaze with wrath. Shi Shan and the officials prepared for battle upon seeing Feng Tianluo's audacious advance. Shi Shan, block him! Zui Shuang shouted from a distance as he pursued Feng Tianluo. Hearing the call, Feng Tianluo was unaware of Shi Shan's identity. Yet, upon glimpsing the officials ahead, he scoffed dismissively, perceiving them as mere lackeys, easily vanquished. Just as Feng Tianluo charged forward, Shi Shan seized a long knife from a nearby official and swung it toward Feng Tianluo with determination. Clang! Upon encountering the strike from Shi Shan, Feng Tianluo casually extended his sword to parry. A resounding clang echoed as his longsword trembled in his grasp, nearly slipping from his hands. A third-rate expert? With a mix of astonishment and frustration, he glanced at Shi Shan, bewildered by the presence of such an elegant yet simply attired fighter of inferior skill. Just as Feng Tianluo wrestled with his confusion and irritation, Shi Shan's long knife came slicing through the air once more. Clang! 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 Xiao Shidi, save me! Feng Tianluo bellowed, hoping fervently that his disciple would come to his aid. Having risen to his feet, the one referred to as Xiao Shidi reached into his robe, producing a handful of medicinal powder, which he sprinkled onto his bleeding shoulder, his gaze icy as he regarded the beleaguered Fang Tianluo. Xiao Ran, should I perish? Our master shall not let you escape unscathed. Fang Tianluo shouted desperately, his voice laced with urgency and indignation. Humph, Xiao Ran scoffed, his face a mask of disdain, as he applied more powder to his shoulder. Shi Shan, be cautious. Spare the gourd demon, and I shall grant you your life. At that moment, Zhuoshuang spoke coldly, his attacks momentarily easing. Sensing this shift, Fang Tianluo's expression softened with a hint of hope as he turned his gaze towards Zhuoshuang. Your crimes do not warrant death. Relinquish the gourd demon, and I shall permit your immediate departure. Zhuoshuang reiterated. Very well. Fang Tianluo acquiesced, suppressing his murderous intent toward Shi Shan. He hurriedly affirmed his compliance. Observing Fang Tianluo's agreement, Zhuoshuang and his companions ceased their assault, but they remained poised for action. Upon witnessing the three cease their assault, Fang Tianluo hastily unfastened the ropes from his shoulder, placing the bound gourd demon onto the ground. He then retreated and turned, fleeing in haste. Not far off, upon seeing Fang Tianluo abandon the gourd demon, Xiao Ran called out, Senior brother, wait for me. Hearing Xiao Ran's cries, Zhuoshuang's expression grew cold. Capture him, commanded Zhuoshuang. The officials, upon hearing his directive, swiftly surrounded Xiao Ran. Fang Tianluo harbors feelings for Zhou Jingxian. Suddenly, Xiao Ran inexplicably exclaimed. Humph, Zhuoshuang scoffed. Considering your youth and the minor nature of your transgressions, I shall overlook this incident this time. Begone. Thank you, my lord, Fang Tianluo replied with a respectful gesture. Then approached Xiao Ran. When he reached Xiao Ran's side, he whispered, I should never have confided in you. If I hear that remark again, I shall ensure you face dire consequences. Fang Tianluo declared in anger, before turning on his heel and departing with long strides. Senior brother, wait for me. Chapter 45. What relevance does this have to Shi Shan? Not long ago, it required Wang Shanyun's intervention to elevate his standing, shielding him from the storms of fate. Yet, in the blink of an eye, Shi Shan had diminished to a third-rate expert, unexpectedly obstructing Fang Tianluo. I am but a mere third-rate expert, Shi Shan remarked with a smile. Just a passing wanderer, he stated, appearing altogether nonchalant. Upon hearing this, Duan Tianhua's spirits lifted. Since you lack a master to guide you, and you have ventured into the martial arts, why not join my Flying Sky Gang? Shi Shan shook his head, expressing that he had no immediate intention of joining any sect in the martial world. Upon hearing this, Duan Tian's face briefly exhibited disappointment. However, he did not press the matter further. He merely hoped that one day, when Shi Shan chose to join a faction, he might consider the Feitian Gang. Absolutely, replied Shi Shan. In a moment of urgency, I unexpectedly asked you to block Fang Tianluo, and I truly did not anticipate that you would actually succeed. Zhuoshuang remarked with a look of astonishment. Did you not mention previously that you had entrusted the Wanderer's cultivation methods to him? Zhuoshuang continued, feeling slightly embarrassed. To me, the art of Xuanqiu has always seemed quite marvelous, which is why I urged Shi Shan to intervene in haste. Duan Tianhua, taken aback, exclaimed, Shi Shan, have you become a Shan master? Upon returning to Tang Bin's residence, they found that everyone had already finished their meal and was now enjoying snacks such as pastries, sunflower seeds, and peanuts, while gazing at the two bright moons in the sky. Where are Shi Shan and Zhuoshuang? Tang Bin inquired. The master successfully captured the gourd demon and is currently escorting it for confinement, Shi Shan replied. Shi Shan, your actions were rather impulsive. How could a scholar like you dare to partake in demon hunting? With the esteemed town guardian present, what danger could there be? The master is a warrior, and Shi Shan's participation could indeed broaden his horizons. Tang Bin interjected, defending Shi Shan. He genuinely admired Shi Shan's boldness in that moment. In this scenario, Shi Shan's willingness to accompany Zhuoshuang to confront the demon revealed him to be a spirited young man. Tao Qingfen, who rarely offered praise, commended Shi Shan. After all, witnessing Zhuoshuang embark on such a perilous venture worried her greatly, yet seeing Shi Shan follow without hesitation brought her a sense of comfort. Is anyone injured? Zhang Long inquired in a gruff voice. Brother Shi Shan, what kind of monster have you captured? Tang Yer asked with a curious expression. It is a gourd demon, Shi Shan replied as he settled onto a nearby stool. What? A gourd demon? Tao Chengfen exclaimed in surprise, immediately rising from her seat to gaze at Shi Shan in astonishment. Noticing her surprise, Shi Shan nodded. Indeed, it is a gourd demon. I heard the elders refer to it by that name, and the creature does resemble a gourd. After expressing her amazement, Tao Qingfen bid farewell to the group and departed with Zhuo Xiuxiu. Sister Xiuxiu, do come and visit often. Tang Yue called out to the departing Zhuo Xiuxiu. Why did the town's lady suddenly leave? Wang Zhu pondered aloud as soon as Tao Qingfen stepped outside. Extending lifespan? Enhancing beauty? Upon hearing Tang Bin's remarks, the others were taken aback, while Shi Shan remained relatively unfazed, having just refined a longevity insect himself. However, the group disregarded Tang Bin's explanations and eagerly engaged in excited discussions about the gourd demon's alchemical properties, with even Yang Ruoxin animatedly joining in. At the town hall, Zhuo Shuang contemplated how to handle the gourd demon after instructing steward Lu Zhuang to arrange for sufficient guards to watch over it. He understood the value of the gourd demon. The elixirs produced from it were known to prolong life and enhance beauty. If it were not so, the two fellow disciples would not have blocked each other in their pursuit of the demon. Consequently, Zhuo Shuang felt a deep conflict within. If he were to surrender the gourd demon to the county office, it would spare him from trouble and perhaps even earn him the county magistrate's favor. Yet the thought left him feeling somewhat unwilling. If it remains in my possession, it is likely to become a hot potato. I believe that by tomorrow, individuals of some standing in Shanyang town will discover that I have captured a gourd spirit. Surely, the news will reach the county magistrate. Whether I can retain it without voluntarily surrendering it is uncertain. Furthermore, will the three martial sects in Shanyang town not take an interest in the gourd spirit? Will the disciples of Fang Tianluo and Xiao Ran not come seeking it? And what of the other martial factions that might wish to fish in troubled waters upon learning of this news? Zhuo Shuang, have you captured the gourd spirit? Tao Qingfen inquired excitedly as she approached Zhuo Shuang. Observing Tao Qingfen's exuberance and Zhuo Xiuxiu's anticipation, Zhuo Shuang furrowed his brow slightly. Why do you ask this? You understand the implications of possessing something precious. Tao Qingfen was momentarily taken aback by his words, then responded with indignation. What scheme are you concocting now? You aren't contemplating offering the gourd spirit to the county magistrate, are you? Confronted with her accusation, Zhuo Shuang felt a faint flush of embarrassment. However, he would not concede to her suggestion. What nonsense are you spouting? I am merely contemplating how to handle this gourd spirit discreetly. What is there to handle discreetly? Just hand it over to an alchemist to be refined into medicine. Tao Qingfen retorted with exasperation. Do you think it is that simple? Where would I find an alchemist? And how would I transport the gourd spirit? Not to mention, I am concerned about whether I can even safeguard this gourd spirit, Zhuo Shuang replied, his dissatisfaction evident. Both Tao Qingfen and Zhuo Xiuxiu were momentarily stunned and exclaimed in unison, is it truly so difficult to guard a captured spirit? Humph. Had it not been for Shi Shan today, I doubt I would have even managed to capture the gourd spirit, Zhuo Shuang said sternly. Tao Qingfen and Zhuo Xiuxiu exchanged astonished glances, simultaneously inquiring, what does this have to do with Shi Shan? In chapter 46, the young hero, perceiving their bewilderment, Zhuo Shuang patiently recounted the events surrounding the capture of the gourd demon. At that moment, Zhuo Xiuxiu wore a look of sheer shock. The seemingly frail and pallid Shi Shan was, in fact, a third-rate master. He had claimed to be just a step away from reaching that level. But it seemed that he would soon attain the status of a genuine third-rate master. Zhuo Shuang was pleased with Tao Qingfen's reaction, especially considering her strong opposition to Zhuo Xiuxiu's association with Shi Shan, who had imparted such martial skills to him that, within just a few days, he had become a third-rate master? Tao Qingfen, puzzled, posed the question, while Zhuo Xiuxiu was equally curious. According to Shi Shan, it was a wandering knight who had taught him. Though this knight likely focused primarily on imparting the methods of Xian Dao, with martial arts being a secondary consideration. After all, the path of Xian Dao was notoriously arduous, and the knight may have intended for Shi Shan to practice martial arts alongside his Xian Dao training to strengthen his physique. Zhuo Shuang calmly remarked, all the while observing Tao Qingfen's reaction. As expected, upon hearing this, Tao Qingfen's expression morphed into one of astonishment. Shi Shan possessed the potential for Xian Dao cultivation? Zhuo Shuang nodded subtly, relishing the moment of Tao Qingfen's bewildered expression, confident that his insight was beyond the comprehension of such a common woman. Had Shi Shan truly become a Xian master? At this moment, Zhuo Xiuxiu quietly inquired, her expression filled with bewilderment. Since childhood, the most exceptional person she had encountered was her cousin Su Feng, yet even he was merely a first-rate expert. Shi Shan, on the other hand, was a Xian master. Xian masters were not supposed to exist outside the realm of legends. How could she possibly come into contact with one? Noticing Zhuo Xiushu's despondent demeanor, Zhuo Shuang felt a twinge of sympathy. Not yet, she reassured her. Breaking through the threshold of Xian is no simple feat. Shi Shan has a long journey ahead to become a Xian master. Oh, Zhuo Xiushu replied, her tone flat, devoid of emotional fluctuation. You need not worry. Father will strive to create opportunities for you to interact more with Shi Shan, Zhuo Shuang hurriedly added, sensing Zhuo Xiushu's low spirits. Why should I engage with him? Zhuo Xiushu questioned, her eyes sparkling with innocence. My dear Xiushu, you must have a friend in Shanyang town. I believe Shi Shan would be quite suitable as your companion. Tao Qingfen remarked, draping her arm over Zhuo Xiushu's shoulder. Changing her previous attitude towards Shi Shan, she joins Zhuo Shuang in trying to pair Zhuo Xiushu with him. Seeing Tao Qingfen's actions, Zhuo Shuang was elated, feeling that the chances of bringing Zhuo Xiushu and Shi Shan together had significantly increased. I made a friend today. Tang Yar is my friend now, and I will visit her often, Zhuo Xiushu declared, her eyes gleaming with excitement. Upon hearing her words, Zhuo Shuang and Tao Qingfen exchanged a resigned glance. Boss, 5 buns, please, Shi Shan said as he approached the bun stall, reaching for his money while placing his order. Ah, young hero, the buns are on the house for you. The vendor at the bun stall did not accept the coins offered by Shi Shan, but instead proclaimed it to be free. Shi Shan was momentarily taken aback. Young hero? What young hero? Ha ha, my dear young hero, I witnessed your valiant efforts alongside the esteemed town leader in capturing demons last night. In my eyes, your prowess undoubtedly earns you the title of young hero, the vendor exclaimed with enthusiasm. Shi Shan felt a flush of embarrassment upon hearing this and hurriedly dropped a few coins before departing. Yet, after taking only a few steps, someone clapped him on the shoulder from behind. Good morning, young hero. Shi Shan turned to find Cheating beaming at him. Please, spare me the flattery and refrain from calling me young hero in my presence. You are indeed the hero of demon hunting. It is no exaggeration to address you as young hero, however. Tell me, when did you become a third-rate master? I had not heard a whisper of it. Cheating said with an air of mystery, as if Shi Shan harbored some grand secret. My lady, let us not dwell on such matters. We must focus on our duties and not be late, Shi Shan replied, hastening his steps. Cheating rolled her eyes in response. Could you not aspire for greater heights? A third-rate master, yet still serving as a mere jailer? Lower your voice. Would you? I have not yet attained the status of a third-rate master, Shi Shan replied, feeling awkward. Is that so? My father mentioned he witnessed your duel last night. Rumors abound that you are indeed a third-rate master. Cheating inquired, puzzled. Shi Shan felt a wave of dismay wash over him. How could it be that in just one night, the entire town seemed to be aware of such developments? In the office of Ma Quan, Lu Zhong stood nervously before him. Do you not know when he practiced martial arts? Ma Quan inquired with evident dissatisfaction. My lord, how could I possibly know? I only encounter him during work hours. I cannot ascertain what he does at other times, nor can I possibly know when he engages in martial training, Lu Zhong replied, his tone rife with grievance. Upon hearing this, Ma Quan fell into a contemplative silence, his expression shifting repeatedly. After a considerable pause, he finally spoke. You must forge a good rapport with Shi Shan in your daily dealings. As a seasoned prison officer, it is your duty to guide him in his work and to show genuine concern for his personal affairs. Strive to understand him better. Any news regarding him must be conveyed to me at once. After all, the esteemed lord of the town has instructed me to take good care of him. Lu Zhong's heart leapt with joy at this revelation, for now he could engage with Shi Shan openly. Rest assured, my lord, I shall certainly pay more attention to Shi Shan. Should I learn anything concerning him, I will report it to you without delay. Satisfied, Ma Quan nodded. It is good that you understand. You may leave now. Once Lu Zhong departed, however, Ma Quan's demeanor turned frigid, his lips pressed tightly together, and a fierce glint ignited in his eyes. At the Zhao residence, Zhao Tiankai seethed with rage. Who is the chef today? What sort of porridge is this? He exclaimed, slamming his spoon onto the table. Bring that so-called apprentice to see me, he commanded coldly. My lord, my lord. Just then, Huang Shirun hurriedly approached Zhao Tiankai. What is the rush this early in the morning? The Zhao family is not what it used to be. You must be mindful of your demeanor and speech. Zhao Tiankai chided, visibly displeased. My lord, it is said throughout the city that Shi Shan has become a third-rate master, Huang Shirun murmured. Who? Zhao Tiankai inquired, taken aback. Shi Shan, the one who sells lanterns, has achieved the status of a third-rate master, Huang Shirun replied, recounting the tale of Shi Shan capturing a demon he had heard. Huang Shirun, You only now inform me of what transpired last night. You must provide a thorough explanation as to why you previously favored Shi Shan and his lantern business. Zhao Tiankai exclaimed, his anger palpable. My lord, I am wronged. I have always been loyal to you in the Zhao family. Wang Shiren protested, fear evident in his voice. I shall listen to your explanation later. For now, bring me a pen. I must immediately write to inform Yin'er about Shi Shan's affairs, Zhao Tiankai commanded, his fury intensifying. Yes, my lord, I will fetch pen and paper at once, Wang Shiren responded hastily. Chapter 47, The Challenge in Recent Days. While delving into the mysteries of martial arts, Shi Shan did not neglect his preparations for the imperial examination. Despite the looming threat posed by Zhao Yan, the practice of martial arts held great significance. However, a broader vision was essential, as the path of the examination could secure a more stable future for Shi Shan. As he immersed himself in his studies, Lu Zhong knocked and entered. Shi Shan, someone has delivered a letter for you, Lu Zhong announced, extending the envelope to Shi Shan. Upon receiving the envelope, Shi Shan pondered before opening it, having never before received a letter. Yet, as he tore it open, he was greeted by a challenge. Without needing to read the details, he scoffed. Who else would dare challenge him at this moment but Ma Chao? Indeed, upon opening the challenge, he found Ma Chao's name inscribed. How audacious! After perusing the challenge notice, Shi Shan scoffed disdainfully. The notice proclaimed, in the realm of heroes, one is always swift in avenging grievances. I have heard that Brother Shi has captured a demon in the bustling market, earning renown throughout the town, which I greatly admire. It is also said that Brother Shi has attained the status of a third-rate master. I, lacking in talent, wish to invite Brother Shi to a duel, to showcase the martial prowess of my Tunglong gang. Following this were the time and location, indicating that the contest was set for 3 days hence at the Tunglong gang's martial arts platform. The words of Ma Chao exuded an air of superiority, suggesting a contest while subtly implying a desire to instruct Shi Shan. Shi Shan discerned Ma Chao's underlying intentions. He sought to defeat Shi Shan while he was still basking in fame, thereby thrusting himself into the limelight of Shangyang town and securing his own reputation. Ordinarily, Shi Shan would have dismissed such a challenge. Yet this particular invitation resonated with his own aspirations. While Ma Chao aimed to ascend by stepping on Shi Shan's back, Shi Shan too yearned to rise to the rank of a third-rate master through this very encounter. He was merely a step away from breaking through to that level, needing only time or an opportune moment. As time passed, Shi Shan was confident that through relentless training in the Jiuyang Lian Shun, he would naturally elevate to the status of a third-rate master. However, to transcend the constraints of time and achieve this status sooner, he required an opportunity. Shi Shan believed that engaging in combat with Ma Chao would provide just that. He needed to confront a third-rate master and experience a thrilling battle. With the intensity of Ma Chao's animosity towards him, Shi Shan was certain it would fuel an earnest contest. As these thoughts swirled in his mind, a surge of fervor ignited within Shi Shan, as if he were on the verge of taking a remarkably significant step in his life. Tunglong gang, Brother Ma, I have delivered the invitation, a youthful voice exclaimed excitedly as a young boy approached Ma Chao. Oh, did you personally deliver it to Shi Shan? What was his reaction? Ma Chao inquired urgently. The young man appeared somewhat embarrassed as he replied, Brother, I initially intended to hand it directly to Shi Shan, but I did not encounter him. Ma Chao's expression darkened as he pressed on. Then to whom did you give the invitation? I encountered someone named Lu Zhong as soon as I entered the prison. He asked me what I was doing there, and when I mentioned delivering a message to Shi Shan, he stated that he was on his way to see Shi Shan and requested that I give him the letter so he could take it along. I complied. The young man innocently explained. With a resounding slap, Ma Chao struck the young man's shoulder in frustration, exclaiming, Why are you so thoughtless? Without giving it to Shi Shan, how am I to know whether he has agreed to my challenge for a duel? Just then, a rider galloped towards the Tunglong gang's stronghold. Who approaches? Dismount at once, the guards shouted, their voices echoing and capturing the attention of all present in the training ground. Who dares approach the Tunglong gang's stronghold with such audacity? As the rider halted before the stronghold, the guards, poised to draw their swords in anger, were met with the unexpected figure of Lu Zhong. Who is Ma Chao? He called out. Has Ma Chao committed an offense that has drawn the attention of the authorities? The onlookers speculated, is he not clad in the attire of a jailer? Is there someone following him? Could it be that Ma Chao has indeed transgressed and is to be imprisoned? Listening to the murmurs of the crowd, Ma Chao's face turned an ominous shade of pale. Who are you? What business do you have with Ma Chao? The guards inquired loudly. their voices drawing the gaze of all in the training arena. Is it a challenge? Whom did Ma Chao challenge from the government? Such a grand move. Ma Chao is formidable. When the guards heard the term master and saw Lu Zhong clad in prison attire, they instantly assumed that Ma Chao's opponent was someone of no significance to the authorities. To enter, you must dismount, one of the guards said, lowering his voice slightly. Upon hearing this, Lu Zhong promptly dismounted and tethered his steed to a sturdy tree. He then inquired of the guards, "May I ask where I can find Ma Chao?" The guard surveyed the training grounds and then pointed towards Ma Chao, stating, "That is Ma Chao." Following the guard's gaze, Lu Zhong spotted Ma Chao and promptly strode over. After Lu Zhong had left with a hearty laugh, the individuals in the training grounds swiftly encircled Ma Chao. "Ma Chao, whom have you challenged?" "Ma Chao, which esteemed official from the government is your opponent, and what is his rank?" "Ma Chao, why do you seek to challenge someone from the government?" At this moment, Ma Chao's expression fluctuated between pale and flushed, feeling as if he had been swept up into the air by a tempest, his entire being tingling and disordered. Chapter 48. Acting on Impulse. "Everyone, cease your chatter," Ma Chao bellowed, pushing through the crowd surrounding him and striding away. However, upon seeing the large character approved inscribed elegantly on a sheet of paper, he felt a surge of hot blood rise within him, an overwhelming force yearning to burst forth. "Shi Shan, in 3 days, I shall strike you so fiercely that even your own father will not recognize you." In the reception hall of the Flying Sky Gang's base, Duan Tianhua was raising a cup of tea to his lips when he heard He Song's inquiry. He paused slightly, took a slow sip, and then spoke. "It was merely a fortuitous encounter. Even without my assistance, with the capabilities of the town master, he would have surely captured that gourd demon. Yet the fact remains that you aided Zhuo Shuang in capturing the gourd demon," He Song remarked, tapping his fingers rhythmically on the table. At this, He Song smiled. "Since you helped Zhuo Shuang, you should partake in the benefits that the gourd demon brings." Duan Tianhua was momentarily taken aback. He had not anticipated that the leader, He Song, would show interest in the gourd demon. "Leader, that may not be wise, as our residence falls under the jurisdiction of the town master. It would be unwise to offend him over a gourd demon. Although the gourd demon can concoct elixirs for longevity and beauty, I presume you do not require them, do you?" Duan Tianhua fell silent, and after a moment, he replied, "I genuinely only assisted the town master by chance. Moreover, the primary reason for capturing the gourd demon lies with that Shi Shan. Had he not suddenly attacked Fong Tianluo, neither the town master nor I would have succeeded in detaining the gourd demon." "Then go fetch Shi Shan, and I shall have a word with him," He Song stated coldly. Duan Tianhua wished to say more, but upon receiving a sharp glance from He Song, he immediately fell silent. In the underground prison, Shi Shan brought a meal to Yao Jiang and recounted his duel with Ma Chao. "You possess a certain audacity, daring to challenge a true third-rate master even before achieving that level yourself," Yao Jiang praised him. Shi Shan smiled lightly, pondering the situation. "After all, I am not far from being a third-rate expert, and the gap between an ordinary person and a third-rate master is not insurmountable." Upon hearing this, Yao Jiang nodded. Yet he remarked, "According to your assertion that Ma Chao is a member of a martial sect, skilled in combat techniques, whereas you have not studied any specific martial arts, I fear you may struggle to defend yourself." Shi Shan's eyes gleamed with anticipation as he responded, "Precisely for that reason, I wish for you, esteemed elder, to teach me 1 or 2 martial techniques." Yao Jiang burst into laughter, saying, "Shi Shan, we are not kin. It is a considerable favor that I can impart to you the overview of mystical principles and nine-yang body refinement. However, to nurture you with heartfelt dedication is beyond my capacity." Shi Shan felt a tinge of disappointment, yet as Yao Jiang had stated, they were not related, and it was already a tremendous blessing that he could guide him onto the path of cultivation. How could he dare to ask for more? "Do not be disheartened," Yao Jiang continued. "The progression of our human race to this day has never relied solely on techniques. These methods have been developed through continuous exploration and innovation by people. Initially, there were none. Did the earliest humans truly stand helpless against the myriad of demons in the skies?" Yao Jiang mused. Shi Shan's eyes sparkled again with hope. "Elder, do you have any insights to share with me?" Observing Shi Shan's eager demeanor, Yao Jiang chuckled softly before stating, "Be it martial techniques or mystical arts, they merely teach the application of power. In true combat, where circumstances shift in an instant, one cannot afford the luxury of executing predetermined moves. The most formidable martial techniques and mystical arts grant you the freedom to attack as you please, to act according to your will. As Yao Zhang's words resonated, Shi Shan fell into deep contemplation, sensing a dawning understanding. In the town hall, Zhuo Shuang was diligently composing a letter addressed to County Magistrate L. Zhijing, intending to surrender the gourd demon for the county's handling, and expressing his hope that the magistrate would arrange for someone to come and receive it. Suddenly, with a loud bang, Tao Qingfen burst through the door, her face a mask of fury as she strode towards Zhuo Shuang, snatching the letter from his hands. "What are you doing?" Zhuo Shuang exclaimed in anger, preparing to reclaim the letter from her grasp. Tao Qingfen swiftly dodged aside, casting a quick glance at the letter's contents, her eyes brimming with tears. "How could you, Zhuo Shuang? You truly intend to hand over the gourd demon to the county government? What do we need the gourd demon for? Does it make any difference whether we live a few more years or a few less?" Zhuo Shuang sighed in response. "We are in the same boat, but what about Xiu? Have you considered her?" Tao Qingfen retorted angrily. "Xiu is still young. She doesn't need longevity," Zhuo Shuang replied, his dissatisfaction evident. "Humph," Tao Qingfen scoffed. "You were the one who wanted to match Xiu with Shi Shan, yet now you claim she doesn't require the gourd demon? Those are two different matters. How can they be conflated?" Zhuo Shuang said helplessly. "What do you mean two different matters? Shi Shan is on the verge of becoming a Xian master, which you know is not easy to age. If Xiu ends up with Shi Shan and grows old, will he still want her?" Tao Qingfen exclaimed in frustration. At this, Zhuo Shuang fell silent. In the midst of his silence, Tao Qingfen tore the letter to shreds. Witnessing her actions, Zhuo Shuang's anger began to boil anew. At this moment, tears cascaded down Tao Qingfen's cheeks. "You have lived a life of integrity, always considering the interests of the court, yet what has become of you in the end? Now that you have encountered the gourd demon, do you still intend to hand it over to the county office? This is something you captured on your own. Why should you submit it?" Upon witnessing Tao Qingfen's tears and hearing her words, Zhuo Shuang slowly closed his eyes. After a long silence, he spoke with a deep sense of weariness. "Since I chose to serve in the court, I must naturally be loyal to my sovereign, regardless of the outcome. Why must you press me so?" Observing Tao Qingfen's demeanor, Zhuo Shuang felt an overwhelming sense of helplessness. Chapter 49. Meeting Hisong. As soon as he emerged from the underground level, Shi Shan collided with Lu Zhong, who was approaching. "Thank you, Brother Lu," Shi Shan said, making his way toward Ma Quan's office, pondering the reason for Ma Quan's summons. "Shi Shan, you are indeed fortunate," Ma Quan remarked with a smile upon seeing him enter. Shi Shan was somewhat perplexed, unable to grasp the meaning behind Ma Quan's words. "To see me?" Shi Shan was taken aback, bewildered as to why the leader of the Flying Sky Gang would wish to meet him. How could such a prominent figure be aware of his existence? A wave of uncertainty washed over Shi Shan, accompanied by an unsettling feeling. "What could the leader want with me?" Shi Shan inquired. How could Shi Shan possibly be entangled with the leader of the Flying Sky Gang? Why was Hisong so eager to see him? Was Shi Shan truly just a humble lantern seller? Ma Quan was equally puzzled by Hisong's sudden desire to meet Shi Shan and felt an overwhelming sense of anxiety, leading him to speculate wildly. Upon entering the grand hall, Shi Shan beheld a square-faced man seated at the head position, who appeared relatively youthful, yet exuded an air of authority that seemed to look down upon the masses. "Leader, Shi Shan has arrived," Duan Tianhua respectfully addressed Hisong. Upon hearing this, Hisong turned his gaze towards Shi Shan and heartily remarked, "Indeed, heroes emerge in their youth. What a remarkable young lad you are." Despite receiving Hisong's praise, Shi Shan could not muster a smile. "I am honored by the leader's summons, but it is still working hours. May I inquire as to the urgency of your request?" Noticing Shi Shan's candidness, Hisong dropped any pretense and replied with equal sincerity. "The gourd demon can be utilized to concoct elixirs that enhance longevity and beauty. Young Shi Shan, are you aware of this?" "Ah, if the leader's words hold true, then all the officials present that day should be entitled to an elixir, as they assisted me in thwarting Fang Tianluo. In that case, there may not be enough to go around," Shi Shan replied calmly. "Is that so?" Upon hearing this, Hisong's expression shifted, the previous gloom dissipated, replaced by a radiant smile. "It seems I have overthought this. With so many involved in capturing the gourd demon, it would indeed be inappropriate to allow Zhuo Shuang to distribute the elixirs." Duan Tianhua chuckled softly. "Young Shi Shan, to be honest, you are the first I have encountered who dares to defy Leader He's wishes. In the future, if you engage with the Feitian gang, you may need to exercise greater caution. Thank you for the warning, Leader. However, I am curious. What is Leader He's current level of cultivation?" Shi Shan inquired. sensing the ominous atmosphere of the martial world enveloping him. Chapter 50. The Flower Burial Matron and the Disciples of Pear Blossom Palace outside Shenyang Town. 3 individuals approached on horseback. They were Fang Tianluo, Xiao Ran, and their elder brother, Luo Cheng. Luo Cheng, a martial artist at the initial stage of body refinement, felt invigorated upon hearing the mention of the gourd demon, as the longevity and beauty-enhancing elixir was something he sought. At this moment, upon hearing Xiao Ran's words, Luo Cheng chuckled. It seems that you, junior brother Xiao, have yet to learn your lesson. The world is vast, filled with extraordinary individuals. How can one act recklessly? Who knows what hidden talents lie within the town? Brother, you possess the Qinghong sword. Who among the same rank could rival you? You shall confront the left Shuang, while the rest will be handled by Xiao Ran and me. The gourd demon shall be easily subdued. At this juncture, Fang Tianluo interjected, evidently dissatisfied with Luo Cheng's caution. Upon hearing this, Luo Cheng felt a wave of frustration. My 2 younger brothers, I comprehend your sentiments. However, you must consider that while I wield the Qinghong sword, what if left Shuang possesses some treasured artifact as well? To charge in blindly without understanding the circumstances would be akin to lambs entering a tiger's den. Since I have vowed to avenge you, I shall not disappoint. As I mentioned before our arrival, you must heed my arrangements. As they conversed, the trio entered the streets of Shenyang Town. Shortly after their arrival, they sensed something amiss. Why was the street so eerily quiet despite the presence of numerous people? Just as their confusion deepened, they suddenly turned their gaze toward an individual walking in the center of the street. They beheld a stooped figure, leaning on a cane, clad in white mourning attire, with a white cloth wrapped around their head, resembling a person from a funeral procession. Who might that be? Xiao Ran stammered, gazing at the cane-wielding figure. Could it possibly be the flower burial matron? Fang Tianluo gasped, his breath hitching at the sight of the figure leaning on a cane. With a grave expression, Luo Cheng remarked, What ill fortune this is. Who else could silence so many but the flower burial matron? Her aura of death sends even the bravest into retreat. She has come to Shenyang Town, perhaps drawn by the allure of the gourd demon. Xiao Ran expressed a tremor of fear in his voice, for he had heard tales of the matron's formidable reputation. Residing in the Valley of Flower Burials, she was notorious for procuring corpses to nourish a horde of savage serpents, which she then transformed into corpse serpent pills. Legends spoke of these pills granting warriors the strength of the savage serpents, with the potential for them to attain the powers of these creatures. Yet, few dared to purchase the pills, for consuming them would lead to a shortening of one's lifespan, accompanied by a lingering deathly aura, and those unfortunate enough might attract malevolent entities. Humph, so now you feel fear? Luo Cheng scoffed, recalling Xiao Ran's earlier bravado about storming the magistrate's office. Were it not for their amicable ties, he would have certainly taken on the role of the elder disciple and reprimanded Xiao Ran. Brother, the flower burial matron is undoubtedly here for the gourd demon as well. It seems our adversaries extend beyond merely Zhuang, Fang Tianluo deduced thoughtfully. Upon hearing this, Luo Cheng fell silent, then lifted his gaze to the flower burial matron ahead. If even she was aware of the gourd demon's presence in Shenyang Town, it was likely that word had spread, and countless wandering souls might now be fixated on the gourd demon. At that moment, the trio heard the sound of galloping horses behind them, and turned in unison to witness 2 women clad in azure robes approaching on horseback. Are they from the Pear Blossom Palace? Upon noticing the intricate embroidery on the robes, Fang Tianluo exclaimed in surprise. After all, the disciples of the Pear Blossom Palace seldom traverse the martial world. Could their appearance in Shenyang Town be related to the gourd demon? Brother, the ostentatious arrival of the Pear Blossom Palace's members in Shenyang Town might indeed draw attention, which could be advantageous for us to act discreetly, Xiao Ran remarked with a hint of excitement. However, Luo Cheng's expression grew more somber. With both the flower-burying granny and the disciples of the Pear Blossom Palace present, do you truly believe we can covertly acquire the gourd demon? Just then, the flower-burying granny, leaning on her cane, abruptly halted a young man and inquired about the direction to the government office. Thank you, she said before continuing on her way. Shi Shan held his breath, furrowing his brow as he glanced at the flower-burying granny, pondering the unpleasant stench that emanated from her. Dressed in mourning attire while heading to the government office, could she possibly be seeking justice? After taking a few steps, the 2 mounted women halted before Shi Shan. Young man, how does one reach the government office? One of the women asked, revealing themselves to be the disciples of the Pear Blossom Palace. Upon being questioned again about the direction to the government office, Shi Shan felt a surge of curiosity and replied, "You can simply go straight ahead, and you will find it." "Thank you," the two women responded, their eyes glimmering with excitement as they spurred their horses onward. At that moment, upon catching sight of Shi Shan, a surge of fury welled up within Feng Tianluo. He stepped forward with determination and soon stood before the man. "Brother, could you enlighten me on which inn in town is the finest?" Feng Tianluo inquired boldly, his hand resting on the hilt of his sword. Shi Shan regarded the stranger with curiosity, pondering why so many people in the bustling street sought his counsel. "The inns in town are quite similar. There isn't one that stands out significantly. You may choose any that suits you. There's one just ahead," Shi Shan replied, gesturing to the front. "Brother, why bother asking? Any place will suffice," remarked Luo Cheng, who approached from behind and clapped Feng Tianluo on the shoulder. The sudden touch made Feng Tianluo release his grip on the sword's handle. "Thank you, brother. We shall seek an inn right away," he responded, as the three continued onward. Luo Cheng spoke up, "Feng, you seem rather peculiar. Why inquire about an inn at this hour?" "Brother Luo, it appears Feng has encountered an adversary," interjected Xiao Ran with a chuckle. "Adversary? What do you mean? Did that person offend you?" Luo Cheng asked, bewildered. Indeed, it was that individual who obstructed Feng, ultimately preventing his escape. Xiao Ran eagerly explained, taking over the conversation. "Enough. Even at this moment, you still have the leisure to discuss such matters. We must focus on how to confront the current situation," Feng Tianluo bellowed, cutting off Xiao Ran's words. Xiao Ran was momentarily stunned by Feng Tianluo's shout. "Wasn't it you who first went to greet the enemy, only to turn around and cast aspersions upon me?" Noticing the signs of Xiao Ran's impending fury, Luo Cheng hastily interjected, "All right, let us hurry and follow them to see what Granny Zhonghua and the people from Pear Blossom Palace intend to do." Chapter 51. The Gathering Storm. Is this truly the case? "Which young lady does the guild master wish to introduce to you?" Ma Quan inquired, astonished. "The guild master merely mentioned it. How could I discern its veracity?" Upon finishing his words, Shi Shan laughed heartily and strode into the prison. Observing Shi Shan's imposing figure as he entered the prison, Ma Quan felt a surge of excitement mixed with a shadow of gloom. The exhilaration stemmed from the growing worth of Shi Shan's body, while the somberness arose from the increasing number of influential figures entangled with him. Could it be that all these individuals were not merely drawn here by the incident involving the gourd demon? Shi Shan suddenly mused to himself, then chuckled self-deprecatingly, acknowledging his own propensity for wild speculation. Just then, a series of urgent knocks echoed through the air. "Who is it?" Shi Shan inquired, rising to open the door. "It is I," came the somewhat anxious voice of Qi Ting from outside. As soon as the door swung open, Qi Ting spoke. "Shi Shan, I heard from Lu Zhong that Ma Chao has issued a challenge to you." "Indeed, what of it?" Shi Shan responded, perplexed by Qi Ting's evident urgency. After a moment's contemplation, he added, "I had not anticipated such developments. However, the Tunglong gang is one of the three major factions in town. Surely, they would not resort to such disgraceful actions? In the realm of martial arts, individuals strive for survival on the edge of a blade. What is beyond the realm of possibility? If you were to witness a fellow disciple bested by an outsider, would your heart not swell with discontent? When one is plagued by disquiet, it is only natural to act impulsively in a fit of anger. The Tunglong gang is a cauldron of chaos, and it is likely that the number of impulsive individuals is far from negligible." Qi Ting spoke earnestly. Upon hearing this, Shi Shan replied calmly, "I have already accepted the challenge. Even if the Tunglong gang is a den of dragons and tigers, I must venture forth. Surely you could concoct an excuse to forego the duel, or perhaps suggest an alternate venue," Qi Ting said with a furrowed brow. "Shi Shan, I feel remiss for involving you with Ma Chao. I shall communicate with my father regarding this matter, imploring him to devise a plan to ensure your safety within the Tunglong gang during the duel," Qi Ting added, her expression tinged with embarrassment. Noticing Qi Ting's demeanor, Shi Shan chuckled softly. "Without you, Ma Chao would still seek to trouble me. Let us not forget, it was I who deprived him of the chance to become a prison officer. Your involvement has merely accelerated the conflict between us. Moreover, as we work together within the same confines, it is only natural that we support one another in times of crisis. You need not burden your father with my affairs. Trust me, I can handle this. Shi Shan, I have faith in your ability to resolve the immediate issue, yet I must fulfill my own responsibilities," Qi Ting replied solemnly. At the headquarters of the Dai gang, within a modest room, Zhao Yan, having just completed her martial training and indulging in a brief respite, opened a letter she had recently received. As she read the missive penned by Zhao Tiankai, her expression grew increasingly grim. How could this be? How could Shi Shan possibly have become a third-rate master? As Zhao Yin gazed at the contents of the letter, disbelief washed over her. She perused the letter multiple times, confirming that the handwriting belonged to Zhao Tiankai. In a daze, she finally accepted this unsettling reality. Who had imparted martial arts to him? Could he possess the innate talent for martial arts? What techniques had he been practicing? A torrent of questions flooded Zhao Yan's mind. The more she contemplated, the more chaotic her thoughts became. How could she be overshadowed by Shi Shan? After all, she was a disciple of the leader of the Dai gang. So how could her cultivation speed possibly lag behind that of Shi Shan? How could a mere insect suddenly rise above her? Lost in these thoughts, Zhao Yin flung the letter to the ground and hastened towards the room of the Dai gang leader. Zhao Yin, you have arrived. I was just about to seek you out, said Yi Sheng, the leader of the Dai gang, as he set down his wine cup upon her entrance. Master, is there a way for me to swiftly break through and become a third-rate master? Zhao Yin inquired urgently as she approached Yi Sheng. Upon hearing her words, Yi Sheng's expression turned instantly cold. In martial arts cultivation, one must avoid the pitfalls of impatience. What is required is diligent, steady practice, laying a solid foundation step by step. You have only been training for a short while, and your progress is already commendable. In just 2 months, you could attain the level of a third-rate master. Why the rush? With your talents, I could indeed devise a method for you to achieve this in just a few days, but you would forever forfeit the prospect of becoming a true warrior. Would you be willing to accept that? Master, I was wrong, Zhao Yin replied, her heart heavy with despair as she observed the disappointment etched on Yi Sheng's face, intensifying her resentment towards Shi Shan. Feeling that he had perhaps been a bit too stern, Yi Sheng exhaled softly, lowering his voice to a more soothing tone. Do not rush. With your talents, it will not take long for you to become a warrior. As for the distinctions between mediocre and elite practitioners, simply allow your natural progression to unfold. Zhao Yin pondered his words for a moment before nodding in agreement. Master, I am familiar with the circumstances in Shangyang town. It would be fitting for me to accompany senior brother Liang. Very well, Yi Sheng replied. Seek out Liang Wuxing and convey my intentions. Discuss whether there is anything you need to prepare or if additional personnel should accompany you. Once you have deliberated, set forth for Shangyang town. Understood, Master. Chapter 52. The Vulture and the River Fish. Outside the government office of Shangyang town, an elderly woman clad in mourning attire appeared. Sir, may I enter? She inquired, addressing the guard at the main entrance. The guard, nearly retching from the foul odor emanating from the elderly woman, hastily covered his nose. Madam, you are dressed in mourning. Is there something urgent you require? I merely wish to see the town lord, the old woman replied, her body trembling. Madam, if you do not have pressing matters, it is unlikely you will be granted an audience with the town lord today. He has several important affairs to attend to. I shall inform him that you have come to see him, the guard responded, contemplating the figures associated with Shangyang town. Feeling as though there was no one of her description in the town, and questioning the propriety of someone in mourning seeking an audience with the town lord. The elderly woman, known as Granny Hua, shook her cane with a tremor of eagerness, expressing her deep desire to meet the esteemed lord of the town. As she spoke, she made her way towards the grand entrance. However, at that very moment, the guards experienced a fleeting moment of disorientation. Upon regaining their senses, they realized that Granny Hua had already stepped through the gates of the government office. Halt! One of the guards bellowed, drawing his long blade and pursuing her. Senior sister, who is that person entering? Why is she clad in mourning attire? At this juncture, 2 female disciples from Lihua Palace arrived near the entrance and witnessed the previous scene, their hearts filled with astonishment. Whoever it may be, the way she effortlessly bypassed the guards suggests she is no ordinary individual. We must exercise caution moving forward, remarked the one referred to as senior sister with a focused demeanor. In the prison's lower levels, before the cell designated for Tianjia, a discourse unfolded. How formidable is a warrior in the mid-stages of body refinement? How can I possibly convey that to you? Yao Jiang mused. No matter how a vulture describes the vastness of the sky to a river fish, the fish cannot fathom such expanse. Is the disparity truly that extensive? Stone Mountain inquired, reflecting on his prior encounter with the warrior Zhenzuan, as was Shuang, which had not left him in a state of awe. He had initially sought to understand the strength of a mid-stage warrior, but was taken aback by Yao Jiang's response. Huh? Yao Jiang scoffed lightly. Has Zhuang ever exerted his full strength? What is the cultivation level of those who have clashed with him? Have you ever faced Zhuang yourself? At your current level, you are akin to a river fish in comparison to a vulture. A river fish and a vulture? Stone Mountain murmured to himself, undeterred by such a stark contrast. Rather, a surge of ambition ignited within him. It dawned on him that the skies were far more magnificent than he had ever envisioned. As he gazed upon the imposing stone mountain, a sense of admiration deepened in Yao Zhang's eyes. At the southern end of the town, within the conference hall of the Flying Tiger Gang, excitement filled the air. Gang leader, I witnessed the flower-bearing granny enter the government office. And the two disciples from Pear Blossom Palace have also arrived outside, Elder Qin Long of the Flying Tiger Gang exclaimed as he entered the hall with fervor. We must not delay. We should head to the government office immediately, or else the gourd demon will take precedence over us. Upon hearing Qinlong's words, Hallmaster Sun Chong sprang to his feet. However, gang leader Qian Feng raised his hand, signaling Sun Chong to sit down. As the saying goes, the mantis stalks the cicada while the oriole lies in wait. This is not the moment for us to rush to the government office. Let us first observe how Zhuang navigates this situation. In the government office, Zhuang was engrossed in handling some documents when he suddenly heard a commotion outside, accompanied by the shouts of the guards. Could it be that someone had come seeking justice? Furrowing his brow, Zhuang rose to his feet. It was not uncommon for agitated individuals, wronged in some manner, to storm the government office demanding an audience with him. Exiting his office and passing through the hall, Zhuang soon spotted the guards encircling an elderly woman clad in mourning attire. The sight darkened his expression. It seemed he needed to discipline these guards, who were obstructing even a grieving woman from seeking redress. Yet, as he took a few more steps forward, a foul stench assaulted his nostrils, prompting him to hold his breath as he continued onward. Sir, this individual has an unknown origin and has intruded upon the government office. The head of the guards hastily reported upon noticing Zhuang's arrival. Zhuang cast a glance at the flower burial granny, perceiving that she was no ordinary old woman. An air of the uncanny enveloped her. Who are you? Have you come here bearing grievances? I wish to see the town lord. The flower burial granny leaned on her cane, trembling as she took 2 steps forward. Do not advance any further. The guards bellowed, their grip on their long blades tightening. I am the town lord. What business do you have with me? Zhuang furrowed his brow. Upon hearing this, the flower burial granny lifted her gaze towards Zhuang. So you are indeed the town lord. This old woman has traveled far. Will you not invite me in to rest a while? Old woman, the town lord is preoccupied with official duties and cannot entertain idlers. If you have no grievances to present, I implore you to leave swiftly, otherwise, do not blame us for our rough behavior. The head guard spoke sternly to the flower burial granny. With a chuckle, the flower burial granny grinned widely. This old woman possesses a grievance indeed. Please allow me to speak. Zhuang held his breath tightly. My lord, the head guard, witnessing Zhuang's acquiescence for the flower burial granny to enter the parlor, gasped in astonishment. The granny exuded an overwhelming stench and an eerie presence, hardly resembling a person bearing grievances. Ignoring the guard's exclamation, Zhuang beckoned the flower burial granny into the parlor. Outside the government office, upon seeing the granny welcomed inside, 2 disciples from Lihua Palace became agitated. Senior sister, that strange old woman has entered the parlor. Surely we can go in as well? Let us go inside. The 2, filled with excitement, stepped through the gates of the government office. Stop. Who are you? As the 2 individuals stepped into the government office, they were promptly reprimanded by the captain of the guards. Upon descending from the majestic Shanyang Mountain, Ma Kuan-gang dismounted his horse and immediately spotted Xinyang Taoist making his way down the mountain. What brings you down from the mountain, Taoist? Where are you headed? Ma Kuan-gang inquired with a hint of disappointment. As he had been making considerable progress in his recent practice of the dream transformation technique and had hoped to exchange insights with Xinyang Taoist to expedite his cultivation. My dear Ma, it is quite unfortunate, but today I have matters to attend to in town, which renders your visit somewhat futile, Xinyang replied with a cheerful demeanor. Disregarding his disappointment, Ma Kuan-gang earnestly offered, if there is anything you require of me, do not hesitate to ask. There is no need for you to descend the mountain and disrupt your practice. The task that I must undertake is beyond your capabilities, my good sir, Xinyang Taoist stated. Continuing on his path, Ma Kuan-gang hastily led his horse to follow, his mind swirling with curiosity regarding the nature of Xuanyang's endeavors. As they approached the main road, They beheld a group of soldiers clad in armor, surrounding a young man who was heading towards Shanyang town. It was said that the northern Xuanzhen gathered beauties from all corners of the dynasty, and he had anticipated a splendid experience. However, the reality of their arrival here was quite underwhelming. My lord, others speak of returning home in glory. You have broken through to become a warrior and have been promoted to a captain. Why, then, has northern Xuanzhen brought us to this remote locale? The soldiers, jesting in their expressions of discontent, elicited a hearty laugh from the young man at the center of attention. Fear not, brothers. Once we reach Shanyang town, there will be an abundance of fine wine and sumptuous feasts, such as the valor of our lord. That is precisely what we awaited. The soldiers erupted in a chorus of cheers, for what they truly desired was merely food and drink. As they approached their destination, they ventured to probe the situation. And upon hearing the words they longed for, their excitement was palpable. Who is that young man? He exudes such authority. Ma Quan expressed his envy as he observed the young man surrounded by soldiers. Truly, he is a prodigy, achieving such heights at a tender age, remarked Taoist Xian Yang with admiration. Chapter 53. A new perspective. Upon leaving the prison, Shi Shan strolled along the street, suddenly hearing a commotion behind him. This town is far less desolate than I had imagined. The streets were bustling with a considerable number of passers-by, indicating a vibrant atmosphere. Sir, shall we seek an inn for lodging? Shi Shan inquired. The youth, enveloped by the soldiers, was none other than Su Feng, cousin of Zhuxiushu. At that moment, Su Feng encountered Shi Shan, and an indescribable sense of elation surged within him. Having broken through to become a warrior, he was subsequently promoted to the rank of captain, reaching a significant milestone in his life. Eager to share his accomplishments and outshine Shi Shan, he had taken a leave to visit Shanyang town, accompanied by several soldiers. To his surprise, he encountered Shi Shan almost immediately, elevating his sense of triumph to new heights. With a swift motion, Su Feng approached Shi Shan. Shi Shan, I did not expect to see you again so soon. Observant as ever, Shi Shan noted the difference in Su Feng's armor since their last meeting. It was evidently more imposing. Have you received a promotion? He inquired. Upon being questioned by Shi Shan, Su Feng felt an overwhelming sense of ease and eagerly responded. Not long ago, I broke through to become a warrior and, having garnered the appreciation of the esteemed commander, was promoted to the position of a captain. I didn't expect you, Brother Shi, to discern this so keenly. Your perceptiveness is commendable. Noticing the barely concealed pride in Su Feng's words and demeanor, Shi Shan smiled gently and remarked, Then allow me to congratulate you, Su Xiong, and may you soon realize your aspiration of nobility. At the mention of nobility, Su Feng's expression slightly darkened as he recalled Shi Shan's work, Taiping Chun. Haha, my young brother speaks well. My lord's attainment of nobility is a foregone conclusion, interjected a boisterous soldier who had followed them. At this, Su Feng's countenance grew cold. Zhu Erniu, if you cannot speak wisely, it would be prudent to remain silent. Zhu Erniu, Su Feng's household soldier who had served alongside him in the military, had never faced such reprimand before. Momentarily taken aback, he awkwardly stammered. I, the old ox, have become muddled from the journey and misspoke. Shi Shan, join me. I shall grant you the position of chief banner from the outset. You may not realize that in the military, even a third-rate master may not easily attain such a rank, Su Feng said earnestly. Thank you for your kind offer, Su Xiong, but I have already embarked on my own martial training and believe I shall soon become a third-rate master myself. For now, I prefer to avoid the tumult of the battlefield, Shi Shan replied calmly. Su Feng, taken aback, scrutinized Shi Shan anew. When did you begin your martial practice? Are you already on the verge of becoming a third-rate master? Shi Shan responded, not long after our paths diverged. After 3 days apart, one should view each other with fresh eyes. Originally, I believed that I would astonish Brother Shi, yet it is he who has left me in awe. Su Feng sighed, his earlier sense of superiority dissipating in an instant. Brother Su, you flatter me. There is no need for me to regard you with new eyes. Someone of your extraordinary talent has always been someone we look up to, Shi Shan replied with a smile. At that moment, Zhu Erniu interjected, young brother, I do not wish to dampen your spirits, but my master has been renowned for his brilliance since childhood. Even in Beixian City, he stands out among the youth, incomparable to ordinary individuals. Zhu Erniu, who gave you permission to speak? Su Feng retorted, his expression darkening. Zhu Erniu chuckled awkwardly. Although his master typically despised flattery, he had never scolded him before. What could be the reason for his master's ire today? Left Xiushu had departed in embarrassment and anger, and now Shi Shan, possessing both literary and martial prowess and good looks, raised worries in Su Feng's heart. If Left Shui were to take an interest, who could guarantee that the youthful Left Xiushu would remain indifferent? With this thought, Su Feng felt a surge of anxiety. Brother Shi, I shall remain in Shangyang town for a few days. Let us gather properly then. For now, I must visit my uncle. It has been a while since I last saw my cousin. I take my leave. After speaking, Su Feng mounted his horse and rode away. As he watched Su Feng's retreating figure, Shi Shan couldn't help but chuckle. He merely participated in an examination and returned without success. Yet he found himself entangled in relationships with women. It seems that the tales of seeking a son-in-law beneath the examination hall are not mere fabrications. Upon returning to his residence, after a brief period of practicing the nine-yang body refinement, Shi Shan prepared to wash up. Just as he readied the water, a knock echoed from outside the door. Is this the residence of young Master Shi? Although the door stood ajar, the visitor politely rapped on it. Young Master Shi? I am Shi Shan, but there is no young master here, he replied to the official at the door. The official chuckled in response. As long as it is young Master Shi Shan, that is sufficient. The town lord has requested your presence at the yamen for a discussion. Surprised, Shi Shan queried. The town lord summoned me for a discussion? I am merely a prison clerk. Why would Left Shuang seek my counsel? I am unaware of the specifics. But many individuals are gathered in the conference hall, the official replied. Many individuals? Who are they? A deeper frown of concern creased Shi Shan's brow. The official's words transformed Shi Shan's expression from confusion to gravity. Subsequently, he followed the official towards the yamen, lost in thought about why the town lord would summon him, forgetting to lock his door. As dusk fell, the sky was enveloped in darkness, devoid of both moonlight and stars. The streets were sparsely populated, and while some shops remained open, their illumination was dim, and the attendants were nowhere to be seen. An overwhelming sense of oppression weighed heavily upon Shi Shan. Approaching the yamen, the lights grew brighter, allowing for a clearer view of the surroundings, and a few more pedestrians appeared, lending a semblance of life to the streets. Yet, Shi Shan's spirits sank further. He felt as though he were being drawn into a tempestuous affair. Brother Feng, quickly look. Your enemy has arrived. At that moment, hiding not far from the government office, Xiao Ran spotted Shi Shan and excitedly tapped Feng Tianluo's arm. Following Xiao Ran's gaze, Feng Tianluo beheld Shi Shan beside the constable. How did that fellow come to the government office? How many waves of people have arrived? Regardless of the number. What I truly wish to ascertain is the identity of that officer, Luo Cheng remarked, furrowing his brow. The three of them had witnessed Su Feng entering the government office, flanked by a throng of soldiers. Upon hearing this, Luo Cheng fell into deep contemplation, feeling an urge to abandon the pursuit, yet unwilling to concede. Finally, he gritted his teeth and declared, let us wait a little longer. Meanwhile, in the conference hall of the government office, Shi Shan stepped inside. In an instant, all eyes turned towards him. Chapter 54. Eager to know more. Shi Shan, you have arrived. Please take a seat. Left Shuang beckoned him to sit as he entered. Upon stepping into the conference hall, Shi Shan was met with an overwhelming stench, and following the odor, he immediately spotted the withered flower burial granny sitting to the left of Left Shuang. Young man, we meet again. I am grateful for your guidance. The flower burial granny rasped, nodding at Shi Shan. And I thank you for your direction as well. A disciple from the Pear Blossom Palace chimed in, expressing gratitude. It was but a trifling effort. No need for concern, Shi Shan replied, holding his breath. As he reflected on the increasing number of formidable figures connected to Shi Shan, Ma Quan felt an overwhelming sense of gloom. Little brother Shi, it has been a while. Shi Shan took a seat beside Xin Yang, who greeted him warmly. Now that everyone is present, I shall outline my allocation plan. Left Shuang began as soon as Shi Shan was seated. Listening to Zhuo Shuang's words, the members of the council exchanged glances, each revealing an expression of anticipation. When Zhuo Shuang mentioned that the fourth elixir was to be bestowed upon him, Shi Shan was momentarily taken aback and instinctively prepared to decline. Lord Zhuo, what merit do I possess to deserve an elixir? The leader of the Flying Sky Gang inquired with a smile, as though addressing a trivial matter. He, gang leader, you may be unaware that Shi Shan contributed significantly during the capture of the Gourd Demon, and thus it is only fitting that he receives an elixir. Zhuo Shuang explained calmly. Seated beside He Song, Su Feng cast a discreet glance at Shi Shan, harboring some confusion. After all, was not Shi Shan merely a prison warden? How could he have participated in the demon capture? Just then, He Song erupted into laughter, exclaiming, Lord Zhua? Shi Shan has openly stated to me that he was involved in thwarting Fang Tian Luo alongside the other officials. If we follow your method of distribution, would it not necessitate calling those officials forth to share the elixirs? In such a case, where would be our opportunity? I believe it unnecessary to allocate an elixir to Shi Shan, he concluded, his tone somewhat aggressive. Noticing He Song's rather confrontational demeanor, Zhou Shuang merely smiled faintly. Surmising that Shi Shan had indeed been modest, downplaying his contributions in front of He gang leader. In truth, Shi Shan had played a crucial role in capturing the gourd demon, unmatched by the other officials. Initially, upon hearing Zhou Shuang's intention to grant him an elixir, Shi Shan's first instinct was to refuse, yet he had not anticipated that He Song would be the first to challenge him. In light of this situation, he felt reluctant to appear humble, lest he be perceived as timid. After all, present were Ma Quan, who had long harbored resentment towards him, and Su Feng, who regarded him as a rival in affection. Upon hearing this, He Song narrowed his eyes slightly. Why did you not share this with me earlier? The leader's words are misplaced, Shi Shan replied, lowering his posture a bit. I am not one for idle chatter, nor do I engage in shallow exchanges. Today marks our first meeting, and as you did not inquire further, I felt no need to elaborate. I was merely apprehensive about making a misstep in your presence, as one often falters with excessive words. I hope you can understand. Listening to this, He Song felt a surge of dissatisfaction, his lips pressed tightly together, and his right hand clenched, emanating a chilling aura. Meanwhile, Ma Quan watched the exchange between Shi Shan and He Song with mounting trepidation. Wasn't Shi Shan supposed to be introduced to a potential partner? How had they suddenly reached such a tense standoff? At that moment, He Song appeared ready to take action. Shi Shan, how dare you speak to the leader in such a manner? Apologize at once, Ma Quan urged, anxious to prevent Shi Shan, a rare opportunity for him, from making an enemy. Having already offended Zhao Yan, if he were to further provoke He Song, he would be left with no choice but to flee after taking over Shi Shan. After reprimanding Shi Shan, Ma Quan turned to He Song, his face alight with a forced smile. Leader He, please forgive this young jailer, who is rather inexperienced and unaware of the gravity of his words. There is no need for you to stoop to address such a minor character. Ha ha. He Song burst into laughter. Shi Shan, it seems your warden is quite protective of you. However, as the illustrious leader of the Flying Sky Gang, I shan't stoop to your level, but you must part with that pill you possess. Rest assured, when the auction concludes, I shall provide you with the agreed sum. Should there be only 4 pills, I kindly request Lord Zhua to appraise their value. As long as the estimation is not excessively outrageous, I shall compensate you accordingly. Listening to He Songlian's consideration of the scenario where only 4 pills are refined, Shi Shan let out a cold smile, acknowledging the leader's generosity and thoroughness. However, I too require these pills and cannot part with them. I apologize, Chief He. Shi Shan, you are still quite young. What need do you have for these pills? You ought to acquiesce to Chief He, Ma Quan admonished, his frustration boiling over. He wished to strike Shi Shan for daring to refuse He Song's request. Ma Quan, this is not a prison. Kindly refrain from adopting the demeanor of a warden and shouting at me, Shi Shan retorted icily. Seeing Shi Shan refer to himself so directly, Ma Quan's face turned pale with rage. Observing Shi Shan's blatant disregard for Ma Quan, who was not only a second-rate expert, but also his superior, He Song furrowed his brow. Shi Shan, you do not seem to be a third-rate expert yet, do you? The implication was clear. How dare a mere mortal speak so boldly to those of our martial arts fraternity? Shi Shan, discerning the underlying message in He Song's words, raised an eyebrow and replied, I wonder if Chief He has ever heard the saying. Oh, what saying might that be? I am eager to hear. He Song remarked, slightly lifting his chin as he regarded Shi Shan, an air of authority emanating from him. As He Song's words hung in the air, the others present followed his gaze, curious to hear what Shi Shan was about to impart. At this moment, Ma Quan's heart had already soared to the heavens. He sensed that Shi Shan was about to offend He Song. In a fit of rage, Shi Shan uttered those 4 words, causing He Song's eyebrows to twitch. He then remarked, blood spattered 10 paces. The previously tranquil conference hall fell into an even deeper silence upon the utterance of this phrase. Meanwhile, Ma Quan's breathing grew increasingly frantic, creating an eerie atmosphere within the chamber. I had heard the subsequent line before. After a brief pause, He Song finally spoke. As his words echoed, all eyes turned towards him. When the Son of Heaven is enraged, 100,000 perish. After delivering this statement, He Song coldly regarded Shi Shan. Though 1,000,000 may stand against me, I shall press on. Shi Shan responded slowly. Upon hearing this, a fierce glint flashed in Hisong's eyes, illuminating the entire conference hall. The two disciples from Lihua Palace gazed at Shi Shan with eyes full of wonder. It seemed as though he was enveloped in a peculiar radiance. Granny Zonghua also regarded Shi Shan with a glimmer of admiration, astonished that the youth who had once inquired for directions possessed such formidable spirit. At that moment, Su Feng looked at Shi Shan with a sense of melancholy, as the aura he exuded reminded him of certain notable figures. His heart raced with anxiety, fearing that his words might provoke Hisong, escalating the situation rather than diffusing it. However, to the astonishment of the crowd, Hisong suddenly burst into hearty laughter. "You, young one, are impressive. You possess the demeanor of our kind," Hisong declared, a genuine smile adorning his face, devoid of pretense. Uncertain of any objections regarding my allocation plan, Shuang seized the opportunity to shift the conversation as he noticed Hisong no longer clashing with Shi Shan. His gaze momentarily flickered towards Shi Shan, revealing a complex mix of admiration and concern. As a man, Shuang found himself respecting Shi Shan's demeanor. However, as a father, he felt troubled by the character Shi Shan exhibited at this moment. The future of a man possessing such traits might not be tranquil. And would his daughter truly experience a stable life by his side? In that instant, Shuang's heart was ensnared in turmoil, pondering whether he should continue to foster a relationship between Shi Shan and his daughter. Su Feng, having caught the glint of Shuang's gaze towards Shi Shan, felt a surge of emotions within him, interpreting the look as a father assessing his offspring. Observing the absence of dissent, Shuang continued, "Since there are no objections, the allocation plan shall be established as such." At that moment, Steward Lu Zhong hastily entered the conference hall. "Sir, disciples of the Dai gang, Liang Wuxing and Zhao Yan, seek an audience," Lu Zhong announced with a bow before Shuang. The mention of the Dai gang caused Shuang to furrow his brow. He had not anticipated that news of the Hulu demon would spread so swiftly to the county. The expressions of Hisong and the others shifted at the mention of the Dai gang, and a heavy silence enveloped the atmosphere once more. The arrival of the Dai gang members promised to enliven the proceedings. Upon entering the government office, Liang Wuxing and Zhao Yan greeted. "We pay our respects to the esteemed town lord." Upon witnessing the courteous gesture of brother Liang Wuxing as he bowed towards the left, Zhao Yan felt a surge of indignation within her, yet she found herself compelled to mirror his actions. "Please, have a seat." Left Shuang gestured for them to sit. Liang Wuxing and Zhao Yan surveyed the council chamber and noticed an available spot beside Shi Shan, prompting them to hold their breaths as they approached. Liang Wuxing's humility was not merely a reflection of Left Shuang's esteemed position. Rather, he was taken aback by the unexpected presence of the Morning Flower Matriarch and the disciples of the Pear Blossom Palace. Upon encountering Shi Shan once more, Zhao Yan's countenance instantly transformed, revealing a seething animosity as her fierce gaze fixated upon him. Gritting her teeth, she whispered Shi Shan's name, prompting Liang Wuxing to cast a surprised glance in his direction. Observing Zhao Yan's demeanor, Shi Shan merely smirked with disdain. Feeling the weight of Shi Shan's scorn, Zhao Yan's delicate features hardened. She longed to transcend her current state and vanquish him on the spot. "You have traveled a great distance and sought me out at such an hour. May I inquire as to the purpose of your visit?" Left Shuang inquired upon their seating. "What business do you have in investigating matters concerning Shenyang town?" Before Left Shuang could respond, Hisong interjected with a chilling tone. Noticing Hisong's hostile demeanor, Liang Wuxing calmly replied, "I am Liang Wuxing of the Dai gang. May I ask your esteemed name?" "So, it is the esteemed chief He." "I have long admired your reputation," Liang Wuxing said, bowing slightly in respect. "I am asking you a question. What necessity is there for the Dai gang to investigate Shenyang town?" Hisong retorted, his expression far from amicable. Upon hearing this, Liang Wuxing remained unperturbed, redirecting his gaze towards Shuang, as if to convey, whether it be Qinghua County or Shenyang town, both are part of the realm of Dayu. As a citizen of Dayu, one ought to traverse any corner of this territory. Would you not agree, esteemed Zhua? Observing Liang Wuxing's shift of focus to himself, Shuang replied with an expressionless demeanor, "While your reasoning is indeed sound, I must inquire whether you speak to me as a disciple of the Great River sect or as a subject of the Dayu dynasty." At Shuang's words, Hisong smiled, internally commending him for his astuteness. With this question posed by Shuang, the calmness on Liang Wuxing's face gradually faded, and it was at this moment that he discerned the underlying tension in the atmosphere of the conference hall was far from amicable. Naturally, It is as a disciple of the Great River sect, Liang Wuxing contemplated before responding. In that case, I must ask you to leave. This place is not one where your Great River sect is welcome, Shi Shan admonished. At this reprimand, Liang Wuxing's countenance turned grave. Does the sect leader harbor some grievance against my Great River sect? Such disdain towards us is unwarranted. We are all practitioners of the martial arts, with no past grievances nor recent animosities. This is merely our first encounter. Why must you be so confrontational? In that instant, a conflict of martial rivalries emerged in Shi Shan's mind. Chapter 56 holds no discrepancies. It turns out Zhao Yin felt somewhat embarrassed about the events that transpired in Xiaoba village. Yet she had not divulged this to her master, Shi Shan. Naturally, rivalries in the martial world ought to be resolved within that very realm. This is the government office, and it would be prudent for us to refrain from discussing sectarian disputes here. Moreover, both Zhao Shimi and I are but disciples of the gang. It seems somewhat distant for you to discuss such matters with us, master. Liang Wuxing shifted the topic. Humph. Shi Shan let out a cold snort, asserting that this is the government office of Shanyang town, unwelcoming to outsiders, and requested that you take your leave without waiting for an invitation to depart. He emphasized the term invite. My lord, I firmly believe that Shanyang town is a place of inclusivity, capable of embracing visitors from all directions. As the saying goes, a great ocean can accommodate countless rivers. I have come here with sincere intentions, and I trust you would not wish to see me dismissed so abruptly. Ignoring Shi Shan's threats, Liang Wuxing continued to speak to Zhuo Shuang. Upon hearing this, Zhuo Shuang scrutinized Liang Wuxing from head to toe, attempting to discern his cultivation level. Undeterred by Shi Shan's intimidation, what kind of sincerity do you bring to my presence? After examining Liang Wuxing without drawing any conclusions, Zhuo Shuang inquired. Zhuo Shuang's expression brightened at the response. If the alchemist were indeed a guest elder, then even members of your gang would need his consent to concoct elixirs. And you cannot impose such arrangements. Would a guest elder be willing to refine elixirs for an outsider like me? Upon hearing Zhuo Shuang's question, the confident smile on Liang Wuxing's face slightly waned. In truth, the task assigned to him by the leader of the Dai gang, Shi Shan, was to procure the gourd demon at a minimal cost, without any mention of forming an alliance with Zhuo Shuang for elixir refinement. Liang Wuxing, in an audacious display of initiative, proposed a collaboration, fully aware that the presence of the flower-bearing granny and the disciples of Pear Blossom Palace rendered it impossible for him to confront the gourd demon alone. Zhuo Shuang nodded thoughtfully and remarked, if that is the case, it would indeed alleviate much of my burden. However, I am curious about the compensation you require for concocting the elixir. Upon sensing Zhuo Shuang's willingness to cooperate, a confident smile returned to Liang Wuxing's face. The reward, of course, will be the elixirs produced. How many do you desire? Zhuo Shuang inquired calmly. No. Liang Wuxing sharply responded, having caught the mention of Shi Shan in Shi Shan's words. He exchanged a puzzled glance with Zhao Yin, both baffled by the notion that a mere prison clerk like Shi Shan could possibly merit a share of the elixir. So that is the case, Liang Wuxing said, feigning understanding, while Zhao Yin cast a resentful glare at Shi Shan, envious of his fortuitous involvement in capturing the gourd demon. Now poised to receive an elixir as well. Liang Wuxing chuckled softly. Leader He, your words are rather exaggerated. I was merely expressing curiosity. The collaboration to subdue the gourd demon concerns my Dai gang and Lord Zhuo. I fail to see why it should pertain to whether you, Leader He, can obtain an elixir. Young man, you cannot frame it that way. Good fortune ought to be shared among all, the flower-bearing granny interjected gently. Your Dai gang is vast and prosperous. You are not in one of 1 or 2 longevity elixirs. Perhaps you might consider exchanging the reward for something else, such as my corpse serpent elixir. Upon hearing Granny Zhonghua mention the corpse serpent pill, Liang Wuxing felt an unsettling churn in his stomach, nearly succumbing to the urge to vomit. With great effort, he managed to regain control, halting the tumult within. Although the Dahou gang was prosperous and influential, they still held a considerable interest in the elixirs crafted by the gourd demon. However, Granny Zhonghua's suggestion of alternative compensation was open for consideration, yet it was imperative that one pill be secured. Liang Wuxing surveyed the assembly and declared, there is nothing inappropriate in this matter. Simply provide the pill designated for Shi Shan to our Dahou gang, and it shall bear no adverse effect on anyone present. As he spoke, a hush fell over the crowd, taken aback by Liang Wuxing's unexpected stance. Duan Tianhua, however, appeared contemplative, having surmised that Liang Wuxing intended to vindicate Zhao Yan. Indeed, Zhao Yan gazed at Liang Wuxing with palpable excitement, astonished that he would champion her cause at this juncture. Yet, a flicker of concern crossed her mind. Would Liang Wuxing think less of her upon discovering the events that transpired in Xiaoba village? With that thought, she cast a fierce glance at Shi Shan. Rest assured, our Dahu gang shall not exploit the weak. We will provide Shi Shan with appropriate compensation, Liang Wuxing proclaimed. Feeling noble as he spoke, a radiant aura of righteousness illuminating his visage. I wholeheartedly concur with such sentiments, He Song chimed in, his expression mirroring that of Liang Wuxing, as he eagerly awaited Shi Shan's response. Why does your Dahe gang behave so poorly? Shi Shan captured a demon and was rewarded with a pill by the esteemed town master. By what right do you claim Shi Shan's pill as your own? A slightly more mature disciple from Lihua Palace was taken aback, surprised by her junior's sudden outburst. I apologize. My junior has not traversed the martial world and is unfamiliar with its customs. Sister, what do you mean by not understanding the rules? Is it considered understanding the rules when your Dahe gang resorts to forceful acquisition? The disciple, referred to as the junior sister, expressed her dissatisfaction with her senior's remarks. May I inquire which elder of Lihua Palace you two heroines serve? How should I address you? Liang Wuxing asked calmly, unperturbed by the words of the Lihua Palace disciple. The junior sister, who spoke up for Shi Shan, scoffed, declaring that a villain like him had no right to know her name. Feeling embarrassed, the senior sister quickly interjected. I hope Brother Liang will not take offense. My junior has always been playful and lacks understanding of social niceties. As she spoke, she shot her junior a disapproving glance. She continued, We are disciples under Elder Tingyu of Lihua Palace. I am Song Tingji, and this is my junior sister, Song Tingji. In the tower, Tingji listens. The moon knows the new, what a lovely name. Upon hearing the names Song Tingji and Song Tingji, Shi Shan instinctively recited this line. A remarkable memory. This line is from Shangtai poetry. My master referenced it when bestowing names. Upon hearing Shi Shan's words, Song Tingji's eyes sparkled with newfound interest. Beside him, Song Ting gazed at Shi Shan with delight, having never encountered anyone who recognized her name so readily. Noticing the glances exchanged between the two women from Lihua Palace and Shi Shan's utter indifference towards the elixirs, Liang Wuxing furrowed his brow, feeling a twinge of displeasure. Since the compensation has been nearly settled, let us discuss the matter of delivering the gourd demon to the Dahu gang. He Song interjected at that moment. What has been agreed upon? Song Ting retorted, her eyes filled with disdain as she glanced at Liang Wuxing and He Song. Listening to Liang Wuxing's words aimed at fostering a deal for the greater good, Shi Shan smirked derisively. I have never claimed that any elixir belongs to me. If you desire it, you must negotiate with Lord Jin, Shi Shan replied coldly. Seeing Shi Shan redirect the conversation towards him, Zhou Shuang's eyes flickered, contemplating that perhaps Shi Shan was somewhat displeased about being summoned to the council hall today. Lord Zhou, I believe that providing the elixir from Shi Shan to my Dahu gang would be the most prudent course of action. What are your thoughts, my lord? Liang Wuxing inquired of Zhou Shuang. I appreciate both of you coming here overnight to seek cooperation. If we could indeed collaborate with your Dahu gang in refining elixirs, it would be an ideal situation. However, the compensation must be thoroughly negotiated, Zhou Shuang replied calmly. Hearing Zhou Shuang's words, Liang Wuxing felt a sinking sensation. Could Zhou Shuang truly refuse his proposal for the sake of such a minor jailer like Shi Shan? My lord, what is there to negotiate? Liang Wuxing asked somberly. The elixir from Shi Shan cannot be offered to your Dahe gang. If you genuinely wish to collaborate, you must propose a different condition, Zhou Shuang asserted with unwavering authority. Upon hearing this, Liang Wuxing's countenance darkened once more. My lord, why jeopardize our partnership over a mere jailer? Do you not martial artists proclaim that all within the four seas are brothers? Why then enforce a hierarchy and belittle a mere jailer? At that moment, Su Feng spoke up loudly, instantly capturing the attention of all present. Observing Su Feng clad in armor, exuding an air of gallantry, Liang Wuxing felt a surge of caution. The foundation of brotherhood lies in mutual goodwill. It is hardly appropriate to feign camaraderie with an adversary. Oh, I'm rather curious, Su Feng replied. When did this so-called minor jailer become an enemy of your Dahe gang? Su Feng was genuinely intrigued. He initially presumed that Liang Wuxing regarded Shi Shan as young and easily intimidated, thus extending a benevolent hand due to their acquaintance. However, he was taken aback to discover that Shi Shan harbored grievances against the Dahe gang. Liang Wuxing dismissively retorted, What merit does a mere jailer possess to be deemed an enemy of my day gang? I, Liang, have always held disdain for such inept and superficial individuals. Humph. Just look at his pale visage and frail demeanor. Does he not epitomize the essence of a pretty boy, lacking any semblance of masculinity? It is truly a disgrace to associate with someone like him. Zhao Yin chimed in, echoing Liang Wuxing's sentiments and criticizing Shi Shan for being a pretty boy. Upon hearing this, Su Feng turned to Zhao Yin with a smile, reflecting on the notion that those in the martial world are said to embody righteousness and detest evil, only to realize now that such animosity stems merely from superficial judgments of appearance. Under the ridicule of Su Feng and his companions, the two disciples of Lihua Palace felt a tinge of embarrassment. Song Ting, visibly indignant, remarked, "What this military gentleman has stated is misguided. Every profession inevitably harbors its share of scoundrels. In our world of Jianghu, we have always judged individuals by their actions rather than their hearts, let alone their appearances." On the side, Song Tingji refrained from smoothing over Song Ting's words this time, clearly disapproving of the comments made by Liang Wuxing and Zhao Yan. If even a young man like Shi Shan is subjected to disdain, how much more perilous is it for someone like me, an old woman? When did Jianghu transform into such a place? As soon as Song Ting finished speaking, Granny Zonghua promptly interjected. Faced with the unexpected onslaught from multiple individuals, Liang Wuxing and Zhao Yan found themselves somewhat flustered, unable to fathom why so many would come to Shi Shan's defense. Meanwhile, Ma Quan, who had remained silent, cast a complex glance at Shi Shan, surprised by his popularity. It was astonishing to see so many formidable figures stand up for him. Chapter 58, A Pair of Eyes. Granny, you jest. Who would dare to criticize you? Liang Wuxing said cautiously, feeling a pang of regret for having defended Zhao Yin in such a setting. If you cannot direct your disdain towards Granny, then how dare you target Shi Shan? Song Ting retorted angrily. Sensing the atmosphere thickening with tension, Zhuang hastily interjected. Let us not dwell on this matter any longer. Young hero Liang, perhaps you should propose an alternative condition. Upon hearing the words, Liang Wuxing's countenance fluctuated between shades of blue and red. He could hardly fathom that he had failed to subdue a mere prison clerk, which not only brought disgrace upon himself, but also tarnished the reputation of the Day gang. Beside him, Zhao Yin felt as though she were seated upon a bed of nails. Under the scrutiny of the crowd, her face burned with embarrassment. Out of the corner of her eye, she cast a glance toward Shi Shan, her gaze brimming with animosity. Perceiving Zhao Yan's stare, Shi Shan graciously returned her look, a smile adorning his face. The moment Zhao Yan caught sight of Shi Shan's smile, her cheeks flushed crimson, and her ire threatened to spiral out of control. If you cannot take charge, then what brings you here to waste so many words? He Song remarked with dissatisfaction. In that case, I shall await your message. I hope for a prompt response, Zhuang declared with finality. As the meeting concluded, the assembly dispersed from the government office. Ma Chao is the nephew of my warden, Ma Quan, and we have had some conflicts, hence the dual challenge, Shi Shan elucidated. Upon hearing this, Duan Tianhua nodded. Very well. This will afford me the opportunity to assess the caliber of the younger generation of the Tinglong gang. Thank you, gang leader, Shi Shan exclaimed with elation. Luo Cheng and others observed as Shi Shan and his companions exited the office, causing a ripple of agitation among them. Senior brother, those individuals have left the office. Should we not take action? Fang Tinlu inquired anxiously. It seems those soldiers have yet to emerge, correct? Xiaoran instinctively responded. Instantly roused by Fang Tianlu's words, he realized. Yes, those soldiers have not yet come out. We should refrain from taking action for the time being. Noticing Fang Tianlu's indecisiveness, Luo Cheng felt a twinge of discontent. At that moment, Su Feng, surrounded by a throng of officers, emerged from the government office. My lord, we shall find an inn on our own. There is no need for you to accompany us, a soldier declared loudly to Su Feng. This proclamation instantly captured the attention of Luo Cheng and his companions. Indeed, my lord, it is a rare occasion for you to visit. Why waste time escorting us in search of lodgings? Another soldier echoed with equal volume. What nonsense are you all speaking? You have traveled such a distance with me. It is only right that I arrange accommodations for you. Now let us revel together. Su Feng replied, striding forward with determination. Such loyalty, my lord, the soldiers chimed in unison, promptly following Su Feng. Once they departed, Luo Cheng and his companions exchanged a knowing glance. Let us cover our faces, Luo Cheng suggested, producing a black cloth from his pocket to obscure his features. Fong Tianluo and Xiao Ran followed suit, mirroring his actions. After another shared glance, the trio exerted their strength and sprinted toward the courtyard wall. Upon reaching the wall, they leaped effortlessly over it. Perched atop the wall, they began to survey the situation within the courtyard. As they approached the exterior of Zhang Long's abode, they observed the lights still aglow within. "Master," Shi Shan called out, pushing the door open and entering. "You've arrived," Zhang Long acknowledged, glancing up momentarily before returning to his task of weaving lanterns. "Master, do you have anything to eat?" Shi Shan inquired, making his way into the kitchen to rummage through the supplies. "You rascal, haven't you eaten anything at this late hour?" Zhang Long chided playfully. "There are some potatoes in the cabinet. You may slice them and prepare them for yourself." Before long, Shi Shan sliced the potatoes into thin strips and stir-fried them together with rice, serving the dish on a plate. "Master, would you care for another helping?" Shi Shan inquired. Zhang Long set down a woven lantern he held in his hands and picked up another one, responding, "You may indulge yourself. I am quite full from my previous meal." "Very well, then I shall feast alone," Shi Shan declared, subsequently devouring his food with great enthusiasm. After finishing the meal and tidying up the dishes, Shi Shan took up a lantern and began weaving. "Why the sudden visit today?" Zhang Long asked with a smile. "Is it not natural to come and see one's own master? Must I always be in high spirits to do so?" Shi Shan retorted. "You are not the same as before. You have transformed into quite the demon-hunting hero. By the way, when did you take up martial arts?" "I had no knowledge of it," Zhang Long remarked joyfully, then inquired with a hint of confusion. At this question, Shi Shan felt a twinge of embarrassment. To deceive his master with the pretense of a wandering hero would not sit well with him. "I have encountered a tremendous opportunity, allowing me not only to practice martial arts but also to study the profound way. Therefore, master, we need not fear the Zhao family." Shi Shan believed that his vague explanation did not constitute a deception toward his master. "Is that so? Might your newfound opportunity attract the envy of others?" Zhang Long asked with concern, completely missing Shi Shan's mention of not fearing the Zhao family. In response to Zhang Long's inquiry, Shi Shan furrowed his brow slightly. "I doubt anyone would covet it. After all, those qualified to cultivate the profound way are few, and for martial arts, there are numerous sects in the martial world to join, so there is no need for them to cast their eyes upon me. Regardless of the circumstances, one must exercise caution. The cultivation of martial arts is a pursuit coveted by many," Zhang Long intoned gravely. "Fear not, master. I am nearing the prowess of a third-rate expert. The average person would not dare to cast their gaze upon me," Shi Shan replied with a smile. "Ha. That is reassuring," Zhang Long responded, his laughter resonating with pride. As they stepped onto the street, they observed a group of officials hurriedly rushing past. "What is amiss? What has transpired?" Shi Shan inquired, halting a somewhat familiar official. "Young Master Shi, it is you. A grave situation has arisen. Just moments ago, 3 individuals forcibly entered the government office, intent on seizing the gourd demon. However, thanks to the town guardian's intervention, they were thwarted. Yet, the gourd demon managed to escape amidst the chaos, and its whereabouts are now unknown," the official explained. "The gourd demon has fled?" Shi Shan exclaimed, astonished. "I shall not linger, young Master Shi. The town guardian has ordered us to conduct a thorough search of the entire town to prevent the gourd demon from harming innocent civilians." With that, the official departed hastily. Watching the official's retreating figure, Shi Shan pondered, who possesses such audacity to invade the government office and attempt to seize the gourd demon? Upon entering his home, he lit an oil lamp, removed his clothing, and approached the water vat to wash up. As he lifted the lid of the vat, a pair of pitiful eyes met his gaze. Chapter 59. A heartfelt discourse. "Senior brother, what has occurred? Why is it so chaotic outside?" In the Zhao residence, Zhao Yin knocked and entered Liang Wuxing's room, her voice laced with confusion. "At such a late hour, could something significant be unfolding? I must go out to investigate." Liang Wuxing spoke as he exited the room, leaving the Zhao residence and stepping onto the street. "Senior brother, I shall accompany you," Zhao Yin declared, matching Liang Wuxing's pace. At an inn, Song Ting stood by the window, gazing at the flurry of officers outside. "Senior sister, what is happening? There are so many constables," he exclaimed in astonishment. Having heard his words, Song Ting approached the window, taking in the chaotic scene below. "What has transpired? Why are the officers in such a state of disarray? Senior sister, shall we venture out to inquire and see if we can assist these officers?" Song Ting suggested eagerly. However, Song Ting's expression shifted as he furrowed his brow. "Junior sister, how many times must I remind you? When we are out, We must refrain from meddling in others' affairs. Though dissatisfied, Song Ting rolled his eyes but chose not to argue further, instead focusing excitedly on the bustling street. Inside Shi Shan's abode, he gazed at the gourd demon, whose eyes brimmed with a sorrowful glimmer, indistinguishable between droplets of water or tears. As Shi Shan watched, the gourd demon released a bubble from its mouth, its eyes glistening even more. His heart inexplicably softened, and after a moment of internal struggle, Shi Shan gently lowered the lid of the water jar. After a sleepless night, with dawn just breaking, Shi Shan rose to lift the gourd demon from the jar, wrapping it completely in a cloth before placing it into the burden basket he once used to carry lanterns for sale. One basket held the gourd demon, while the other contained the remaining lanterns. With the burden balanced upon his shoulders, Shi Shan made his way toward the outskirts of the town, heart pounding with trepidation. He successfully exited Shanyang town and arrived at the foot of a mountain range, where he released the gourd demon. At this moment, the gourd demon had vanished among the towering mountains, leaving no trace behind. Are humans and demons destined to engage in a perpetual struggle? The Stone Mountain murmured, voicing its inner doubts. Stone Mountain, have you arranged a duel with my nephew? Just as he approached the prison gate, the voice of Ma Quan resonated from behind. Haha, I have already advised my nephew to show some mercy and not to inflict too much suffering upon you. I shall be present to witness the event, and I hope you do not bring disgrace to my prison. Ma Quan laughed heartily as he strode past Stone Mountain. As he moved beyond Stone Mountain, the smile on Ma Quan's face faded, replaced by a sinister expression. Under usual circumstances, Ma Quan would have intervened to prevent Stone Mountain from dueling with Ma Chao, safeguarding him from harm. However, the situation had changed. Stone Mountain's background had become increasingly intricate, and there were rumors of his possessing the prowess of a third-rate master. Ma Chao's challenge to Stone Mountain aligned perfectly with Ma Quan's intentions, providing an opportunity to assess Stone Mountain's true capabilities. Watching Ma Quan's retreating figure, Stone Mountain couldn't help but smirk inwardly, fearing that the outcome would not unfold as Ma Quan envisioned. Upon reaching his office, Stone Mountain first took out the record of Tai Lu Mountain and began to read. After some time, he locked the door, closed his eyes, and entered a meditative state, contemplating the mysteries of the universe. In the vast emptiness, amidst the silent night, the chilling abyss, and the boundless stars, various images seemed to manifest in Stone Mountain's mind, as if these were not mere visions, but actual existences within the cosmos. A series of knocks echoed from beyond the door, prompting Stone Mountain to slowly open his eyes, rise from his seat, and unlock the door. May I come in and have a seat? Standing outside was Qi Ting, who gestured towards the interior, expressing her desire to enter. Certainly. With a smile, Shi Shan invited Qi Ting to sit down. After taking her seat, Qi Ting surveyed the modest office and remarked, "It's quite sparse here. You don't even have a proper tea set. If someone were to visit, you would be unable to host them." Shi Shan chuckled. "The only visitors I receive are you and Lu Zhong, occasionally a few colleagues from the prison. There is hardly anyone else to entertain. That is not quite right. Your reputation is growing, and soon you may find many coming to seek your counsel," Qi Ting asserted confidently, perceiving Shi Shan as a person of significance. Momentarily taken aback by Qi Ting's earnestness, Shi Shan found himself at a loss for words. "You know well the nature of my relationship with Ma Quan. The only reason I have this office is due to the favor of the town magistrate. Do you expect Ma Quan to furnish it beautifully?" Shi Shan eventually replied, regaining his composure. "Furnish what?" At that moment, Ma Quan entered the room. "Furnish the preparations for your duel with Ma Chao," Shi Shan jested. "Humph, cheating as a woman. Discussing such matters with you is like casting pearls before swine," Ma Quan retorted coldly. "What of being a woman? Zhao Yin from the Zhao family has joined the Dai gang and become a disciple of its leader. I believe it won't be long before Zhao Yin surpasses you in strength." Qi Ting stood up from her seat in dissatisfaction. At the mention of Zhao Yin, both Shi Shan and Ma Quan fell silent. Shi Shan's silence stemmed from the fact that Zhao Yin was currently in Shanyang town, while Ma Quan was taken aback that Qi Ting would utter this name in front of Shi Shan, indicating that she was unaware of the conflict between Shi Shan and the Zhao family. "Zhao Yan's prowess bears no relevance to you. Can it alter the reality of your status as a mere woman?" Ma Quan scoffed disdainfully. "Master Ma, though I am but a humble jailer under your command, I implore you to show me some respect and refrain from uttering disrespectful words," Qi Ting replied, her expression icy. "Humph." Ma Quan let out a heavy snort, disregarding Qi Ting entirely, and turned to Shi Shan, saying, "I have just heard that the gourd demon has escaped. Are you aware of this matter?" Unfazed by Ma Quan's inquiry, Shi Shan calmly responded, I was informed of this last night. Do you not find it curious? How did the gourd demon manage to break free from its bindings and flee from Shangyang town? Ma Quan furrowed his brow. Master Ma, what purpose does this discussion serve? Shi Shan replied impatiently. With a stern gaze directed at Shi Shan, Ma Quan remarked, there was a pill belonging to you involved in this. Do you not feel any pain from the gourd demon's escape? Do you not suspect that this may be a scheme orchestrated by the town's revered elder, aimed at monopolizing the gourd demon for themselves? Master Ma, do not cast such dark thoughts upon everyone. It is far better to maintain a sunny disposition within. Only then can one live comfortably, Shi Shan said earnestly, feigning concern for Ma Quan's well-being. You enraged, Ma Quan glared at Shi Shan with fiery eyes. Master Ma. Shi Shan merely spoke a truth. Must you resort to violence against him? Qi Ting interjected with a hint of sarcasm, observing Ma Quan's fury. At her words, Ma Quan turned his gaze towards Qi Ting. Qi Ting, what is your relationship with Shi Shan? Do you not fear offending me by defending him? Upon being questioned by Ma Quan, Qi Ting's face flushed momentarily before she retorted with gravity. What relationship do you not understand? We are merely colleagues within the prison. With a dismissive huff, she temporarily vacated Shi Shan's office, confident that Ma Quan would not be able to exert control over her at all times. Shi Shan, it would be wise for you to limit your interactions with Qi Ting. Do not allow the allure of femininity to cloud your judgment and jeopardize your prospects for the imperial examination. Being entangled with Qi Ting could tarnish your reputation. Ma Quan admonished in a tone befitting his elevated status. Indeed, Master Ma speaks with clarity, prompting my epiphany. I shall devote myself to my studies henceforth. I kindly request, Master, to refrain from frequenting my space, as it distracts me from preparing for the examination, Shi Shan replied, picking up the record of Mount Tai Lu to immerse himself in its pages. Observing Shi Shan's nonchalant demeanor and listening to his words, Ma Quan felt a surge of frustration. In the government office of Zhuang, he queried, Lao Lu, how many years have you followed me? Gazing at the respectful Lu Zhuang standing before him, Zhuang spoke pensively. Lu Zhuang's eyes seemed to drift into the distant past, reflecting on a span of 15 years. Indeed, I have transformed from a youthful dandy to a weathered gentleman, much like you, whose countenance now bears the marks of time. How many times can one experience 15 years? The master remains ever the charming figure, Lu Zhuang complimented with a beaming smile. Ha. Zhuang laughed heartily for a moment, then suddenly adopted a serious tone. Steward, how have I treated you throughout these years? Yes, my lord, came the dutiful reply. Lu Zhuang stepped out of Zhuang's office. Lifting his gaze towards the vast emptiness above, a bitter expression etched upon his face. In the depths of his heart, he murmured, Oh, little gourd, for your sake. I have committed a transgression against the master. I hope that in the future you will not disappoint me and will honor the lineage you possess. Subsequently, Lu Zhuang turned back towards the office, catching sight of Zhuang's somewhat haggard figure, his expression darkening. Master, I shall surely atone for this misstep. In the depths of the prison, as mealtime approached, Shi Shan stood before the Tianjia cell. Can humans and demons not coexist? He pondered aloud, voicing his inner confusion. Yao Jiang, taken aback by the question, stared at Shi Shan in disbelief, never expecting such a query to arise. After a moment of astonishment, Yao Jiang burst into laughter, exclaiming, Shi Shan, I truly did not foresee you posing such a naive question. Are your historical studies lacking? Do you not comprehend the immense sacrifices our ancestors made to carve a path through the bloodshed of both demon and monster, granting us the conditions for survival we enjoy today? Excess in all things is detrimental, since we have attained an absolute dominion over this land. Should we not afford the demon and monster races a modicum of breathing space? After all, the emergence of every life is a rare and precious occurrence. Shi Shan spoke softly. Upon hearing this, Yao Jiang's expression turned icy. Human hearts are already difficult to fathom. You dare to entertain the notion of coexistence with demons, and even include the monstrous race? Why not encompass the bizarre creatures as well? Do you believe our ancestors lacked such benevolent thoughts? Much of history has been obscured. It has been proven that the animosity between humans, demons, and monsters is insurmountable. The coexistence of these three races is utterly impossible. Upon hearing this, Shi Shan's expression shifted, as he began to doubt his decision to release the gourd demon. Moreover, there are matters that ordinary individuals remain unaware of. Yao Jiang continued, What matters? Shi Shan inquired, perplexed. The mysteries of heaven and earth are ineffable. If the human race predominates in this land, then the resulting enigmas will be more conducive to human cultivation, thereby rendering the land increasingly suitable for human existence. Conversely, if the demon race flourishes, the emerging mysteries will favor their training, making the land more hospitable to them. And the same applies to the devil race, Yao Jiang articulated thoughtfully. After a brief silence, Yao Jiang sighed, understanding this. You should gain a deeper appreciation for the struggles of our ancestors. After all, in the distant past, this land was far more suited for the survival of demons and monsters. Initially, the human race was exceedingly frail, compared to demons and monsters. We possess nothing but our intellect. Demons and monsters, they must be eradicated. With that, Yao Jiang let out a thunderous roar, a sound that reverberated through Shi Shan's being. Demons and monsters, they must be eradicated. Demons and monsters, they must be eradicated. Suddenly, every prisoner in the underground jail echoed Yao Jiang's fervent cries. In that moment, it seemed as though they were not mere captives, but valiant warriors, fervently battling against demons and monsters on the battlefield. What is happening? What are the prisoners in the underground jail shouting about? Could it be that they are on the verge of a collective uprising? The anguished cries of the prisoners echoed from the underground level, reaching the ears of the guards and instantly inciting chaos. What is there to panic about? Arm yourselves and follow me. With a thunderous roar, Ma Quan commanded, swiftly silencing the tumultuous crowd. He brandished a long blade and led the guards into the depths of the prison. Ha, what a thrill! I could hardly restrain my desire to confront these fiends. I am still imbued with fervent passion. The prisoners laughed maniacally, shouting with abandon, as if, at that moment, they were not lawbreakers, but valiant warriors determined to carve out a realm for humanity. What is all this ruckus? What are you all shouting about? Upon entering the underground level, Ma Quan swung his blade menacingly and bellowed, Silence! Do you wish to feel the sting of my weapon? You raving lunatics! Ma Quan growled with ferocity. Shi Shan, what are you still doing there? Once you've delivered the meals, get out. He raised his sword, directing his ire at Shi Shan, who stood motionless before the Tianjia cell. Shi Shan turned and left the Tianjia cell. As he passed by the other cells, witnessing the wild expressions of the inmates, a pang of guilt washed over him. Had releasing the gourd demon been a mistake? Chapter 61. Transforming conflict into harmony at Tang Bin's residence. Shi Shan emerged from the prison after work, his emotions in turmoil. Shi Shan, you're here. There are rumors circulating about the gourd demon's escape. Is it true? In his study, Tang Bin set down the book he had been reading, his brow furrowed in curiosity as he questioned Shi Shan. Shi Shan nodded, affirming, it is true. The gourd demon has indeed escaped. Alas, Tang Bin lamented, it is truly a pity that the gourd spirit possesses the ability to concoct elixirs for longevity and beauty. Many desire to obtain such treasures. With a heavy heart, Shi Shan inquired, Teacher, must we annihilate all demons and monsters for our survival? Upon hearing Tang Bin's words, Shi Shan felt a slight alleviation of his burdens. It appeared that encountering a monster did not necessitate its extermination, as it could also be subjugated and tamed. Thus, allowing the gourd spirit to escape was not a fundamental error, but rather a youthful lapse in judgment, a moment of compassion. In future encounters with monsters, even if one refrains from slaying them, they should be enslaved, for it is imperative not to let them go so easily again. By the way, Tang Bin inquired with genuine concern, have you made any progress in your studies recently? Hearing this, Tang Bin's spirits lifted. Excellent. Once I devise a suitable topic, you should put pen to paper. Although Tang Bin wished to have Shi Shan stay for dinner, Shi Shan, having received the answers he sought, was disinclined to linger, as he had to prepare for the impending duel with Ma Chao. Brother Shi Shan, are you not staying for dinner? My mother has begun cooking. Tang Bin called after him. As Shi Shan exited Tang Bin's study and approached the door, Tang Yuer hurriedly intercepted him. Little Yuer, I have some matters to attend to. I shall come by another day, Shi Shan replied with a smile. That is settled then. When Sister Xiao Shu comes to visit me, I will let you know so we can dine together, Tang Yuer said innocently. Shi Shan felt a twinge of awkwardness at her words, his mind drifting to Su Feng's visage. As he continued on his way home, he caught sight of a graceful figure standing before his dwelling. Upon closer inspection, it was Zhao Yin. As they continued forward, Shi Shan glanced at Zhao Yin with a mocking expression, inquiring sarcastically, are you waiting outside my door to offer me your affections? How utterly indecent. Zhao Yin retorted with disdain, her face a mask of fury. You should take a good look at yourself. I would not even consider you as a servant. At her words, Shi Shan's demeanor shifted, growing cold. If it is not affection you seek, what brings you here? Have you come merely to ridicule my appearance? As Zhao Yin observed Shi Shan's icy demeanor, she recalled the message from Zhao Tiankai that labeled Shi Shan as a third-rate expert, sending a chill down her spine as she feared he might turn violent. Humph, my senior brother wishes to see you. And I was sent to fetch you and take you to Fengjiulo, Zhao Yin stated, forcing herself to remain composed. That Liang Wuxing? Just because he wishes to see me, I am obliged to comply? How presumptuous, Shi Shan replied coldly, turning towards his house and producing a key to unlock the door. Shi Shan. At that moment, Liang Wuxing's voice called out, prompting Zhao Yin to exclaim in surprise at his arrival. Well, what a delightful surprise. 2 esteemed disciples of the Dao gang have graced my humble abode. When did my little corner of the world become so renowned that you both could find it? Shi Shan remarked in a deliberately exaggerated tone upon seeing Liang Wuxing approach. Liang Wuxing, momentarily taken aback, then turned to Shi Shan and said, let us proceed to Fengjiulo. I shall treat you both to a proper conversation. Is there something we cannot discuss here? That luxurious establishment seems too extravagant for someone of my modest stature. Shi Shan replied nonchalantly. Brother, I shall take my leave now, Zhao Yin declared, casting a fierce glance at Shi Shan before departing. Once Zhao Yin had left, Liang Wuxing finally spoke. You have surpassed my junior sister to become a third-rate master, which has greatly impacted her and affected her cultivation. Oh, is that so? That is indeed a matter that brings me joy. I appreciate your informing me, Shi Shan replied with a nonchalant tone. I approached you with the hope that you and my junior sister might transform enmity into friendship, thus eliminating any lingering hostility, Liang Wuxing stated with solemnity. As practitioners of martial arts, having one more friend instead of one more foe can only be beneficial. What are your thoughts on this? Shi Shan regarded Liang Wuxing with suspicion, pondering the sudden kindness of this individual. If we could indeed turn animosity into camaraderie, it would certainly align with my wishes. However, I am curious as to how you intend to accomplish this, he replied, skeptical of Liang Wuxing's sincerity. Pleased by Shi Shan's response, Liang Wuxing nodded affirmatively. From my discussions with Zhao Jr.'s sister, I have learned that the conflict between you arose due to a woman named Li Yan. Liang Wuxing observed Shi Shan's demeanor change upon hearing the name, as his brow furrowed with heightened vigilance. Your words hold a semblance of truth, Shi Shan conceded. I'm glad you agree. My purpose in coming today is to request that you and your master accompany me to the Zhao residence, where you can acknowledge your mistakes to Zhao Jr.'s sister's grandfather, offer an apology, and smooth over the situation. I will also persuade Zhao Jr.'s sister to let go of her grievances against you, Liang Wuxing articulated earnestly. Shi Shan, however, regarded Liang Wuxing with a bemused expression. I fail to see where my master and I have erred to the extent that we need to apologize to Zhao Tiankai or offer any form of contrition. Many matters do not require such earnestness. The Zhao family, with its vast estate, is indeed embarrassed by the interference of you and your master in the matter of securing a bride. I am now mediating to provide the Zhao family with a graceful exit. If you and your master could simply acknowledge your mistakes, offer an apology, and make amends, it would merely cost you a little face, yet it would diffuse a life-and-death crisis. Why not seize such an opportunity? After Liang Wuxing spoke, he fixed his gaze on Shi Shan, convinced that Shi Shan would acquiesce to his mediation. Is the face of Zhao Tiankai to be held in higher regard than that of me and my master? Shi Shan retorted, his tone devoid of jest. Liang Wuxing scoffed at the response, saying, You are but a mere jailer, and your master merely peddles lanterns. How many truly care for your face? Individuals like you and your master should consider it a rarity to live a stable life. I am here to help you both avert a crisis and offer you tranquility. Should I then express my gratitude to you? Shi Shan's expression grew increasingly frigid. Not at all. After all, I am merely aiming to alleviate the torment within my junior sister's heart, Liang Wuxing replied, shaking his head. If all members of the Dai gang are of your caliber, then there is little cause for concern, Shi Shan remarked with a sudden smile. Liang Wuxing was momentarily taken aback by the comment, then darkly responded, What do you mean by that? Nothing of significance. The hour grows late. Do you intend to stay here for a meal? My offerings are quite humble, Shi Shan replied calmly. Are you rejecting my mediation? Liang Wuxing said, instinctively gripping the hilt of his sword at his waist. Upon witnessing Liang Wuxing's movements, Shi Shan was filled with vigilance, declaring that he would only accept benevolent mediation. Liang Wuxing observed Shi Shan in silence, the atmosphere thick with tension. He took a few steps forward, his body nearing Shi Shan's. Shi Shan clenched his fists, his expression frosty. fully prepared for combat. Do not presume that merely becoming a third-rate expert before my junior sister grants you an advantage over me. The path of martial arts demands not only talent, but also indispensable resources for cultivation. Since you refuse my mediation, await the moment when my junior sister, as a warrior, will strike you down, Liang Wuxing proclaimed from his elevated position. That moment is far off, Shi Shan replied quietly. Hearing this, Liang Wuxing smirked disdainfully. Savor the few days you have left, and dutifully honor your master. Honor? What honor? At that moment, Wang Zhu strode over casually. After Liang Wuxing finished speaking, he turned to leave. Observing the exchange, Wang Zhu assumed Shi Shan was a friend and intended to greet Liang Wuxing, only to find that Liang Wuxing completely disregarded him. Who is that? Such arrogance, Wang Zhu remarked as he approached Shi Shan. Watching Liang Wuxing's retreating figure, Shi Shan spoke. That is Zhao Yan's senior brother, Liang Wuxing. What? Zhao Yan's senior brother? Wang Zhu exclaimed in surprise, quickly turning to gaze after Liang Wuxing. Shi Shan unlocked the door and entered the room, with Wang Zhu following suit. Shi Shan, how about I lend you some money to rent a better place? This place is rather dilapidated, Wang Zhu suggested nonchalantly as he sat down. Shi Shan replied, not for now. I am accustomed to living here. Wang Zhu, every time I offer to lend you money, you always say you don't need it for now. Just how much do you wish to avoid owing me a favor? Upon hearing this, Shi Shan chuckled softly and then noticed the invitation card in Wang Zhu's hand. What do you have there? Shi Shan inquired with curiosity. Wang Zhu raised the invitation, waving it in front of Shi Shan. My family's new house has been completed, and my father asked me to distribute the invitations everywhere. This one is for you. As he spoke, he extended the invitation towards Shi Shan. Shi Shan took the invitation, opened it, and observed that the housewarming was scheduled for the 28th of August, only a few days away. He then remarked enviously, being wealthy certainly has its advantages. It hasn't been long since Uncle Wang selected the site, and the house is already built. That's because my father paid a hefty sum to have the workers rotate shifts and build it overnight. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been finished so swiftly. Wang Zhu replied somewhat discontentedly, as he did not agree with Wang Shangyun's decision to hasten the construction by throwing money at it. Indeed, such is the style of the affluent, unwilling to waste even a moment, Shi Shan admired. Wang Zhu let out a cold snort at this remark, saying, my father wishes to take advantage of the publication of his novel, using the occasion of our housewarming to invite all the prominent figures of Shangyang town, and then unveil the novel at the banquet to make a grand impression. He then emphasized, I truly cannot stand his ostentatious demeanor. Observing Wang Zhu's displeasure, Shi Shan chuckled. Your father's elevated status certainly benefits you as well. By the way, did your father invite Zhao Tiankai? How could he? They've already had a falling out. There's no way he would invite him, Wang Zhu exclaimed, his eyes wide with disbelief. By the way, Shi Shan, I hear you are to duel with Ma Chao? Wang Zhu inquired. Shi Shan was taken aback by the question. How do you know about it? It seems to be common knowledge now. Perhaps Ma Chao himself has spread the word. Regardless, many are aware of your impending contest. You cannot afford to lose to him. A defeat would be a significant embarrassment, and you would forever find it difficult to hold your head high before him. Wang Zhu expressed his concerns. After a moment of silence, Shi Shan replied, rest assured, I shall not be vanquished by him. Indeed, how could I possibly lose to Ma Chao when he is the man my sister has taken a liking to? Wang Zhu proclaimed with a sense of pride. Shi Shan felt a flush of embarrassment. What does that have to do with your sister? Did you not say it was your father who wished to unite us? Your reputation has been on the rise lately, and it appears my sister has begun to entertain certain thoughts, Wang Zhu admitted sheepishly. Shi Shan pondered for a moment. It seems I may have to concede the duel to Ma Chao. If you can bear the shame, then by all means, lose. I have no objections. Wang Zhu replied nonchalantly. Brother Wang, may I call you Brother Wang from now on? Your sister is still young. Let us not rush into discussions of marriage, lest it hinder her growth, Shi Shan said, beads of sweat forming on his brow. Wang Zhu, however, leisurely stood up, clasping his hands behind his back as he strolled towards the door, musing aloud. What you call me as Brother Wang now will not compare to how you would address me as your brother-in-law. Upon hearing Wang Zhu's musings, Shi Shan's eyes widened in indignation, a flame of unnameable anger igniting within him. Wang Zhu, sensing Shi Shan's ire, appeared even more pleased. In a humble inn, sister, it is truly lamentable that the government office allowed the gourd demon to escape. What kind of vigilance is this? We have made this journey in vain, and it is indeed unfortunate, pouted Song Tinji as she sat beside the bed. Observing Song Tingji's discontent, Song Tingji hurriedly offered words of comfort. There. Do not be so disheartened. The main reason for this is that someone forcefully intruded into the government office. Otherwise, the gourd demon would not have seized the opportunity to flee. Noticing her companion's demeanor, Song Tingji quietly chuckled. Our trip was not in vain after all. Getting to know a youth like Shi Shan is quite a notable experience. Indeed, becoming acquainted with Shi Shan is a considerable gain, Song Tingji replied, her expression softening considerably. Chapter 63. Impetuosity. After the Lord's departure, Shi Shan carefully placed the invitation aside, adjusted his breath, and began his practice of the 9 suns body refinement. At this juncture, Shi Shan had thoroughly internalized the techniques of the practice, and with Yao Zhang's elucidation of his doubts, the pathways of martial cultivation within his mind had become increasingly lucid. In accordance with the methods documented in the 9 suns body refinement, Shi Shan took several deep breaths, subsequently feeling all his strength converge in his hands. As he executed his movements, a surge of fervor coursed through him. It is no wonder that so many are enraptured by the pursuit of cultivation. The sensation of wielding power is truly exhilarating. After further practicing until he felt fatigued, Shi Shan eventually ceased his efforts. The more he contemplated, the more he discerned the subtleties of the techniques employed by others. Although Yao Zhang had mentioned that the most formidable strikes are those executed spontaneously, this indeed represents a return to the essence of the practice. At present, I possess no skills whatsoever, and facing Ma Chao of the Tunglong gang is akin to a ragtag army confronting a disciplined force. In most instances, resistance is futile. Yet, as Yao Zhang once remarked, humanity began with nothing and has gradually progressed to this day. Although I may lack formidable techniques at this moment, I am not entirely devoid of combat capability. Ma Chao's sole ambition is to vanquish Shi Shan for the sake of fame, and from the very outset, his motivation places him at a disadvantage. Perhaps Ma Chao harbors the determination to defeat Shi Shan, but Shi Shan possesses the ruthless resolve to overcome Ma Chao. If one does not offend me, I shall not offend them, but should one provoke me, I will retaliate tenfold. If Ma Chao dreams of glory, he must be prepared to become my stepping stone. Sensing the aggression stemming from his training, Shi Shan paused, inhaling deeply several times before refreshing himself with cold water. After preparing a meal, he took his scientific research notes to the oil lamp, settling down to read with a calm mind. At the Tunglong gang's training ground, the sound of fists striking resonated through the air. At this moment, Ma Chao stood before the wooden dummy, relentlessly practicing his punches with intense focus. Brother, it is already quite late, and you have been training for such an extended period without nourishment. Perhaps you should take a moment to rest, said Shang Wanjiu, Ma Chao's junior and the bearer of the challenge letter to Shi Shan, who was now expressing concern. Meanwhile, Shang Wanjiu held a plate of food, which had long since cooled, indicating that he had been waiting for a considerable time. Get away from me. I am not hungry. I can continue to practice. Ma Chao shouted frantically, his punches growing even faster. At the thunderous shout from Ma Chao, Shang Wanjiu instinctively retreated a few paces in trepidation. Brother, that Shi Shan is merely a prison warden. Despite being a third-rate expert, how could he possibly match your prowess? You have mastered the ascending dragon fist. Shang Wanjiu mustered his courage to assert. Taking a few steps forward, he continued, Brother, if you wish to train further, I shall train with you. Consider me Shi Shan. But you must first have your meal. With a resounding thud, Ma Chao struck the wooden training post, pausing to catch his breath as beads of sweat cascaded down his face. Approaching Shang Wanjiu, he seized the food from the lunchbox and devoured a few mouthfuls ravenously. Following this, Ma Chao reached out, grasped Shang Wanjiu's shoulder, and, with a swift motion, pulled him behind himself, causing the lunchbox in Shang Wanjiu's hands to tumble, scattering its contents across the ground. Come, train with me, Ma Chao bellowed, unleashing a powerful punch toward Shang Wanjiu. In the distance, several disciples of the ascending dragon gang, who were tidying up the training grounds, looked on in astonishment at Ma Chao's actions. Had he lost his sanity? First, he practiced against the wooden post, and now he was directing his training at Shang Wanjiu, even as night had long since fallen. Ma Chao was relentless in his training. The Shi Shan he had challenged was known to be a warden in the prison. I had heard rumors that Ma Chao had been pursuing a warden named Qi Ting. Now challenging Shi Shan, there must be a tale behind it. Could it be? Such sensational news. Was it possible that Qi Ting had become involved with Shi Shan? Had Ma Chao's love turned to resentment, prompting him to challenge Shi Shan? However, there is more to the tale. I have heard that Ma Chao was originally destined to become a prison officer, a position ultimately usurped by Shi Shan. Following this disheartening turn of events, he experienced a surge of motivation that propelled him to become a third-rate master. Is there truly such a story? I too yearn for a similar catalyst. Several disciples, exchanging excited banter, eagerly pointed towards Ma Chao as they spoke. At Shi Shan's residence, he found himself in a state of agitation as he glanced at his examination notes, struggling to find tranquility. Such restlessness had become a rarity for him in recent times. Yet, this night, his emotions were tumultuous, as if he sensed an unseen presence lurking in the shadows. Subsequently, he extinguished his oil lamp, secured his door, and ventured into the moonlit streets. Passing by a tavern, he withdrew some money and purchased 2 jars of fine wine, making his way directly to the Feitian gang. Upon his arrival at the gang's headquarters, Shi Shan was halted by the sentinels. "Who are you to come here at such a late hour?" one guard inquired. "I am here to see the leader," Shi Shan replied. "What brings you here at this hour?" He Song, having dismounted, questioned Shi Shan. With a hearty laugh, He Song extended his left hand, requesting the wine from Shi Shan. Overjoyed, Shi Shan hurriedly offered the 2 jars to He Song. He Song accepted the wine and, with a swift motion, remounted his horse, entering the Feitian gang's headquarters, with Shi Shan following closely behind. Chapter 64. The duel. Upon entering the headquarters, He Song dismounted, and immediately a disciple approached to respectfully take charge of the horse. "Come, our quarters are located in the rear courtyard of the headquarters." He Song, speaking thus, led Shi Shan towards the courtyard. Upon reaching the outdoors, Shi Shan hesitated momentarily, feeling a twinge of uncertainty. Having arrived empty-handed and seeking assistance, he was at a loss as to how to approach. His expression wavered, but after a steely resolve, he raised his hand and gently knocked on the door. Zheng Yingqian, upon hearing the knock, furrowed her brow, set down her cloth, and approached the door, pondering whether it was yet again the leader he. Wondering if something had transpired in the guild at this late hour. The Flying Sky Guild seemed to have no moments of respite. As the door swung open, Zheng Yingqian was greeted by the unfamiliar visage of a young man, her furrowed brow relaxing into an expression of surprise. "Who are you? Please, come in," she invited warmly, her face radiating a smile as she ushered Shi Shan inside. "Tianhua, there is a young brother from the prison seeking you," Zheng Yingqian called gently towards the study. "Son, practice your calligraphy. Make sure to write Sini several more times. Your father will return shortly to accompany you." "Huh, you rascal," Zheng Yingqian chuckled, her expression brightening. "My Tianhua may not excel in many things, but his one virtue is his aversion to alcohol." Upon encountering the leader Shi Shan remarked, "Otherwise, I would not have been able to enter. The wine was given to the leader." Hearing this, Duan Tianhua understood and responded, "In a moment, I shall provide you with a token, granting you unrestricted access to our Flying Sky Guild's premises." "Then I am most grateful, leader," Shi Shan exclaimed joyfully. However, his expression turned serious as he added, "I have come at this hour concerning my duel with Ma Chao." Upon hearing the words, Duan Tianhua pondered for a moment, vaguely discerning the intent of Shi Shan. "You are not a disciple of the Feitian gang. Thus, it is inappropriate for me to impart the martial arts of our association to you. Moreover, even if I were to share them now, you would scarcely have time to master them. You must be aware of this," he stated. Shi Shan nodded in acknowledgement, replying, "I did not come seeking techniques." A blend of anticipation and apprehension flickered across his face as he continued, "Having traveled through the night, my mind is in turmoil. I feel ill-equipped without any substantial skills. Fearing I may not stand against someone like Ma Chao. After much contemplation, I resolved to seek the gang leader's guidance on practical combat techniques." "Very well. I shall focus solely on defense. You may attack me with all your might," Duan Tianhua declared. With fervor, Shi Shan launched into his assault, pouring forth his entire strength, fueled by his passionate spirit. Breathing heavily, he gasped for air. Upon hearing Duan Tianhua's encouragement, he felt invigorated, wiping the sweat from his brow and assuming a stance. "Come at me then. Prepare to witness my palm strike." With a resounding roar, Duan Tianhua swung his right palm towards Shi Shan with great force. The impact echoed in the air. However, this left Shi Shan feeling disheartened. He had not anticipated his own fragility. "I am but a mere youth. Can I truly not compare?" At that moment, He Song, holding a wine jug and with a slight flush to his cheeks, leaped into the training arena. "Leader, you are a genuine warrior. How could I ever dare to compete with you?" Witnessing the exchange between the gang leader and the vice leader, Shi Shan felt a surge of excitement. He hurriedly retreated to a corner, keenly observing the encounter with great attentiveness. Subsequently, Shi Shan raised his left hand, and the wine from the jug flowed generously into his mouth. After a moment of reflection, Shi Shan turned his head to gaze at Shi Shan. Young man, amidst your chaotic assaults, I perceive a glimmer of talent. However, it seems you lack an understanding of the interplay between fists and feet. You either rely solely on punches or exclusively on kicks. You must learn to combine the two. A singular approach to offense is easily thwarted by an opponent. Upon hearing Shi Shan's words, Shi Shan suddenly awakened, and the martial insights in his mind became significantly clearer. Observing the spark of enlightenment in Shi Shan's eyes, Shi Shan cheerfully declared, Shi Shan, join my Flying Sky Gang. I shall take you as my direct disciple. For a moment, Shi Shan felt a surge of temptation. Yet, he soon recalled that his master, Zhang Long, had always hoped for him to excel in the imperial examination, while teacher Tang Bin had devoted himself to teaching with the aspiration that Shi Shan would achieve academic success. To abandon the pursuit of scholarly endeavors and venture into the martial world would likely disappoint Zhang Long and Tang Bin, and moreover, he himself was unwilling to relinquish such aspirations. I am truly grateful for your generous offer, gang leader, but I am not yet ready to step into the martial realm. Shi Shan replied with a hint of regret. Very well, if you are unwilling, I shall not press you, Shi Shan responded. Before taking a few leaps and departing from the training ground, the two then resumed their sparring. The stars adorned the vast sky, and a gentle breeze swept across the earth. By the time Shi Shan exited the Flying Sky Gang's premises, the world was enveloped in silence, devoid of light. After walking for an indeterminate duration, Shi Shan suddenly heard the sound of hoofbeats behind him. Turning around, he saw a figure approaching, one hand holding the reins and the other brandishing a torch. As the torchlight illuminated the face of the newcomer, he recognized it to be Ma Chao. Upon spotting Shi Shan, Ma Chao reined in his horse. Judging by your drenched appearance, one might surmise you've taken an unexpected plunge into a ditch, sneered Ma Chao. Observing Ma Chao's surging vitality, Shi Shan felt a surge of wariness. Could it be that Ma Chao had been diligently cultivating all this time? Ma Chao, Shi Shan probed. With your fluctuating energy at this late hour, could it be that you've been immersed in cultivation? Huh. Ma Chao scoffed derisively. The life of a scion is beyond your comprehension. Individuals of my stature hardly devote excessive time to cultivation. Our energies are better spent on indulging in feminine charms. Giddy up, Ma Chao exclaimed, spurring his horse forward with an air of arrogance. As Shi Shan watched Ma Chao's receding figure, an unusual sense of composure washed over him. As if his understanding of Ma Chao had deepened, he refused to believe Ma Chao's claims of indulgence. The gleam in Ma Chao's eyes was not that of a libertine. This was an adversary to be taken seriously. A new day dawned, and with the approach of autumn, a touch of coolness graced the morning air. Greetings, sir. Would you care for a bowl of tofu brain? Greeted the stall owner with enthusiasm as Shi Shan approached a roadside stall. 3 bowls, please, with 2 marinated eggs. Shi Shan replied, settling into a seat. Coming right up, sir. Have you noticed? The hunters in town have been returning with abundant spoils lately. Have the demonic beasts of Mount Wangchuan become so easily hunted? If that's the case, I might consider becoming a hunter myself. Oldly, don't be reckless. Of all the things you could do, why choose to be a hunter in Mount Wangchuan? If you encounter difficulties recently, just let your brothers know, for they will undoubtedly offer assistance. I merely mention this. I dare not venture into the Wangchuan Mountains for hunting, as I wish to live a few more years. While savoring a bowl of tofu pudding and listening to the conversations at the adjacent table, Shi Shan fell into deep contemplation. The Wangchuan Mountains, a realm where the eerie and the sacred coexist, are sought after by those who can no longer endure life, as well as by those who yearn for a better existence. Before he realized it, Shi Shan had finished 3 bowls of tofu pudding. After settling the bill, he strode towards the prison. Just before reaching the prison gates, a sudden gust of wind swept past his head, prompting him to dodge instinctively. Shi Shan, your reflexes are commendable, remarked Ma Quan darkly, having witnessed Shi Shan evade his punch. Though he had not exerted much force, Ma Quan felt a twinge of annoyance at being avoided so easily. Do not perceive the hearts of others as so sinister. I merely sought to test your reactions. Quite impressive. You are worth nurturing. With that, Ma Quan swaggered towards the prison's main entrance. At that moment, Qi Ting approached, calling out Shi Shan's name repeatedly. Upon seeing Qi Ting, Shi Shan swiftly masked the gloom on his face, adopting a normal expression. It's nothing, merely a brief discussion with Master Ma regarding martial arts. Is that so? Qi Ting replied, casting a skeptical glance at Shi Shan, who now appeared devoid of any shadow of despair. After entering the prison and bidding farewell to Qi Ting, Shi Shan made his way directly to Ma Quan's office. Chapter 66. The veteran of bloodshed in the Jianghu in the office. Ma Quan was preparing a teacup and placing tea leaves within when a knock resounded at the door. Come in, he called. As the door swung open, Shi Shan entered, his face adorned with a radiant smile. Shi Shan, I knew you would come, Ma Quan declared with pride. As a second-rate master, it is more than sufficient for me to guide you. It is my honor to receive instruction from Lord Ma, Shi Shan replied as he approached Ma Quan. Very well. First, please fetch me some hot water from the boiler room, Ma Quan instructed, handing a kettle to Shi Shan. Suddenly, with a swift motion, Shi Shan struck Ma Quan's face with a resounding slap. Ma Quan stood frozen, bewildered, as he gazed at Shi Shan in disbelief. What just occurred? Have I been struck? Lord Ma, your vigilance leaves much to be desired, Shi Shan remarked. As the adage goes, one must always guard against treachery. As the warden, you could be a target for assassination at any moment, yet you remain utterly unguarded. It appears I must test you more frequently henceforth, lest you completely abandon your sense of caution. With that, Shi Shan turned to leave, wearing a look of disappointment. Shi Shan, realizing what had transpired, Ma Quan bellowed, preparing to retaliate. Sensing Ma Quan's intent to attack, Shi Shan understood that if he did not ready himself for combat in this confined space, evasion would be exceedingly difficult. How dare you strike me? Do you not fear my authority as the warden? Ma Quan questioned, sensing something amiss in Shi Shan's demeanor, as he ventured further down the path of defiance against him. Those who respect others will invariably receive respect in return. Shi Shan coldly uttered a few words before striding away. Upon returning to his office, he found no satisfaction in having slapped the prison warden. Instead, he was plunged into contemplation. Given Ma Quan's character, the fact that his slap did not provoke an outburst was perplexing. What could possibly be of interest to him in Shi Shan? After much fruitless pondering, Shi Shan decided to cease his speculations and instead fortified his mental vigilance towards Ma Quan. Unbeknownst to him, time slipped away. A sudden knock startled Shi Shan with delight, prompting him to hurriedly gather himself and open the door. Lu Gu, I lost track of time, Shi Shan said sheepishly. Here, I brought you your meal. Prisoners are human too. They need to eat, and you cannot forget such matters, as it is our duty, Lu Zhong replied. Receiving the lunchbox, Shi Shan earnestly reassured. Rest assured, Lu Gu, this will not happen again. Enough with the seriousness. Go deliver the food, Lu Zhong chuckled. Upon arriving at the Tianjia No. 1 cell, just as Shi Shan placed the meal down, he heard a disgruntled voice from Yao Jiang. You're late today? I'm starving. Surprised by Yao Jiang's remark, Shi Shan inquired. Has someone been offering you insights? What did they say? Please share. Seeing Yao Jiang's curiosity, Shi Shan felt a surge of joy. If he could receive Yao Jiang's comparative explanations, that would be even better. After recounting his experience, Yao Jiang nodded. Indeed, this person possesses some skill. However, his advice pertains to sparring, not to actual combat. If it were a matter of life and death, the fight would not unfold in this manner. Shi Shan was taken aback. What other forms could such a confrontation take? In the throes of life and death, each strike is lethal. When one chooses to act, they do so with utmost fervor. Yao Jiang spoke with an air of tranquility. Yet, the calmness of his words resonated in Shi Shan's ears like a thunderclap. In an instant, a tempestuous world unfolded within his mind. Navigating the martial realm, survival hinges on the edge of a blade. Passion burns within, erupting like the heavens themselves. When one refrains from action, it is one thing. When one engages, life and death are at stake. With a broader perspective, Shi Shan felt an unshackled sense of ease, as if every gesture bore the weight of martial prowess. Upon returning to his office, the tumult of emotions within him remained unquenched. He practiced his movements, throwing punches and kicks languidly, gradually coalescing a sense of lethal intent. May I enter? At that moment, Qi Ting's voice echoed from outside. Shi Shan halted his motions, wiped the sweat from his brow, and opened the door. I heard from Lu Zhong that you lost track of time and skipped the meal. Coincidentally, I haven't eaten either. So I went to the street and bought 2 baskets of dumplings for us to share, Qi Ting said, raising the 2 baskets in her hand. As the savory aroma of the dumplings wafted through the air, Shi Shan's stomach grumbled in response. Have you been preparing for your duel with Ma Chao, which has disrupted your daily routine? Shi Ting inquired as she placed the baskets on the table. Noticing Shi Shan's serious demeanor, Shi Ting momentarily lost her train of thought. Oh, it seems I arrived at an inopportune moment. Shi Shan, I was worried you might be famished. But it appears a fair maiden has already taken heed of your needs. At this juncture, Lu Zhang stood outside the door, holding a bowl of noodles, and playfully regarded the two. Noodles? What sort of sauce is this? With a gleam in his eyes, Shi Shan approached and took the bowl from Lu Zhang's hands. Beef noodles. I won't disturb you any further. I'll take my leave now, and I'll come back for the bowl in a while. Lu Zhang said as he turned to depart. Brother Lu, how much is it? Let me pay you, Shi Shan hurriedly interjected. Lu Zhang turned back, a look of displeasure on his face. It's just a bowl of noodles. Are you really discussing money with me? Do you not consider me a brother? All right then. Tomorrow I shall treat you and Qi Ting to a meal, Shi Shan replied. I didn't realize you had such a good relationship with Lu Zhang, Qi Ting remarked curiously after Lu Zhang had left. Well, in this prison, he's the only one bold enough to engage with me so openly. The others are, to varying degrees, wary of Ma Quan. Shi Shan said as he picked up his noodles to eat. I'm not afraid either, Qi Ting said with wide eyes. As the sun began to set, the workday came to an end. After exiting the prison, Shi Shan purchased some pastries at the market before heading straight to the Flying Sky Gang's headquarters. Upon arriving at the Flying Sky Gang, he presented his badge and was smoothly granted entry. Shi Shan, you've arrived, Duan Tianhua said, momentarily taken aback. Feeling as if Shi Shan had matured considerably. Just yesterday, he had seemed like a mere novice in the martial arts. Yet now he emanated the aura of a seasoned warrior, hardened by the trials of the world. How could such a transformation occur in just a day? Duan Tianhua pondered, involuntarily stealing a few more glances at Shi Shan, trying to discern if he was merely imagining things. Perfectly aligned with my desires, Shi Shan expressed with delight, observing his movements. It is evident that he does not resemble someone I would assist. What kind of martial arts has he mastered? His strikes are ferocious. Yet it remains elusive to discern his methodology. Who exactly is he? His decisiveness in action is striking. How could I possibly lack an impression of such a peer? As the crowd of onlookers swells, it marks the first occasion that Shi Shan has garnered such attention, causing his breath to falter and his offensive fluidity to diminish significantly. Witnessing Shi Shan's actions lose their former sharpness, the spectators are left somewhat disillusioned. It is rather unsatisfactory. Even the deputy leader has scarcely made a move. This might well be the most leisurely exchange I have seen from the deputy leader. If I were to face Ma Chao under such scrutiny, I fear I would embarrass myself. Accelerate the speed of your punches. They must not lag behind your initial strike. The force of your kicks lacks potency, and your evasive steps remain unchanged. Why not vary your footwork? Bang. What? Is he not beneath the deputy leader? Shi Shan? That name sounds vaguely familiar. What does the deputy leader imply by suggesting that we disciples lack talent? As Duan Tianhua's words escaped him, before Shi Shan could react, the surrounding disciples erupted in indignation. Their faces a portrait of discontent. Leader, witnessing the disciples' reactions, I sense that I may never be accepted into the Flying Sky sect, Shi Shan remarked with a smile. Duan Tianhua felt a twinge of regret, realizing that his words had inadvertently provoked the disciples of the sect. Yet, seeing their reactions, he felt a surge of anger, believing them to lack composure and grace. Duan Tianhua surveyed the arena, noticing that none dared to challenge Shi Shan, which incited a wave of frustration within him. He was about to call upon his disciples to step forward when a somewhat brash voice broke the silence. I will. At the sound of this declaration, Duan Tianhua felt a surge of joy and turned to see who had approached the stage, only to furrow his brow upon recognizing the disciple as Ho Xiaodong. Hailing from Xiaoba village, though endowed with strength surpassing that of the average person and known for his diligent training, he remained leagues away from the caliber of a third-rate master, merely a notch above the ordinary. Had his earlier words been too ambiguous? Did this individual fail to grasp that he implied Shi Shan was on the verge of breaking through to the ranks of a third-rate master? Ho Xiaodong of the Flying Sky Gang. Rest assured, deputy leader, I shall leave a favorable impression on brother Shi Shan, Ho Xiaodong declared with a brazen tone. Prison warden, Shi Shan. Shi Shan reciprocated with a respectful gesture. Warden? Since when did a mere warden hold such standing? To contend with the deputy leader of the Flying Sky Gang? Murmured the onlookers. Could it be the Shi Shan known for capturing demons? Upon Shi Shan revealing his identity, the previously subdued disciples erupted into fervent discussion once more. You are the guest. You may strike first, Ho Xiaodong said, assuming a stance. Seeing this, Shi Shan, without hesitation, responded with an affirming all right, and launched a powerful punch towards Ho Xiaodong. With a swift movement, Ho Xiaodong evaded Shi Shan's assault and countered with a palm strike aimed at him. Observing Ho Xiaodong's advance, Shi Shan prudently retreated 2 steps to evade the attack before executing a kicking maneuver. As Ho Xiaodong stepped back to avoid Shi Shan's kick, he inadvertently struck Shi Shan's foot with his palm. Sensing the force transmitted through Ho Xiaodong's palm, Shi Shan was momentarily taken aback. Initially, the exchanges had been cautious, exploratory assaults, as he presumed his opponent was of comparable skill. However, the power emanating from Ho Xiaodong's hand felt rather feeble. In the midst of his astonishment, Shi Shan decisively lunged forward, launching a flurry of punches. Bang! Bang! 2 strikes landed on Ho Xiaodong, causing him to double over, clutching his abdomen. Gradually straightening up, Ho Xiaodong, still holding his midsection, cast a glare filled with animosity at Shi Shan, proclaiming, "Remember my name, Ho Xiaodong." Upon witnessing the hatred in Ho Xiaodong's gaze, Shi Shan was puzzled. Was this merely a sparring match? Why such intense animosity? It evoked within him an unsettling feeling as if he had annihilated Ho Xiaodong's entire family. Chapter 68. Observers from all directions. Deputy Leader, I would indeed like to step forward, but alas, I am merely a third-rate expert. A handsome man declared loudly from the crowd, a confident smile gracing his face. Brother Du, are you attempting to bully others? Haha, Brother Du, you are no ordinary third-rate expert. The disciples of the Flying Dragon Gang, upon witnessing Du Shang's intention to challenge Shi Shan, began to jest. Shi Shan's expression shifted at their remarks. He was keen to spar with Du Shang, a self-proclaimed third-rate expert. Leader, you have stated that he will one day match your stature. Does that not make him an obstacle I should confront before he grows stronger? Du Shang spoke with a blend of bravado and cunning. Laughter erupted among the onlookers as they absorbed Du Shang's words. At the base of the Tenglong Gang, on the martial arts platform, Shige, rise, let us continue. Ma Chao shouted at the fallen Shangwan Jiao, his expression somewhat menacing. Have you lost your mind, Ma Chao? You've already brought Shangwan Shidi to the ground, and you still expect him to continue training with you? Exclaimed a passing disciple of the Tenglong Gang, discontent evident in his voice. Shangwan Jiao, shaking slightly, rose to his feet. I'm fine. Let us continue, Ma Chao. I will accompany you in practice. Observing Shangwan Jiao's unsteady stance, the passing disciple felt a pang of sympathy. After speaking, he leaped onto the training platform. Time swiftly passed, and the day of the martial arts competition for Ma Chao at Shi Shan arrived. The atmosphere at the Tenglong Gang was lively, with disciples encircling a training platform where Ma Chao stood in stoic silence, his eyes partially closed and arms crossed over his chest. At that moment, 2 individuals approached the Tenglong Gang's base. Lord Wang, what brings you here? Exclaimed Zhang Suiduo. Ah, Lord Qi has come as well. Truly a rare guest. Seeing Wang Shangyin and Qi Fu arrive together, Zhang Suiduo hurriedly welcomed them. Wang Zhu and Wang Xiaoxin, following closely behind Wang Shangyin, exchanged curious glances, both pondering how their father had suddenly garnered such esteem, eliciting a warm reception from the elders of the Tenglong Gang. Appreciating Zhang Suiduo's enthusiasm, Wang Shangyin felt quite pleased, fully aware that it stemmed from their business dealings with the Tenglong Gang. Meanwhile, at the Zhao residence, Zhao Tiankai summoned Huang Shiren and gravely inquired, Steward, do you know what day it is today? Upon hearing this, Huang Shiren's expression tightened as he hurriedly racked his brain, concerned he might have forgotten an important arrangement. Huang Shiren swiftly traversed through the significant dates in his mind regarding the Zhao residence, finding no indication of anything remarkable on this day. My lord, do you have any arrangements for today? Huang Shiren inquired with trepidation. Thud, thud. Zhao Tiankai, dissatisfied, struck the ground with his cane several times. Today is the day of the duel between Shi Shan and Ma Chao. Oh, I see they are dueling today, Huang Shiren responded with a dawning realization. Huang Shiren, do you not understand what needs to be done? Zhao Tiankai exclaimed, his anger palpable. Upon witnessing the fiery glare in Zhao Tiansai's eyes, Huang Shiren shrank back. My lord, what should I do? Smack. Zhao Tiankai struck Huang Shiren with his cane. Why are you still here? Hurry to the venue and see what prowess Shi Shan possesses now. My lord, I shall go at once. In a flurry, Huang Shiren turned and dashed away. At the prison in Shangyang town, Qi Ting bid farewell to Shi Shan. Originally, Qi Ting had sought permission from Ma Quan to observe the duel, but unfortunately, his request was denied, leaving him somewhat disheartened. Perhaps I should have offered a different justification. He pondered. Lu Zhong, how come Ma Quan granted you leave, but denied mine? Our reasons are identical. Qi Ting questioned Lu Zhong with discontent. Lu Zhong, feeling somewhat awkward, replied, I am merely playing the role of Ma Quan's eyes. How could I possibly receive the same treatment as you? Of course, Ma Quan will personally attend today. Just then, as they conversed, Ma Quan emerged from the prison gates. Shi Shan, you must perform admirably. Do not bring shame upon me, Ma Quan instructed Shi Shan. Humph. After a cold snort, Ma Quan mounted his horse and, with a flick of the whip, galloped towards the Tunglong gang's stronghold. Shi Shan, I shall accompany you, Qi Ting remarked, a sudden idea sparking in her mind upon seeing Ma Quan depart. Aren't you afraid of being scolded by Ma Quan? Shi Shan inquired in astonishment. What is there to fear? At worst, I shall resign from this position of warden, for I have already lost interest in this duty, Qi Ting replied, a smirk gracing her lips. However, Lu Zhong frowned beside them. Qi Ting, isn't that rather unwise? If you absent yourself from the prison without cause, what will the other wardens think of you? Li Zhong, the duel between Shi Shan and Ma Chao was instigated by me. How could I not be present? Qi Ting's expression darkened. I worry that your presence might provoke Ma Chao. Are you not aware that Ma Chao became a third-rate master precisely because he was stimulated by Shi Shan's ascension to the warden's position? If you provoke him further today, who knows, he might just become a second-rate master, Lu Zhong stated solemnly. Is that truly possible? Qi Ting asked, her face a picture of bewilderment. If it were that easy to become a second-rate master, I would hope for such stimulation myself. Ma Chao's rise to third-rate mastery surely stems from a solid foundation. I am merely a catalyst, Shi Shan asserted, taking the lead as he began to walk away. At the government office, cousin, are you going to witness the duel between Shi Shan and Ma Chao? Zhuo Xiushu inquired as he saw Su Feng striding towards the entrance. Hearing Shi Shan's name from Zhuo Xiushu's lips, Su Feng felt a surge of frustration. He turned around and nodded. I wish to see the progress of martial arts in Shangyang town. Take me with you. I too wish to witness it, Zhuo Xiushu urged. Zhuo Xiushu remarked with anticipation. Isn't it inconvenient for a woman like you to venture into the realm of martial sects? Su Feng was reluctant to accompany Zhuo Xiushu. If Shi Shan were to lose, it would be acceptable. However, if Shi Shan triumphed, it would be as if he had unwittingly facilitated their victory. Cousin, Zhuo Xiushu began to pout. But the voice of Zhuo Shuang interrupted her. Xiushu, those who inhabit the martial world are often predatory wolves. As a young lady, it is best to avoid exposing yourself in front of such figures. Upon hearing this, disappointment washed over Zhuo Xiushu's face. Then I shall seek out Tang Yur to play, she declared, and immediately dashed outside. Who is Tang Yur? Su Feng pondered aloud, watching Zhuo Xiushu's retreating figure. Chapter 69. The Spirit of a Warrior Tunglong Gang. Martial Arts Arena. Duan Tianhua, Ma Quan, Wang Shengyun, Qi Fu, Wang Zhu, and Wang Xiaoxin, among others, settled into a temporary viewing platform erected at the back of the arena under the guidance of Zhang Suiduo. That Ma Chao looks quite intimidating. Is Shi Shan his opponent? Wang Xiaoxin expressed her concern. I am unaware of when Shi Shan began his martial training, so how could I ascertain whether he is Ma Chao's rival? Wang Zhu sighed. For the first time, Wang Zhu felt a distance between himself and Shi Shan. The youth should engage in more sparring. Such contests foster growth, and one cannot truly know another without a clash. Ma Quan remarked leisurely. Zhang Suiduo echoed Ma Quan's sentiment, stating, indeed, as Master Ma has said, the young heroes should compete against one another. Only through such rivalry can true strength emerge and bolster the prestige of our Shangyang. At this moment, the onlooking disciples of the Tinglong gang grew somewhat impatient. When was the duel scheduled to commence, and why had Shi Shan yet to arrive? It appeared that Shi Shan was rather indifferent towards this contest, while Ma Chao maintained a posture of readiness. Who do you think will emerge victorious in this duel? Zhang Suiduo suggested. Why not place a wager to heighten our anticipation for the match? Upon hearing this, Zhang Suiduo beamed with delight, his gaze directed towards Ma. My lord Ma, shall we engage in a bet together? Ma waved his hand dismissively, remarking, these two individuals are connected to me. Betting on the outcome would not reflect well if the news were to spread. Not far from the Tunglong gang's base, Shi Shan approached, accompanied by Qi Ting and Lu Zhong, engaged in light-hearted banter, seemingly oblivious to the tension of the upcoming battle. Yet, beneath his jovial exterior, Shi Shan's mind was actively calculating the potential scenarios that could unfold during the duel. Shi Shan, Just as Shi Shan and his companions were about to enter the Tunglong gang's premises, a voice called out from behind them. "Brother Su?" Shi Shan turned around, surprised to see Su Feng. "I heard you were to duel with the disciples of the Tunglong gang. So I came to witness it and to behold your prowess, Brother Shi Shan," Su Feng said as he approached. "It is merely a contest between two inexperienced martial arts novices. Given your status as a warrior, how could you find it worth your attention?" Shi Shan replied with self-deprecation. However, Qi Ting and Lu Zhong were astonished, exchanging looks of disbelief at Su Feng's revelation. Was this young man truly a warrior? How could there be such a youthful warrior in the world? Only those who have endured years of rigorous training, like He Song in their 30s or 40s, can truly become warriors, can they not? At this moment, Qi Ting and Lu Zhong exchanged a glance, both feeling the shock reflected in each other's eyes. It became evident that individuals of true genius exist in this world. Martial arts demand mutual confirmation. Perhaps I too can glean insights from your combat. Su Feng spoke with an air of grandeur. Since you, Brother Su, possess such refined interests, allow me to accompany you within, Shi Shan replied with a hearty laugh as he stepped into the Tunglong gang's premises. The guards stationed at the Tunglong gang did not hinder Shi Shan and his companions, perhaps due to the day's martial arts competition, naturally perceiving them as spectators. Shortly after Shi Shan and the others entered, Zhao Fu's steward, Huang Shiren, arrived outside the premises. On the martial arts platform, Ma Chao, who had kept his eyes closed, suddenly opened them wide, his gaze fierce as he fixed it on the entrance of the premises. Following Ma Chao's line of sight, the gathered disciples of the Tunglong gang also turned their attention towards the entrance. Who is Shi Shan? And who is that striking woman? She possesses quite an impressive presence. Could Shi Shan be that young man clad in gray robes? He exudes such an aura of dominance. The overwhelming majority of Tunglong gang disciples ultimately settled their gaze on Su Feng, mistakenly believing he was Shi Shan, the one who would duel with Ma Chao. Shi Shan, it seems you may not possess the same striking appearance as I do. The disciples of the Tunglong gang have turned their attention to me, assuming I am you. Come to engage in battle. Sensing the gaze of the Tunglong gang disciples upon him, Su Feng spoke with a hint of pride. After all, they are all individuals from the realm, mostly rugged figures, whereas I am a scholar, and you are a person of the military, exuding an air of sternness. It is entirely understandable that these people misinterpret you as my challenger, Shi Shan said calmly. At that moment, Ma Chao on the martial stage called out to Shi Shan, "I have awaited you for quite some time." Upon hearing Ma Chao's words, Shi Shan halted his steps and locked eyes with Ma Chao. In that instant, the onlookers discerned the brilliance emanating from both their gazes. Even beneath the bright sun, this brilliance could be distinctly perceived by the naked eye. Nearby, Zhang Suiduo, upon hearing this, chuckled while stroking his beard, choosing not to speak but instead gazing at Ma Chao with admiration. Whoosh! With a series of leaps and a single bound, Shi Shan arrived upon the martial stage. "Brother, look! Shi Shan has ascended the martial stage," Wang Xiaoxin exclaimed excitedly, rising from her seat and pointing at Shi Shan who had just leapt onto the stage. Noticing Shi Shan's arrival, Ma Chao slowly lowered his arms, his expression turning complex as he glanced towards Qi Ting, subsequently closing his eyes and taking a deep breath. Su Feng also noticed this development, casting a surprised look at Shi Shan, then at Qi Ting. Overcome by curiosity, Su Feng inquired, "May I be so bold as to ask, what is your relationship with Shi Shan?" Qi Ting was caught off guard by Su Feng's sudden address, momentarily taken aback, for he was conversing with a young warrior. "We are colleagues. Shi Shan and I are both prison wardens," Qi Ting replied, a hint of bewilderment in her eyes. Under Su Feng's scrutinizing gaze, Qi Ting felt a twinge of embarrassment and instinctively stepped back from him. Meanwhile, on the martial arts platform, Ma Chao radiated confidence, looking at Shi Shan with a beaming smile. "Shi Shan, upon hearing that you have embarked upon the path of martial arts, I thought it fitting to showcase the elegance of our Tunglong fist to inspire you on your journey. The road of martial cultivation is long and arduous. One must forge ahead with courage." Listening to Ma Chao's profound words of guidance, Shi Shan couldn't help but smile in return. In Chapter 70, titled Breakthrough, it was unexpected to hear such eloquence from Ma Chao. I had underestimated him. His level of articulation was quite remarkable. Suddenly, a thought struck me. What would it be like if Ma Chao were to lose to Shi Shan? The onlookers among the disciples erupted in a stir at Ma Chao's remarks, their attention instantly riveted upon him. Shangguan Jiu gazed at Ma Chao with admiration. convinced that his senior brother embodied an invincible spirit. Ma Chao, do not presume that mastering the Tinglong Fist grants you the authority to guide others on their paths. Today, I shall enlighten you on the principle of there is no precedence in martial arts. It is the capable who lead. The journey of martial cultivation is fraught with obstacles. One must maintain a proper mindset, Shi Shan declared emphatically. From a distance, Su Feng, upon hearing Shi Shan's words, felt a surge of excitement, sensing that Shi Shan might have acquired some depth in martial arts. Anyone can engage in verbal sparring, but as a martial artist, let us allow strength to speak. Ma Chao stated, gesturing for Shi Shan to make the first move. Shi Shan took a step forward, slightly bending his knees, adopting a combat stance, declaring, "This is your Tinglong gang's territory. You may strike first. To prevent the onlookers from claiming I had the upper hand after I defeat you." Ma Chao scoffed softly, lifting his foot to strike the ground. He propelled himself forward and delivered a powerful punch aimed at the head of Shi Shan. However, Ma Quan furrowed his brow tightly, deeply dissatisfied with Ma Chao's ruthless approach, genuinely concerned that Ma Chao might severely injure Shi Shan. At that moment, Ma Quan regretted allowing the duel between Shi Shan and Ma Chao. He ought to have explored Shi Shan's capabilities through alternative means. Bang! The fists of Shi Shan and Ma Chao collided, causing both of their bodies to momentarily stutter backward, though Shi Shan's retreat was evidently more pronounced. Observing Ma Chao gaining the upper hand, Shang Wanjiu exclaimed, "Senior brother is mighty." Bang, bang, bang. Shi Shan and Ma Chao exchanged several solid punches, thrilling the spectators. After yet another collision, Shi Shan swiftly retreated a few steps, evading Ma Chao's relentless assault. Witnessing Shi Shan's retreat, a fierce glint flickered in Ma Chao's eyes as he charged at Shi Shan like a ravenous wolf on the hunt. "Shi Shan, watch out," Qi Ting shouted anxiously, while Lu Zhang beside her wore a tense expression. "Brother Shi Shan." Wang Shaoxin on the observation platform also called out in concern. Suddenly, Shi Shan executed a powerful kick aimed at Ma Chao's face. Whoosh! Ma Chao, taken aback by Shi Shan's unexpected attack, quickly retracted his fist, leaping aside to evade. Yet, Shi Shan seized this opportunity, launching himself into the air and delivering a series of kicks towards Ma Chao. Clap, clap. Ma Chao unleashed a flurry of punches, successfully blocking Shi Shan's kick. However, he was swiftly struck on the left shoulder by a descending fist from Shi Shan, a sharp, tearing pain radiating throughout his body. The onlooking disciples of the Tinglong gang collectively gasped, astonished that Shi Shan was the first to land an attack on Ma Chao. Haha. Duan Tianhua, upon hearing this, felt his smile gradually dissipate, replaced by a growing sense of gravity. Bang, bang, bang. At that moment, Ma Chao launched a series of attacks, his fists resembling a ferocious tiger poised to devour Shi Shan. "Look, Ma Chao has unleashed his offensive," Zhang Suiduo remarked, one hand pointing at the fearsome Ma Chao while the other stroked his beard. Boom. Uft. Suddenly, the tide of battle shifted. Shi Shan successfully landed a kick on Ma Chao's thigh, followed by a palm strike to his neck. Staggering back, Ma Chao, now furious, retreated hastily. Zhang Suiduo's expression darkened, feeling a sense of humiliation, pondering who Ma Chao's master in the gang could be, to have produced such a fighter. In the training arena, after a furious roar, Ma Chao crossed his arms before his chest and, with a twisted expression, charged at Shi Shan. Sensing the sudden surge of power from Ma Chao, intent on delivering a decisive blow, Shi Shan tightened his defensive stance, maneuvering to counter Ma Chao's fierce onslaught. Only then did Ma Chao truly unleash his offensive. Duan Tianhua, ready to support Zhang Suiduo and indulge his pride, suddenly found himself in a moment of stupor before stammering, "Is this what you call unleashing an attack?" In the arena, as Shi Shan executed a swift turn, he delivered a sweeping kick to Ma Chao's waist, instantly disrupting Ma Chao's balance. Following this, Shi Shan unleashed a powerful elbow strike to Ma Chao's face. The anguished roar of Ma Chao resonated throughout the venue, leaving the onlooking disciples of the Tinglong gang in stunned silence. In a sudden reaction, Zhang Suiduo sprang to his feet, his face ashen as he gazed toward the arena, where Ma Chao was retreating in pain. How could this be? How could my senior brother possibly be outmatched by Shi Shan? This scene was simply unfathomable. Shang Wanjiu stood in a daze, his expression marked by disappointment. "Shi Shan, well done. How magnificent." Below the platform, Qi Ting and Lu Zhang cheered exuberantly, their voices echoing throughout the arena. At that moment, Ma Chao threw his head back and let out a furious roar, charging towards Shi Shan with a flushed face. A series of clashes ensued. Shi Shan felt a sudden surge of energy coursing through him, as if his entire being had harmonized in perfect flow, and the strength in his hands escalated dramatically, with a decisive punch striking Ma Chao's abdomen once more. Shi Shan realized that he was no longer an insignificant player in this game. In that instant, he understood that he was about to embark on a remarkable journey of self-discovery. A breakthrough? Had Shi Shan truly ascended to the ranks of a third-rate master? Witnessing Shi Shan's transformation, Su Feng's eyes widened with realization. Contemplating the possibility that Shi Shan was using this duel as a means to elevate himself to a third-rate expert. Chapter 71. I was born and grew up in a powerful family's senior brother. Upon witnessing Ma Chao being struck in the abdomen by Shi Shan's powerful punch, Shang Wanjiu let out a painful roar, his expression reflecting his distress. Do not worry excessively, junior brother Shangwan. As martial artists, to become true masters, we must all endure trials in the valley of death. Today's match between Ma Chao and Shi Shan, compared to genuine battles in the Jianghu, is merely a trivial affair. Moreover, facing adversity early on can actually be beneficial for Ma Chao's development. A disciple of the Tunglong gang, sporting a thick beard, consoled Shang Wanjiu. Suddenly, a fierce roar erupted from Ma Chao, and the onlookers witnessed him attack Shi Shan with wild abandon. His techniques, however, no longer adhered to the principles of Tunglong Fist. It was evident that Ma Chao's mind was in disarray. Bang, bang, bang. Observing Ma Chao's turmoil, Shi Shan refrained from launching aggressive assaults, instead focusing on neutralizing Ma Chao's subsequent strikes with a defensive approach. Ma Chao, let us end this duel here. Your mind is already unsettled, Shi Shan advised kindly after blocking Ma Chao's punch. No, Shi Shan, I have not lost, and I shall never concede to you, Ma Chao shouted, his voice tinged with desperation, his face contorting in fury, resembling a rabid dog. With a series of clashes, thud, thud, thud. As Ma Chao transformed the contest into a brutal skirmish, Shi Shan's countenance grew serious, and his movements became increasingly fierce. Taking advantage of an unsteady Ma Chao, Shi Shan leapt forward, striking Ma Chao's face with a sharp elbow, sending him tumbling with a resounding thud. Before Ma Chao could stabilize himself, he let out a fierce roar and lunged forward with a clawing attack towards Shi Shan. At this moment, Ma Chao had completely lost his rationality. His assaults were utterly chaotic. Shi Shan effortlessly sidestepped the attack and delivered a kick, driving his knee into Ma Chao's abdomen. Oh! Ma Chao cried out in pain, collapsing to his knees while clutching his midsection. Shi Shan, however, refrained from taking advantage of the situation, standing coldly to the side. The onlookers from the Tunglong gang fell silent, unable to bear the sight of the kneeling Ma Chao. Brother, I never expected Shi Shan to be so formidable, exclaimed Wang Xiaoxin, her face alight with excitement, her eyes shimmering with brilliance from the viewing platform. Wang Zhu was equally exhilarated. Shi Shan had triumphed over Ma Chao, a fellow third-rate master. And now he felt a sense of belonging in the martial world, able to walk with his head held high. Initially, I had disapproved of my daughter Tinger being with Shi Shan, yet I never anticipated that Shi Shan could so effortlessly defeat another third-rate master like Ma Chao. Perhaps he is indeed worthy of my daughter after all, Chi Fu remarked with a grin, his eyes sparkling as he gazed at Shi Shan on the martial stage. Upon hearing this, Wang Shangyun's eyes widened in surprise. Brother Qi, since when did I know that Shi Shan was pursuing your daughter? Wang brother, today's duel between Shi Shan and Ma Chao is precisely because of my daughter. Otherwise, why would I have invited you to witness this match? I sought your company knowing your business ties with the Tunglong gang. It grants me a bit of leverage to ensure Shi Shan's safe departure from here, Chi Fu replied, unaware that Wang Shangyun intended to play matchmaker for Shi Shan and Wang Xiaoxin. Father, Wang Zhu interjected hastily, noticing Wang Shangyun's face redden as he prepared to argue with Chi Fu. Unbeknownst to me, it seems that Lord Qi has been misled. Wang Shangyun, upon hearing this, fell into contemplation. Considering the relationship between Wang Zhu and Shi Shan, it would be inconceivable for Wang Zhu to remain oblivious to Shi Shan's pursuit of Qi Ting. Meanwhile, Zhang Suiduo feigned calmness and remarked, a trifling sum of money is hardly worthy of concern. After all, Ma Chao is still in his youth, lacking in experience, and thus has failed to unleash the full potential of the Dragon Ascension Fist. His defeat is to be expected. Just as everyone believed the contest had concluded, Ma Chao suddenly slammed his palms onto the ground, propelling himself skyward, claws outstretched as he lunged at Shi Shan. With a resounding slap, Shi Shan struck Ma Chao's face, sending him flying. Ah! Ma Chao let out another furious roar, wildly thrusting his palms toward Shi Shan. With a deft sidestep, Shi Shan delivered a swift kick to Ma Chao's waist, sending him crashing to the ground. The fallen Ma Chao rolled and sprang back to his feet, launching yet another assault on Shi Shan. I now comprehend why Ma Chao, upon being usurped for a minor official position, was spurred to break through and become a third-rate master. He truly embodies a man driven to madness. Lu Zhong, observing the frenzied Ma Chao, gasped in astonishment. Qi Ting, overwhelmed with trepidation, inhaled deeply, reflecting on how fortunate she was not to have pursued a relationship with Ma Chao. Before her, he appeared as a refined gentleman, utterly concealing this frenzied aspect of his character. Ma Chao indeed possesses the makings of a formidable warrior. Su Feng also expressed admiration for Ma Chao's refusal to concede. The onlooking disciples of the Dragon Ascension gang fell into a profound silence, with Shang Wanjiu wearing a visage of anguish and confusion. On the spectator platform, witnessing Ma Chao being repelled time and again by Shi Shan, Zhang Suiduo could no longer remain seated. He swiftly leaped onto the stage, effortlessly grasping Ma Chao, who was still poised to attack. The contest ends here for today. Zhang Suiduo remarked coldly after restraining Ma Chao. No, I have not yet lost. I am still capable of fighting. Ma Chao retorted, his face contorting with rage. Ma Chao, Zhang Suiduo admonished sharply. This is merely a competition. Do not allow yourself to be lost in delusion. As a disciple of the Tenglong gang, you bear a far greater responsibility. A momentary setback will only serve to hasten your growth. What you must do now is to calm your mind and reflect, rather than engage in endless struggle here. Haha. Ma Chao laughed maniacally upon hearing this. As long as I am still standing, I have not lost this match. Brother, you are invincible. You have not been defeated, exclaimed the onlooker, Shang Wanjiu, raising his arm in fervor. Ma Chao, you are commendable. Your Tenglong fist is far from perfected. Come down, and let us practice together. Brother Ma, a true man sets his sights on great aspirations. There are plenty of beauties in this world. One day, when you become a warrior, you will realize that those so-called beauties are nothing but withered shadows. Influenced by Shang Wanjiu's fervor, the Tenglong gang disciples rallied to encourage Ma Chao, and the atmosphere grew lively. Observing this scene, Zhang Suiduo's stern expression softened, and he felt a sense of comfort. Initially disheartened by Ma Chao's repeated setbacks against Shi Shan, Ma Quan suddenly found solace in the sight of so many voices supporting Ma Chao. Seeing the multitude rallying in support, Ma Chao raised his head slightly, exuding an air of defiance as he proclaimed, I was born and raised in a formidable family. Today, I am merely being teased by a mere commoner. The disciples of the Tenglong gang, who had been vocally supporting Ma Chao, were suddenly struck dumb, their expressions frozen in astonishment at his words. Chapter 72. The Psychology of Victory. Standing beside Ma Chao, Zhang Suiduo was momentarily dazed, unable to comprehend why Ma Chao would utter such a statement after so long. Meanwhile, Shang Wanjiu in the audience wore a look of disappointment. How could the senior brother he had always revered say such a thing? I have never questioned the growth of my nephew, he thought. After speaking, Ma Quan hastily departed from the viewing platform, seething with frustration as he wished he could bury Ma Chao alive for having nurtured such a fool after all this time. Qi Ting and Lu Zhong exchanged astonished glances, equally taken aback by Ma Chao's unexpected declaration. Thank goodness that I shall have no further entanglements with Ma Chao, Qi Ting remarked, feeling a wave of nausea wash over him as he recalled the days when Ma Chao pursued him. How shameless can he be to say such things? Wang Xiaoxin pouted, her face a mask of indignation. Wang Zhu also scoffed, muttering that Ma Chao must have been psychologically distorted by Shi Shan's influence. I was born and raised in a formidable family. Today, I am merely being teased by a mere commoner. Upon hearing these words, Shi Shan was equally taken aback, staring incredulously at Ma Chao. Ma Chao, Shi Shan said earnestly, I am now convinced that you possess extraordinary talent. Upon hearing these words, Ma Chao held his head even higher. While an ordinary person would feel ashamed and seek to hide after enduring a beating in front of a crowd, you are remarkably different. It seems as though you are unaware of your own plight. Shi Shan spoke with a tone of deep admiration for Ma Chao. I admire your mindset. Your method of psychological victory is something everyone should aspire to learn. With a hearty laugh, Shi Shan turned and strode towards the edge of the training platform. Upon reaching the platform's edge, he suddenly halted, tilting his head slightly. By the way, I must add, I am fortunate not to be the discarded offspring of a powerful family. As soon as the words left his lips, Shi Shan leaped off the training platform. The onlookers from the Tunglong gang quickly parted, making way for him. On the platform, Zhang Suiduo cast a cold glance at Ma Chao before sweeping away with a flick of his sleeve. A spurt of blood erupted from Ma Chao's mouth, and he staggered, crouching down to support himself with his hands. Witnessing this scene, the Tunglong gang disciples acted as if they had not seen anything, chatting amongst themselves as they departed from the training platform. Shang Wanjiu looked at Ma Chao with disappointment. Seeing his disheveled state sparked a flicker of sympathy on his face. With a deep sigh, Shang Wanjiu rushed onto the platform to steady Ma Chao. Meanwhile, in the crowd, as Shi Shan leapt down from the platform, Huang Shiren turned and exited the Tunglong gang. Shi Shan, you are truly impressive. As Shi Shan approached, Qi Ting and Lu Zhong simultaneously extended their thumbs in approval. This minor skirmish is hardly worth discussing, Shi Shan proclaimed with spirited confidence. Brother Shi, you must have intentionally used your duel with Ma Chao as a means to achieve your breakthrough, correct? Su Feng inquired with a complex expression. Shi Shan smiled and nodded at Su Feng, affirming, indeed, I was on the verge of a breakthrough, and when Ma Chao challenged me, I seized the opportunity to facilitate my advancement, and fortunately, I succeeded. You either regard this duel with indifference or possess an audacious spirit, daring to seek a breakthrough amidst combat. Only a novice like Ma Chao would be oblivious to such nuances. Had he been a seasoned warrior, he would have thwarted your plans and taken the chance to teach you a lesson, Su Feng remarked, a hint of admiration for Shi Shan's bravery evident in his tone. Haha. Shi Shan burst into laughter, genuinely pleased with his achievement. Shi Shan, you have now ascended to the ranks of a third-rate master? Lu Zhong, listening to their exchange, asked in a somewhat dazed manner, while Qi Ting beside him gazed on with keen curiosity. Yes, I just broke through on the training platform, Shi Shan replied cheerfully. Upon hearing Shi Shan's confirmation, Lu Zhong's feelings grew complicated. The Shi Shan before him was significantly younger, yet in a mere span of time. He had witnessed Shi Shan transform from an ordinary individual into a third-rate master. Suddenly, an overwhelming sense of unreality enveloped Lu Zhong's heart. Meanwhile, Qi Ting gazed at Shi Shan with a somewhat dazed expression, perceiving a radiant aura surrounding him. Earlier, upon hearing that Ma Chao had become a third-rate master, Qi Ting felt no stirrings within. However, now, her thoughts danced with intrigue. Shi Shan Go, Wang Xiaoxin joyfully approached, her eyes seemingly sparkling like stars. Shi Shan Go, you are truly remarkable. You completely overwhelmed Ma Chao throughout the entire match, she declared in admiration as she dashed towards him. Shi Shan, feeling a bit embarrassed by her words, thought to himself that she was exaggerating. There was no such overwhelming victory. Shi Shan, with such charisma. Wang Zhu leisurely walked toward Shi Shan, drawing the attention of several disciples from the Tunglong gang with his loud call. As he reached Shi Shan, he playfully punched him on the shoulder, exclaiming, I never expected you to become a third-rate master one day. You must look out for me from now on. Shi Shan Gu, you must also take care of me. Wang Xiaoxin chimed in, closely following her brother's words. Now that you have achieved success, do not forget that I was the one who welcomed you on your first day in prison. Lu Zhong quickly interjected, eager to assert his presence. Qi Ting, witnessing the exchange, chuckled and jested, Shi Shan, do not forget that you are the first opposite sex I ever held hands with. Upon hearing this, Wang Xiaoxin's expression changed instantly, while Wang Zhu and Lu Zhong stared incredulously at Shi Shan and Qi Ting. Could it be that these two had a history? Feeling awkward, Shi Shan replied, if it weren't for you using me as a shield, there would be no match with Ma Chao today. Therefore, you should be even more grateful to me. Otherwise, how could you have utilized this contest to break through to become a third-rate master? Qi Ting said with a sense of pride. Then I must extend my gratitude to Miss Qi once again, Shi Shan replied, bowing respectfully to Qi Ting. A gentle laughter erupted amongst a few, while Wang Xiaoxin exchanged a glance with Wang Zhu, both relieved. Observing the lively scene before him, Su Feng seemed eager to immerse himself in the festivities. Suddenly, he spoke up, Shi Shan, I noticed some flaws in your martial arts performance earlier. Would you care for a friendly spar? I could point out where you faltered. At Su Feng's words, Shi Shan felt a stir within, but he quickly regained his composure. While this offer bore goodwill, he preferred to distance himself from Su Feng, who had previously issued threats against him. Thank you for your kind offer, Su Xiong, but I find myself rather fatigued and wish to refrain from further sparring. Shi Shan politely declined. Sensing Shi Shan's detachment, Su Feng smiled subtly and refrained from pressing the matter further. Chapter 73. Celebrating Victory. Leader, I sincerely apologize. But I truly have no intention of joining any sect in the martial world. If I were to venture into that realm in the future, my first choice would be the Flying Sky Gang, Shi Shan stated earnestly. Duan Tianyue chuckled lightly upon hearing this, then remarked contemplatively, Very well, do not take my words to heart. In time, I fear that this modest Shanyang town will not be able to hold you. Shi Shan, join the Thunderstorm Army with me. I assure you, your position will be equal to mine in the future. Su Feng seized the opportunity to extend his invitation once more. With a serious expression, Su Feng added, In the battlefield, achievements are measured by the number of enemies slain. Should you defeat 100,000 foes, titles and accolades will surely follow. Thank you for your goodwill. Su Xiong. However, my current aspirations lie in participating in the imperial examination, as I have invested considerable time in this pursuit and feel reluctant to abandon it, Shi Shan replied, his tone laced with a hint of melancholy. Enough of this talk. Brother Shi has triumphed in the competition. Let us find a place to indulge in a celebratory feast, my treat, proclaimed Lord Wang with exuberance. After uttering these words, he seemed to ponder something and turned his gaze towards Su Feng. What say you, my friend? Shall we join? Had Lord Wang not posed this question, Su Feng might have tacitly assumed he would accompany Shi Shan and the others. Yet with this inquiry, it was evident that Wang regarded him as an outsider. Thank you, Master, Shi Shan exclaimed with delight upon hearing Wang's words. I shall not accompany you, as it is still working hours. Lu Zhong hesitated, clearly wishing to partake in the celebration. Lu Zhong, what are you afraid of? You've already taken leave from Ma Quan. While I haven't even requested any time off, Qi Ting remarked with some discontent, feeling Lu Zhong was being overly timid. Lu Zhong's expression turned sour upon her words. It's not that I am afraid. Rather, I feel it inappropriate to indulge in merriment during working hours. Before Lu Zhong could finish, Lord Wang placed a hand on his shoulder and ushered him along. Today marks the inaugural competition for Shi Shan, and a victory indeed calls for celebration. They arrived at the Drunken Hero Tavern, the second most popular establishment in Shanyang town, just behind the Feng Tavern. By the time Shi Shan and his companions arrived, all private rooms were fully booked, forcing them to settle for a table in the bustling hall. What a day it is that the Drunken Hero Tavern is so crowded. They are completely out of private rooms. Lord Wang expressed his discontent. On such a joyous occasion, celebrating in the hall lacks the proper ambience. It matters not where we sit. We can save on the cost of a private room, Shi Shan replied pragmatically. Money cannot be saved in such a manner. It truly dampens the spirit, Lord Wang retorted, still in a foul mood, and called out, Waiter. The business at the Drunken Hero Tavern today was exceptionally bustling, to the point that even the waitstaff were overwhelmed. As Shi Shan engaged in casual conversation with a few companions, snippets of dialogue from the surrounding patrons drifted over. Faint yet discernible, the words Wanchuan Mountain Range, prey, and profitable harvest caught his attention. The mention of Wanchuan Mountain Range sent Shi Shan's thoughts spiraling back to a winter from his childhood. He vividly recalled the excitement of encountering various game, such as wild turkeys, jackrabbits, unicorn sheep, and young black pigs. The thrill of witnessing the young black pig in particular remained etched in his memory. They sold a portion of their catch, while saving some for sustenance, successfully enduring that harsh winter. It was only later that Shi Shan learned from Wu Laolu that his master, Zhang Long, ventured into the Wanchuan mountain range to hunt demonic beasts, and he came to understand the significant dangers associated with entering that treacherous terrain. Wu Laoyu's brother had perished in the depths of the Wanchuan mountain range. As Shi Shan's thoughts wandered, the waiter approached him. Young masters, please bring forth your signature dishes. And also 3 jars of bamboo fragrance, Wang ordered generously. Certainly, esteemed patrons, please wait a moment, the waiter replied, bowing as he surveyed the group. However, when his gaze landed on Qi Ting, he suddenly froze. Miss, what brings you here? He asked, surprised, for he knew that Qi Ting rarely dined at the tavern. Upon being recognized by the waiter, Qi Ting felt a faint blush rise to her cheeks, realizing that she would be the one treating today. What is going on? Wang looked on, perplexed, glancing between Qi Ting and the waiter. The innkeeper noticed the look in Wang Zhu's eyes and hurriedly explained, Esteemed guest, you may be unaware, but this Drunken Hero Pavilion is owned by the Qi family, and she here is none other than our esteemed eldest daughter. Upon hearing this, Wang Zhu felt a jolt of realization and, vexed, replied, I forgot that the proprietor of this establishment is Uncle Chi Fu. I merely sought a more reputable tavern. Nonetheless, it is settled. I shall treat. With that, Wang Zhu emphatically slammed his hand on the table, displaying an expression that suggested anyone daring to contest his invitation would face his ire. Qi Ting found the scene somewhat amusing. This is rather inappropriate, is it not? It is my domain, yet you insist on treating. You seem to overlook my position as the hostess. Allow me to treat instead. After all, it can be put on account, and I need not spend a dime. As she spoke, Qi Ting turned to the innkeeper, instructing him to bring forth not only the signature dishes, but also a few appetizers to accompany the drinks. Very well, miss, please wait a moment. I shall inform Manager Zhou of your arrival and have him cook for your table personally. Before long, a variety of dishes began to arrive: braised pork ribs, steamed suckling pig, honey-glazed roasted leg of lamb, green leaf-wrapped eggs, and fragrant rabbit heads, among others. 3 jars of bamboo fragrance were also delivered. Upon seeing the bamboo fragrance, Wang Zhu eagerly seized a jar, tore off the lid, inhaled the intoxicating aroma deeply, and proceeded to fill the wine bowls before each guest. Come, let us raise our cups to celebrate the victory at the Shi Shan martial arts tournament, Wang Zhu declared, lifting his wine bowl. Brother, I cannot manage this bowl, Wang Xiaoxin said, gazing apprehensively at her drink. I cannot handle this bowl either, Qi Ting admitted, her own fear evident. You ladies may partake at your leisure, Wang Zhu encouraged, and he was the first to down a cup with a resounding clang. Suddenly, a burly man at the table to the front left of me violently smashed his wine bowl. Innkeeper, he bellowed, his voice reverberating through the establishment. Chapter 74. The Identity of an Inferior Master. The man's action instantly captured the attention of those around him. The once boisterous hall fell into silence. All eyes fixated on the burly man. Shi Shan and his companions also set down their wine bowls, curiously gazing at the commotion. Hearing the man's call, the young attendant hastily rushed over. Get your manager here, the burly man demanded, showing disdain for the attendant. Please, esteemed guest, do not be angry. I will summon our manager immediately, the attendant replied calmly, turning to hasten away. Before long, a middle-aged man, clad in a blue robe and wearing a silk headscarf, arrived at the table, guided by the attendant. Esteemed guest, how may I assist you? He inquired. This was Zhou, the manager of the Drunken Hero Inn. The burly man glared at Zhou with fierce intensity. Are you the manager? He interrogated. I am Zhou Guang, the manager of the Drunken Hero Inn. May I ask what assistance you require? Zhou responded courteously. With a resounding thud, the burly man slammed his fist onto the dining table, his gaze fixed on the wine jar. Smell your wine, he commanded. Zhou's expression shifted at the words. He promptly lifted the wine jar to his nose. As he inhaled, his countenance darkened further. Without hesitation, he poured some wine into his mouth. After tasting, his expression soured immediately. Zhou Hai, what is the meaning of this? Why is the wine so weak? It must be a mix-up from the winery. Occasionally, they mistakenly blend ordinary wine with the bamboo fragrance. Upon hearing Zhou Hai's words, Zhou Guang hurriedly responded. This winery is becoming increasingly outrageous. I shall personally address this matter shortly. Quickly, bring these 2 esteemed guests the authentic Zhu Lixiang. Today's expenses are on the house for them. Understood, master, Zhou Hai replied, swiftly collecting the 2 jars of Zhu Lixiang from the table and hastily setting off to procure the proper wine. I sincerely apologize for the inconvenience, esteemed guests. This winery has indeed lost its way, selling ordinary wine under the guise of Zhu Lixiang. The waiter is already fetching you the correct wine. Rest assured, your expenses today are completely waived. Should you find the wine and dishes insufficient, feel free to request more from the waiter. We shall provide abundantly, Zhou Guang declared with generosity. Initially tense, Qi Ting was about to breathe a sigh of relief at Zhou Guang's handling of the situation when, suddenly, a burly man with a fierce beard slammed his palm onto the table, shattering it. Do you take me for a beggar? Feeling the force emanating from the burly man's strike, Zhou Guang was momentarily stunned, cold sweat beading on his forehead. He had always been cautious around individuals from the underworld, yet encounters with formidable characters were inevitable. It was evident that today he had crossed paths with one such individual. Witnessing this scene, Qi Ting abruptly rose from his seat, hastily approaching Zhou Guang. Seeing Qi Ting and the others from Shi Shan move towards them, the burly man seized the large knife resting on the bench, while another round-faced man across from him rose, drawing his sword. What, do you intend to bully us with your numbers? The burly man scoffed. casting a disdainful glance at Qi Ting and the others. "Two brave gentlemen, I am Qi Ting, the proprietor of this establishment." Qi Ting introduced himself. "In the town of Shangyang, our establishment, the Drunken Hero Inn, has been operating with integrity for many years, earning a commendable reputation. However, as time passes, occasional oversights are inevitable. I would like to extend my sincere apologies to the two esteemed gentlemen here. May I inquire how you wish to be compensated?" Qi Ting, suppressing the fear that surged within him, instinctively leaned closer to the stone wall. The burly man with the twisted beard let out a cold snort and replied indifferently, "Had you spoken this way earlier, I might have merely requested a change of wine. Yet, your innkeeper's attempt to shift the blame onto the winery and gloss over the matter is something I cannot overlook. We, my brothers, live by the blade. And to think we are served counterfeit wine here is unacceptable." Upon hearing this, Zhou Guang trembled, casting a helpless glance at Qi Ting. "This gentleman, it is indeed our innkeeper's fault, and I sincerely apologize on his behalf. Name your price, I shall compensate you." Qi Ting spoke in a fluster. "Is that so? You will pay any price?" The round-faced man, standing with a sword, inquired with a glimmer of greed in his eyes. Observing the situation, Qi Ting nodded. "As long as it is reasonable, the Drunken Hero Inn will certainly compensate." "Reasonable? My brothers and I are not known for being reasonable with those who offend us," the round-faced man retorted, shaking the flesh on his body. "State your demand." Qi Ting responded with seriousness. After exchanging gleeful glances, the burly man with the twisted beard spoke. "Money is not of interest to us. However, we demand that all expenses incurred by the patrons in this hall today be waived by your inn." "Agreed. Brothers, such camaraderie. Waitstaff, bring forth the finest food and drink." In an instant, the entire hall erupted with enthusiasm, voices rising in praise for the burly man with the flowing beard and the stout-faced giant. Observing the fervent crowd, Qi Ting felt somewhat bewildered, unsure of how to respond. Instinctively taking a step back toward Shi Shan. Noticing Qi Ting's confusion, Shi Shan stepped forward, shielding her behind him. "While you two may wish to play the role of benefactors, the Zui Xiaolu operates as a business, reliant on modest profits for its sustenance. To exempt the entire hall from expenses seems rather excessive. In my view, waiving the cost for your table alone would suffice," Shi Shan stated calmly. "Who are you?" The burly man with the flowing beard scoffed, casting a dismissive glance at Shi Shan. "My identity is of little consequence. What matters here is the enjoyment of dining together. The failure to serve you the authentic Zhu Li Xiang is indeed a shortcoming of the Zui Xiaolu, and it has dampened your spirits. However, both the owner and the manager are present to express their apologies. Why must you hold on to this grievance? In the realm of martial arts, having more friends is surely preferable. If you would kindly provide your names, I shall ensure that your future visits to Zui Xiaolu come with a complimentary jar of Zhu Li Xiang." Shi Shan took the liberty of speaking on Qi Ting's behalf. A jar of Zhu Li Xiang is not inexpensive, yet these two gentlemen were not from Shangyang town and likely would not frequent the establishment often. "Younger brother, though your complexion appears somewhat pale, your words carry considerable weight. Are you perhaps practicing some unique martial arts?" The burly man with the flowing beard suddenly shifted the topic. Shi Shan, taken aback by the abrupt change in conversation, nonetheless continued. "While I cannot claim to be practicing any special techniques, I am indeed devoted to the path of martial arts." Upon hearing this, the burly man's eyes sparkled with interest. "Shall we exchange a move or two?" Observing the eager demeanor of the bearded giant, Shi Shan inquired with confusion, "How do we proceed?" "Simply, we shall clasp hands," replied the bearded man as he extended his right hand. Shi Shan reciprocated, their hands intertwining. Suddenly, Shi Shan felt a surge of strength emanating from the bearded man's palm. Attempting to compress his fingers, in an instant, Shi Shan summoned his own strength. "A third-rate master? Huh, I, Shi Shan, have just triumphed over a third-rate master. We are here to celebrate our victory," Wang Xiaoxin declared proudly upon witnessing the bearded man's astonishment. After exchanging glances with the round-faced man, the two burst into laughter. "Well, your Drunken Hero Pavilion certainly holds some clout to have a third-rate master plead on your behalf. I, Hu Lao-san, shall accept this favor," proclaimed the bearded giant. "Owner, today's expenses for this esteemed master shall be on my account." With that, he retrieved a handful of silver from his garment and tossed it onto the counter. "Master, may our paths cross again." The round-faced man offered a respectful bow to Shi Shan before following in the footsteps of the bearded giant as they departed the Drunken Hero Pavilion. Those two brothers are once again flaunting their wealth. Hu Laosan truly cannot shed this elder brother demeanor, no matter where he goes. I suspect that the moment he steps out of the pavilion, he will feel a pang of regret. A handful of silver is quite a hefty show for him this time. After all, even a third-rate master commands a level of respect from individuals like us. With such a figure mediating, I reckon Hu Laosan will have ample opportunity to boast for quite some time. The remaining individuals in the hall engaged in lively conversation, creating a vibrant atmosphere. Thank you, Shi Shan, Qi Ting expressed gratefully, regaining her composure. Is the status of a third-rate master truly so advantageous? Shi Shan pondered, astonished by Hu Laosan's actions. Indeed, the ways of the Jianghu are ever unpredictable. Chapter 75. Plans. There's no need for anyone to treat. Someone has already settled the bill. Observing the silver on the counter, Wang Zhu sighed, remarking, such extravagance is not uncommon among those of the Jianghu. After speaking, he cast an envious glance at Shi Shan, realizing that attaining the rank of a third-rate master bestows a different standing in this realm. Shopkeeper, please ensure that the wine and dishes are commensurate with the value of that silver. We can't afford to have any left over, Wang Xiaoxin earnestly instructed Zhou Guang. Rest assured, I will arrange everything according to the value of that silver, Zhou Guang replied, attempting to ingratiate himself. The group resumed their seats, and after a few more rounds of drinks, the atmosphere rejuvenated once more. Qi Ting, I must apologize for earlier. I took the liberty of waiving the fees for those two and even included a complimentary jar of Zhu Li Xiang with each visit, Shi Shan admitted, feeling a bit embarrassed. Acknowledging the earlier tension, Qi Ting smiled warmly at his words. What are you saying? Had you not intervened, I would still be at a loss on how to face those two. Come, as a third-rate master, I raise my cup to you, Qi Ting proclaimed, lifting her wine bowl. All right, enough of this matter. Let us not dwell on it and spoil the mood. Today's theme is to celebrate Shi Shan's victory. Come, let us all raise our glasses together. As Wang Zhu spoke, he beckoned Lu Zhong and Wang Xiaoxin to raise their wine bowls. Cheers echoed amidst laughter as the gathering came to a close. However, observing Qi Ting's slightly intoxicated demeanor, the two felt hesitant to concoct excuses to prevent Shi Shan from leaving. Have someone summon a carriage, Shi Shan declared, preparing to depart. No, I wish to take a stroll to sober up, Qi Ting replied, her complexion deepening in hue. Very well. Subsequently, Shi Shan and Qi Ting walked side by side. Brother, why did you not dissuade Shi Shan from accompanying Qi Ting? This is Xia Tower, a property of the chief family. It would suffice to have a staff member from the establishment assist her. Why waste Shi Shan's time? Wang Xiaoxin remarked with irritation, watching the duo's retreating figures. Wang Zhu felt somewhat vexed. How can I intervene? Such matters of the heart are delicate. My involvement might provoke Shi Shan's resentment. Furthermore, I wouldn't worry too much. Qi Ting appears to be older than Shi Shan. He may not be inclined to pursue a woman of greater age. Is that so? Wang Xiaoxin's expression brightened at these words. On the street, Shi Shan and Qi Ting walked in silence, taking in the bustling crowd and the stalls lining the street. Suddenly, Qi Ting pointed to a vendor. I wish to have cotton candy. All right, Shi Shan replied, approaching the stall, where he picked up a bundle of cotton candy. After settling the payment, he handed the confection to Qi Ting. Shi Shan, what are your plans moving forward? Qi Ting inquired after taking a bite of the cotton candy. What are my plans? Shi Shan pondered for a moment. For now, I shall remain in the prison. I have no desire to join any sects in the martial world. I intend to participate in the imperial examinations in the future. Is it truly your aspiration to become an official? Qi Ting jested. Shi Shan chuckled in response. It is not the desire for office that drives me. Rather, for someone like me, only through the imperial examination can I alter my fate. Besides, I have invested considerable effort into this pursuit, and thus, I must take the examination. Observing the resolute gaze in Shi Shan's eyes, Qi Ting found himself increasingly captivated. After escorting Qi Ting home and noticing that the evening was still young, Shi Shan made his way to Zhang Long's residence. Upon arrival, he discovered the door ajar. Puzzled, he entered the room, where he found Zhang Long and Li Dazhuang animatedly conversing. Shi Shan, you've arrived just as we were speaking of you, Zhang Long exclaimed with a grin. You rascal, not only did you rid my mother-in-law of her ailments, but you also neglected to inform me of it. I am truly grateful. Li Dazhuang rose and bowed to Shi Shan. Please do not do that. He is my disciple. Your courtesy towards him places me in an uncomfortable position. Zhang Long hurriedly interjected. Shi Shan quickly sidestepped Li Dazhuang's bow, saying, Uncle Li, Please refrain from such gestures. I merely performed the duties expected of a disciple. Suddenly, a thought struck Shi Shan. By the way, Uncle Li, after I left that day, did a young man in white visit your home? Are there others in your village afflicted by any peculiar ailments? Shi Shan inquired, his expression turning serious. Peculiar ailments? No. I have not heard of anyone in the village falling ill recently. Li Dazhuang responded with a puzzled look, failing to grasp Shi Shan's concern. What brings you here in broad daylight? And why do you carry the scent of alcohol? Suddenly, Zhang Long inquired with a stern expression. Upon hearing this, Shi Shan smiled and replied, Master, today I engaged in a duel with Ma Chao. After winning, the Lord and others celebrated my victory, so I indulged in some wine. Duel? What duel? Zhang Long was unaware of Ma Chao's challenge to Shi Shan. Subsequently, Shi Shan recounted the events leading up to the duel. What? You have become a third-rate master? Zhang Long was profoundly astonished, his face illuminated with excitement upon learning of Shi Shan's breakthrough. Indeed, Master, I have become a third-rate master, Shi Shan affirmed with a solemn nod. Excellent. 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 After reiterating his approval several times, tears glimmered in Zhang Long's eyes, as if emerging from a long period of darkness into the light of day. Observing Shi Shan's ascension to a third-rate master, Li Dazhuang also felt immense joy. Although he had sensed Shi Shan's extraordinary nature since the day he expelled Ren Lihua's pest, hearing Shi Shan claim the title of a third-rate master stirred his emotions greatly. Today, Li Dazhuang had come to the town's market to sell some dried goods, and by chance encountered Zhang Long, who subsequently brought him to his residence. After they had shared a meal and exchanged pleasantries, Li Dazhuang took his leave. With Li Dazhuang gone, Zhang Long prepared to venture out to sell lanterns. Just then, a flash of sword light darted in from the side. Shi Shan swiftly retreated, narrowly evading the thrust. The assailant, momentarily taken aback, could hardly believe that such a meticulously planned attack had been so effortlessly dodged by Shi Shan. Ah, take this! The assailant shouted, launching another assault on Shi Shan. As Shi Shan deftly evaded the attack, he sidestepped forward, striking the assassin's sword from his grasp with a swift motion. In a flash, he seized the assassin's throat, constricting it. The assassin, whose breath was being stifled, turned a deep shade of crimson, the veins on his forehead bulging as he gasped for air. With a swift motion, Shi Shan removed the assassin's mask, revealing a somewhat familiar visage. This assassin was Zhao Si, the very one who had attempted to take Shi Shan's life before. Spare me, Zhao Si gasped, his life hanging by a thread. Shi Shan, sensing the imminent cessation of Zhao Si's breath, pushed him back, declaring that while death could be avoided, he could not escape the consequences of his actions. As he spoke, Shi Shan swiftly retrieved Zhao Si's fallen sword and, with a single stroke, inflicted a deep gash upon Zhao Si's thigh, causing blood to spurt forth. Ah! Zhao Si screamed in agony, collapsing to the ground, clutching his wounded leg. I welcome your continued attempts to assassinate me, Shi Shan remarked, discarding the sword as he strode towards the door. Though he harbored a desire to eliminate Zhao Si then and there, he refrained, knowing that shedding blood at his doorstep would undoubtedly attract the attention of the authorities, resulting in undue complications. Moreover, as a scholar, he was not mentally prepared for the act of murder. The psychological impact of taking a life weighed heavily on one's conscience. Upon returning to his residence, Shi Shan felt an inexplicable surge of excitement and immediately began practicing the Nine Suns body refinement. Under a grand tree, Ma Chao sat with his back against the trunk. His senior, Shang Wanjiu, approached him, a complex expression on his face. What brings you here? Haven't you noticed how everyone has distanced themselves from me? Ma Chao retorted with a cold smile. Brother, why did you utter those words? Sensing the emotional turmoil within Shang Wanjiu, Ma Chao realized that if he failed to provide an answer that Shang Wanjiu could accept, he too would find himself estranged. In a moment of fleeting anger and embarrassment, I uttered those thoughtless words. Ultimately, Ma Chao resolved to align with Shang Wanjiu's sentiments and articulated, I knew you were not the kind to look down upon the common folk. Upon hearing this, Shang Wanjiu was filled with elation, exclaiming, I shall clarify this to everyone and dispel any misunderstandings regarding you. With his desired answer in hand, Shang Wanjiu dashed away. Shi Shan, watching Shang Wanjiu's retreating figure, Ma Chao roared the name of Shi Shan, his eyes ablaze with fury. In the government office, Zhou Xiushu inquired curiously, Cousin, do you believe Shi Shan easily triumphed over Ma Chao, who is also a third-rate master? Su Feng, reluctant to mention Shi Shan in Zhou Xiushu's presence, had previously revealed the outcome of the duel when Zhou Shuang had asked during their meal, and now, Faced with Zhuoxiushu's question, he felt a twinge of displeasure. Indeed, Ma Chao was not in his right state of mind. Perhaps he was blinded by emotional turmoil, which led to his swift defeat by Shi Shan. Su Feng remarked nonchalantly. Emotional turmoil? If Ma Chao was not in his prime, why would he still challenge Shi Shan? Zhuoxiushu questioned, puzzled. Su Feng, seizing the opportunity, recounted the entangled affairs between Shi Shan, Qi Ting, and Ma Chao. Are you saying that Shi Shan and Qi Ting have become involved, while Ma Chao harbors feelings for Qi Ting? Hence the duel with Shi Shan? Zhuoxiushu articulated the sequence of events. Indeed, Qi Ting was also present to witness the match. I saw her, and she is quite beautiful. It is no wonder that both Shi Shan and Ma Chao would vie for her favor, Su Feng said deliberately. Is that so? I did not expect that Shi Shan, with his seemingly frail demeanor, would attract anyone's affection. Zhuoxiushu's expression was one of sudden enlightenment. Upon hearing Zhuoxiushu's words, Su Feng abruptly questioned whether he should have disclosed the matters involving Shi Shan, cheating, and Ma Chao, sensing that his actions might have had an adverse effect. In the Yangshan town prison, Ma Quan sat in his office, his face clouded with gloom. How could Ma Chao possess such a lack of emotional intelligence? Brazenly voicing such remarks in public? Ma Quan muttered angrily to himself, cursing Ma Chao several more times before regaining his composure and beginning to analyze Shi Shan. It seemed that Shi Shan had already ascended to the rank of a third-rate master, capable of defeating Ma Chao. Ma Quan pondered this development. With such prowess, even if I were to master the dream exchange soul technique, I would need to strategize carefully. Lost in thought, Ma Quan suddenly rose and left the prison, mounting his horse and heading towards Yangshan. In the Zhao residence, Zhao Tiankai sat in his study, contemplating writing a letter to Zhao Yin to inform her of Shi Shan's victory over Ma Chao. After several attempts to put pen to paper, he ultimately decided against writing to Zhao Yin. After squinting in thought for a while, Zhao Tiankai abruptly took up the pen again, but this time, the letter was not addressed to Zhao Yin. Shi Shan continued his training until darkness fell, finally pausing his efforts. After throwing a series of punches, he felt a profound sense of satisfaction. Initially, Shi Shan had envisioned training as an exceedingly tedious endeavor. However, the exhilarating sensation of enhanced strength brought an unparalleled sense of achievement. Once his emotions settled, Shi Shan opted not to prepare a meal but to continue his training, sitting cross-legged with closed eyes, meditating on the mysteries of the universe. The allure of martial arts power was already intoxicating. How magnificent must the power of the arcane be? In the stillness of the void, all things come into existence. The heavens and the earth undergo their cycles, the sun and the moon shine perpetually, and the seasons unfold in their rhythmic dance. This time, Shi Shan has gained a deeper understanding, as if he has felt the vitality of the profound mysteries and the vigorous life force of the universe. Suddenly, Shi Shan opened his eyes wide, a beam of golden light flickering within, piercing through the emptiness before him. Clarity emerged, the mysteries becoming increasingly evident. He was on the verge of grasping them. Rising slowly, he stepped outside, gazing up at the moon gracing the sky. In that moment, thoughts surged forth. A sage. He must become a sage. He must wield that immense power. Shi Shan reaffirmed his determination to become a sage. At the Qi residence, Qi Fu inquired of Qi Ting when she would bring Shi Shan home to meet her parents, only to be informed by Qi Ting that their relationship was merely platonic, leaving him momentarily astonished. Qi Ting then recounted the incident of using Shi Shan as a shield. However, Qi Fu's eyes sparkled with a sudden realization, as the saying goes, the one nearest the water tower gets the moonlight first. Since Shi Shan is willing to act as your shield, it indicates his affection for you. My daughter, you are no longer a child. I see Shi Shan as a suitable match for you. Shall I arrange for a matchmaker? Father, what are you saying? Upon seeing his daughter's expression, Qi Fu chuckled heartily. Chapter 77. The promotion of Ma Quan in the Yangshan town prison. Shi Shan arrived early at the office. He picked up his research notes and began to study diligently. On the latest page, he found records of Zhuo Shuang's reflections on the Book of Sun and Moon. As I perused the Book of Sun and Moon, I became acutely aware of the sun traversing the vast azure sky and the moon suspended in all directions. From the dawn of time, when heaven and earth first came into being, the sun and moon emerged, illuminating all living things. Just as he became engrossed in this realization, a procession of colleagues from various prisons approached to congratulate him on his victory over Ma Chao. Amidst the cascade of accolades, Shi Shan found himself momentarily dazed, dutifully receiving the well wishes of wave after wave of colleagues. Even those with whom he had little interaction, such as the left and right prison officers and the supervising officer, came forth to extend their congratulations, instilling within him a sense of having entered the inner sanctum of the prison hierarchy. It is worth noting that within the prison system, the warden oversees the chief warden, the prison director, and the chief officer. Beneath these three lie the left and right officers, along with the supervising officer, who collectively constitute the core of power within the institution. As the congratulatory throng began to dwindle, only Lu Zhong remained. These individuals were astute observers, recognizing that the warden was not displeased by his triumph over Ma Chao, but rather inclined to promote him, prompting them to curry favor. Lu Zhong, with a hint of disdain, remarked, "What promotion?" Shi Shan inquired incredulously. Under normal circumstances, the prospect of advancement would have delighted him. However, the notion of being promoted by Ma Quan failed to ignite any excitement within him, instead casting a shadow of conspiracy. Furthermore, he yearned to maintain his connection with Yao Jiang. Observing Shi Shan's impassive demeanor, Lu Zhong noted the absence of excitement regarding the impending promotion, elevating his regard for Shi Shan in his mind and believing him to possess lofty aspirations. Shi Shan remained oblivious to Lu Zhong's inner thoughts, preoccupied instead with how to decline the promotion offered by Ma Quan. By noon, having received no notification from Ma Quan regarding his advancement, Shi Shan, in a state of confusion, picked up his lunchbox and made his way to the underground prison. "Hey, hand me that lunchbox. I'll tell you where to find buried treasure." A prisoner beckoned as Shi Shan stepped into the dim depths. "All right, reveal the location first, and I shall give you the lunchbox," Shi Shan replied, continuing on his path. "Come closer then, don't go any further," the prisoner called out anxiously as he watched Shi Shan move away. With a smile and a shake of his head, Shi Shan pressed on. The inmates in the underground section were anything but ordinary, with some exhibiting insatiable appetites, making it unsurprising that the meager prison rations were insufficient. Upon arriving at the cell of Tianjia, Shi Shan set down his lunchbox. "Wasn't it you who delivered my meal yesterday?" I felt a pang of melancholy, thinking the prison had assigned someone new. "To my delight, you have returned today," Yao Jiang expressed cheerfully, his body trembling slightly, causing the chains around him to rattle. Noticing Yao Jiang's sincerity, Shi Shan felt a flicker of joy. The sensation of being remembered was truly gratifying. "I was unable to bring you your meal yesterday as it was the day I sparred with Ma Chao," Shi Shan explained. "Oh, how did it go?" Yao Jiang inquired eagerly. "I emerged victorious and successfully ascended to the rank of a third-rate master." "Bravo, Shi Shan. Your prowess is truly remarkable. I had no idea you possessed such extraordinary talent in martial arts. Achieving such a breakthrough in such a short span," Yao Jiang praised earnestly. The others extolled Shi Shan, yet he felt little joy from their praise. However, at this moment, as he listened to the words of commendation from Yao Jiang, his heart stirred with emotion. "It is all thanks to the guidance and opportunities provided by my predecessors. Without the 9 young body refinement and your insights, I would not have achieved my current accomplishments." Yao Jiang felt a sense of comfort upon hearing this, for the first time realizing that being confined here was not as torturous as it once seemed. Becoming a mediocre expert is indeed a significant and monumental achievement for you at this juncture, but you must elevate your vision. The road ahead is still long and arduous, and you have merely taken a small step. Shi Shan nodded gravely, comprehending that his life is still long and his journey far from over. "By the way, how is your understanding of the Xuanji progressing?" This was the first time Yao Jiang inquired about Shi Shan's cultivation progress. In the Tunglong Gang's conference hall, the leader spoke. "Isn't this rather inappropriate? After all, Ma Chao is a member of the Ma family." Zhang Suiduo furrowed his brow. "What? Are you so apprehensive just because of one Ma family member?" scoffed the Tunglong Gang leader, Xiahou Dong. "Leader, Ma Chao's father, Ma Nian, is an officer in the Fire Forest Army. If we send Ma Chao on a mission to the Wangchuan Mountains, it may provoke Ma Nian's displeasure," Zhang Suiduo explained. "Humph. Ma Chao's ability to utter such words after his defeat in the competition clearly indicates his lack of mental fortitude. Go tell Ma Chao that if he fears death, he should withdraw from the Tunglong Gang. We do not harbor cowards in our ranks," Xiahou Dong retorted coldly. Upon learning of the duel between Ma Chao and Shi Shan, Xiahou Dong resolved to send Ma Chao, along with several other disciples, into the Wangchuan mountain range to hunt formidable beasts, intending to temper Ma Chao's skills. Zhang Suiduo, the appointed leader for this expedition, rushed to meet the leader, Xiahou Dong, upon seeing Ma Chao's name on the list. "Very well. I shall inform Ma Chao and allow him to make his own choice," Zhang Suiduo affirmed. Individuals like Ma Chao only grasp the essence of martial arts through life and death struggles. Should he shy away from confronting mortality, he will perpetually dwell in the shadow of Shi Shan. Xiahou Dong remarked thoughtfully. I comprehend, Zhang Sui Duo responded, seemingly enlightened. In the prison of Shenyang town. In Ma Quan's office, Shi Shan sat casually before Ma Quan. Shi Shan, I truly did not anticipate that you would best my nephew, Ma Quan said. A look of earnestness on his face. So, it appears that Lord Ma attended the duel with the intention of witnessing my folly. I hope I did not disappoint you. Shi Shan retorted with a smile. Ma Quan, taken aback, shook his head. What are you saying? My intention in attending was to witness the brilliance of both you and my nephew in combat. I merely presumed my nephew would emerge victorious, given that he achieved the rank of a third-rate master before you. Is that so? I wonder if our duel will meet the splendid expectations you hold, Lord Ma. Shi Shan inquired provocatively. Ma Quan, momentarily taken aback, felt a surge of indignation but endeavored to maintain his composure. Splendid, indeed, exceedingly splendid. Haha, I am glad not to have disappointed you. Shi Shan laughed heartily, observing Ma Quan struggle to conceal his emotions. Shi Shan, I have summoned you today to convey some significant news, Ma Quan said, casting a glance at Shi Shan before continuing. You have now attained the status of a third-rate expert. The position of a jailer is no longer befitting for you. I have decided to promote you directly to the position of Chief Officer. Chapter 78. Chief Officer O? Pray tell, what does this Chief Officer entail? Shi Shan inquired, intending to tease Ma Quan and thoroughly dissuade him from contemplating any alterations to his position. Ma Quan was momentarily taken aback by the question. You've been here for quite some time, yet you remain unaware of the duties associated with the jailer's role? Humph. I have only interacted with Lu Zhong and Qi Ting on occasion. As for the others, I have had no dealings and no one has informed me of their titles, Shi Shan replied coldly. Upon hearing this, Ma Quan felt a twinge of embarrassment. Recognizing that it was his own oversight that had led to Shi Shan's isolation within the prison. It seems you ought to enhance your communication with your colleagues in the prison, Ma Quan remarked with a forced chuckle. The position of chief officer ranks just below that of the warden and the deputy warden within the prison hierarchy. Your primary responsibilities will revolve around logistics, managing finances, provisions, and the like. Upon hearing the term finances, Shi Shan sensed a hint of conspiracy. My lord, you certainly hold me in high regard. While I may have become a third-rate expert, I am still young, lacking in life experience, and devoid of management expertise. To elevate me to the role of chief officer, overseeing finances and such, is rather excessive praise, Shi Shan stated calmly. Shi Shan, experience is garnered through practice. Simply embrace the role and manage it boldly, Ma Quan replied grandly. Shi Shan stood up directly from his position. I shall continue my role as the jailer. After all, the prison in Shenyang town is not my permanent abode. My lord, you should refrain from harboring any thoughts of altering my position. I have no regard for the position of prison warden. You? Upon hearing that Shi Shan looked down upon even the position of warden, Ma Quan felt a surge of anger recalling the efforts he had expended for that very role. After Shi Shan departed, Ma's expression turned cold and menacing. Very well, Shi Shan, I initially intended to use financial matters to ensnare you. Since you refuse to fall into this pit, I shall continue to dig one for you. Everything you currently possess serves merely to adorn my own ambitions. As he walked towards the office, Shi Shan noticed Qi Ting standing outside the door, her face alight with excitement. Shi Shan, have you been promoted? No, I have rejected the promotion, Shi Shan replied, pushing the door open. Qi Ting pursued him with a question. Was it because the position was too insignificant? Director is not exactly insignificant, Shi Shan smiled. Upon hearing this, Qi Ting's eyes widened in astonishment. Director? That is my superior, one of the three heads. You turn that down? Opportunities do not simply fall from the sky. Given my relationship with Ma Quan, do you truly believe he would treat me kindly? Qi Ting took a moment to collect her thoughts and responded, Indeed, Ma Quan is not a good person. Considering you have just defeated his nephew, it is quite strange for him to promote you to director. As the saying goes, a tree that stands out in the forest will surely be blown by the wind. Ma Quan's intention in promoting you to director is certainly not benevolent. When soldiers come, they shall be met with soldiers. When water rises, it shall be met with earth. If Ma Quan solely focuses on opposing me, I will show no mercy and will retaliate in kind, Shi Shan declared with conviction. Observing Shi Shan in this moment, Qi Ting felt a pang of melancholy. realizing that in such a short time, Shi Shan had gained greater confidence in confronting Ma Quan. While Shi Shan and Qi Ting engaged in their conversation, Lu Zhong entered. Shi Shan, Lord Ma has summoned you and instructed me to arrange for a carriage to take you there. Lords was summons me? Shi Shan responded, puzzled, unsure of the reason behind Zhuo Shuang's request. Following Lu Zhong's arrangements, Shi Shan boarded the carriage and proceeded to the government office. Upon arriving, he was escorted by butler Lu Zhuang to Zhuo Shuang's office. My lord, Shi Shan has arrived. Zhuo Shuang, engrossed in reviewing documents, seemingly did not hear Lu Zhuang's announcement and continued his earnest work. Observing Zhuo Shuang's demeanor, Lu Zhuang felt hesitant and glanced at Shi Shan. Shi Shan gestured for Lu Zhuang to refrain from disturbing Zhuo Shuang. My lord, Shi Shan has arrived, Lu Zhuang said hastily, concerned that Zhuo Shuang might continue his work without acknowledging the visitor. At this, Zhuo Shuang looked up. Shi Shan, you have come. Please take a seat. Lu Zhuang, why did you not inform me of Shi Shan's arrival? My lord, Lu Zhuang stammered, feeling somewhat anxious under Zhuo Shuang's scrutiny. I saw you deeply engrossed in your documents. Hence I did not wish to interrupt. Shi Shan interjected, coming to Lu Zhuang's defense. Upon hearing this, Zhuo Shuang sighed. Recently, the harvest from several villages have been poor, and many have written to request support from the town. Upon hearing this, Shi Shan refrained from further inquiries, for he was not a man of the government office. Shi Shan, I have summoned you today to impart some important news, said Zhuo Shuang. Noticing that serious matters were at hand, Shi Shan's expression became earnest, curious about the nature of the announcement. Tomorrow, the county's educational supervisor will convene a meeting with the esteemed leaders and inspectors from each town to review their educational reports. Each town is also required to present an outstanding student for evaluation, Zhuo Shuang revealed. Initially, the supervisor had recommended another young scholar from the town named Yang Tian, who, like you, participated in this year's imperial examination but regrettably did not succeed. After careful consideration, I have decided to take you instead. Upon hearing this, Shi Shan felt a pang of bitterness. He was well aware of Yang Tian's reputation as one of the most distinguished students at Zhang Sun's academy. The rivalry between Zhang Sun's and Tang Bin's schools was well known, yet both educators were men of considerable refinement and maintained an amicable relationship. The poem Zhang Sun composed for the border defense during Zhuo Shuang's birthday banquet lingered vividly in Shi Shan's mind. However, the students from both academies often found themselves embroiled in various conflicts over academic competitions. The county's educational supervisor hailed from the prestigious Taishua, and capturing his attention could greatly benefit your future political aspirations. Zhuo Shuang spoke with profound implication. I shall heed your guidance, esteemed sir, Shi Shan replied with a bitter smile. What other choice do I have? Would it be wise to decline your good intentions? It is impossible. One must seize every opportunity, and any potential envy from others can be dealt with at a later time. Upon receiving Shi Shan's agreement, Zhuo Shuang felt a surge of joy. Very well. We shall set off early tomorrow. Please arrive at my office promptly. Shi Shan humbly remarked. It was merely good fortune that allowed me to break through. Zhuo Shuang replied. Fortune tends to favor those who are prepared. I admire your courage in taking this step. Shi Shan felt a bit overwhelmed by the praise. Observing Shi Shan's modest demeanor, Zhuo Shuang entertained the notion of uniting Shi Shan with Lu Xiu. Perhaps it would be splendid for Xiu and Shi Shan to be together. A life filled with ups and downs could indeed be more exhilarating, Zhuo Shuang mused. Noticing Zhuo Shuang's sudden silence, Shi Shan assumed it was a hint for him to take his leave. As he began to rise, Zhuo Shuang called out, "Come in." Without waiting for Shi Shan's response, she shouted toward the door. Soon after, a guard entered. My lord, Zhuo Shuang commanded, go and summon Xiu. As Shi Shan contemplated his departure, Zhuo Shuang engrossed herself in reviewing documents, disregarding Shi Shan's presence. Shi Shan was reluctant to engage further with Lu Xiu, not due to Su Feng's threat, but because he felt that a connection between him and Lu Xiu was implausible. Even as a third-rate expert now, he still perceived a significant disparity in their statuses, feeling that he could not aspire to such heights. Just as Shi Shan hesitated, Lu Xiu arrived at the office. Father, you called for me? She inquired, approaching Zhuo Shuang. Xiu, please take Shi Shan to my study, Zhuo Shuang instructed. If he has set his sights on a particular book, let him take it without hesitation. Zhuo Shuang did not lift his gaze, merely giving a brief instruction. Oh, Zhuo Xiu responded with an acknowledgement and then turned to Shi Shan, saying, come with me. Thank you. Given the circumstances, Shi Shan could only express his gratitude to Zhuo Xiu and then followed her to the study. As the two stepped out of the study, they encountered Su Feng. "Brother Shi, cousin, where are you headed?" Upon seeing Shi Shan and Zhuo Xiushu together, Su Feng's expression subtly shifted, his voice tinged with a low tone. "Cousin, my father asked me to bring Shi Shan to the study," Zhuo Xiushu replied with a smile. "I see. I shall accompany you," Su Feng said, his demeanor darkening further at Zhuo Xiushu's words. It appeared that his uncle was intent on creating opportunities for Shi Shan and Zhuo Xiushu to interact. Am I truly so lacking? Overshadowed by an outsider? Why does my uncle show such favoritism towards Shi Shan? Su Feng seethed inwardly, casting furtive glances at Shi Shan. "Shi Shan, do you enjoy reading?" Zhuo Xiushu inquired during their walk. "Quite so. Whenever I have the leisure, I indulge in reading," Shi Shan replied. "I too find joy in reading," Zhuo Xiushu remarked. Then continued with her inquiry. "So, do you believe reading is superior to martial arts?" Upon hearing this, Zhuo Xiushu examined Shi Shan, surprised to find that despite his pale complexion, he possessed the same well-rounded talents as her cousin. "I dare not compare myself to Su Gu. I merely strive to attain a semblance of both literary and martial prowess." While Su Gu has achieved remarkable accomplishments in both fields, Shi Shan humbly responded, "You consider yourself inferior to my cousin. Yet why did my father deem the poem you composed that day to be superior to my cousin's verses?" Zhuo Xiushu inquired, puzzled. Upon hearing Zhuo Xiushu's remark, Su Feng's expression darkened. "Xiushu, what are you saying?" Shi Shan is merely being modest. Amidst their casual conversation, they arrived at Zhuo Shuang's study. "We have arrived. Choose any book you wish," Zhuo Xiushu said as they entered the study. "Thank you for guiding me," Shi Shan replied, his excitement palpable as he surveyed the shelves brimming with books. Such a plethora of literature, he mused, even his mentor, Tang Bin, possessed none quite like these. The shelves boasted volumes on literature and history, military strategy, medicine, agriculture, and much more, each category a testament to the vast knowledge contained within. After circling the shelves several times, Shi Shan finally paused and selected a book. "An overview of military systems?" Su Feng exclaimed in surprise upon seeing Shi Shan's choice. Having anticipated he would select a book related to the imperial examination instead. Indeed, Shi Shan possesses a profound interest in military affairs. Shi Shan chuckled in response. Who does not yearn for the thrill of battle, to embrace the battlefield, and meet one's end wrapped in a horse's hide? In that case, why not? Before Su Feng could finish his thought, Shi Shan raised a hand. "I do not wish to enlist at present. After all, I have failed the examination and cannot bear the thought of not attempting it again." "Very well." Sensing Shi Shan's resolve, Su Feng ceased his persuasion regarding joining the Fenglai army. "What? Lord Zhuo is taking you to the county for a conference tomorrow?" Upon hearing the report from Shi Shan, Ma Quan expressed a sense of surprise, yet soon found solace in the fact that Zhuo Shuang had always held Shi Shan in high regard. It was entirely reasonable for him to take Shi Shan to meet the county's official. "Shi Shan, this is a rare opportunity. I have heard that the county official hails from the esteemed Taishua, so you must make a good impression before him," Ma Quan earnestly advised. After all, Shi Shan's future was intrinsically linked to his own. If Shi Shan could capture the official's attention, it would be an immense stroke of fortune. Observing Ma Quan's concerned demeanor, Shi Shan felt a moment of perplexity. His meeting with the official, accompanied by the town's dignitary, should have no bearing on Ma Quan. So why did he display such genuine concern? This left Shi Shan somewhat bewildered as he departed from Ma Quan's office. As the new day dawned, Shi Shan arrived early at the government hall's conference room. Before long, the district supervisor, Qinli, also made his entrance. Shi Shan had encountered Qinli a few times and was somewhat acquainted, though they were not close. "Greetings, supervisor," Shi Shan respectfully acknowledged him. Qinli, however, responded with a somewhat indifferent nod before closing his eyes to rest, awaiting Zhuo Shuang's arrival. Recognizing Qinli's demeanor, Shi Shan was unfazed, aware that Qinli was displeased with Zhuo Shuang's choice of him over Yang Tian for this meeting. Before long, Zhuo Shuang arrived at the conference room. "Supervisor Qin, have the revisions to the report been completed?" Zhuo Shuang inquired as he entered. Upon hearing this, Qinli promptly retrieved a manuscript from his pocket and handed it to Zhuo Shuang. "Sir, I worked through the night to revise it. There were a few areas you did not amend, so I took the liberty of making adjustments as I deemed appropriate." "Well done." Zhuo Shuang took the manuscript, opened it, and scrutinized it for a while before folding it back and placing it in his bosom. "Let us set forth to the county," he declared. The three mounted their horses and, under the escort of a contingent of soldiers, gallantly made their way towards Qinghua County. Upon their arrival at the Qinghua County Government Office, the assembly hall was already abuzz with activity. Director Chun, it has been quite some time, said a middle-aged man clad in dark attire, who rose to greet Chun Li with a respectful gesture. You must be the newly appointed town chief of Shangyang Town? He inquired of Chun Li. After acknowledging the greeting, the middle-aged man turned to Zhuo Shuang. My lord, this is Tan Fei, the supervisor of Changshan Town. Chun Li whispered to Zhuo Shuang. Indeed, I am Zhuo Shuang, the town chief of Shangyang. Zhuo Shuang replied with a courteous bow. Tan Fei's eyes sparkled with recognition as he expressed, I have long admired your reputation. At that moment, a middle-aged man dressed in white stood up. It is truly an honor to meet you, Lord Zhuo, whose name I have heard for ages. I am Yilin, the town chief of Changshan. Yilin bowed respectfully to Zhuo Shuang. Upon hearing this, Yizhan rose and bowed deeply to Zhuo Shuang. Is this the representative of your students from Changshan Town? Chunli asked, somewhat surprised as he looked at Yizhan. Typically, there were few female scholars attending the meetings presided over by the educational director, as the Du dynasty did not permit women to participate in the imperial examinations. The rarity of women dedicating time to scholarly pursuits made Yizhan's presence as a representative from Changshan Town all the more remarkable, highlighting her exceptional talents. After exchanging pleasantries with Zhuo Shuang, Yizhan cast a curious glance at Shi Shan. In Chapter 80, The Pursuit of Knowledge, Yizhan noticed Shi Shan's pale complexion, yet vibrant demeanor, leading her to suspect that it might be the result of excessive indulgence. Contemplating this, she inwardly scoffed, questioning how such a person could be invited to attend such a significant meeting. Could it be that the town chief and the supervisor from Shangyang Town were similarly indulgent? With these thoughts, Yizhan cast a disdainful glance at Zhuo Shuang and Chun Li. As Zhuo Shuang, Chun Li, and Shi Shan took their seats, Yizhan observed that the designated spots in the conference hall were already filled with attendees. At that moment, Peng Tong, the county instructor of Qinghua County, entered the hall accompanied by several officials. Good day, Instructor Peng, they greeted upon seeing him adorned in a silk cap and feathered robe. The crowd rose in unison to acknowledge him. As he made his way to the main seat, Peng Tong gestured for everyone to be seated. Once he settled into his position, he surveyed the room and, seeing that all were present, began, as all representatives from the towns have arrived. We shall officially commence today's meeting. Upon hearing Peng Tong's words, the attendees focused their attention on him, listening intently. First and foremost, I must convey the latest directives from Lord Liu, our county chief, regarding educational matters. As he spoke, he recited the instructions from Liu Zhizheng, emphasizing the importance of prioritizing educational work, allocating sufficient human and material resources, and fostering a conducive teaching environment. After concluding, Peng Tong took a sip of tea and lowered his voice to add, this year, our county's educational performance has noticeably declined compared to previous years. Upon hearing these words, the expressions of those present shifted significantly, eagerly anticipating Peng Tong's subsequent remarks. In this examination, only 2 individuals from our county achieved commendable results. A stark contrast to the previous session, where 4 distinguished themselves. Peng Tong spoke with a grave demeanor. After a brief pause, he scanned the room. The atmosphere became thick with silence, and all attendees hurriedly averted their gazes from his watchful eyes. This marked Shi Shan's inaugural participation in such a gathering. And amidst the oppressive ambience, he felt an overwhelming sense of unease. I have summoned you all today not out of whimsy, but due to pressing circumstances that compel me to discuss the educational efforts in Qinghua County, Peng Tong asserted. Let us commence with the reports from each town. Yilin, you shall begin with Changshan Town. At being called upon, Yilin's heart raced, and he swiftly opened his manuscript, preparing to deliver his report. Bring me that manuscript. Peng Tong interjected. No one is permitted to read from their notes. At his command, an official approached Yilin and collected his manuscript. With the document now in another's possession, Yilin felt a bead of sweat form on his brow. Fortunately, he had reviewed the content multiple times and managed to convey his report, albeit with some hesitation. As Peng Tong continued to name each town, the reports flowed one after another until it was Zhuo Shuang's turn. With a steady voice, Zhuo Shuang reported, our town, Shangyang, had 2 participants in the examination, both of whom unfortunately did not succeed. However, our scholar Shi Shan has recently achieved the rank of a 3rd-tier master. 3rd-tier master? Upon hearing Zhuo Shuang's report, the expressions of the other townsmen shifted noticeably. Even within the confines of Qinghua County, individuals of both literary and martial prowess are exceedingly rare. The mention of the third-rate master, Shi Shan, elicited a similar response from Peng Tong, who inquired of Zhuo Shuang whether Shi Shan had indeed arrived. "My lord, this individual beside me is none other than Shi Shan," Zhuo Shuang replied, gesturing towards Shi Shan seated at his side. In an instant, all eyes in the room converged upon Shi Shan. At that moment, Chun Li, the supervisor from Shanyang Town, displayed a look of sudden realization. It became clear why Zhuo Shuang had declined to endorse Yang Tian, opting instead for Shi Shan. Both had participated in the imperial examinations and faced failure. Yet Shi Shan's status as a third-rate master starkly distinguished him. Meanwhile, Yi Zhan gazed at Shi Shan in astonishment, taken aback to discover that he was indeed a third-rate master. His pale complexion raised questions. Had he perhaps cultivated some extraordinary technique? Recalling his earlier disdain, Yi Zhan felt a wave of shame wash over him, lowering his gaze in embarrassment. Peng Tong, observing Shi Shan, was even more astonished. "Shi Shan, you must still be quite young, am I correct?" A collective gasp echoed through the assembly, including Peng Tong, a third-rate master who had participated in the imperial examinations and was under 17. What a remarkable concept. This signified a radiant future ahead. Indeed, Zhuo, you are truly commendable. Hailing from the illustrious Beishan city, upon your arrival in Shanyang Town, such a prodigy has emerged in your jurisdiction. Peng Tong praised, to which Zhuo Shuang responded somewhat awkwardly. "This is the result of Shi Shan's own diligence. I have yet to fulfill my part." Lord Zhuo has shown remarkable humility. The customs and academic atmosphere of a town are primarily influenced by its esteemed leaders. The emergence of a talent like Shi Shan from Shanyang Town owes much to Lord Zhuo's contributions. Yi Lin spoke highly of Zhuo Shuang, and as soon as he voiced his praise, the other town leaders hastily followed suit. After all, the meeting today bore a weighty atmosphere, and any town could potentially be singled out for scrutiny. With the exceptional example of Shanyang Town now on display, everyone was eager to elevate its stature, hoping to lighten Peng Tong's mood. Observing the fervent accolades directed at Zhuo Shuang, Peng Tong felt a sense of relief, for Shanyang Town's achievements were indeed his own. Subsequently, Peng Tong called upon each remaining town, inquiring about their educational endeavors in a rather detached manner. After listening to the reports from all the towns, he delivered a summative address. He broadly affirmed the educational efforts of each town, expressing hope for their continued enhancement. At the same time, he highlighted certain common issues, urging the towns to implement changes in pursuit of elevating the educational standards of Chihua County. Once the summary concluded, the atmosphere in the room began to ease. After sipping some tea, Peng Tong smiled and announced, "As per tradition, I shall inquire into the knowledge of the students from each town. Recently, I have noticed that the attendees are predominantly young scholars, including a female student." As he spoke, the eyes of the assembly turned towards Yi Zhan, who was disguised as a male. Unfazed by the attention, Yi Zhan was accustomed to being the focal point wherever she went in Longshan Town. However, when she noticed Shi Shan's gaze upon her, she suddenly felt a rush of warmth to her cheeks. The remaining youth of the town, upon noticing Yi Zhan's slightly flushed visage, were momentarily taken aback. Chapter 81. Does heaven have a surname? I pose the question, does heaven possess a surname? I invite the scholarly youths to deliberate on this matter. Among the assembly, you are the sole female scholar. Please share your thoughts. My surname is Liu. How do you know this? Because heaven's surname is Liu, hence I know. Well said. Observing that Peng Tong refrained from further inquiries, Yi Zhan let out a sigh of relief. Shi Shan, does heaven have a surname? Suddenly, Peng Tong directed his question at Shi Shan. In an instant, all eyes in the room turned toward Shi Shan, and Yi Zhan's gaze brimmed with anticipation, eager to discern Shi Shan's response. How do you know this? Is it not the case that amidst the vastness of heaven and earth, one singular surname is favored among myriad individuals? Shi Shan retorted to Peng Tong. Confronted by Shi Shan's counter-question, Peng Tong fell silent. At that moment, the light in Yi Zhan's eyes intensified as she fixed her gaze on Shi Shan, seemingly attempting to penetrate his very essence. The realm belongs to the Son of Heaven, who is ordained by the heavens. If the Son of Heaven possesses a surname, can it not be Liu? Peng Tong resumed his inquiries. Is it solely the Liu surname that claims dominion? Its benefits extend to the entire world. Thus it acquires the realm. Shi Shan could scarcely comprehend how he had departed from the county office as conference hall. In the face of Peng Tong's questioning, though he maintained an outward calm, his heart was in turmoil, a stark contrast to the serene facade he projected. After all, Peng Tong was the highest-ranking official he had ever encountered. Lord Left, truly, Yang Town is a cradle of talent, remarked Yi Lin, the town chief of Changshan Town, with a tinge of envy as he stood at the entrance of the county office. Esteemed Sir Yi, I am well aware of the profound academic atmosphere in Changshan Town. Otherwise, we would not have produced such an exceptional female scholar. As Zhuo Shuang spoke, he cast a glance at Yi Zhen. Ha ha, upon hearing this, Yi Zhen broke into laughter. This is my daughter, Yi Zhen. She has grown under my tutelage since childhood. Yet that alone cannot attest to the scholarly vigor of Changshan Town. At that moment, Yi Zhen gazed expectantly at Shi Shan, hoping for an introduction facilitated by her father. However, until Yi Lin and Zhuo Shuang took their leave, neither party had allowed Yi Zhen and Shi Shan the opportunity to exchange names. Alas, as a young lady, Yi Zhen ultimately lacked the courage to do so. Yet, would there be another chance to bid farewell to Shi Shan? At this moment, Yi Zhen's myriad of emotions found no one to confide in. Upon returning to Shenyang Town, with daylight still lingering, Shi Shan made his way to the Feitian gang's headquarters. Shi Shan, what brings you here? Have you ceased your duties at the prison? I accompanied Lord Zhua to the county, and, seeing that it was still early, I thought I would come here for a visit, Shi Shan replied with a smile. Very well, let us engage in a few rounds, Duan Tianhua said, beckoning Shi Shan to a training platform where they began to practice together. Whoosh, haha, bang, 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 swish, swish, swish. After a vigorous exchange, both were drenched in sweat. Shi Shan nodded, I shall find a way. At these words, Shi Shan smiled bitterly, realizing that he must devise a means to gather funds. This thought led him to recall his aspirations of writing a novel, and then to the recent buzz surrounding the Wangchuan mountain range. Perhaps it would be worth the risk to venture into the Wangchuan mountain range and seek his fortune? Recently, the town has seen an influx of wandering individuals from the martial world, which has significantly boosted the business of the local inns and taverns. These adventurers have captured a multitude of prey. Some process their spoils right in town, while others transport them to the county for further handling. There are even rumors of rare and precious beasts being sent to the capital for processing. Despite occasional tales of some martial artists meeting their demise in the Forgotten River Mountains, the allure of substantial profits continues to tempt many into taking the risk. At this moment, Shi Shan is filled with excitement. Writing novels may yield some income, but it requires a considerable investment of time. Conversely, hunting in the nearby Forgotten River Mountains could lead to swift financial gains. Come, let us exchange a few more moves. Bang, bang, bang. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Ha ha ha. In a thrilling exchange of palms, both combatants find immense satisfaction, growing increasingly exhilarated. Duan Tianhua occasionally releases some of his power, catching Shi Shan off guard on several occasions. Yet, rather than feeling disheartened, Shi Shan is invigorated. Experiencing such profound strength at minimal cost is a remarkable opportunity. Being subjected to attacks of a power far exceeding his own allows Shi Shan to vividly envision the path of martial arts before him, bolstering his confidence in his training. The disciple from the Flying Sky Gang, responsible for guiding Ho Xiaodong's cultivation, notices the latter's expression and kindly inquires, Thank you, senior brother, Ho Xiaodong responds excitedly. Upon reaching the door, he retrieves his keys to unlock it when suddenly, a voice emanates from behind. In this vast world, among countless people and surnames, can one truly claim exclusivity over just one name? Chapter 82. Transformation. Following Shi Shan into the room, Su Feng meticulously observes the surroundings. The demeanor of Brother Shi before the magistrate of Qihua County is truly admirable. In this humble abode, such an individual as Brother Shi emerges. Listening to Su Feng's praises, Shi Shan chuckled, asserting that only extraordinary figures like Su could arise from the vastness of the world, beyond the confines of noble families. Brother Shi, you flatter me. Throughout history, many heroes have emerged from humble beginnings, while noble families have often produced mere wastrels, Su Feng remarked thoughtfully. Those born into affluent families, devoid of survival pressures, naturally indulge in the pleasures of this splendid era. It is indeed a rarity for someone like you, Brother Su, to aspire to gallivant across the battlefield in loyalty to the nation, Shi Shan replied sincerely. After exchanging a few more casual words, Su Feng abruptly broached a direct inquiry. Shi Shan, if my uncle wishes to betroth my cousin to you, would you accept? Taken aback by the question, Shi Shan laughed and said, Why would your uncle forsake such an exceptional person like you to marry off your cousin to me? Su Feng paused momentarily, responding, I cannot say for certain. Moreover what? Shi Shan inquired with curiosity. I have noticed that my cousin seems to have developed an interest in you. Su Feng admitted, a hint of resignation in his voice. Is that so? I had the impression that she harbored some animosity towards me. Shi Shan expressed his surprise. Su Feng sighed. Perhaps initially it was due to my influence that she felt some hostility towards you. However, I believe now she harbors curiosity and perhaps some peculiar sentiments towards you. If it were merely my uncle's unilateral desire to matchmake, I could devise some means to intervene. Yet, if it is my cousin's own wish to marry you, I would be powerless to stop it and could only offer my blessings. Listening to Su Feng's helpless words, Shi Shan spoke up. You need not worry about that. I am not yet inclined towards marriage. You still have ample opportunities. Is this truly the case? Su Feng asked with delight. If it were indeed true that Shi Shan had no thoughts of matrimony at present, it would certainly be the most favorable outcome. Indeed, it is true, Shi Shan replied. After a moment of contemplation, he accepted Su Feng's guidance. Feeling a slight easing in their relationship, Shi Shan reflected that engaging with such a person, devoid of any entanglements of interest, while possessing some abilities of his own, could lead to the warmth of friendship and camaraderie. However, once interests conflict, one must be prepared for potential opposition. After Su Feng departed, Shi Shan picked up the book titled Overview of Military Systems and began to read. During their earlier conversation, Su Feng had shared some insights regarding the military, which had greatly clarified Shi Shan's understanding of the armed forces. Thus, with his thoughts now coherent, he delved into the overview of military systems. In the Dayu dynasty, the Grand Marshal commanded the armies of the realm, yet the Chancellor oversaw 6 ministries, one of which was the Ministry of War, responsible for military logistics, creating a system of checks and balances between the Grand Marshal and the Chancellor. After reading for a while, Shi Shan set the book aside, took a few sips of water, and then began to practice 9 suns body refinement. Once he had engaged in this cultivation for a sufficient time, he freshened up and began to contemplate the mysteries of heaven and earth. At the newly established residence of the Wang family, everyone was bustling about, hanging lanterns, pasting auspicious characters, and putting up couplets, all in an effort to create a vibrant atmosphere for the housewarming banquet. Master Wang, please go to Zhonglong's place and purchase a few more lanterns, someone suggested. Wang Shangyun instructed, do we still need to buy more? There is no space left to hang them. Wang Zhu lamented, having just hung a lantern. Indeed, as he surveyed the surroundings, it was evident that there was no additional room for more lanterns. What does it mean to be prepared for any eventuality? Quickly, go purchase a few more for me. Wang Shangyun retorted, refraining from expressing his intention to strengthen ties with Zhonglong very well. I shall procure them at once. After all, it is also to support Uncle Zhang's business. Wang Zhu replied as he mounted his horse and set off with several attendants towards Zhonglong's residence. As Zhonglong spoke, he was about to present an invitation card back to Wang Zhu. Uncle Zhang, consider what you were saying. You are indeed the master of Shi Shan. The status of Shi Shan in Shangyang town is no longer what it used to be. Who would dare show him a sour face? Your own position has risen with it. Wang Zhu chuckled. If you do not attend my family's relocation banquet, it would imply you look down upon the Wang family. Clearly, Wang Zhu's words pleased Zhonglong. Splendid. I shall certainly make an appearance. I have also acquired a few new garments recently. I shall don them and ensure I do not bring you any disgrace. As Wang Zhu departed, Zhonglong felt a surge of emotion. In the past, he could scarcely have imagined being invited to the Wang residence's relocation banquet. Reflecting on this, he shook his head and smiled, considering that he had never anticipated the prospect of marriage. All these transformations were brought forth by Shi Shan. As thoughts of Li Yiner's beauty crossed his mind, his smile deepened. Time swiftly passed, and the day of the Wang residence's relocation banquet arrived. After finishing work that day, Shi Shan, accompanied by Qi Ting, first visited the marketplace to purchase a potted jasmine flower before heading towards the Wang residence. Upon arriving at the gates of the Wang residence, the steward, Wang Ming, joyfully announced in the drawing room, young Master Shi has brought a potted jasmine. Hearing his old acquaintance, Wang Ming, refer to him as young Master Shi, Shi Shan felt a slight flush of embarrassment. Brother Shi Shan, you've come, exclaimed Wang Xiaoxian, who, upon hearing Wang Ming's call, rushed excitedly out. However, upon seeing Shi Shan enter alongside Qi Ting, her expression darkened. The Bloodblade ancestor from Changshan town has presented 30 taels of silver. Just as Wang Xiaoxian was about to approach Shi Shan, the steward called out once more. Chapter 83. Bloodblade ancestor brother Shi Shan, sister Qi Ting, what brings you both here together? Wang Xiao Xian inquired with a composed demeanor as she approached Shi Shan. Xiao Xian, are you not aware that Shi Shan and I are colleagues from the prison? Qi Ting responded, a playful smile gracing her lips as she looked at Wang Xiao Xian. Oh, is that so? You are indeed prison colleagues. Come, let us proceed to the drawing room. Wang Xiao Xian said, turning to lead Shi Shan and Qi Ting inside. At that moment, the Bloodblade ancestor entered through the main door, observing Wang Xiao Xian's retreating figure with a contemplative expression. Brother Shi Shan, your seat is here. Sister Qi Ting, please sit behind Lord Qi. Wang Xiao Xian arranged the seating. Noticing that Wang Xiao Xian had separated her from Shi Shan, Qi Ting felt somewhat displeased but refrained from voicing her thoughts. Complying with Wang Xiao Xian's instructions and taking her seat. Ancestor, you have finally arrived, Wang Shangyun remarked as the Bloodblade ancestor entered the drawing room, personally stepping forward to greet him. How could I, the Bloodblade, possibly be late for Lord Wang's relocation banquet? The Bloodblade ancestor, Yu Cheng, replied with a hearty laugh. Ancestor, please, come and take your seat. Wang Shangyun warmly ushered the Blood Knife ancestor to a seat beside him, indicating that the esteemed guest was among the most distinguished attendees of this relocation banquet hosted by the Wang family. Shortly thereafter, Shi Shan observed Zhang Long and Tang Bin entering the parlor together. Master, teacher. Shi Shan promptly rose to greet them. Mr. Tang, Master Zhang, you have finally arrived. Upon seeing the two, Wang Shangyun personally approached to welcome them. Zhang Long took a seat next to Shi Shan, while Tang Bin settled in a prominent position at the front of the parlor. Zhang Sun paused before Shi Shan and remarked, I have heard of your commendable performance at the county office. The town's esteemed leader made a wise choice in bringing you along instead of Yang Tian. Indeed, it was a sound decision, haha. After finishing his words, he proceeded to his own seat. What performance? Zhang Long inquired, puzzled. Shi Shan recounted the incident of meeting the county magistrate, Peng Tong, which drew rounds of applause from Zhang Long. As more guests arrived, the parlor filled to capacity, creating a lively atmosphere. The attractive maidens of the Wang family, under the guidance of Wang Xiaoxin, continually flitted among the guests, serving platters of pastries and beverages. So, Shi Shan, what do you think? My sister is quite capable, isn't she? Wang Zhu took his seat to Shi Shan's right, wearing a proud expression. Your sister possesses the demeanor of a true head of the family, Shi Shan subtly remarked in jest. That's only because you haven't witnessed me directing the servants at the manor, Wang Zhu retorted. Just as the two engaged in their playful banter, Wang Xiaoxin signaled for the maidens to begin serving the main dishes. Butter-roasted duck, braised pig's trotters, sliced catfish, marinated beef, and fried blood pudding, among others, are all exquisite dishes from the town of Shanyang, complemented by the signature bamboo fragrance of Zui Xiaolu. Father, I have arranged the food and drinks. So I shall take my leave, Wang Xiaoxin said to Wang Shangyun, turning to exit the living room. Hold on. At that moment, the Blood Knife ancestor, Yu Cheng, spoke up, instantly capturing the attention of everyone present. Wang Xiaoxin glanced at the Blood Knife ancestor in confusion, while Wang Zhu and Shi Shan also looked at him with astonishment. Ancestor, do you have something to say to the young lady? Wang Shangyun inquired with a cheerful smile. The Blood Knife ancestor narrowed his eyes, assessing Wang Xiaoxin before speaking. I believe this girl and I share a connection. Wang Shangyun was initially taken aback by his words, but then his face brightened with hope, thinking that the Blood Knife ancestor intended to take Wang Xiaoxin as his disciple. He cautiously asked, might I inquire what kind of connection you perceive between yourself and the young lady? Haha. The Blood Knife ancestor chuckled a few times before continuing. I came in need of a maid, and I believe this girl would serve perfectly. As soon as the ancestor finished speaking, the room fell into a stunned silence, with everyone staring at him in disbelief. Many began to wonder if the Blood Knife ancestor was merely jesting. Haha, ancestor truly has a sense of humor. This jest has certainly entertained me. Wang Shangyun laughed heartily, thinking the Blood Knife ancestor was joking. Xiaoxin, the ancestor is simply jesting with us. Do hurry along, he urged, casting a knowing glance at Wang Xiaoxin. Wang Xiaoxin quickly turned around, ready to leave the living room. Earlier, the Blood Knife ancestor's words truly frightened her. Halt. Upon seeing Wang Xiaoxin prepare to leave, the Blood Knife ancestor's sharp command rendered her motionless. Master Wang, do you truly show me such disrespect? The Blood Knife ancestor inquired coldly, directing her gaze at Wang Shangyun. Anger welled up within Wang Shangyun at the ancestor's question, yet he maintained a facade of cordiality. Your words perplex me, ancestor. In what manner have I disrespected you? I have declared that I wish for this young girl to serve as my maid. the blood knife ancestor asserted, gesturing toward Wang Xiaoxin. As she felt the weight of the ancestor's finger upon her, Wang Xiaoxin trembled slightly, tears glistening in her eyes. Observing this scene, Shi Shan's expression grew increasingly grave. Ancestor, you jest. How could my daughter, Wang Xiaoxin, serve you as a maid? Wang Shangyun replied, his demeanor calm, yet resolute. The blood knife ancestor shook her head in response. That is precisely why I say you offer me no respect, Master Wang. Your demands seem rather excessive, ancestor. As the blood knife ancestor persisted in this matter, Wang Shangyun's expression turned icy. Is it that my blood knife's prestige holds no weight in your Shanyang town? The ancestor declared with a fierce tone. Sensing the palpable menace emanating from her, Wang Shangyun fell silent, contemplating how best to respond to the blood knife ancestor. The ancestor's prestige holds sway wherever it may be, Wang Zhu interjected at that moment. Humph. The blood knife ancestor scoffed. It appears that in this Shanyang town, it is ineffective. With that, she cast a fierce glance at Wang Shangyun from the corner of her eye. Under the fierce gaze of the blood knife ancestor, Wang Shangyun felt a shiver run through his body, enveloped in an eerie chill. I believe there has been a misunderstanding, ancestor. My sister simply cannot serve you as a maid, and there are reasons for this, Wang Master said, forcing himself to maintain composure. Confronted by an elite expert like the blood knife ancestor, the pressure on Wang Master, as an ordinary mortal, was exceedingly immense. Oh, what reasons? The blood knife ancestor inquired indifferently, directing his gaze towards Wang Master. What you may not know, ancestor, is that my sister is currently engaged in a marriage discussion with Shi Shan, hence it is inconvenient for her to serve you, Wang Master explained. Casting a pleading look at Shi Shan. Simultaneously, Wang Xiaoxin gazed at Shi Shan with hopeful eyes. Chapter 84. A cup of tea. Who is Shi Shan? Upon hearing Wang Master's words, the blood knife ancestor furrowed his brow and asked, and who might you be? His piercing gaze turned towards Tang Bin. Tang Bin smiled slightly. I am merely a humble scholar. Zhang Sun observed Tang Bin's calm demeanor in the face of the blood knife ancestor and felt a surge of admiration. Simultaneously, he cast a glance at Shi Shan, envious of Tang Bin's remarkable pupil. A mere scholar dares to meddle in the affairs of the martial world? The blood knife ancestor glared menacingly at Tang Bin. Shi Shan is also my student. At that moment, Zhang Long spoke up, startled by his master's words. Shi Shan was taken aback. The earlier intervention by Tang Bin had already surprised him, and now with Zhang Long speaking, he was reluctant to see these two embroiled in the conflict. And who are you? The blood knife ancestor inquired in anger, directing his ire at Zhang Long. I sell lanterns in Shanyang town, Zhang Long replied with a cheerful smile. Ah, it turns out this Shi Shan is merely a destitute scholar peddling lanterns, remarked the Bloodblade ancestor with disdain. Upon hearing this, the Bloodblade ancestor smirked, questioning what other identity could he possibly possess besides that of a scholar? Wang Xiaoxin shuddered slightly, her shoulders trembling as she seemed to find solace in his words. The Bloodblade ancestor's eyes narrowed ever so slightly, his contempt momentarily subdued. Who is Shi Shan? He inquired, casting a sweeping gaze over the assembly. The living room fell silent. It is I, Shi Shan declared, instantly capturing the Bloodblade ancestor's attention. Observing Shi Shan's response, Wang Zhu cast a look of apology and reliance toward him. Shi Shan inclined his head slightly in reassurance, signaling Wang Zhu to remain calm. Witnessing Shi Shan confront the Bloodblade ancestor, Wang Xiaoxin felt a mix of joy and trepidation. She was elated that Shi Shan stood up for her, yet fearful of the potential repercussions from the Bloodblade ancestor. At such a young age, becoming a third-rate master, this Wang family young lady is unworthy of you. If you seek a companion, I could recommend 1 or 2 exemplary women, the Bloodblade ancestor mused languidly. Taken aback by this unexpected proposition, Shi Shan quickly retorted, if the ancestor perceives women of greater merit, then why should Xiaoxin serve as your maid? Only a more distinguished woman would befit your esteemed taste. Moreover, today marks the Wang family's relocation banquet. It is rather improper for the ancestor to demand the host's daughter as a servant upon arrival. Haha, I Bloodblade. Choose based on instinct. Today, I have taken a liking to this young lady from the Wang family at first glance, he replied. The Bloodblade ancestor laughed maniacally and spoke, like you, ancestor, I believe in the power of fate when it comes to choosing a partner. I am resolute in my desire to marry Wang Xiaoxin. Shi Shan chuckled lightly in response. Upon hearing these words, Wang Xiaoxin felt a rush of excitement. Though she was aware that Shi Shan was merely echoing the sentiments of the Lord to placate the Bloodblade ancestor, Hearing the phrase resolute in my desire from his lips enveloped her in a dizzying sensation of happiness. Cheating, hearing this exchange, felt a mix of envy and concern. Envy for Wang Xiaoxin's treatment by Shi Shan, and concern over the potential clash between Shi Shan and the Bloodblade ancestor. Shi Shan, are you intent on opposing me? The Bloodblade ancestor questioned, his eyes ablaze with intensity. It is you, ancestor, who seeks to challenge me. The Lord has already stated that Wang Xiaoxin and I are contemplating marriage. For you to demand that my future wife serve as your maid upon your arrival is quite an affront, Shi Shan replied, unperturbed by the Bloodblade ancestor's demeanor. Ancestor, this is where you err. Master Wang invited you to the relocation banquet to celebrate, not to create discord. What guest arrives at a feast and immediately requests the host's daughter to serve as a maid? Should this incident become known, it would tarnish your reputation. Haha, young man. I hold a cup of tea in my hand. If you can catch this cup when I throw it, we shall let today's matters pass without further ado. Do you dare to try? Very well, then. You have caught it, the Bloodblade ancestor declared, making a sudden motion with his hand, prompting Shi Shan to brace himself for an impending challenge. Yet the Bloodblade ancestor did not throw the cup. As he beheld the stone mountain, resembling a formidable adversary, the Bloodblade ancestor erupted into a maniacal laughter, reveling in the reaction of the mountain. Witnessing the ancestor's exuberance, Shi Shan too allowed a gentle smile to grace his lips. At that moment, he was convinced that the Bloodblade ancestor had no genuine interest in Wang Xiaoxin, nor did he desire her as a maid. Instead, he was intentionally creating turmoil for Wang Shangyun's relocation banquet. At this juncture, as the ancestor toyed with him, the connection to Zhao Tiankai, who had previously relocated from Changshan Town to Shenyang Town, became crystal clear to Shi Shan. Prepare to receive. Just then, with a flick of his wrist, the Bloodblade ancestor sent his teacup spinning towards Shi Shan. Careful! Shi Shan, be cautious! Qi Ting and Wang Xiaoxin shouted in unison upon witnessing this scene. Tang Bin, Zhang Long, and Wang Zhu also displayed expressions of tension, their eyes fixed intently on Shi Shan. Whoosh! Shi Shan's maneuver clearly indicated that his mastery over power had reached a remarkable level. As the Bloodblade ancestor caught the teacup, Shi Shan burst into hearty laughter. Suddenly, the teacup in the ancestor's hand shattered violently, splattering tea across his face. The technique of inch power? With a sudden exclamation, the Bloodblade ancestor rose from his seat, incredulously gazing at the shards of the teacup scattered on the ground. This is a military tactic. Have you served in the army? The astonished Bloodblade ancestor inquired of Shi Shan. However, Shi Shan remained silent, his gaze fixed unwaveringly on the ancestor. Indeed, the execution of this inch power technique was a lesson imparted by Su Feng, and he had not anticipated its application today. How many masters do you possess? The Bloodblade ancestor suddenly asked Shi Shan, a hint of trepidation evident in his voice. Chapter 85. The Bloodblade's old dog upon witnessing the expression of fear on the face of the Bloodblade ancestor as he inquired about how many masters Shi Shan had. Zhang Long and Tang Bin exchanged glances before erupting into hearty laughter. Duan Tianhua also felt a sense of pride, for he considered himself to be half a master of Shi Shan. The two masters you can see are right here, Shi Shan calmly replied. The Bloodblade ancestor scrutinized Zhang Long and Tang Bin closely after hearing this. Shi Shan, do you not regard me as your master? Leader, you are unjustly accusing me. If you are willing to accept me as your disciple, I shall bow to you right now. Who taught you martial arts? After a moment's contemplation, the Bloodblade ancestor finally managed to clarify his thoughts and posed another question to Shi Shan. Shi Shan was indeed speaking ambiguously, skillfully weaving a fade. Nowadays, he could utter lies without a flicker of guilt. Hearing Shi Shan's words, the Bloodblade ancestor was left in bewilderment. If third-rate experts were not deemed accomplished, then what level could be considered as such? Zhao Tiankai, oh Zhao Tiankai, you have led me into a splendid trap, though fear began to swell within him. The Bloodblade ancestor resolved to probe Shi Shan further. You, young man, I am a first-rate expert. Bring forth your master to converse with me. Otherwise, if you offend me, the consequences are beyond your imagination. Humph. Shi Shan scoffed coldly in response. I have already offended warriors. Why should I fear offending you, a mere first-rate expert? What? You have offended a warrior? Which warrior? The Bloodblade ancestor was taken aback once more, harboring doubts about the veracity of Shi Shan's words. Yet, upon observing Shi Shan's apparent pride in having offended a warrior, he found himself believing it a little more. Shi Shan was quite pleased with the reaction of the Bloodblade ancestor. He had not truly lied. Zhao Yin was indeed a future warrior, albeit one whose time had yet to come. The Bloodblade ancestor scrutinized Shi Shan once more, seemingly beginning to understand why Shi Shan dared to offend Zhao Tiankai. At such a young age, having attained the status of a third-rate expert and possessing a mysterious master, it was indeed difficult for him to regard ordinary individuals with any respect. Such a brash youth was most prone to reckless actions, often escalating disputes to life-and-death confrontations. The ancestor, still in the prime of his life, wished to avoid entangling himself with such a headstrong youth, deeming it a futile expenditure of time. Subsequently, the Bloodblade ancestor hastily departed from the parlor, smiling and nodding in acknowledgement to Shi Shan as he passed, showing no signs of their earlier confrontation. Witnessing the ancestor's hasty retreat, Zhang Long, Tang Bin, and others erupted into hearty laughter. Wang Shangyun excitedly approached Shi Shan, expressing his gratitude. Shi Shan, thank you. If it weren't for you, I truly would not have known how to handle that old dog, Bloodblade. At that moment, Wang Zhu also approached. Xiaoxin, why don't you hurry over and thank Shi Shan? Just as Shi Shan was about to speak, Wang Shangyun called out to Wang Xiaoxin. The recently liberated Wang Xiaoxin, her face flushed, glanced at Shi Shan, who was surrounded, then quickly lowered her head and dashed out of the parlor. Laughter erupted in the hall upon witnessing her flustered demeanor, dispelling the gloom that had lingered during the Bloodblade ancestor's presence. Qi Ting watched this scene with envious eyes, pondering if one day someone would wish to take her as a maid, and whether Shi Shan would stand up for her as well. Lost in thought, Qi Ting's gaze became somewhat unfocused. At this moment, Qi Fu whispered beside her, his eyes filled with indignation. Father, the Wang Lord acted out of desperation. How can you harbor such petty thoughts? Qi Ting expressed her dissatisfaction with her father's words. All right, I won't say anything more, Qi Fu chuckled lightly. In the Zhao family's parlor, Zhao Tiankai calmly explained to the enraged Bloodblade ancestor, my good fellow, I have made it clear in my mind that Shi Shan is merely a third-rate expert, which implicitly suggests that he has a master. Should I explicitly state that Shi Shan became a third-rate expert under the meticulous guidance of a certain individual? I am unconcerned with such details. If you have offended the Wang family and this Shi Shan, the compensation must be doubled, the Bloodblade ancestor coldly retorted. This led to the moment at the Wang family's relocation banquet when the Bloodblade ancestor specifically named Wang Xiaoxin to serve as a maid. Now, however, the Bloodblade ancestor felt the compensation was insufficient and demanded Zhao Tiankai double the payment. My dear fellow, you have not even fulfilled the task I assigned to you. Being able to offer you any reward is commendable enough, let alone doubling it. Zhao Tiankai remained reluctant to part with his money. How have I not completed it? I specifically requested the Wang family's daughter to serve as my maid, publicly embarrassing Wang Shangyun and Shi Shan. What more do you expect me to accomplish for the task you assigned? As the Bloodblade ancestor spoke, a murderous aura began to emanate from him. Sensing the ominous intent from the Bloodblade ancestor, Zhao Tiankai, in a fit of fury, summoned the butler, Huang Shirin, to procure a sum of money to hand over to the Bloodblade ancestor. Bloodblade dog, once my granddaughter becomes a warrior, I will deal with you as well. Zhao Tiankai cursed vehemently after the Bloodblade ancestor departed from the Zhao residence. Upon this reflection, Shi Shan resolved to venture into the Wangchuan mountain range, prepared to test his fortune. However, he understood the necessity of adequate preparation before embarking on such a journey, avoiding any reckless haste. After arriving at this conclusion, Shi Shan felt a wave of relief wash over him. He took the opportunity to practice the 90-yang body refinement for a while before finally succumbing to sleep. As a new day dawned, perhaps heralding the arrival of autumn, a distinct chill permeated the air, more pronounced than usual. Those with frail constitutions had already donned their autumn garments. Shi Shan, however, remained clad in a coarse, short tunic, paying little heed to the coolness. Upon reaching the prison, he sought out Lu Zhong to inquire about the Wangchuan mountain range. Ah, the Wangchuan mountain range, Lu Zhong squinted. Lately, many from the martial world have arrived in town, almost all drawn towards the Wangchuan mountain range. Indeed, numerous individuals have recently returned from there with considerable spoils. Shi Shan replied, but what is the value of such spoils if they come at the cost of one's life? That place is suited for those who are desperate, gambling their lives for a chance at a future. You must have heard that the Wangchuan mountain range is rumored to be haunted by demons, Lu Zhong remarked, a trace of fear evident in his voice. Upon hearing the information he sought, Shi Shan eagerly pressed further, Brother Lu, is it true that there are indeed demons lurking in the Wangchuan mountain range? Shi Shan was aware that Wu Laoyu's brother had perished there, a fact Wu Laolu had confided to him. Brother Liu, if the Huachuan mountain range is so perilous, why then have so many martial artists ventured into the mountains to hunt? If it is indeed perilous, there should be a significant number of casualties, instilling greater fear among these individuals of the martial world, shouldn't there? Yet, why do I sense that the influx of such individuals into the town has only increased recently? Stone Mountain expressed his confusion. There must be something amiss. Why concern ourselves with this? We do not venture into the forgetting river mountains for hunting, Lu Zhong replied, patting Stone Mountain on the shoulder. Stone Mountain chuckled awkwardly a few times, but chose not to elaborate further. Nevertheless, Lu Zhong's remark about the anomalies serving as harbingers of trouble lingered in his mind. The ease with which hunting had become in the forgetting river mountains surely indicated some unforeseen developments within the range. One could either seize the opportunity to hunt amidst this upheaval and reap substantial rewards, or tread cautiously and observe how events unfold. After a moment of internal deliberation, Stone Mountain resolved to venture into the forgetting river mountains for hunting. After all, the prevailing circumstances did not permit him to remain complacent. He must take risks to carve out a future. At noon, it was time to deliver lunch to Yao Jiang. Stone Mountain approached the cell of the Tianjia and inquired about how to deal with demons and monsters. Upon hearing Stone Mountain's question, Yao Jiang appeared perplexed. Just a moment ago, you were asking me whether humans and demons could coexist, and now you seek advice on combating monsters? This shift is rather abrupt. One is often compelled by circumstances in the martial world, Stone Mountain jested. After a moment of contemplation, Yao Jiang replied, the bodies of the demon race are formidable. Those who have condensed demon cores can unleash their inherent abilities, excelling in close combat. The magic race possesses physical attributes that lie between those of demons and humans. Those who have condensed magic orbs can also awaken innate powers, excelling in both ranged and close-range attacks with considerable force. In this contemporary era, should you encounter a formidable demon, I implore you to make a hasty retreat rather than engage in combat. Upon hearing this, Shi Shan nodded in understanding. As he stood before the office, ready to unlock the door, he was approached by Director Su Chongqing. Shi Shan, Su called out, striding towards him with purposeful steps. May I enter and have a seat? His gaze drifted towards the modest office within. What are you saying, Sir Su? Of course, you may enter. Shi Shan replied as he stepped into the office. Once inside, Su Chongqing surveyed the surroundings and pondered aloud. Shi Shan, you are now a third-rate expert. Although you currently serve merely as a prison officer, the simplicity of this office does not befit your stature. Therefore, I shall promptly arrange for Shao Qi to procure some office supplies and adorn your workspace beautifully. With that, Su turned on his heel and began to exit. Sir Su, there's really no need, Shi Shan quickly interjected. Raising his hand dismissively, Su replied, you need not concern yourself with these matters. Leave everything to me. He departed with a sense of purpose. Witnessing this scene, Shi Shan couldn't help but chuckle inwardly, pondering whether Su Chongqing, fearing the loss of his own position after Shi Shan declined Ma Quan's promotion to director, had come to curry favor with him. Before long, Qi Ting approached with a ledger, her smile radiant. Shi Shan, fortune smiles upon you. The director himself has promised to equip you with office supplies and mentioned that you need not trouble yourself with Lord Ma's approval. He will handle that. Upon observing Qi Ting's intervention, Shi Shan set aside his scientific research notes and remarked, Qi Ting, do refrain from ridiculing me. It is perplexing that the esteemed head of the department would come here to curry favor. I cannot help but suspect some ulterior motive at play. Indeed, you are taking advantage of the situation. It is merely because you were not appointed head of the department that Su Chongqing retains his position. And now he extends you some favors. I find it hard to believe you are unaware of such matters. With a teasing tone, Qi Ting replied, now pray tell, how do you intend to arrange your office? As she spoke, she opened her ledger and picked up a brush, appearing quite earnest in her intent to make notes. Shi Shan chuckled at her demeanor and said, very well, just procure what you deem necessary. Let Su Chongqing feel accomplished without the need for ostentation. How can that be? Su Chongqing is typically rather frugal. It is rare for him to be so generous. I must seize this opportunity to procure lavishly. Just you wait and see. Qi Ting declared before turning to exit the office. As Qi Ting departed, Shi Shan took the opportunity to survey his own office, which indeed appeared rather sparse and desolate. With the weather beginning to turn chilly, it would be beneficial to acquire some items to enhance the warmth of the space. After work, Shi Shan visited several blacksmith shops in the town, meticulously comparing hunting equipment such as bows, arrows, daggers, and long knives. Ultimately, He made his purchase at a shop owned by a blacksmith with the surname Ho, acquiring a hunting bow, 30 arrows, a dagger, and a long knife. All for a total of 380 coins. Dear customer, should the bowstring break within 3 months, feel free to return to me for a complimentary replacement. The blacksmith assured him. After the transaction was completed, the blacksmith warmly addressed Shi Shan. Inside the workshop, Shi Shan diligently familiarized himself with the use of bows, short swords, and long swords, envisioning the scenes of hunting and the various circumstances that might arise. Contemplating this, Shi Shan realized he ought to visit the apothecary to procure some emergency hemostatic remedies. Just as he was weighing how much money remained in his pouch, preparing to head to the apothecary, a familiar figure entered the room.